Chapter 1, I'm Coming Clean, I Like Sukuan. Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital, Shanghai University. Room 502, Male Dormitory. Shenlang, how many times do I have to tell you before you understand? Accepting a gift does not mean I agree to it. I deserve all the gifts I receive. If I don't accept them, you'll just give them to someone else. I'm coming clean, I like Sukuan. He's the rich kid I'm destined to be with forever. I've already taken the protective potion and can now unilaterally unbind myself from you. The cacophony of noise and the dizzying sensation in his soul kept assaulting Shenlang's brain. Ouch, that hurts. Shenlang felt as if his soul had been torn apart. He opened his eyes and saw a couple making a French kiss, their tongues sticking out, surrounded by many classmates watching. The next instant, a flood of memories rushed in. This is a world overrun by ferocious beasts. These numerous and powerful beasts are the greatest obstacle to human survival in this world. In order to fight against these ferocious beasts, humans awaken special abilities. That is the spirit control armor. Men can cultivate normally, gradually accumulating experience and leveling up from the initial iron level spirit master to bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, king, and god. There are 9 levels in total, and the strongest at present are the few god level spirit masters. Women, on the other hand, can communicate with all the heavens and the myriad realms to gain special abilities, which can be transformed into spirit weapons that can assist men in battle. These abilities also vary in strength, ranging from the weakest F level to E, D, C, B, A, S, and SSS. Women cannot cultivate on their own, but they can advance in rank after signing a contract with a male spirit master. If these worldviews only shocked Shenlang, then the memories that followed left him speechless. The original owner of the body that Shenlang transmigrated into was, unsurprisingly, a top-tier boy sheep. And the woman being frantically licked and fawned over was none other than the woman in the couple currently embracing and kissing each other. Tang Xianer. He and Tang Xianer have always been seen as a couple by everyone, and they even signed a contract when they first entered university. Tang Xianer's transformed spirit weapon is called the Armor of Desire, a B rank weapon. Over the years, in order for Tang Xianer's weapon ability to be upgraded, the original owner has continuously invested various resources. Because Tang Xianer's desire armor required stimulation as a condition for upgrading, he kept finding men to test drive it, and finally a few days ago, he transformed what was originally a B rank desire armor into an A rank desire mech. Surprisingly, not long ago, after Sukuan test drove this woman, the two actually got together. Now they have forcibly untied the contract. If the woman voluntarily breaks the contract, the man's spirit control level will be severely damaged. The original owner of this body couldn't bear such a heavy blow and died on the spot in anger. That's how Shenlang's soul transmigrated. Damn, you've gone to such lengths to be a simp. You're practically an evolved version of a two-faced turtle, a multifaceted turtle. This is truly outrageous. No, it's like grass growing wildly on the plains. At this moment, Shenlang felt utterly exhausted. Even if he had transmigrated, couldn't he at least be dressed nicely? What good is this top-tier boiling sheep identity? Bite. The invincible multi-child blessing system has been successfully activated. As the name suggests, system rewards will be triggered whenever the host becomes intimate with a woman, gets married, or has a child. The higher the host's woman's aptitude, status, and beauty, the richer the rewards will be. System space is now open. Upon hearing the notification tone in his ear, Shenlang was immediately stunned. Holy crap, the system? Brother Tong, let me see. Shenlang grinned and quickly tried to call the system in his mind. A transparent panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Shenlang. Age, 20. Rank, mid-bronze. Current spirit armor, none. Talent acquired, none. Host detected as having a useless physique. Newbie gift pack arrived. Receive it? Take over. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Eye of Information. By gazing, you can view information about the advancement of your spirit armor. Shenlang subconsciously looked up. An information panel appeared in front of Tang Xianer. Spirit Master, Tang Xianer. Armor, Desire Mech. Rank, A. Talent skills, Charm Entanglement, Instant Vibration, Gusts of Eerie Wind, Tidal Jet. Advanced Path, Test Drive with 1,000 people to evolve into an S-level Desire Maniac. Test Drive with 10,000 people to evolve into an SSS-level Desire Demon. Holy crap! Can you see other people's advancement paths? Is that an amazing ability? Shenlang was shocked. The advancement path of a spirit master is almost unknown to anyone other than the spirit master bound to it. This can also effectively prevent the enemy from targeting us. The fact that he could clearly understand the attributes and advancement path of the spirit master was simply an incredible ability. While shocked, Xinlang was also somewhat relieved. If he had continued to be bound to Tang Xian'er, the accusations against him would have covered the entire Heilunberg grassland. Just then, the two people who were kissing each other separated, still clinging to each other. Su Kuan, with a smug look on his face, put his arm around Tang Xian'er and stepped forward, saying with a contemptuous expression, "Xinlang, you should see the bond between me and Xian'er now. Although you were her original owner and even helped her advance in rank, I hope you two will have no further contact. You should know your place, right?" Xinlang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "I'd rather pay a penny to test drive this kind of slut than waste a balloon." Only the original form of boiling sheep, who was starving, liked it. Thinking of this, Xinlang immediately curled his lip and said with a look of disgust, "Thank you so much. Don't worry, I'll avoid walking on roads where you guys are from now on, so I don't get covered in your stench. Oh, by the way, I'll go all the way and tell you a secret. The way to advance the armor of desire is to have thousands of people ride on it and tens of thousands of people straddle it. If you can find tens of thousands of people to cuckold you, advancing to an SS-level spirit master is just around the corner." The people around were taken aback when they heard this. Holy crap, so that's how Tang Xian'er advanced. No wonder I kept seeing Xinlang leading people into Tang Xian'er's room. Excellent. Xinlang, stop calling him that. From now on, call him King Chu, or the King of Hats. Nonsense. Tang Xian'er has been taken over by Su Kuan. Now the new king should be the one ascending the throne. That's great. It takes tens of thousands of people playing poker with her to advance, so I might get a chance. Absolutely. Even old Chen, who buys vegetables at the cafeteria, will probably get a share. TSK, if I were Su Kuan, I'd just send Tang Xian'er out to sell herself. We'd have to find someone to sleep with anyway, and we could make some extra money, right? The surrounding students immediately started talking amongst themselves. It's important to know that the advancement path of the spirit armor is a secret for each master, because everyone is a student in a competitive relationship. If it were to be discovered by others, rivals might try to sabotage it. Now, Xinlang has revealed Tang Xian'er's advancement path on the spot. Given how popular it is, it will have spread throughout the school tonight. To be honest, many people were quite envious when they saw that Su Kuan possessed such an amazing spirit weapon as Tang Xian'er. But now, nobody knows whether Su Kuan has made a profit or a loss. Of course, if Su Kuan can withstand the injustice of being cuckolded, he might as well consider it a win. Hearing the crowd's sarcastic remarks, Su Kuan's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xinlang, you're too naive. Do you think I'd believe a few words from you? Our Su family can customize a special advancement plan based on Xian'er's unique characteristics in weaponry and spirit control. You don't need to worry about her future." As Su Kuan spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Tang Xian'er, and subconsciously loosened his grip on her hand. In fact, Su Kuan regretted it long ago after learning that Tang Xian'er's advancement method was to have someone test drive her. I even felt a little nauseous. However, his previous contract was only a B-grade spirit guardian, the Xian Turtle Shield. It's nothing compared to Tang Xian'er's offensive spirit weapon. Therefore, he endured it. At worst, I can just let Tang Xian'er use it only for me in the future. Upon hearing Su Kuan's words, Tang Xian'er immediately replied, "Xinlang, don't think you can ruin my relationship with Brother Kuan with just a few words. A piece of trash like you will never know how magnanimous Brother Kuan is. My future is still beyond the reach and comprehension of someone like you. By the way, it's been a month since the awakening period. With your mid-bronze rank strength, where can you find a suitable spirit beast? Without a spirit master to sign a contract with you, you'll just be trash in the future." Upon hearing this, Su Kuan's mood instantly brightened. That's true. Tomorrow is a practical lesson. Without the help of spirit control, you might not even have a chance to survive. Speaking of the future, I'm afraid you're the one who truly has no future, ha. As Su Kuan spoke, he laughed wildly and left with Tang Xian'er. Seeing that the excitement was over, the onlookers dispersed. Once the single dormitory room had returned to calm, Xinlang closed the door and sat on the bed with a furrowed brow. At this point, he did indeed feel a bit overwhelmed. Although the Eye of Insight's ability is top-notch, and the rewards from the many children, many blessings system are also plentiful. But the original owner was a top-tier boiling sheep who was known to everyone at school. Especially after being unbound from Tang Xiener, even if they could see some of the strength of the armed spirits, which of those spirits with potential would stay with someone who was abandoned by their armed companions? This is indeed a bit tricky. How should we handle the practical training? In this world, ferocious beasts roam freely, and humans can only survive by relying on cities. The so-called practical training is to have each master leave the city every once in a while to clear out the ferocious beasts in the surrounding area. Normally speaking, as long as you have spirit armor, even if you don't gain much, you can at least save your life. The fact that he lost his spirit-controlling weapon right after transmigrating makes this level of difficulty absolutely hellish. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Shenlang thought it was that adulterous couple returning, so he immediately opened the door with a displeased expression. What are you all doing here? The next moment, two stunningly beautiful women stood outside the door. They are both top-notch in terms of looks and figure, and their appearances are almost identical. They seem to be twin sisters. One of them was rather tall, with a full, round chest and long legs that were almost higher than Shenlang's crotch, fair and straight. The other one looks the same, but dresses like a little girl, exuding innocence and cuteness. Although she looks young, her skin is as smooth as silk, radiating a delicate and charming glow, making it impossible to look away once you see her. Seeing Shenlang's blank expression, the two blushed instantly, looking embarrassed and hesitant. After fidgeting for a while, they finally spoke. Hello, are you Shenlang? We want to talk to you about something. Shenlang was stunned for a moment, and two names immediately came to mind. You are Mu Qianyue and Mu Qianxue? They are the two most beautiful girls at Shandong University. On the day they awakened, the two of them obtained the spirit control armor and caused an amazing phenomenon, which even made the news. However, the result of the awakening was a huge surprise to everyone. The displayed abilities are all F-rank clear vision. Aside from having slightly better eyesight than others, she has no special abilities. The two girls went from being two of the most beautiful girls in school to two jokes. For some time now, they have been searching for a master, but in this world overrun by ferocious beasts, beauty without strength is nothing more than a backdrop, discarded like trash. Moreover, the more guardian spirits a master contracts with, the heavier the burden and the greater the pressure on themselves. No one wanted to waste their energy on spirits who only had good looks, and to form a contract with the two of them. Shanghai University has a rule that students who do not have a master's spirit armor and fail to attend practical training 3 times in a row will be expelled. Tomorrow will be their last chance. They were even worse off than Shenlang, living at the very bottom of society. Seeing two beautiful women standing in front of him, Shenlang felt a little puzzled. What do these two want from me? Could it be that you're thinking of making a contract? Chapter 2. Are the twin sisters with the strongest eye techniques useless spirit masters? Did you need something from me? Although Shenlang had some guesses in his mind, he was still not very sure. After all, he had just been forcibly released from his contract and his strength had been greatly reduced. These two sisters aren't stupid. Not having a master only means being expelled from school, but forming a contract with me would mean dying together. The two sisters exchanged a glance. The younger sister, Mu Qianxue, seemed to have made up her mind. She parted her red lips slightly and whispered. We heard you've lost your spirit summons, could you form a contract with us? The two sisters' words surprised Shenlang. They actually wanted to form a contract with him. You guys aren't joking, are you? Shenlang asked in surprise. Although he, with his many children, many blessings system, wholeheartedly approved of such advances, after what happened with Tang Xiener, Shenlang still felt it was better to ask clearly. After all, a woman's face can change in an instant. We're not joking, we're serious. Upon hearing this, Shenlang frowned slightly. Both of them are stunning beauties, and they are twin sisters. If this were in the old world, it would be impossible not to be moved, unless Shenlang was killed by a monster. But now it's the world of spirit summoning. Strength is paramount. If I sign 2 trashy spirit masters, it's questionable whether I'll even survive until tomorrow. To everyone's surprise, the moment Shenlang showed the slightest sign of refusal, the two sisters immediately knelt down. Please save us. Yes, our home was destroyed by a ferocious beast when we were young. We have nowhere to go except for the school. Please give us a chance to become members of the Spirit Guardians. I know our military capabilities are terrible, but we definitely won't hold you back. Please take us in. So that's how it is. Shenlang sighed softly. Because of the rampant ferocious beasts, many people in this world have had their homes destroyed, and the original owner of this body was an orphan. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Kingdom would spare no expense to raise everyone to adulthood in order to create more powerful masters in spirit armor, they would probably have frozen to death on the roadside long ago. As the twin sisters said, the consequences of being expelled from school would be dire. After all, society is not like Shanha University. Without a master, and possessing such beauty, being treated as playthings by some rich people is the least of their worries. If you are sold to a brothel, it's no different from being dead. Sigh, they're all pitiful people. Let's take a look at the information of these two sisters first. Xinlang gazed at the twin sisters. But the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. Spirit Master, Mu Qianyue. Armor, Clear Eye Sealed, Manjikyu Sharingan. Rank, F. Innate skills, Amaterasu Sealed State, Tsukuyomi Sealed State, Susanoo Sealed State. Advanced Path, Sealed State, after eternally binding with the Master, it can be unsealed into an S-rank Manjikyu Sharingan. Combined with a Manjikyu Sharingan of the same bloodline, it can be advanced to an SSS rank Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Spirit Master, Mu Qianxue. Armor, Clear Eye Sealed, Manjikyu Sharingan. Rank, F. Talent skills, Kamui Left, Control, Sealed State, Kamui Right, Intangible, Sealed State, Susanoo Sealed. Advanced Path, Sealed State, after eternally binding with the Master, it can be unsealed into an S-rank Manjikyu Sharingan. Combined with a Manjikyu Sharingan of the same bloodline, it can be advanced to an SSS rank Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Double Kaleidoscope. As a time traveler, how could Xinlang not know the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan? As one of the bloodline limits in the Naruto world, the Manjikyu Sharingan is known as the strongest eye technique. Amaterasu's fire incinerates all things, Tsukuyomi's illusions are ever-changing, and Susanoo possesses an unparalleled power that combines both attack and defense. Kamui's spatial teleportation technique is also a powerful ability that combines control and damage. Although in the Naruto world, these two types of eyes belong to Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha respectively. However, in this world, because the two sisters are twins, they share the same bloodline. Once he masters them and possesses both abilities, it means he will immediately have the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. These twin sisters are anything but useless. This is a pair of monsters. Okay. I agree. Xinlang forcibly suppressed his excitement and said in a deep voice, "But I have one condition." Upon hearing Xinlang's agreement, the two sisters' faces lit up with joy, and they quickly said, "What are the conditions?" "As long as we can do it, we will do our best. I want to sign a permanent contract with you. I will never regret it." Ah! The two sisters were stunned. Perpetual contract? He actually wants to sign a permanent contract with us? A perpetual contract means that neither party will abandon the other for life. Once the contract is broken, both parties will suffer backlash and their strength will never improve. Although Xinlang's contract was recently terminated and his strength has greatly diminished, it doesn't mean he can't form a new contract. As long as he finds other spirits in the future, his strength will recover sooner or later. Under these circumstances, he actually wants to sign a permanent contract with the two F-rank spirit masters? It feels so good to be valued like this. In an instant, tears welled up in the eyes of both sisters. "You're unwilling?" Seeing the two of them in tears, Xinlang quickly said something. "No. You've been too kind to us, we're touched." The two sisters hurriedly shook their heads. "Since you don't mind us, we will definitely serve you well from now on." Upon hearing this, Xinlang immediately said, "Let's start signing the contract now. By the way, who's the older sister and who's the younger sister?" The two wiped away their tears, but to their surprise, the little girl was the first to stand up and say, "I am the older sister, Mu Qianyue." "Oh? Are mature women the younger sisters, and Lolis the older sisters?" Xinlang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately pulled his sister Mu Qianyue and said, "Let's begin." As he spoke, he pulled Mu Qianyue into the room and closed the door. Before long, bursts of cheerful humming and singing could be heard coming from the dormitory. This isn't allowed. No, stop. No. Don't stop, faster." Hearing her sister's voice, which was as light as a whisper yet full of joy, Mu Qianxue blushed with embarrassment. A perpetual contract requires a deep union of body and soul. The simplest way to achieve this is yin and yang in harmony. Thinking that she would also face such a thing, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but quietly put her hand into her bosom. Before she could react, the door opened and a large hand pulled her inside. "Ha! Want to come together? Mu Qianshue's face turned as red as if it were bleeding. Yes, although my host's bed isn't big, it's still big enough for 3 people to squeeze in. That way, our contract can be completed faster. Come on, Qianshue, hold me here. Qianyue, move forward a little. Congratulations, host, on your first successful eternal binding. You have gained the talent, master of all things. The spirit guardian has been unsealed. Wow, the effect is amazing. Qianyu, it's Qianshue's turn. Congratulations, host, on completing your second eternal bond. You have gained the talent, Master's Blade. The spirit guardian has been unsealed. Oh, this feels so good. Let's try a different position. Let's see if the binding can be deeper like this. Like this, Dragon Strike. Spirit affinity increased, Amaterasu's seal lifted. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent, Spirit Control Space. Qianshue, don't move. Qianyue, come and lie down on top of me. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent, Spirit Restoration. Spirit affinity increased, seal on Qianyue's left eye lifted. After one night, the first rays of dawn are rising. Shenlang checked his panel. Name, Shenlang. Age, 20. Rank, mid-bronze. Current spirit armor, Mu Qianyue Manjikyu Sharingan, S rank, Mu Qianshue Manjikyu Sharingan, S rank. Talents, Eye of Insight, Mastery of All Things, Mastery of Spirit Blade, Mastery of Spirit Space, Mastery of Spirit Repair. Control of all things, can control spirit armor an unlimited number of times. Master's Spirit Blade, when the master takes damage, a portion of the spirit's power is drawn from the master's weapon to form a shield. The more times the master interacts deeply with the master, the higher the shield value. Spirit Control Space, a battle space created for spirit control armaments. Friendly spirit controls within the space are strengthened, while enemy spirit controls are weakened. The more in-depth the interaction with the spirit controls, the more significant the strengthening and weakening effects. Spirit Repair, can repair injured or damaged spirits. I only worked hard for one night, and the results are amazing. Shenlang looked pleasantly surprised. Chapter 3, you have more makeup on your face than I've ever eaten noodles. This many children, many blessings system is simply heaven-defying. Overnight, I gained a Tier 1 ability from Naruto. However, this is also inseparable from the contributions of the Qianyu and Qianshue sisters. Shenlang looked to the side and saw the twin sisters covered by a quilt, their fair skin fully visible, with the beautiful scenery of valleys, peaks, and forests appearing and disappearing intermittently. Don't stop. The older sister, Mu Qianyue, kept her eyes tightly closed, her pink lips moving slightly as she murmured something. While her younger sister, Mu Qianshue, has a more mature and sophisticated appearance, her performance last night seemed far too immature compared to Qianyue. All the moves can only be completed with a bit of reluctance. However, despite her shyness, she never refused Shenlang's request to connect. So even though she's asleep now, she seems to be immersed in her embarrassment, burying her head deep in her sister Mu Qianyue's chest, covering her face with the blanket, and sleeping soundly. Get out of bed and find a suitable angle. You could see her pink lips parting unconsciously as she rubbed them together, as if she had something to say to Shenlang. This is absolutely amazing. Shenlang leaned against the headboard and quietly admired the two sisters' alluring beauty for a while before gently waking them up with 2 kisses. Shenlang. After rubbing her eyes, Mu Qianshue shook off her drowsiness, and then seemed to suddenly realize something. As she lowered her head to face Shenlang, her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Good morning, Shenlang. Mu Qianyue, on the other hand, was not as shy as Shenlang. Although she also felt a little hot after being awakened by Shenlang and recalling the lovemaking last night, her cheeks were still flushed. But she quickly recovered, smiling and revealing 2 cute tiger teeth, as she spoke to Shenlang. Are you hungry? I'm going to take a shower, and I'll make you breakfast in a bit. As the older sister, Mu Qianyue was much more mature. She stood up, got out of bed, picked up the scattered clothes from the floor, held them in her arms, and asked. You're still calling me by my name so formally, aren't you going to change how you address me? Shenlang then smiled. Mu Qianyue was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then a blush appeared on her cheeks. Owner. She avoided Shenlang's teasing gaze and called out in a soft, sweet voice. Why? Shenlang responded with satisfaction, then looked at Mu Qianshue, who was hiding under the covers, peeking out to observe. What are you doing? Hurry up and go take a bath and cook with your sister. Or perhaps. He smirked, that you want a second half? Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue suddenly blushed. No, no. She hurriedly wrapped herself in the blanket and ran to Mu Qianyue's side. The two opened the door and prepared to leave. Owner. Just before leaving the bedroom, Mu Qianxue turned around and whispered something barely audible. Before Xinlang could react, she ran straight to the bathroom. Xinlang was a little stunned, but after a while he realized what was happening and chuckled. This personality is quite interesting. But why run away so fast? It's like you're afraid of being eaten by yourself. Xu Yuan agreed more and more. It seemed that Qianxue still didn't have a normal mindset. He had to give her a good workout tonight. This will allow her to face the impact of dragons with equanimity in the future. Become a skilled and efficient liaison. After being helped by the two sisters, Xinlang washed up and ate breakfast. Then the three of them left Xinlang's dormitory and headed towards the school gate. Today we have a practical lesson, so all students in the class need to gather at the school gate. Then they went together outside the city to kill the ferocious beasts. So Xinlang led the two sisters to the meeting point. Along the way, the two sisters, with their striking figures and distinct styles, complemented each other beautifully, attracting considerable attention. Wow! Look, those two girls are so pretty. Especially the taller one, those long legs of hers, they look like they could crush someone. Don't make a fuss. The two are the Mu sisters, the former campus beauties of Shandong University. You don't know that, do you? Why are they both following behind that guy? Who is he? The two Mu sisters were chosen because of their outstanding looks and their lackluster performance on the day of their awakening. Therefore, he is considered a well-known figure among Shandong University students. As a result, they were recognized by many people along the way, and even Xinlang, who was walking with the two of them, was noticed. The closer you get to the school gate, the larger the flow of people becomes. People come and go. Soon, some students who had been watching Xinlang and Tang Xian'er confront each other yesterday passed by, but they were all surprised when they saw the two Mu sisters accompanying him. Isn't that Xinlang? Why is he with the Mu sisters? He got kicked by Tang Xian'er yesterday. I thought he'd be crying his eyes out in his dorm right now. Judging from where he's standing, he's probably heading out of the city to attend a practical training course, right? He doesn't even have any spirit control anymore. How dare he come here? Isn't he afraid of losing his life outside the city? Weren't the Mu sisters unwanted spirit masters? Perhaps Xinlang has become their master? Don't be silly. Contracting multiple spirits at the same time at this stage will damage your essence. Xinlang shouldn't be that crazy, right? It's hard to say. After all, he was humiliated in front of so many people yesterday, so it's normal for his brain to be a little malfunctioning right now. The students' whispers reached Xinlang's ears. He, however, paid no heed. In his view, these noisy discussions were not for him, but for his predecessor, the ultimate joker. If Xinlang wants to dispel these opinions, all he needs is a practical lesson, and the answer will be clear. Of course, if someone still brings up past issues, he'll beat them up. Xinlang seemed unfazed by the storm, but the two sisters beside him appeared uneasy and quite flustered. Xinlang turned his head and said to them expressionlessly, I've done some stupid things before, and I'm sorry that you've all been dragged into this controversy. Upon hearing this, the two Mu sisters quickly shook their heads. Mu Qianyue said, That's not Master's fault. There's no need for him to apologize to us. It's Master's previous spirit master who didn't cherish you enough. In my opinion, the one who should be ashamed is her. Her words carried a strong sense of shared hatred for the enemy. Xinlang was taken aback. If you don't care about this, then why do you all seem so uncomfortable? Because their discussions reminded us. Mu Qianxue replied, You've made contracts with both of us at the same time, which might damage your very essence. We did this because we were worried about you. Xinlang was somewhat moved upon hearing this. How can there be such a big difference between these girls? Look at the Mu sisters, and then look at that ungrateful and fickle Tang Xian'er. It makes you wonder if they are two different species. Hey, isn't this Xinlang? You actually dare to come to the practical training course? Xinlang gently took the hands of the Mu sisters, about to say something to comfort them, when a shrill voice suddenly rang in his ears. Xinlang turned around and saw that the person who had come was Su Koan. Chapter 4, Su Koan first, Fan Jian second. I thought you'd hide in your dorm like a coward. Su Koan, with his arm around Tang Xian'er, spoke in a frivolous tone. He had two heavy shadows under his eyes, giving him the appearance of excessive indulgence. Clearly, he and Tang Xianer had a fierce training session last night. It's better to be a coward than a shrinking turtle. You'd better be more careful. You'll only realize the danger when you can't have sex. Xinlang looked at Su Kuan's crotch with disdain, then glanced at Tang Xianer, whose face was rosy and skin smooth, and said, "Sooner or later this woman will drain you dry, and then she'll seamlessly move on to the next one." Tang Xianer's face darkened upon hearing this. "Xinlang, don't make false accusations. Kuan Go and I are doing great." She shrieked. Su Kuan seemed to have his secret exposed, and became somewhat embarrassed and angry. "You have nothing to do with my business. Stop trying to sow discord between me and Xianer." Although he said that, after last night's fierce battle, he had to admit in his heart that Xinlang might be right. Because of the unique nature of her spirit-controlling weapon, this woman was ultimately insatiable, and he was already vaguely aware of the danger. Xinlang shrugged and said nothing more. You can't reason with a damned devil. Since there are truly brave people willing to contribute to the greening of the campus, he won't stop them. Hey, aren't these two campus beauties from Shandong University? But Tang Xianer was stirring up trouble again. She turned her attention to the Mu sisters and said in a sarcastic tone, "How did you two end up hanging out with that incompetent man, Xinlang?" Tang Xianer said, dramatically slapping her forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot your spirit control armaments are just F-grade junk." Now it matches up perfectly. She and Xinlang are a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Her expression suddenly turned into a sinister smile amidst the praise. The perfect match is that they're both good for nothings. Su Kuan chuckled and said, "Xianer, we're classmates after all. Even if what you said is true, try to be tactful." Tang Xianer blinked her false eyelashes affectedly. "Thank you for reminding me, Brother Kuan. I'll definitely pay attention in the future." Good girl, come here, give me a kiss." Su Kuan gave a lewd smile. "Oh dear, there are so many people watching, you're so mean." Although Tang Xianer said that, her actions showed no resistance whatsoever. As she spoke, she closed her eyes, pouted her red lips that looked like they had been sucking blood, and asked Su Kuan for a kiss. Su Kuan also closed his eyes and brought his mouth close. Just then, a crisp sound reached Su Kuan's ears. Smack! Then he felt that Tang Xianer's hand, which was wrapped around his arm, suddenly disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Tang Xianer sitting on the ground with a shocked expression, a large handprint on her face. Xinlang slowly pulled out a pack of tissues, took out one to wipe his hands, and said with disdain as he wiped, "Such thick powder, I feel like I punched at least a bag of flour with that slap." Su Kuan, tell her to use less makeup, or she might become infertile. Su Kuan gradually recovered from his shock, exclaiming, "You dare hit my woman." Xinlang remained calm. "So what if I hit him?" "Xinlang, you bastard, how dare you hit me? Are you crazy?" At this moment, Tang Xianer, who was slumped on the ground, finally came to her senses and covered her face, letting out a pig-like scream. She never imagined that the once submissive and obedient man would hit her. "Xinlang, I'll make you pay." Su Kuan's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth as he strode towards Tang Xianer, reaching for her neck to summon his spirit weapon. As soon as his hand covered Tang Xianer's neck, Tang Xianer transformed into a stream of light, growing larger and enveloping Su Kuan within it. A rank spirit armor, Desire Mech. When the light fades, Su Kuan was already inside a mecha that was 4 or 5 meters tall. Beneath the vibrant paintwork symbolizing desire lies a cold, hard, and sturdy steel body. Xinlang stood before the Desire Mech, appearing tiny in comparison. "Xinlang, I'm giving you one last chance. Crawl over here right now and lick the mecha's feet. And swear that from this day forward you will serve me, Su Kuan, at all costs, or your blood will become the paint job for the Desire Mech. I'll make you wish you were dead." Su Kuan spoke through the mecha's loudspeaker, his voice slightly distorted. His eyes were fierce yet lewd as he looked at the Mu sisters behind Xinlang. Clearly, he had some ideas on his mind at that moment. Anyway, he didn't need a contract. As long as Xinlang could offer up the two sisters, it would be a sure win for him. "Looks like we're going to see blood today. Come on, that coward Xinlang, would he dare to disobey Su Kuan?" "Exactly. Just you wait and see, he'll be crawling over there and licking your boots right now." TSK, Xinlang is really unlucky. His previous spirit master was snatched away, and now, judging from Su Kuan's intentions, he probably plans to take the Mu sisters under his wing as well. If I were Xinlang, I wouldn't have the face to live anymore. I would have committed suicide right here and now. The students watching from a distance immediately erupted in a commotion. They all felt that Shenlang had suffered a great misfortune, but few people sympathized with him because Shenlang's predecessors' various sycophantic behaviors were simply too outrageous. All I can say is that simps and warm-hearted men are ranked after dogs. Why don't you kneel down and lick me? I can give you a chance. If you kneel down, I can lessen the pain that is about to befall you. However, despite the imposing presence of the mecha before him and the boos and jeers from those around him, Shenlang showed no fear or apprehension. Since someone is courting death, then they can't blame me. Perfect opportunity to test the power of the kaleidoscope. Shenlang stood there with his hands behind his back, his mind filled with countless thoughts, but his expression remained calm and composed, as if the enormous mecha in front of him was just a plastic toy. Just as the two were about to engage in battle, swords were drawn. A large group of people surged in from the side. They seemed not to notice Su Kuan's mecha at all, not even glancing at it, and walked past it nonchalantly. They chatted and laughed as they walked towards the school gate. These people were sophomores, dressed in identical uniforms with a sword printed on their backs, suggesting they belonged to the same club. The leader, who had a buzz cut, glanced up as he passed by Shenlang and caught sight of the Mu sisters behind him. Then the man with the buzz cut stopped abruptly, his expression excited, and said, Mu Qianxue, so you're here. I've been looking for you for ages. I asked you to consider joining our Blood Sword Society before. Why haven't we heard back from you yet? I couldn't find anyone even when I went to your dorm in trance. I already said, if you join our club, I, Fan Jian, can guarantee you won't be expelled from school, and I can even find someone to contract with you. Fan Jian's gaze swept back and forth between the Mu sisters. Of course, as long as you're obedient enough. Upon hearing Fan Jian's last words, the supporters beside him immediately began to chuckle in a low, lewd tone. They clearly had ill intentions. No need for Vice Commander Shui to trouble yourself, my sister and I have already found our master. Mu Qianyue's expression was indifferent, and she immediately spoke. What? You two good-for-nothings actually have anyone making a contract with you? Upon hearing this, Fan Jian immediately shouted loudly. This move in Chapter 5 is called Kamui. Fan Jian, watch your mouth. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianyue's pretty face darkened. Whether my mouth is clean or not depends on how hard you suck. Fan Jian said with a grin. As soon as these words were spoken, another crisp sound rang out. Smack! A red mark suddenly appeared on Fan Jian's face. He was stunned, and even his henchmen were dumbfounded. It's not as powdery this time, it's just too oily. Your face looks like an oil field. Shenlang then grabbed another tissue to wipe his hands. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Shenlang actually dared to slap Fan Jian. Damn, it doesn't do much damage but is extremely insulting. He's really going to die this time. Fan Jian is a Silver Peak Master, and he has so many underlings. Isn't the Blood Sword Club one of the more prestigious clubs in the school? It seems that Shenlang has really gone mad, completely losing the rationality of a normal person in assessing the situation. The surrounding students went wild. You brat, how dare you slap me in the face? You've got a death wish. After Fan Jian reacted, he immediately glared at Shenlang with a ferocious expression. Who told you to speak so recklessly? I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Shenlang glanced at Fan Jian indifferently, then looked him up and down. Judging from your appearance, you probably don't have parents and have lacked love since childhood, right? How was it? Did you feel the long-lost fatherly love from that slap? I think you've lost your mind, kid. Fan Jian sneered. Get him. Crack his head. Don't hold back. I'll take responsibility if you kill or cripple him. Fan Jian's henchmen had been itching to try, and at his command, they pounced on Shenlang menacingly, ready to grab him and give him a good beating. They saw that Shenlang was alone, with the famously useless sisters by his side. He immediately became arrogant, and even disregarded the protective gear of the female spirit masters around him, thinking he could easily beat Shenlang just by relying on his superior numbers. Court death. Shenlang gently took Mu Qianxue's hand, and instantly she transformed into a stream of light that flowed into Shenlang's eyes. In the red pupil of his left eye, 3 black tomo linked together suddenly began to spin. Divine might. As Shenlang activated his skill, the air around the Blood Sword Society members distorted, and they instantly collapsed to the ground. Their hands and feet seemed to have been twisted off by an invisible giant hand, displaying various bizarre postures. Because everything happened too fast. Most people are still unaware of what has happened. Only when excruciating pain shot through their hands and feet did these guys come to their senses and let out deafening howls. Ah whoa. The students watching were astonished. Holy crap, what's going on? Is this Shenlang's spirit control ability? Of course. Didn't you see the Moose sisters transform into weapons and attach themselves to him? But weren't the Moose sisters' spirit controlling weapons supposed to be terrible? This doesn't look terrible at all. Exactly, this looks like at least an A-grade spirit weapon. It wiped out so many people in an instant. Fan Jian was somewhat bewildered by the scene before him. He looked at Shenlang, whose eyes were flashing with a red light. What did you do to them? His expression was one of disbelief. This is your spirit weapon? Impossible. The Moose sisters are only F-rank clarity eyes, how could they possibly possess such power? Shenlang's eyes gleamed with amusement, a cold smile playing on his lips. Good question, little one. You must have many questions, but... His eyes blazed red again, like those of a demon. Why should I explain to you? You and your brothers should share both good times and bad. No, no. Fan Jian panicked completely, ignoring even the spirit-controlling girl beside him, and turned to run away. He was terrified by Shenlang's kaleidoscope. His intuition told him that the thing was extremely dangerous. If he doesn't run away quickly, he could very well lose his life here. His intuition was undeniably correct, but it was precisely because of his intuition that he lost his last chance to resist. Divine might. A glint flashed in Shenlang's eyes. Fan Jian's leg immediately twisted into a knot like a pretzel. He was moving so fast that while still running, he crashed to the ground, face first into the mud. Ah, my legs. My legs. As soon as Fan Jian touched his injured leg, a piercing pain shot through him, but he could only wrap his arms around it to protect it, and dared not touch it. Don't come any closer. Seeing Shenlang walking slowly towards him, Fan Jian immediately became stern and imposing. Weren't you going to beat me to death? I saw that you had trouble walking, so I came over to let you hit me. Why are you still unhappy? Shenlang sneered. At the same time, he turned to look at the girl who was hesitating beside him. She was Fan Jian's spirit companion and obviously didn't know what to do in this situation. You stay put. This is between him and me. Don't get involved, or you'll suffer the same fate as these people. Shenlang said coldly. Upon hearing Shenlang's threatening words, the girl immediately became obedient and even took a few steps back. Alright, now it's our time. Seeing this, Shenlang turned around with satisfaction to face Fan Jian. What are you planning to do? Think it through. You're going to stay at Shandong University for another 4 years, so don't go too far. Large beads of sweat dripped from Fan Jian's forehead. It's precisely because I still need to stay at Shandong University that I can't let you go. Otherwise, what if you recover from your injuries and come back to cause me trouble? Shenlang grinned. I swear, as long as you let me go, I'll avoid you whenever I see you again and never cause you any trouble. Fan Jian immediately held up 3 fingers. Oh? If that's the case, then letting you off the hook is no problem. Shenlang stroked his chin and pondered. This kid is so easy to fool. Fan Jian secretly rejoiced. There was no way he wouldn't cause trouble for Shenlang. Once he recovered, he would definitely bring all his brothers and grind Shenlang to dust. It's just a vow he makes a dozen or so vows to the girls he's fooling every day. What's the big deal? However, just when he thought he was saved, Shenlang's expression changed, and he sneered. But I don't believe you. You should start practicing using crutches as soon as possible. As he spoke, the kaleidoscope in Shenlang's eyes began to spin wildly, and Fan Jian's other 3 intact limbs and third leg, those who know, were also drawn into the distorted space, twisted into bizarre postures in an instant. Ah! The excruciating pain struck, and Fan Jian let out a sharp cry of agony before fainting. At the same time, a foul odor wafted over. Shenlang glanced at the scent and saw that a murky yellow liquid was seeping from Fan Jian's crotch. This guy actually lost control of his bladder because of the excessive pain? Shenlang looked disgusted. That's disgusting, I need to stay away. As he spoke, he took 2 steps to the side, avoiding the direction in which the urine meandered. Holy crap! Shenlang actually crippled Fan Jian. What audacity! It's over, now Shenlang and the Blood Sword Society have a blood feud. At this moment, the onlookers were completely petrified. Chapter 6, Apologize? You can lick my shoes. My goodness, Shenlang is like a completely different person. The old Fei Yan Yang is nothing like him now. Could it be that he had an epiphany after experiencing a major setback in his life? None of that matters, okay? I'm just curious about Shenlang's spirit control armor. It's so cool, he wiped out powerful enemies in the blink of an eye. The students discussed the scene while taking photos with their phones, forwarding them to their classmates and friends, and even uploading them to the campus network. Even through the lens, the strangely bent hands and feet of the Blood Sword Society members exuded a strong sense of bloodshed. Su Kuan, standing to the side, was completely dazed. Earlier, Fan Jian had blocked his way, interrupting his fight with Shenlang. At the time, he was slightly resentful, but he thought it was unnecessary to provoke a large group of second-year students. So I didn't say anything. Who would have thought that it was precisely his cowardice that saved him from disaster? He simply couldn't bear to think about it. If I had fought with Shenlang just now, the consequences would have been dire. These college sophomores with people growing out of their twisted dough sticks serve as a cautionary tale. Su Kuan is now in an awkward situation. On the one hand, he feels that his mecha is too conspicuous and will attract Shenlang's attention. Thus, Shenlang twisted it into a pretzel shape. On the other hand, he was afraid that if he disarmed himself, he would be caught by Shenlang before he could escape. He will be tortured even more severely when he is unarmed. However, just as he was struggling with this decision, Shenlang had already slowly moved away from Fan Jian's side. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Kuan, who was sitting in the cockpit of the mecha. Su Kuan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Shenlang's eyes were filled with a bloodlust. His heart started pounding uncontrollably. I'm going to die. I'm doomed. I'm going to die here today. Su Kuan screamed in terror. Even though Shenlang hadn't done anything yet, Su Kuan's back was already covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. Shenlang walked towards him unhurriedly, a cold smile on his lips, and said, Su Kuan, now it's time for us to settle accounts. These idiots have bought you some time. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Has it made you feel even more tormented? Su Kuan trembled, his voice still trembling with panic even through the loudspeaker. Shenlang, calm down. You've already crippled so many people. If you do anything violent to me again, it will only make your mistakes worse, and your crimes will become even more serious. Shenlang said nonchalantly, anyway, we've already beaten up so many people, one more won't make a difference. The more lice there are, the less they bite. As he spoke, he calmly approached Su Kuan. Su Kuan panicked, Shenlang. Brother Shen. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all that damned woman Tang Xiener's fault for stirring things up. I was momentarily blinded by her and that's why I offended you without thinking. Please don't hold it against me. Shenlang chuckled softly, you really say everything. Since you say it's a misunderstanding, why don't you remove your spirit armor and apologize to me? Sitting inside a mecha and still claiming it's all a misunderstanding, don't you think that's incredibly shameless and hypocritical? Su Kuan hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then deactivated the Desire Mech. Tang Xiener also transformed back into human form. As soon as she did, she questioned Su Kuan, Brother Kuan, why are you blaming all of this on me? Wasn't it you who encouraged me to leave Shenlang after the test drive? She hadn't finished speaking. Su Kuan slapped Tang Xiener across the face. This blow was powerful and heartfelt, and a large red mark immediately appeared on Tang Xiener's right cheek, symmetrical to the palm print left by Shenlang earlier. Seeing Tang Xiener's face full of resentment, and her as if she wanted to say something, Su Kuan grabbed her hair and slapped her a few more times. Tang Xiener's face was so swollen that she couldn't speak. Su Kuan pulled Tang Xiener to face Shenlang, bowing and smiling obsequiously, Brother Shen, I'll beat this woman to calm you down. Seeing this, Shenlang almost laughed. Yesterday, these two were all lovey-dovey, but today, with disaster looming, they're flying off against each other. However, he did not intend to let Su Kuan off so easily. Although the school has rules against killing him in front of everyone, he's not exactly a saint, he'll still collect some interest. Shenlang smiled coldly, now that you've disarmed yourself, I tentatively acknowledge your sincerity. Now you should apologize to me. Su Kuan was taken aback, I've already. Shenlang interrupted, you made the decision to slap Tang Xiener on your own, I didn't ask you to. If you want to apologize, he stretched out a foot, now come over and lick this shoe clean for me. Fan Jian's blood is stuck to the sole of my shoe, and there might even be a few drops of his urine. If you lick all of that up, I'll consider it your apology. Su Kuan had previously made him lick the mecha's feet, so this was him giving him a taste of his own medicine. These words were spoken. Su Kuan's ingratiating smile froze instantly. Shenlang asked. What, you're unwilling? Then I don't see any sincerity on your part.
The kaleidoscope in his eyes began to spin, and Su-Koan instantly felt the surrounding air begin to distort, with a pulling sensation coming from that void, as if it was about to pull his hands and feet into it.
Su-Koan immediately raised his hands. Brother Shin, don't be impulsive. I'll lick it. He walked toward Shinlang, who shouted, who told you to come over here? Crawl over here.
As he spoke, Su-Koan felt a pulling sensation on his back, this time even closer than before, as if it were right next to the back of his head.
Su-Koan immediately shuddered. I'll crawl.
He immediately knelt down and crawled toward Shinlang on his hands and feet like a dog. The students who were filming were dumbfounded.
He's really going to lick it? That's so dirty. What goes around comes around. Serves him right for saying he wanted Shinlang to lick his feet. This is quite a blow. What young master of the Su family? He's nothing but a bootlicker. Ugh. I'm going to throw up.
It is conceivable that after today, all the personas of the wealthy young master that Su-Koan had previously built up will collapse. From now on, when people think of him, they'll only remember him as a cowardly shoe licker.
But just then, a loud voice rang out. What are you doing?
Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw that it was a middle-aged man wearing a teacher's uniform. He rushed over angrily, squatted down to examine the injuries of a sophomore student, then looked at the group of students lying around him, and then looked at Shinlang with anger in his eyes. Did you do all this?
He glanced at Su-Koan, who was crawling on the ground, and asked, You even forced your classmate to lick your shoes?
Shinlang said calmly, I did it, but Su-Koan only offered to lick my shoes because he wanted to apologize to me, so it can't be said that I forced him. When Su-Koan saw the teacher coming over, he quickly got up from the ground.
Chapter 7 The Beautiful Homeroom Teacher. Shan Hongmei.
Hearing Shinlang's words, he immediately retorted, Teacher Wang.
Shinlang is making excuses. He forced me. The teacher surnamed Wang immediately looked sternly at Shinlang. What else do you have to say?
Before Shinlang could speak, Teacher Wang interrupted, Stop making excuses. You beat a student in our class, causing him to become disabled.
You even forced a student to lick your shoes. This is the worst incident in the history of our school. I'm expelling you.
Shinlang originally wanted to argue a bit, but after hearing what Teacher Wang said, he understood that he was trying to frame him for his student, completely disregarding the cause and effect and the truth.
So he simply stopped arguing and said calmly, Are you the principal or the academic affairs office? Can you just fire me whenever you want? Teacher Wang was taken aback, but became even angrier. Fine, you dare to question a teacher? Disrespecting your elders is an even greater crime. I'll go to the registrar's office right now and get the note. You can just wait to be expelled.
Shinlang sneered, completely unconcerned. Just then, a sharp pain came from his eyes, making Shinlang tremble. He immediately disarmed himself and covered his eyes. The light emanating from her eyes transformed into Mu Qianxue, and then the Mu sisters stepped forward together to check on Shinlang's condition with concern. Seeing this, Teacher Wang snorted coldly, Stop pretending to be injured.
Don't think you can gain the school's sympathy this way.
He strode over, ready to pull Shinlang away. Come on.
Come with me to the academic affairs office.
Mu Qianxue immediately stepped in front of Teacher Wang. Don't touch him.
He's really injured.
Teacher Wang ignored her and sized Mu Qianxue up and down.
You dare stop me? What, do you want a demerit? Mu Qianxue was fearless.
I'll remember it then. Who's afraid of you?
You. Teacher Wang said sternly, Fine. Looks like we're going to fire 2 people today.
Just as the two were at an impasse, a woman parted the crowd of onlookers and walked towards them.
Ms. Wang Jin, what happened? Are you going to expel the students in our class?
Her voice was gentle yet firm.
Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to her. Half of it was because she seemed to want to join the current battle, enjoying the spectacle. The other half is because of her appearance.
She had medium-length hair with slightly curled ends, which hung beside her oval face, giving her a more modern look. A pair of frameless glasses perched on her delicate nose added to her intellectual air. It was just a standard business suit, but she wore it with a unique feminine charm. The wrinkles between the black satin fabric creased with her steps, creating folds between her high breasts and rounded buttocks, making one want to kneel before her to smooth them out, while also trying to uncover the secrets beneath those wrinkles. Even Wang Jin, who was still burning with anger, calmed down considerably upon her arrival.
It's Hongmei, Wang Jin said. That is right, I'm planning to expel students from your class. He pointed to the students lying on the ground. Look at what our students have been done to. It's outrageous.
Yes, I saw the situation here on the campus website, so I quickly brought the school doctor here. Shin Hongmei immediately turned around and instructed the several doctors in white coats who had come with her to treat the students. Then she gently tugged at Wang Jin's arm and led him to the side. When Wang Jin was suddenly approached by this beautiful woman, a blush crept up his dark face, making him a little embarrassed. He had no choice but to follow them to the side, and the two talked in hushed tones for a while. Wang Jin's angry expression turned into a frown, then a look of realization, and she quickly took out her phone to make a call.
At that moment, Shin Hongmei arrived in front of Shin Lang.
Shin Lang, you're a constant source of worry for me, Shin Hongmei said to Shin Lang, feigning seriousness. Shin Lang's eyes felt a bit better, and he said with a grin, Sister Hongmei, you can't blame me for this.
They started it all. I can't just stand by and do nothing when they're practically humiliating me, can I? Don't call me sister, don't you know what kind of occasion this is? Calling me counselor is ridiculous. Shin Hongmei said.
Yes, Counselor Shin, Shin Lang said helplessly.
Shin Hongmei is the beautiful counselor in Shin Lang's class.
She shares the same surname as Shin Lang and is a very nice person who is gentle with her students. So Shin Lang got along well with her and even called her sister. Tell me everything that happened today, Shin Hongmei said seriously. So Shin Lang explained the whole story.
After listening, Shin Hongmei nodded.
The general course of events is pretty much the same as what I learned on the campus network.
It's definitely not something you deliberately provoked.
But you still hit your classmates, and you hurt them so badly. Although the school doctor has the appropriate medical equipment, he should be able to heal their hands and feet.
But you can't avoid the main responsibility. You'll have to take the punishment this time no matter what.
At this point, Shin Hongmei said irritably, how many times have I told you this in class?
It's normal for people your age to fight, but never be the one to start a fight. You didn't listen to a word I said. Shin Lang shrugged.
It doesn't matter if I get punished.
I don't regret it.
I can't just stand by and do nothing while my spirit is being humiliated.
Shin Hongmei angrily slapped Shin Lang's arm lightly. You better tone down this attitude.
If you continue to act like this in front of the school leaders, you won't be able to make amends later. Then her gaze softened as she looked at the Mu sisters beside Shin Lang. You have a new spirit beast, that's good.
I've always told you that Tang Xiener isn't suitable for you. Which classmate is your spirit?
Shin Lang put his arm around the Mu sisters and laughed. Both of them are.
What? Shin Hongmei was taken aback, then her tone became somewhat anxious. Don't you know that contracting with multiple spirit beasts might damage your very essence?
There's nothing we can do about it, we've already made a permanent contract, Shin Lang said indifferently. Anyway, he has the talent to rule over all things, so there's no need to worry about such things. He just hadn't figured out how to explain it yet, so he couldn't tell Shin Hongmei for the time being.
Oh, you little rascal. Shin Hongmei was about to get angry when she realized she was really anxious.
But then he saw blood suddenly flowing from the corner of Shin Lang's eye. He frowned, realizing that he had overused his divine power. In an instant, Shin Hongmei's fire dissipated, and she quickly called the school doctor to treat Shin Lang. After instructing the Mu sisters to take care of him, she went to Shin Lang's class and announced that today's practical class was temporarily cancelled. Because she still had a lot of things to deal with, whether it was Shin Lang's eyes or the punishment, both were big troubles.
The practical training session will have to be rescheduled for tomorrow.
The students had a great time today, and they could also postpone their trip to the dangerous outskirts of the city by a day. They were more than happy to accept this, and none of them objected. The only people who might be unhappy are Su Koan and Tang Xiener. However, Su Koan was busy coaxing the sulking Tang Xiener, so although he harbored resentment, he couldn't pay attention to Shin Lang for the time being. He could only console himself by thinking that he would let Shin Lang off the hook for now.
The crowd dispersed quickly.
As for Shin Lang and the members of the Blood Sword Society, they were all carried to the infirmary.
Chapter 8 Outside the City. Let's begin the practical lesson. The next day,
Shin Lang and his classmates gathered at the school gate, preparing to go to their practical training class. Shin Hongmei arrived early this time, fearing that another student might cause an accident. The school has not yet imposed any punishment on Shin Lang for crippling the hands and feet of a second-year student yesterday. Because of Shin Hongmei's reminder, many students filmed the violent behavior, and the videos have already circulated widely on campus.
It will likely spread to the public soon. That would become a huge scandal.
Therefore, the school's current priority should be to control the public opinion surrounding the video, which is why Wang Jin was willing to back down yesterday.
He's currently busy deleting videos and posts.
Therefore, Shenlang still has a few days to attend classes normally. The students boarded a bus and headed out of the city. On the bus, Shenlang sat next to Shen Hongmei, with the Mu sisters also close to him.
Shen Hongmei asked with concern, "How are your eyes? What did the school doctor say?" Shenlang said, "I don't feel anything now."
The school doctor said it's a side effect of using the spirit control armor.
Shen Hongmei looked at the Mu sisters and sighed. Although their weaponry has advanced, that's a good thing.
But it looks like this weapon is too powerful, so you should use it as little as possible.
Yes, I understand.
Shenlang nodded perfunctorily, but in his heart he didn't think so. To solve the problem of the kaleidoscope causing your eyes to bleed, you just need to evolve it into an eternal kaleidoscope as soon as possible.
It's not a big problem.
Shen Hongmei then instructed the Mu sisters to take good care of Shenlang, not only for their master but also for their comrade in arms who were in the same situation as them. As for what he meant, we have to start with Shenlang's excuse for hiding the system.
Shenlang gave the same excuse to Shen Hongmei and the Mu sisters.
He guessed that because his compatibility with the Mu sisters was very good, they advanced in cultivation level overnight. The so-called compatibility was just a hypothesis proposed by some scholars who studied spirit-controlling weapons, which he casually adopted. But the three of them surprisingly agreed.
Shen Hongmei even gave a rather serious analysis.
Because no one in the Mu family was willing to form a contract with them before, their situation was similar to Shenlang's, who was betrayed and mocked by Tang Xiener. Therefore, after they made a pact, they resonated with each other on a spiritual level, which enabled the two sisters to advance. Shenlang readily accepted this analysis, which would provide him with a convenient excuse in the future. As the four chatted casually, the bus gradually drove towards the sparsely populated outskirts of the city. Shenlang and the others got off the car in front of the massive city wall. Beyond the city walls lies a perilous wilderness, teeming with ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts. These city walls, tens of meters high and over 10 meters wide, separated the ferocious beasts from humans. This allowed humanity to have a safe haven in a world overrun by ferocious beasts, where they could thrive and multiply. These stone walls alone could not stop those powerful beasts. They also needed the protective shields provided by the human warriors on the walls with their defensive weapons. To the naked eye, those transparent protective shields are invisible. They are only visible after the ferocious beasts have attacked. Only then can you see the protective shields suddenly emitting light. Shen Hongmei showed her credentials to the city guard stationed along the city wall and led the students out of the city through the high and spacious city gate. The sturdy, heavy city gate slammed shut behind them. A vast and wild world unfolds before your eyes. Thick tree roots stretch out in all directions, seemingly cutting off all traces of civilization. Everywhere you look, there is a primitive atmosphere, trees as tall as 3 or 4 stories, shrubs that easily shade people, and lichens and mosses that look like green velvet carpets. Each one of them demonstrates the immense power of nature. And this was still near the city wall. If the city guards hadn't regularly cleared away some of the vegetation, it might have completely submerged the city walls. Of course, what's most unsettling is the shadowy figures behind the plants that block the view. No one knows whether what lies behind a large leaf is a magnificent sight or a gaping maw. Shen Hongmei clapped her hands, signaling everyone to look at her. Class, we will now divide into groups. You can choose your teammates. Although this place is very close to the city wall, please do not let your guard down. Team up with more teammates and don't worry too much about saving face. It would be incredibly foolish to risk your life here if you didn't actively form a team just to show off your bravery or courage. Did you understand? The students responded in unison, understood. Shen Hongmei nodded in satisfaction, but everyone doesn't need to be too nervous. Besides me, there are also teaching assistants sent by the school to take care of you. Their cultivation levels are all above the initial gold rank, so they will definitely have no problem protecting your safety in this area. Please don't go too deep inside. Alright, that's all for now. We'll meet here in 3 hours. Now, form your own teams and start hunting the ferocious beasts. After saying that, Shen Hongmei walked to the side, and the students dispersed and formed their own teams. Shenlang had no intention of forming a team. With Kamui and Amaterasu, he could easily slaughter everyone in this area. Why would he bother with others? This saves him the trouble of having someone come and share his spoils. So he chose a direction and led the Mu sisters away quickly. Unexpectedly, Shen Hongmei called out to him, "Shenlang, why aren't you teaming up?" Shenlang stopped in his tracks. "I can manage on my own." Shen Hongmei was taken aback and said urgently, "Are you ignoring what I said again?" Shen Lang scratched his head, looking rather impatient. Shen Hongmei is a responsible and good counselor, but she is more suitable for the physical condition of ordinary students.
He is no longer suitable.
So he figured there was no point in saying more, and turned and left. Their pace was so fast that Shen Hongmei couldn't catch up at all. Seeing this, Shen Hongmei called his name a few times in anger, but Shen Lang ignored her. The students started whispering among themselves when they saw this.
Is Shen Lang really that stubborn? Going to fight monsters all by himself?
Although his performance yesterday was very strong, wasn't it said that his weaponry had significant side effects? Perhaps his momentary victory made him forget his own limitations.
He's too arrogant.
In my opinion, the only reason he was able to dominate yesterday was because those second-year students were too overconfident and unarmed. Otherwise, how could he have shown off like that? That's right, it looks like some ferocious beasts are going to suffer this time.
How so?
Shen Lang will probably lead the Mu sisters to let the ferocious beasts eat them to death. How terrifying!
Ha, that's really going to be a real ordeal. Chapter 9 Amaterasu's Flame. Utter terror. After leaving the group, Shen Lang plunged into the dense forest.
Not long after they had traveled with the Mu sisters, they heard a rustling sound among the leaves. Then a ferocious beast resembling a wild boar with a mouthful of tusks poked its head out from the foliage. As soon as it saw Shen Lang and the other two, its beady eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint, and it charged toward Shen Lang. Shen Lang smiled dismissively, casually taking Mu Qianyue's hand. She transformed into a stream of light and merged into Shen Lang's eyes. The kaleidoscope started spinning wildly.
Amaterasu. Boom boom boom.
Several black flames immediately ignited on the beast's body, and then quickly spread throughout its entire body.
Howl.
The wild boar was engulfed by scorching black flames, and its entire body was racked with excruciating pain. Its limbs were quickly devoured by the black flames, and it could no longer support its enormous body. It crashed to the ground, its whole body convulsing wildly, as if it were going mad. Before long, the black flames burned it to death, leaving only a charred corpse. A pungent, acrid smell filled the air.
Vulnerable.
Shen Lang then disarmed himself, and Mu Qianyue materialized beside him. Seeing the pitiful state of the wild boar beast, Shen Lang felt somewhat helpless. The beast's flesh and blood could no longer be sold. It seems that unless there are special circumstances, we should try to use divine might to fight ferocious beasts, otherwise we will not be able to gain anything. Shen Lang pulled out a small knife from his waist and searched the back of the wild boar's head, eventually obtaining its crystal bead. This crystal bead is the source of power for ferocious beasts, accumulating their energy. When humans absorb it, it can be used to improve their cultivation level.
Because of its efficacy. Therefore, it can sometimes be used as currency.
Shen Lang casually put the crystal bead into the leather pouch at his waist, and then continued to lead the Mu sisters forward to continue hunting ferocious beasts. Not long after Shen Lang left alone, Su Kuan also led his group of followers to hunt ferocious beasts in the dense jungle. Last night, he used all sorts of methods to coax Tang Xian'er, and it was only with great difficulty that he managed to appease her. Now, this woman is leaning against his shoulder like a little bird. Su Kuan felt his steps were unsteady and his waist was aching. He didn't know if it was lumbar muscle strain or, he didn't dare to think about it. He had to admit it to himself.
What Shen Lang said makes some sense.
He might really be drained dry by Tang Xian'er one day, and given her shrewish nature, she probably wouldn't feel any guilt about abandoning or betraying him. However, he had no choice but to maintain this dangerous relationship because Tang Xian'er's spirit-controlling weapon was indeed quite good.
Moreover, as long as the method is correct, upgrading will be very simple.
So he had no choice but to take the risk. And after yesterday's events, he has already become a sworn enemy of Shen Lang. He was quite happy to get involved with Tang Xian'er and discussed Shen Lang. Although no one dares to mention to his face that he almost licked Shen Lang's shoes.
However, countless rumors circulated behind his back.
Even his followers might only call him Brother Kuan in public, but they would still gossip about him behind his back. However, after a night of being exploited, he is now in a very zen state and doesn't care too much about this matter.
As long as these lackeys can indeed make him more efficient at hunting ferocious beasts, that's fine.
Indeed, that was the case in just 1 hour. Their team had hunted down more than a dozen ferocious beasts. Su Kuan felt that they should be the best in the class.
Just as he was secretly pleased with himself, his scouts suddenly returned and said, "Brother Kuan, we've spotted Shen Lang up ahead."
What?
Su Kuan was suddenly taken aback. He's actually in front of us?
The younger brother nodded repeatedly. Yes, I didn't expect him to be so fast.
He's currently fighting a pack of spiky wolves. That kid hunts ferocious beasts so fast.
I see that the bag he uses to carry crystal beads at his waist is already bulging.
Brother Cohen, do you think we should?
The underling said, making a vicious expression and slashing his neck.
Su Cohen fell into deep thought upon hearing this.
He certainly thought this was a good opportunity to ambush Shenlang, but the scene of Shenlang crippling the Blood Sword Society in the blink of an eye yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Fear still lingered in his heart.
Forget about him.
Seeing his underling's confused look, he explained, anyway, the side effects of Shenlang using weapons are so severe. If he continues to use them for a while, he'll probably go blind. So there's no need for us to take action at all, he'll reap what he sows. The younger brother suddenly realized, and quickly gave a thumbs up. Brilliant.
Brother Cohen is truly brilliant.
Su Cohen laughed smugly. Stop flattering me, find a way to avoid him so we can continue hunting.
And they'll hunt even more than Shenlang.
Yes.
The underling immediately obeyed and went to scout ahead. They changed direction drastically, bypassing Shenlang's location entirely.
Although they changed direction, it did not affect their hunting of ferocious beasts. There were still many ferocious beasts in this direction. Another hour passed, and they had killed another 10 or so ferocious beasts. Su Cohen glanced at the people following him and decided not to go any further. Because they had already spent a lot of their manpower dealing with the corpses of the ferocious beasts along the way, there were not many people left to protect him. For the next hour, we'll wander around the area and see if we can hunt a few more ferocious beasts, Su Cohen instructed. The supporters agreed in unison.
Just then, footsteps sounded behind them. Su Cohen turned around and saw that it was Shin Hongmei. Counselor Shin, what are you doing here?
It would be a lie to say that Su Cohen had no thoughts about this good-looking counselor. Therefore, his attitude was quite enthusiastic. Although Shin Hongmei and Shenlang had a good relationship, Shin Hongmei's eyes darted around.
I'm looking for Shenlang. He's all alone in this dense forest. It's very dangerous for him. By the way, Su Cohen, have you seen him?
Upon hearing Shenlang's name, a shadow crossed Su Cohen's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it.
Instead, a normal smile appeared on her face.
No, none of us saw him.
Su Cohen looked at the people around him, and his underlings nodded repeatedly. None of us saw him. See? Su Cohen looked at Shin Hongmei.
In my opinion, counselor, you're going in the wrong direction.
Shenlang probably wouldn't go this far.
You should look near where we started.
Shin Hongmei was taken aback. Is that so?
Of course, after all, he's all alone. How could he be so reckless as to go so deep?
Shenlang is a smart guy, don't you think, counselor?
Su Cohen, observing Shin Hongmei's expression, saw that she seemed to agree, and quickly said, but it might be too late for you to go back and find him now.
Why don't you come hunting with our team? We can all go back together later. Or is it that Counselor Shin only wants to control Shenlang? If that's the case, I won't stop you.
Seeing Su Cohen say this, Shin Hongmei didn't know what else to say, so she had no choice but to stay with them.
Chapter 10 Wrath, the Silver Moon Wolf King. Su Cohen was secretly delighted.
Now Shenlang would have no one to help him, and he would definitely be able to get help if any unexpected situation arose.
Great! Counselor Shin, let me show you our haul. We've hunted down a lot of ferocious beasts.
Now, Su Cohen's mind was no longer on the hunt, he only wanted to stall Shin Hongmei as much as possible. Just then, a silver light suddenly shot out from the bushes.
Counselor, watch out! One of Su Cohen's underlings shouted.
He patted the girl next to him on the shoulder, and she transformed into a stream of light and landed on him.
Ghost Whip.
A long whip covered in thorns lashed out with lightning speed, lashing the silver figure away.
Ah!
With a pitiful howl like a puppy, the silver figure crashed into a thick tree. Shin Hongmei was somewhat taken aback and looked towards the source of the scream. The silver figure was a ferocious beast, small in size, about the size of a domestic dog. What makes it unique is that its fur has a light silver color, which looks particularly beautiful in the sunlight.
Su Cohen and his men had already gathered around the tree. What's this? There are even these little mongrel dogs among the ferocious beasts? Could they be one of the city guard's dogs that escaped? One of the underlings asked suspiciously. Who cares? As long as he's not a threat to us, that's fine. Pansy, you reacted pretty quickly just now. Su Cohen patted the henchman who wielded the ghost whip. Pansy chuckled, clearly enjoying the compliment.
After we get back to the city, I'll take you out for some fun outside of school, Sukoan said with a smile.
Let's take care of this little thing and dig out the crystal bead. Even a small mosquito is still neat.
As Sukoan spoke, he pulled out a dagger and handed it to Pansy. A lewd glint appeared in Pansy's eyes. He was clearly tempted by Sukoan's promise. He immediately took the dagger, ready to end the life of the silver puppy.
Thud.
The dagger pierced the dog's throat, and the puppy quickly stopped breathing. Pansy searched the back of its head for a while and then picked out a crystal bead.
Wow, don't let its small size fool you, this crystal bead is quite large, Pansy, she said.
Shen Hongmei, who rushed over, frowned.
This ferocious beast is clearly in its juvenile stage. Didn't the school teach you not to hunt juvenile ferocious beasts? Sukoan said nonchalantly, hey, Counselor Shin, anyway, this brat got whipped by Pansy and he's not going to survive. Aren't we just making the most of our resources? Shen Hongmei frowned, but didn't say anything more. Not killing cubs is an additional constraint and cannot be enforced on students. So all she could do was offer advice. She just doesn't appreciate this kind of behavior. Pansy happily wiped the blood off the crystal bead and put it into the leather bag at his waist. Sukoan also stood up. Let's go, Counselor, let's see what we've got. No, I think I'll go check out other teams. After saying that, Shen Hongmei walked in another direction. A flash of resentment crossed Sukoan's eyes upon seeing this.
That bitch only knows how to protect Shen Lang, she can't stand the sight of me, he thought to himself.
One day I'll teach her a lesson. It's time for free hunting. The teaching assistants led the students back to the assembly point by the city wall. Shen Hongmei anxiously searched for Shen Lang in the crowd, but to no avail.
Is Shen Lang in any danger? She wondered anxiously. Counselor Shen, all the students are here, except for Shen Lang, a teaching assistant said.
Okay, I understand. Shen Hongmei nodded. Then she said to the students, Shen Lang hasn't returned yet. Let's wait for him a little longer.
Upon hearing this, the students immediately began whispering among themselves. Well, I wanted to get back to my dorm to play games earlier, but now I'm stuck here.
What are we waiting for?
That kid has probably already been fed to the ferocious beasts.
Who told him to be so arrogant and go solo to fight monsters? Now that something's happened, who can he blame? Don't show off, or you'll get struck by lightning.
The students were indignant that Shen Lang was delaying their return to the city, but they couldn't change Shen Hongmei's decision, so they had no choice but to wait patiently.
Time passed second by second, but Shen Lang was nowhere to be seen. Roar!
Just as Shen Hongmei was about to organize people to search for and rescue Shen Lang, a deafening roar came.
Then a huge figure leaped out from the giant tree.
It was a ferocious beast resembling a wolf, standing over 10 meters tall, with thick fur that shimmered with a deep silver hue. At this moment, it bared its sharp fangs and roared at the students.
Shen Hongmei scrutinized the beast's appearance. This is a silver moon wolf?
The book says that the stronger a silver moon wolf is, the richer the metallic sheen of its fur.
This silver moon wolf's fur is a deep silver color. Oh no!
She immediately turned around and shouted.
Everyone, hurry inside the city walls. This is a silver moon wolf king. It has at least the strength of a peak gold level wolf.
The students were all horrified when they heard this. These are freshmen whose general abilities are only at the bronze or silver level. Facing this ferocious beast at its peak, we are nothing more than sheep at its mercy.
The teaching assistants also looked solemn. The strongest among them was only at the mid-gold level. As the Silver Moon Wolf King roared, dozens more Silver Moon Wolves pounced out from behind it, all eyeing the group warily, ready to tear them apart at any moment.
The teaching assistants simply couldn't protect themselves while also protecting the students.
Faced with the Silver Moon Wolf King's overwhelming aura, the students didn't even dare to move an inch.
The teaching assistants had no choice but to pull the students toward the city wall. The Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly raised its head and roared, and about 10 Silver Moon Wolves rushed out from the side, blocking their way.
Oh no! Now we can't escape even if we want to,
Shen Hongmei said urgently. She shouted, shrink the formation. Teaching assistants, cover the perimeter and prepare to resist the wolf pack's attack. After saying that, she took a signal flare out of her bag and pulled it towards the sky. A plume of red smoke, trailing a trail of flame, flew into the sky. Upon seeing this signal, the city guards would rush to that section of the city wall to provide assistance. If they can withstand the wolf pack's attack before that, they will be saved.
However, the Silver Moon Wolf King seemed unwilling to give them that opportunity.
With a powerful push from its thick hind legs, it pounced towards the crowd. While in midair, a vortex of silver light shot out from the giant wolf's mouth, swirling towards the crowd.
Many students were immediately struck by the silver vortex and sent flying into the wolf pack.
The Silver Moon Wolves immediately pounced and tore at it. The teaching assistants quickly dispersed to help the students. Their formation was broken up just like that, and the Silver Moon Wolf King fell into the middle of the group.
Bang! As it landed, it stirred up a cloud of dust.
The enormous shadow of the Silver Moon Wolf King moved like a whirlwind through the dust and smoke, swiftly rushing towards the nearest student.
It's easy to imagine that no student could survive under its enormous maw.
Chapter 11, Shen Lang had to come to the rescue.
Ah! Help!
The Silver Moon Wolf King moved with impunity, slaughtering his way through the dust and smoke.
Students were repeatedly knocked away, their spirit armor shattered, and the masters and spirits took off into the air. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Hongmei ran around checking on the injured students and dragging them to the teaching assistant's sides.
She soon discovered something amiss while rescuing the students. These students who were knocked away were all injured, but none of them suffered fatal injuries.
The Silver Moon Wolf King didn't even bite anyone.
Shen Hongmei was deep in thought when suddenly a guess flashed through her mind.
Oh no! Su Kuan! Run! The Silver Moon Wolf King is coming for you.
The wolf cub you killed earlier was the cub of the Silver Moon Wolf King. She didn't know where Su Kuan was, so she could only call out urgently at the top of her lungs. Su Kuan, who was hiding inside the Desire Mech, was focused on dealing with the pack of wolves that were attacking him. Hearing Shen Hongmei's words, he was stunned, and then a cold sweat soaked his back.
Holy crap, what kind of luck is this? Could that pup have been the Silver Moon Wolf King's cub? He then comforted himself, it can't be that bad. I didn't kill the bastard, so they can't find me to blame. As long as I break through the encirclement and escape into the city walls, I'll be fine.
Thinking this, he frantically pressed the fire button, and the rotary machine gun on the mech's shoulder spewed flames, tearing a gap in the encirclement of the Silver Moon Wolves.
He quickly piloted his mech toward the city wall. Just then, a massive black shadow loomed over him. Thump!
The shadowy figure landed in front of him, cutting off his escape route. Su Kuan was instantly terrified. The enormous creature before him was none other than the Silver Moon Wolf King. Compared to its towering height of over 10 meters, the Desire Mech looked like a toy. A suffocating sense of oppression crashed down on Su Kuan. Wolf King coldly stared at Su Kuan in the cockpit through the tempered glass. Then, with a whoosh, something was sprayed onto the cabin window.
Su Kuan looked closely and realized it was Pansy.
At this moment, he was covered in blood, his hands and feet had been chewed up by the Wolf King, and he had turned into a human pig. With an expression of extreme terror on his face, he seemed to be alive as he stared at Su Kuan, even though he was dead.
Ah!
Su Kuan was so scared he almost peed his pants. He immediately pressed a button, and the springs on the legs of the Desire Mech instantly snapped open, applying a tremendous force. The entire mech was propelled backward, instantly moving away from the Silver Moon Wolf King. Then Su Kuan quickly manipulated the joystick and rode away in the Desire Mech.
Damn it all! Why did they find me? What bad luck!
Su Kuan was in a state of extreme panic, constantly swearing as if it could calm his tense emotions. However, before he could run 2 steps, the massive black shadow enveloped him again.
The Silver Moon Wolf King landed menacingly in front of him, its nostrils twitching. Su Kuan suddenly understood why the Silver Moon Wolf King could find him. It's the smell. It found him by his scent. That's why Panzitsai died first, because he killed the cub with his own hands, and his body was covered with the most of its blood and its crystal beads. Su Kuan was carrying the dagger that killed the cub. After figuring this out, Su Kuan was filled with despair. Even with just this faint scent, the Silver Moon Wolf King could find him. It seems he has no chance of escaping today. Sure enough, as if to confirm his idea, the Silver Moon Wolf King spewed out a vortex of silver light from its mouth. The vortex of light surged toward the mecha, its radiance almost enveloping the entire machine. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xian'er was disarmed by the impact of the light vortex, and she and Su Kuan were thrown out of the air together. Both of them were gushing mouthfuls of blood. The Silver Moon Wolf King pressed its advantage, swinging its giant claws. With a sharp whooshing sound, the claws struck the two of them. At this moment, Shen Hongmei ran over from the side, leaped up, and blocked the two of them. She clutched a round wooden plaque tightly in her hand.
A gentle yet resilient ray of light emanated from the wooden sign, transforming into an arc-shaped energy shield that blocked Shin Hongmei's path. The Wolf King's giant claw slammed down, but it was bounced back. Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf King roared angrily, and silver light gathered in its mouth, brewing another silver vortex.
Shin Hongmei looked desperate. The wooden plaque in her hand could only activate this one shield.
It would be good if we could block one attack, but this time we probably won't be able to block the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack no matter what. Su Kuan and Tang Xianer, who were seriously injured, certainly didn't have time to run away, and she couldn't just abandon her students.
Looks like I'm going to die here.
Shin Hongmei slowly closed her eyes, not daring to face the impact of the light vortex.
However, after more than 10 seconds, the light vortex did not appear as expected. Instead, the Silver Moon Wolf King's furious roar reached their ears.
She opened her eyes and saw a tall figure blocking her way. One of the Silver Moon Wolf King's hind legs disappeared, causing it to lose its balance and fall. The vortex of light from its mouth shot diagonally upwards, barely grazing the protective shield. It exploded in mid-air, creating a dazzling silver light.
That wasn't all.
The air behind the Silver Moon Wolf King seemed to be distorting, tearing off a large chunk of flesh from its back. It thought an enemy was attacking from behind, so it quickly turned around and attacked. Taking advantage of the moment, the figure blocking Shin Hongmei's path turned around and said, "Sister Hongmei, you should leave quickly."
"I'll handle this." Shin Hongmei stared blankly at the person in front of her. Shen Lang?
Shen Lang was stunned for a moment, then quickly pulled up Shin Hongmei, who was kneeling on the ground.
"Don't stand there in a daze, big sister, run. I won't be able to take care of you if a fight breaks out."
Upon hearing this, Shin Hongmei snapped out of her daze and quickly called over two students to pull Su Kuan and Tang Xianer away. Shen Lang finally had the energy to focus entirely on dealing with the Silver Moon Wolf King. At this moment, it was watching Shen Lang with great apprehension, as this human in front of it gave it an extraordinary sense of threat. It was even more threatening to him than some of the powerful and ferocious beasts in the dense forest.
It decided to test the waters first. With a roar, more than a dozen silver moon wolves sprang out from its side and pounced on Shen Lang. Amaterasu. Kamui.
Shen Lang didn't retreat an inch, the kaleidoscope in his eyes spinning wildly. A series of twisting sensations suddenly emanated from around the dozen or so silver moonwolves, as their limbs were severed. Maintaining its forward momentum, it crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from the severed limbs. Then black flames burst forth from their bodies, instantly expanding into a black sea of fire that devoured all of the dozen or so silver moonwolves.
Their offensive was neutralized in the blink of an eye.
Shen Lang did not relax at all, and continued to expand his gains, burning the black flames towards the wolf pack that was lurking around. The space on the battlefield was also distorted in waves, and all the silver moonwolves that tried to invade had their limbs broken. Even the Silver Moon Wolf King was engulfed in that deadly black flame, its dark silver fur instantly covered by the flames.
"Ah!" it howled pitifully. Chapter 12: The Golden Peak. Nothing special. The Silver Moon Wolf King's massive body rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the black flames.
The ground trembled violently from its movements, and many silver moon wolves near the Wolf King were crushed into a pile of minced meat. The kaleidoscope in Shen Lang's eyes spun, severing all the remaining limbs of the Silver Moon Wolf King, preventing it from rolling around.
They could only move around on the ground.
As the movement gradually came to a stop, the Silver Moon Wolf King died.
But the black flames did not die out.
Shen Lang went forward to examine it and found that the Silver Moon Wolf King's fur was very special.
Although the dark silver fur also tended to char in the black flames, it did not burn as badly as the other bright silver ordinary silver moon wolves around it.
It seems that the Silver Moon Wolf King's fur has some resistance to fire.
But this is good, it's perfect for keeping the wolf carcass to sell for money.
Shen Lang casually stored the Silver Moon Wolf King's corpse into his system space. Then, the light in his eyes faded, he transformed into human form, and disarmed himself.
Only then did the onlookers come to their senses.
Shen Lang's single-handed battle against the pack of wolves, almost instantly defeating the Silver Moon Wolf King, greatly shocked them.
So many silver moon wolves, and they took care of them in such a short time? Isn't the Silver Moon Wolf King a ferocious beast at the peak of the Golden Realm? Shen Lang defeated it in just a few rounds?
The ferocious beasts that the teaching assistants struggled to deal with were completely at Shen Lang's mercy.
Holy crap, this is outrageous. What is this black flame? Why doesn't it go out until the ferocious beast is killed? I am guilty. I had spoken ill of Shen Lang before.
Thank you, Brother Lang, for saving me despite past grievances. We were not eaten by the silver moon wolves, and we have Shenlang to thank for it all." Immediately, a chorus of praise and gratitude for Shenlang filled the air.
Shen Hongmei, recovering from her shock, approached Shenlang and asked, "Shenlang, your spirit control armor has actually become this powerful?"
Shenlang smiled and was about to reply when a sharp pain shot through his eyes, preventing him from speaking. Upon seeing this, the Mu sisters quickly helped Shenlang up. Shenlang covered his eyes, and blood gushed out between his fingers.
The three women were terrified and quickly helped Shenlang toward the city wall.
The group returned to the city, where Shenlang was lying on a cot in the city guard's treatment center. A medical worker in a white coat is currently using a spirit-controlled weapon to treat Shenlang. A soft light emanated from his palm, which he placed over Shenlang's eyes. As the light shone on him, Shenlang could feel the stinging sensation in his eyes lessen considerably. After 10 minutes of continuous treatment, the medical staff removed the spirit-controlling armor and instructed the nurses to clean the bloodstains around Shenlang's eyes. Then he came to Shen Hongmei and said seriously, "His weapon has too many side effects.
Your university needs to find a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be better not to let him use the spirit control weapon. If this continues, he might go completely blind." Shen Hongmei nodded solemnly and came to Shenlang's side to help him up. "Did you hear that? The doctor's instructions and advice."
Seeing that the Mu sisters had gone to fetch water for Shenlang, Shen Hongmei said softly, "You should change to a different spirit-controlling weapon as soon as possible. Although the power of the current spirit armor is considerable, it puts too much strain on your body." Shenlang held a white towel, using the warmth of the water to soothe some of the fatigue in his eyes.
"I know what I'm doing."
His tone was neither too light nor too heavy, but very firm. Seeing this, Shen Hongmei sighed and stopped dwelling on the matter.
She stood up and bowed solemnly to Shenlang.
"Shenlang, on behalf of all the students and teaching assistants, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to you. If it weren't for you, we might have been devoured by wolves today."
Shenlang put down the white towel and gently helped Shen Hongmei up.
Then she laughed and said, "Don't just thank me verbally, Sister Hongmei, give me something practical, like some crystal beads or something."
Shen Hongmei was taken aback, then laughed irritably, "Money grubber." However, she immediately nodded, "That's only right. I'll apply for it for you when you get back to school."
Shenlang got up with satisfaction and left the military tent with Shen Hongmei. Outside the military tent, the city guards stood watching the enormous carcass of the Silver Moon Wolf King.
Shouldn't the Wolf King be a ferocious beast deep in the territory? How come it's appearing so close to the city wall? Who knows? But the person who could take this down is really awesome. I heard that guy is a freshman in college. Holy crap, if I had that kind of ability when I was in school, I would have fired the principal and become the principal myself. The younger generation is truly formidable. The city guards were full of praise for Shenlang's great achievements and even began to discuss whether to capture him and enlist him in the army. Shenlang, a man accustomed to freedom, could hardly bear the constraints imposed by the city guards. Moreover, he didn't have a good impression of these city guards. They didn't come for a long time after Shen Hongmei gave the signal. If it weren't for him today, given their response speed, they would have been completely finished. So he stayed, took the Mu sisters, and quietly boarded the bus back to school. The school staff would handle the Silver Moon Wolf King's carcass and other spoils. He could just wait to collect the money. Upon returning to Shandong University, Shen Hongmei went to report the situation to the president and dismissed the students. Shenlang also brought the Mu sisters back to their dormitory. As soon as the two women entered the room, they couldn't wait to take a bath. They had been busy outside the city for most of the day, and their clothes were soaked with sweat countless times. They felt sticky all over. Shenlang watched them walk into the bathroom hand in hand, raising an eyebrow. These two little girls actually went to take a bath like that? Didn't they even consider whether they had any clean clothes to change into afterward? He sighed, "There's no other way, so let me make some preparations for them." Thinking this, he took out his phone, opened the flash delivery service, and clicked on a shop called Women's Secret near Shandong University. He carefully selected a batch of clothes, then turned off his phone with satisfaction. He sat down on the sofa, took out the leather bag containing the semen beads, and began to absorb them. Although the essence pearl is a collection of the blood, qi, and spirit of a ferocious beast, it is not entirely beneficial to the human body. During the absorption process, it is still important to remove the savage and murderous intent of those ferocious beasts. Shenlang absorbed it slowly. About an hour later, the doorbell rang, and he ended his cultivation time. When he arrived at the door, he took a large cardboard box from the delivery man. By this time, the Mu sisters had also finished their baths, and they were still wearing their original clothes. Mu Qianyue said, Master, we need to go back to our dorm to get our clothes. We'll be gone for a bit. Shenlang chuckled, no need, I'll buy them for you. Mu Qianyue was taken aback, then said with emotion, Master, you were so thoughtful. Mu Qianyue was also touched and took the cardboard box from Shenlang's hand. After opening it and looking at it for a few seconds, my cheeks suddenly turned red. She asked timidly, Can I wear these clothes too? Chapter 13 Eliminating the Kaleidoscope Side Effects. The clothes inside the cardboard box were all items like see-through tank tops, stockings, and camisoles. Rather than being used to cover the body, they were more for adding to the ambience. They all have one thing in common, very little fabric. Mu Qianyue was stunned when she saw these clothes, but after a moment she picked up a lace strapless top with great interest and began to examine it. Shenlang grinned, whether you can wear them or not, you'll know once you try them on. Shenlang casually took off his shirt. I'm going to take a shower. You two can work on it and show it to me later. As he spoke, he walked toward the bathroom. Mu Qianyue asked tactfully, Master, would you like me to scrub your back? Shenlang was somewhat surprised. Okay. A charming smile appeared on Mu Qianyue's delicate, lowly-like face. You go in first, I'll come and scrub your back in a bit. Shenlang was a little confused, but he nodded and went into the bathroom. Mu Qianyue came to Mu Qianyue's side and whispered a few words in her ear. Mu Qianyue blushed instantly. Shenlang was washing off the sweat in the water when he suddenly heard a knock on the door behind him. He opened the door directly, and Mu Qianyue and Mu Qianyue stood in front of it. When Mu Qianyue saw that he was completely naked, she shyly looked away. Shenlang, however, couldn't take his eyes off her. Mu Qianyue was wearing a silk strapless top, and through the almost transparent gauze, two intoxicating shades of burgundy could be vaguely seen. Her lower body was clad in white suspender stockings of the same material as her tube top, which made her legs appear even longer. Mu Qianyue, on the other hand, knows how to play to her strengths and avoid her weaknesses. She knows that her cute appearance may not be suitable for the sexy and mature image of Mu Qianyue. So she put on a light and airy Lolita outfit, which, combined with her delicate face, made her look even more like a porcelain doll. Mu Qianyue chuckled, Master, don't just stand there, let us help you scrub your back. Shenlang then seemed to wake from a dream, okay. He turned around, found a stool, and sat down. The Mu sisters came in and closed the door. They each took a bath towel and began scrubbing Shenlang's back. Mu Qianyue leaned close to Shenlang's ear, her breath sweet as orchids, Master, you're so hard. Because I exercise regularly, my muscles are naturally hard. Mu Qianyue pressed her cool little face against his, feeling the soft and elastic texture. I feel that it's not just the muscles that are hard, but something else too. Can I feel it? Shenlang was taken aback. How do you feel? Mu Qianyue softly called out Mu Qianyue's name. Then, Mu Qianyue, who had been silent all along, boldly reached her soft, boneless hand over Shenlang's waist and grasped his most private place. Shenlang could no longer restrain himself. He let out a low roar, grabbed Mu Qianyue's small hand, and pulled her into his arms. In an instant, the bathroom was filled with spring-like beauty. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and streamed into the bedroom. It woke up Shenlang, who was lying on the big bed. He got up, yawned, and turned around to look at the two women lying on their bodies. Then, satisfied, he casually picked up the clothes scattered around him. These clothes look great, the money was well spent. Shenlang thought to himself, the damage rate is too high. Both of these outfits were ruined yesterday. As Shenlang pondered what areas of his skills could be improved, he walked out of the bedroom. I casually put a few pieces of lingerie with a captivating fragrance into the locker. He was sitting on the sofa when his system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Spirit affinity increased, Tsukuyomi seal lifted. Spirits with the same bloodline in Manjikyu Sharingan have established sufficient affinity with their hosts, thus eliminating the side effects of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Shenlang felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. The side effects of the kaleidoscope have finally been eliminated. He no longer needs to bleed from his eyes, and he can also hear less of Shin Hongmei's nagging. He was quite happy and ran into the bedroom to kiss the two sisters passionately. Taking advantage of his excitement, he began a new round of conquest. The three of them didn't finish until almost noon. They were mainly hungry because they hadn't eaten for a long time, so after washing up, the three of them headed to the school cafeteria. The Mu sisters were wearing ordinary clothes, which Shenlang had bought for them. He could watch the two women wear those sexy clothes, but he couldn't let anyone else see them. Despite their seemingly submissive demeanor towards Shenlang,
the two women are quite wary of others. Even in this mild weather, they were all wearing scarves around their necks. Because their fair necks were covered with hickeys, they had to wear scarves to cover them up. However, for those in the know, this only serves to highlight the obvious. So along the way, quite a few people would whisper to them. Shenlang seemed indifferent, but the Mu sisters were a little shy.
Mu Qianyue lightly punched Shenlang.
Shenlang, having learned the reason, grinned and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I won't be giving you hickeys on your necks tonight.
We'll do it somewhere else." "Other places?"
These simple words sparked a flood of thoughts in Mu Qianyue. Her walking posture suddenly became much stranger. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the three casually selected some food and sat down to the side.
It's not lunchtime yet, so there aren't many people in the cafeteria, and it's easy to find an empty seat.
In a relatively secluded spot, the three of them ate and chatted. It was a peaceful time, but suddenly a shout rang out.
"It's him! It's Shenlang!"
The three looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large group of people walking towards them in a grand procession. The person pointing at him from the front row was none other than Fan Jian, who had been severely beaten the day before yesterday. The others following behind him looked familiar to Shenlang. They seemed to be the guys whose arms and legs he had broken the day before yesterday. However, standing next to him was a burly man with an unfamiliar face, whom I didn't recognize. The group of people walked up to Shenlang's table.
Fan Jianjin said in a deep voice, "Shenlang, you actually have the appetite to eat. Do you know how much pain and itching I felt when I was having my bones treated in the hospital?" Shenlang gave him a strange look. "Why should I know?" Shenlang casually picked up a pig's trotter and said, "Do you know how much it hurts when a pig's foot is chopped off?" "You don't. Yet you still ate it with great relish." Fan Jian was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting? What does this have to do with what I'm talking about?"
Shenlang shook his head, looking at him with an expression of utter disbelief, as if he were a hopeless case. Fan Jian's henchman leaned over and whispered, "Brother Jian, he called you a pig."
Fan Jian then realized what was happening, and in a fit of anger, he slapped the food of the student sitting next to him, who was caught in a dilemma, and scattered it all over the ground.
The innocent students felt a pang of envy, but faced with Fan Jian's overwhelming numbers, they had no choice but to slink away.
Fan Jian pointed at Shenlang and said angrily, "You're all talk and no action. Chapter 14 is being armed with a level weapons really that impressive? I'll beat you to a pulp right now, then we'll see how you try to be clever." Fan Jian threatened.
As he shouted in a loud and gruff voice, students passing by gathered around to watch the spectacle.
"Isn't that the Blood Sword Society? What are they doing? It's obvious they're shoveling someone up. I wonder who that kid is. He's so unlucky. No way, you don't even know Shenlang?"
"That guy's been making headlines these past few days. I've been staying at the library these past 2 days to finish my assignments. I don't know anything about this, can you tell me?"
"I'll forward you a post, you can read it yourself. The poster summarizes a series of Shenlang's deeds."
"I don't care who Shenlang is, I just want to know when the fight is going to start."
"I want to eat after the fight is over."
"Don't worry, that kid who got wiped out was just one person. Blood Sword has a lot of people, he'll be wiped out in no time."
"I think so too."
Although Shenlang made a big appearance at the school gate the day before yesterday, many students who were busy with their studies did not recognize him. However, the Blood Sword Club is well known at Shandong University, not because of its excellent club benefits or the strength of its members. They are known to the public entirely because of their arrogant and domineering behavior and their vicious acts of bullying men and women. Therefore, most of the people present also felt that Shenlang was another unlucky guy who was going to be bullied by the Blood Sword Society. Adhering to the principle of eat any juicy gossip that comes their way, they have already taken out their phones and started recording.
However, Shenlang ignored Fan Jian's threats. "Really?
But I just crippled you the day before yesterday," Shenlang said with a contemptuous smile. "Speaking of which, your hand has recovered quite well.
Look at how imposing you are pointing at people. Let me see how it's healing. Next time, you can recommend the people I crippled to your treatment center."
He made a gesture as if to reach out and examine Fan Jian's hand. The latter immediately took a big step back, clearly terrified of Shenlang.
Faced with his exaggerated reaction, Shenlang sneered, "You cowardly coward, yet you're trying to act tough." Fan Jian's face instantly turned red. "Shenlang, don't be so smug. This time I've invited my older brother, and he's going to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he stepped aside from the burly man standing beside him. Shenlang looked him up and down.
"This is your older brother?"
I thought he was your uncle.
The burly man's previously proud and smug expression instantly darkened. Indeed, the man looked quite old, with a deliberately stubbled beard and a buzz cut. He looks no different from any other middle-aged man strolling around the street. Wearing sweatpants and a gym vest, his exaggerated muscles made him look nothing like a student.
Fan Jian said sternly, "Shenlang, you're in big trouble. My older brother hates it when people say he's old. Today he's going to smash your brains out." Shenlang waved his hand impatiently. "Stop acting like a spokesperson. Is your older brother mute? Does he need you to speak for him?" He looked at the burly man and said, "Can you say a few words yourself? What are you going to do today? Draw up the rules."
The burly man said in a deep voice, "My name is Xue Dao, and I am the leader of the Blood Sword Society.
I am here today to seek justice for my brother."
Shenlang interrupted, "All right, enough with the platitudes.
If you want to fight, then let's get started. Stop dawdling. You."
Xue Dao was clearly less eloquent than Fan Jian, and didn't know how to retaliate after being rebuked by Shenlang. His expression darkened several times.
"Fine, since you're in such a hurry to get going, I won't say any more. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance, you'd better arm yourself."
Xue Dao cleared away everyone around him and had the blood swordsman move the tables and chairs aside to make room for the two to fight. It was at this moment that Shenlang took the hands of the Mu sisters. Their figures shifted and transformed into streams of light that flowed into Shenlang's eyes. After Shenlang was fully armed, the blood sword men were slow to move the tables and chairs. Shenlang glanced at him and immediately understood. Fan Jian had heard about the incident where his eyes bled after he was armed. He deduced that he couldn't use the weapon for too long, so he deliberately delayed, allowing the side effects to take effect. Shenlang immediately sneered in his heart. Fan Jian had miscalculated. His kaleidoscope no longer had any side effects. No matter how long they dawdle, the tables and chairs will eventually be moved.
5 minutes later, the area was cleared.
Xue Dao simply picked up the girl standing next to him and brought her to his front, then straightened his back and gave her a powerful thrust. The girl let out a painful groan and transformed into a stream of light, merging into Xue Dao's body. Then he jerked his muscles so hard that his gym vest instantly ripped apart. The tattered strips of cloth were scattered all over the ground as if blown away by a strong wind, revealing his exaggerated muscles.
Holy crap! Those muscles! Xue Dao truly lives up to his reputation as the leader of the Blood Sword Guild. Just from that clothes-ripping moment, I can feel an inhuman pressure. Shenlang is in deep trouble now. He's probably going to get beaten up by Xue Dao. There's going to be bloodshed. Shenlang is incredibly unlucky to have been targeted by Xue Dao. Come on, if Shenlang hadn't broken Fan Jian's arms and legs before, would he have been in trouble? It's all Shenlang's own fault. That's right, it's just karma. Undoubtedly, the visual impact of Xue Dao's clothing-tearing performance led the students to believe that he was destined to win. Shenlang looked disgusted. If you're going to fight, then fight. Why are you tearing off your clothes and showing off your fat body? Isn't that disgusting? Don't you know that clothes tearing off is a privilege reserved for beautiful women? Also, has anyone ever told you that you look like a bullfrog? Short and stocky. Sharp tongue. I'll tear your mouth apart. Xue Dao was enraged by Shenlang's taunts and roared as he charged forward. So easily amused, no fun at all. The kaleidoscope in Shenlang's eyes began to spin wildly. The air around Xue Dao distorted, creating a suction-like force that stopped him from charging forward. He struggled against the power of the gods with his solid lower body and muscular strength. But how could he possibly withstand divine might? In the end, one of his hands was torn off. Blood splattered everywhere. Xue Dao covered his arm, his expression very serious. Xiao Jian told me about your abilities and even showed me videos. I still can't quite believe it. He only took it for granted that he was unarmed and underestimated his opponent, which is why you easily broke his arms and legs. But I never expected your weaponry to be so formidable. It must be a Class A weapon, right? With this weapon, you could have been a force to be reckoned with, Xue Dao sneered. Unfortunately, you've run into me. Although my weapon is not of high grade, it perfectly counters your weapon. Xue Dao clenched all his muscles and shouted in a booming voice, "Rebirth demon body." The muscles around his arms twitched as if they were cramping, and the tendons and bones throbbed under his skin like living worms. Put. Suddenly, a new arm sprouted from where his arm had been severed. Chapter 15: Immortality of the Physical Body? Immortality even within an illusion? This sight immediately shocked everyone around. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? He's grown another arm?
I've long heard that Xuedao's regenerating demonic body is incredibly powerful, and seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Rumor has it that when the regenerative demon body is upgraded to S rank, even if the body is torn to pieces, it can regenerate and revive using only a small piece of flesh.
Shenlang has met his match. No matter how powerful his strange pupil technique is, it can't withstand Xuedao's constant regeneration. Sigh, this is boring. I thought there would be some excitement to watch. Now it's going to be another solo performance by Xuedao.
Hearing the surrounding chatter, Xuedao was quite pleased with himself and proudly swung his newly grown arm.
He occasionally mimicked the movements of bodybuilders.
Shenlang frowned as he watched from the other side, finding Xuedao increasingly disgusting. After Xuedao's severed arm grew back from the break, it was still covered with sticky, viscous tissue fluid, as if it had just been soaked in snot. He even flicked the tissue fluid around.
So it's not just a bullfrog, it's a phlegm-laden bullfrog. Shenlang almost vomited. You really know how to be as disgusting as possible.
Xuedao's triumphant movements faltered.
Old bullfrog? Damn it! You're about to die and you still don't know it. Your weaponry has been completely destroyed by me. Xuedao was completely broken down by Shenlang's verbal barrage, and his eyes were bloodshot.
I'll show you how to write the word death right now. As he spoke, he rushed forward, his steps as swift as a shooting star. It seems that his regenerating demonic body armor not only helped him grow back his severed limbs, but also enhanced his physical attributes afterward. Both their strength and agility are completely different from when they faced off in the first round.
Ha ha ha.
You've been praised to the skies by Xiao Jian, but in my opinion, you're no match for me at all.
Give me 3 seconds, and I'll make you lie on the ground like a turtle.
Xuedao rushed forward, taking 3 steps at a time, and reached Shenlang, intending to reach out his thick arm and grab Shenlang's neck.
You?
Shenlang simply couldn't face Xuedao, that disgusting guy. The kaleidoscope in his eyes spun wildly.
Tsukuyomi.
As soon as Shenlang finished speaking, Xuedao immediately became alert and vigilant about his surroundings. He had already witnessed the various mysterious and powerful aspects of Shenlang's armed forces and knew that he should not be underestimated. However, after looking around, he realized that he had not been attacked by Shenlang.
Are you kidding me? Xuedao said angrily, what's the point? You're going to die by my hand sooner or later anyway.
He glared at Shenlang, only to find that he was no longer there.
Kid, so you were just pretending to escape? That's pointless. You can't escape our grasp at Shandong University.
Besides, if you leave today, your reputation at Shandong University will be completely ruined as that of a cowardly coward.
What will those bystanders who watched you make a fool of yourself by running away say about you? Have you thought about that? At this point, Xuedao suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, weren't there many onlookers around? Why has it suddenly become so quiet all around?
He looked around uneasily, only to find himself alone in a desolate wasteland with a blood-red moon hanging in the sky. Under the moonlight, everything appeared blood-red, looking eerily strange. Xuedao was terrified and paced around in circles, his mind filled with questions.
Why am I here? Shouldn't I be in the cafeteria? It should be sunny outside right now, so what's with this blood moon?
As he looked at the blood moon, a sense of familiarity suddenly arose within him. He felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, the blood moon began to spin, its color growing even more intensely red.
Within the blood moon, 3 Tomo-shaped shadows swirled.
He finally remembered where he had seen this blood moon before.
Isn't that blood moon Shenlang's eye?
Why are his eyes, with their strange patterns, hanging in the sky? Just as Xuedao realized all this, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. You finally realized it.
Your reaction was too slow. Let's get down to business.
Xuedao turned his head and found Shenlang standing next to him with a cold smile on his lips. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He had no idea when Shenlang had gotten close to him. Xuedao turned to escape, but found himself tied to a cross, his hands and feet firmly bound, unable to move. Shenlang held a steel knife that gleamed coldly in his hand and thrust it towards his ribs.
Whoosh! Blood gushed out in an instant. Ah! Please let me go.
Xuedao screamed and begged for mercy in a heart-wrenching manner, but Shenlang gave him no response. He had no choice but to turn his face to the side, not wanting to watch helplessly as a steel knife was plunged into his body. But then another Shenlang appeared beside him, grabbing Xuedao's face and forcing him to look directly at the trajectory of the steel blade.
Ah, you're a devil.
Xuedao cried, tears streaming down his face. Shenlang still wore a cold smile. Keep going, you've held on for 1 second, there are still 9,999 seconds left.
No. Please let me go. Xuedao completely broke down.
In the world of Tsukuyami, Xuedao is experiencing endless torment.
However, to the onlookers, the fight between the two stopped after a flash of red light appeared in Shenlang's eyes.
Xuedao's eyes suddenly lost focus, staring into the void as if there were something in mid-air that only he could see. Soon after, he began to scream, as if he were being tortured.
He collapsed to the ground, rolling around on the floor, pleading repeatedly, "Please let me go, I was wrong, I'll avoid you from now on."
Shenlang stood in front of him, observing coldly with a disdainful smile on his lips.
He sneered, "This nightmare will continue until you have a mental breakdown."
His eyes widened, and the kaleidoscope in his vision spun even more violently. In Xuedao's field of vision, 10 Shenlangs appeared, each wielding a steel knife and thrusting towards him. Finally, Xuedao could no longer hold back, and a foul odor emanated from his crotch.
What? You two are really brothers? You even share the same habit of urinating and defecating anywhere. Shenlang was speechless and quickly took a few steps back.
Not far away, Fan Jian was tearing at his face in utter despair.
Big brother. What are you doing, big brother?
The Blood Sword Society members who were originally standing around Fan Jian also seemed to have seen something dirty and quickly distanced themselves from the main group.
He looked around and remarked that this cafeteria was truly a cafeteria. The ordinary students watching were laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, what was supposed to be a tense duel has now turned into a giant baby incontinence extravaganza. I think we should find an adult diaper manufacturer to sponsor this duel. Wouldn't that be more effective than any advertisement? Shenlang is too awesome. He changed tactics in an instant and immediately turned Xuedao into this mess.
Exactly, that idiot Xuedao was overjoyed, thinking that Shenlang was completely under his control.
Now he's dumbfounded, isn't he?
But these two skills that Shenlang is equipped with seem very powerful.
Isn't his weapon a bit too strong? I'm wondering the same thing. Could his weapon rank be S-class? At the very least, it has to be grade A.
The cheerful chatter of the crowd turned the duel into a joyful game.
Shenlang looked helpless.
He didn't dare to get too close to Xuedao. After all, the latter was as invincible as Lu Bu with a mop covered in excrement.
It was really hard to deal with him.
He wanted to end this farce, but Fan Jian disagreed. Seeing that there was really no hope for Xuedao, Fan Jian raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, Shenlang is humiliating our leader, which is humiliating our Blood Sword Society.
We can't let him run rampant. Everyone, charge!"
As he spoke, Fan Jian slapped the girl's shapely buttocks next to him. The girl let out a soft moan and immediately transformed into a stream of light, merging into his body. After arming himself, he cleverly refrained from engaging in a fight. Instead, he began to oversee the battle. When he saw members trying to slack off and avoid fighting Shenlang, he would challenge them to fight and use various forms of coercion and enticement. As a result, all the members of the Blood Sword Society rushed towards Shenlang. The onlookers naturally booed loudly. This tactic of ganging up on someone who can't win a one-on-one fight is truly despicable. Shenlang glanced impatiently at the crowd rushing towards him, estimating there to be about 30 or 40 people. He guessed that this should be the entire Blood Sword Society.
Perfect, let's nip it in the bud today.
Shenlang smiled coldly, his kaleidoscope eyes swirling like never before.
Whoosh!
A blood-red wave seemed to flash through the air, and for a moment all the Blood Sword Club members were stunned. He stood there, stunned, as if his soul had been suddenly ripped away. Then their expressions immediately turned terrified, even more so than Xuedao's, and many Blood Sword Club members also felt a pungent odor coming from their groins. Suddenly, the cafeteria seemed to have had its function changed. There was only one exception, Fan Jian, who was still conscious.
This was intentional on Shenlang's part.
Only when he was fully conscious could he fully experience the feeling of having all his proudest assets shattered and facing the threat of death. Shenlang strode up to him. Fan Jian tried to escape, but the surrounding space distorted. His hands and feet, which had just recovered, were twisted and broken again.
Chapter 16. Sorry, I don't take the bus. Ah!
Fan Jian let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. Shenlang slowly approached him.
I gave you a chance. I only intended to cripple your hands and feet. But you don't know what's good for you, and you've brought people to provoke me again. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless.
As Shenlang spoke, he stomped hard on Fan Jian's severed limb, and Fan Jian's screams became even louder than those of a high-pitched singer.
Then everything went black, and he fainted.
Then, amidst the chaos, he awoke again, and Shenlang was still standing in front of him.
Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A powerful kick landed on his severed limb. Awoo.
He fainted again from the excruciating pain, only to wake up in a state of confusion once more. Shenlang was still standing in front of him.
Don't blame me. Severe pain, dizziness. Fan Jian kept fainting and then waking up again.
He felt as if he had fallen into a cycle of hell, with no end in sight, and only endless torment awaiting him. In the cafeteria, the floor was covered with members of the Blood Sword Society, each of their faces contorted in pain. Their bodies convulsed from the pain, and their pants were soaked with feces and urine. The students watching were completely stunned by Shenlang.
This is terrifying. One person taking on an entire gang, just who is Shenlang?
I don't know either, but I do know that from today onwards, the name Shenlang will become a source of fear for many people. The Blood Sword Society will probably have to be removed from the list of notorious gangs.
All the prestige they've built up today has been swept away.
That's for sure. Even if they still have the courage to keep the club going, no more students will join them.
Yeah, who would want to join a poop club? That's right. From today onwards, let's not call them the Blood Sword Society, let's call them the Blood Urine Society.
The light in Shenlang's eyes faded, and the Moose sisters reappeared beside him.
It's boring, it's not even good enough as a midday exercise.
Shenlang pursed his lips and continued to say to the Moose sisters, let's go back and do some more exercise.
Mu Qianyue's cheeks flushed red upon hearing Shenlang's words. Mu Qianyue casually took Shenlang's arm and gave him a massage with seductive eyes.
Shenlang enjoyed the surging massage and strode out of the cafeteria.
Shenlang. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly blocked their way. It was Tang Xian'er. The students who were about to leave immediately stopped in their tracks. Are there more experts? Shenlang frowned and asked, what kind of trouble are you up to now? Give me another chance, please, let's get back together? Tang Xian'er pleaded.
I've thought about this a lot these past few days and realized how wonderful you are, and how little I appreciated it.
If we could get back together, I would definitely serve you well, even become your slave.
Well, this snob is back to sucking up to his own leg again.
Shenlang asked with great interest, what about Su Koan? Does he have any objections? I have nothing to do with him anymore.
No, I never had anything to do with him. I was only with him because he threatened me, Tang Xian'er argued.
Shenlang almost burst out laughing when he heard this. How could someone dare to tell such an obvious lie? Did they think he was a fool?
No, even a fool wouldn't believe that lie. He was about to make a sarcastic remark, but Mu Qianyue spoke up before him. Come on, you little bitch, you only came back to lick his boots because my master is powerful now. She's trying to portray herself as a victim, shameless.
Mu Qianyue rolled her eyes. I really don't know how you dare to come here begging to get back together.
If I were you, I would have bitten my tongue and committed suicide long ago. Tang Xian'er's originally pitiful expression suddenly turned sinister. My business with Shenlang has nothing to do with you. You're nothing but a despicable opportunist. Mu Qianyue glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. You whore who's been ridden by 1,000 men and stepped on by 10,000, stop spouting nonsense.
Upon hearing this, Tang Xian'er could no longer remain silent. She rushed towards Mu Qianyue, intending to scratch Mu Qianyue's face with her sharp nails. Just as Shenlang was about to make a move, Mu Qianyue flashed to Tang Xian'er's side and kicked her in the stomach, knocking her to the ground. The usually gentle and introverted Mu Qianyue now had a very cold and fierce expression. What do you think you're going to do to my sister, you bitch? Shenlang was quite surprised. Her domineering protectiveness towards her sister was rather unexpected. I just don't know how to bring out this side of her in bed. Thinking this, Shenlang felt a strong urge to get involved with Tang Xian'er and became even more unwilling to continue the relationship. He said coldly, Tang Xian'er. Tang Xian'er was on the ground, clutching her stomach and crying her heart out, trying to gain Shenlang's sympathy. Hearing him call her name, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Alang. However, Shenlang didn't care at all. Don't call me that, it's disgusting. Stop bothering me. From today until the end of time, there is no way I, Shenlang, will get back together with you. I'm used to driving my own car and I don't like taking the bus anymore, do you understand?
Upon hearing this, Tang Xian'er hurriedly defended herself, saying, I didn't want it to be like this either, but it's just the nature of my spirit control armor.
Actually, being promiscuous isn't my true nature, and I can change it. Fine, you always have an excuse, so I'll make you give up completely. Shenlang said resolutely, I will not get back together with you, not only because of the shameful things you did in the past, but also because you are not attractive to me at all now. Shenlang put his arm around the Mu sisters and said, compared to them, you're like a fluorescent light on rotten grass. I wouldn't even bother to look at you. As soon as he said this, the surrounding onlookers immediately echoed his sentiments. Well said. This bitch can't compare to the two school beauties. I've disliked that bitch for a long time, she deserves to be scolded. As expected, retribution always comes, sooner or later. Support Shenlang in upholding justice. Tang Xian'er is shameless. She betrayed him before, and now that Shenlang has become successful, she comes back to suck up to him. The last glimmer of hope in Tang Xian'er's eyes vanished completely. Then, a deep resentment brewed in his lifeless eyes. She stood up, her hair disheveled, and stared intently at Shenlang. You'll regret this. After saying that, she ran out of the cafeteria like a madwoman. Shenlang completely disregarded her threat and left the cafeteria with the Mu sisters. Instead of returning to their dormitories, they headed towards the teaching area. Shen Hongmei sent a message to Shenlang, asking him to come to her office, as the disciplinary action against Shenlang had been decided. As soon as she entered the office, Shen Hongmei said with a dark face, Shenlang, you've caused me trouble again. She flipped the computer screen over. The video above was clearly showing Shenlang in the cafeteria. Chapter 17 Top Beauty, Yi Qingxian. Shenlang grinned. Who says good news doesn't travel far? This news spreads at the speed of light. Teacher Shen, this time you can't blame me no matter what. I was eating stir-fried dishes and singing in the cafeteria when Fan Jian and his men suddenly ambushed me. I was defending myself, so you can't blame me for that, can you? Shen Hongmei rolled her eyes at him, so you knocked everyone down in self-defense, huh? But this time it's not a big problem, and you didn't make the first move. Shen Hongmei's expression softened slightly. I've reported your act of protecting your classmates outside the city to the school because of your heroic actions and outstanding performance in the battle. The school will not pursue the matter of you assaulting a classmate at the school gate. As for this situation, since you didn't start it, and the Blood Sword Club has indeed been too arrogant lately, the school will not hold you responsible. Shen Hongmei felt much lighter, as if she had finally released a heavy burden from her chest. He laughed and said, in short, Shenlang, you're fine now and you won't be forced to quit. Shenlang was taken aback. That's it? Shen Hongmei was puzzled by his reaction. What do you mean this is all? Isn't this good enough? You seem unhappy. Shenlang scratched his head. I was thinking they'd give me some crystal beads as a reward or something. Shen Hongmei retorted irritably, it's already good enough that I'm not expelled, you still want a reward? She pulled out a form from the cabinet under her desk and started writing and drawing on it. If you really want to get the crystal beads, then take this form to the school's mission hall to accept the mission. Originally, considering the average level of first-year students, they were not qualified to accept the mission, but we have witnessed your strength. That's why I'm making an exception for you. Shenlang was delighted and took the form. Thank you, Sister Hongmei. He took the form to the school's task hall. It was an area between the teaching building and the dormitory building, near the east side of the school, and there was even a separate road leading out of the school from the east. Because many third and fourth year students basically don't stay on campus after completing their theoretical courses. He only went back to school to pick up a task before heading out again. That's why this expressway was built. Shenlang pushed open the glass door and walked into the hall. The first thing that caught his eye was a large screen, which was displaying a variety of mission information. The missions are ranked in 7 levels from A to G. G-level missions are things like going outside the city to mine some more. Missions become more challenging from D level onwards. These are all missions that require facing powerful and ferocious beasts. Shenlang stood in front of the panel for a while, then selected an F-level mission to find spiritual herbs. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose higher level, more rewarding tasks, but he had just registered a task account and there were level restrictions. At this stage, this task offers the most generous rewards. Once you complete more tasks and level up your account, you'll be able to accept higher level tasks. After obtaining the specific task information from the front desk, Shenlang went straight back to his dormitory. Since he was going to travel a long way out of the city, he didn't just plan to find medicine, he also wanted to hunt some ferocious beasts to sell for money.
It's already past 3 p.m., so there's not much time left to spend outside the city on this round trip.
So we left the city on the second day.
After returning to the dormitory, Xinlang couldn't wait to play with Mu Qianxue, trying to recreate the domineering side she had shown in front of Tang Xian'er.
Mu Qianxue also joined in with a smile. That night, Xinlang's large bed rocked back and forth until late at night. The next day, Xinlang and the Mu sisters boarded a bus early in the morning and headed out of the city. Following the quest guide, they arrived at a place with lush foliage. Amidst the verdant greenery, they parted the moss and found the medicinal herbs they needed. Then it was placed in the jade box distributed in the mission hall. This jade box ensures that the medicinal properties of the herbs are minimized after harvesting. The medicinal herbs they were looking for were not rare, but they were scattered throughout the dense forest, so the three of them began their own search. On the other side of the dense forest, a large procession was moving through the foliage. One of the gaunt men, who was leading the group, said to his men, "Tell the young lady that we are almost at the location of the mission instructions." Upon hearing his words, his men immediately started making a ruckus. One by one, they clamored to answer, "I'll go. I'll go tell the young lady." "Come on, with your horrible appearance, you'll scare the young lady." "Pa. You're good looking, but if you're good looking, none of the women on the red light district would want to do business with you. You don't know anything. It's because I'm too strong and they can't handle me."
Seeing this, the skinny man shouted gruffly, "Shut the hell up. All of you are so lustful, you have no backbone at all.
Xiao Miao, go tell the young lady."
A young man with somewhat effeminate features nodded, understood, seventh brother, and ran towards the back of the group. In the middle of the procession, 4 men carried a bamboo sedan chair, which was covered with layers of light gauze. Through the dim sunlight shining through the forest, only a graceful figure could be vaguely seen. Xiao Mao ran to the sedan chair and whispered, "Miss, we're almost there."
A voice as melodious as a nightingale's song came from behind the light gauze curtains. "What did you say? I can't hear you."
"We're almost there," Xiao Miao said again.
"I already told you I can't hear you. Why don't you come in and talk?"
This. There was a slight hesitation in Xiao Miao's eyes.
"Come in quickly. That's an order."
The gentle female voice suddenly became much sterner.
"Yes."
Xiao Miao had no choice but to agree, stepping on the bamboo pole to part the light gauze and peer inside. Before them stood a pair of fair and shapely thighs, as if carved from ivory, with a jade-like texture. Covered only by a thin layer of silk, they were so beautiful on those long legs that they resembled the molted skin of a female demon, with glimpses of the scenery beneath the thin silk. Xiao Miao only caught a glimpse of it before quickly lowering her gaze.
He said respectfully, "Young miss, we're almost there." "Okay, I understand."
The languid female voice was like honey, each syllable like a hook scratching at one's heart. "Why don't you dare look at me?" the young lady asked.
I can't." Xiao Miao murmured, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. "Why not? Look up at me. This is an order."
Xiao Miao's heart was pounding like a drum. She was incredibly nervous and hesitated for a long time before finally not daring to raise her head. Suddenly, a delicate, exquisitely carved foot reached out from not far away and waved in front of him, startling him. Before he could react, the jade-like foot dangled in front of his eyes, saying, "Let me show you what I am." For a moment, Xiao Miao felt as if her bones had been removed, allowing herself to lift her head under the pull of the jade feet. The first thing that catches the eye is a bright white expanse. White velvet was laid on the bamboo chair, and Yi Qingxian, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, leaned against it. She was dressed in white, and her perfect face was just like her name, like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, without a single flaw. A faint, ambiguous smile played at the corners of her lips, as if they were her natural smiling lips, or as if she were teasing Xiao Miao.
Chapter 18 Encounter with the Thunder Sword-Winged Lion. "Look, now that you see me, it's not a big deal," Yi Qingxian said sweetly. "Tell me honestly, am I pretty?"
Xiao Miao was completely captivated by her stunning beauty. She opened her mouth and moved it for a long time, but still couldn't utter a single word. Upon seeing his expression, Yi Qingxian's face suddenly changed. Her originally charming and alluring demeanor instantly turned into one of fierceness.
"Boring. Tell Yi Qi I know."
As she spoke, she put on one slipper and then kicked out. Xiao Miao's face felt as if she had been hit by a soft punch, and she immediately fell backward, her light veil flying off. He fell onto the muddy ground, and the bamboo sedan chair passed over him and went on its way. The men following behind the bamboo sedan chair immediately helped him up. "Young man, you're lucky to have been invited into the young lady's sedan chair. So, did you see anything good?"
A shifty-eyed man asked lecherously. Before Xiao Miao could reply, another man squeezed through the crowd. What nonsense are you asking? He's already inside. It's so small in there, how could he not see anything? He's not blind. As he spoke, he grabbed Xiao Miao. Brother, did you run into anything? After stammering for a while, Xiao Miao said, the young lady kicked me. The wolves immediately began howling. I wish that kick had landed on me. Damn it, I need to find a way to get close to seventh brother so I can be the one to relay messages and deliver things next time. Look at your pathetic self. I'm going to apply for the young lady's bodyguard position. Being close to her will give me an advantage. Yi Qingxian's stunning beauty and alluring figure made the guards of the Yi family drool over her. They were well aware that they had no chance of getting a kiss, but if they had the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the young lady, or even just smell her scent, that would be wonderful. That can also prolong life. For this reason, they are always willing to fight for the opportunity to appear in front of the young lady. Meanwhile, Miss Yi herself was idly playing with her fingers inside the bamboo sedan chair. The white dress she was wearing had been taken off and thrown aside, revealing a similarly white outfit underneath. In fact, Xiao Miao couldn't see anything. Even if his eyes could see through the loose white clothes on the outside, he could only see the tight-fitting clothes. Yi Qingxian enjoyed the feeling of toying with men, making them infatuated with her, vowing to give her everything, and then kicking them away. Aside from brief physical contact like she had with Xiao Miao, she wouldn't give those men any further advantage. This time, she joined the Yi family's hunting team to hunt ferocious beasts, partly because she found hunting them interesting, and partly because she wanted the Yi family's guards to bring her some enjoyment. This was a game she enjoyed immensely, but what bothered her was that she hadn't found anyone interesting to play with for a long time. Xin Lang casually tossed the gloves onto a tree root and looked at the jade box spread on the ground. That's enough, let's head out, he said to the Mu sisters who were busy nearby. Mu Qianxue immediately got up and came to Xin Lang's side, occasionally patting the dust off her clothes. Mu Qianxue, however, was still searching among the moss with her head down. Wait a minute, I want to find 2 more medicinal herbs. She looked up and smiled. I'll help you nourish your body properly. Xin Lang was taken aback, then grinned. So you think my body needs some nourishment? It seems the intensity one gave you last night wasn't enough. Xin Lang stepped forward and picked her up, holding her in his arms. How about I give you a little more intensity right here? Sleeping under the open sky here has a unique charm. Mu Qianxue looked at him with a smile. As long as you can handle it. Fine, you still doubt me. Watch me dispel all your doubts with one shot. Seeing the two of them starting to hug and nibble at each other, Mu Qianxue's cheeks were as red as tomatoes. Just then, a roar that shook the mountains and forests came. All three looked toward the direction from which the sound came. Xin Lang put Mu Qianxue down and frowned, saying, judging from the sound, it sounds like a ferocious beast. Judging from its aura, it seems to be of a high level. But that's perfect, let's go hunt some game and head back. Xin Lang grabbed the hands of the Mu sisters, and they instantly transformed into 2 streams of light that entered Xin Lang's eyes. He put away the jade box and hurried into the depths of the dense forest like a shooting star. On the other side, in front of a precipice, the Yi family's group was being slaughtered by a ferocious beast. Yi Qi's face was half covered in blood. Damn it! This is the territory of the Thunder Sword-Winged Lion. Who investigated this intelligence? I'm going to kill him. Their original purpose in coming out was to hunt down a savage mountain leopard king, and the team brought with them spirit-controlled weapons that could counter the leopard king. But when they arrived at the mission location, they were met with the roar of the Thunder Sword-Winged Lion. Moreover, this sword-winged lion was in a dormant period, but upon being awakened, it became enraged and launched a war at any cost. The Yi family's hunting team suffered heavy losses as a result, and it seems that even protecting Yi Qingxian back to the city will be difficult now. Not far away, the bamboo sedan chair had its veil lifted, and Yi Qingxian was watching with great interest as the Thunder Sword-Winged Lion hunted down the Yi family guards. Hey you, go to the back of the bamboo sedan chair and bring me my candied fruit, Yi Qingxian ordered without any sense of urgency. However, the hunting party was in complete chaos at this point, and no one was willing to pay any attention to Yi Qingxian's words. They were all looking for an opportunity to escape this place, but the sword-winged lion seemed to be able to observe the whole scene. If anyone tries to escape, it flaps its metallic wings and pounces on that person, crushing them into a pulp. Yi Qi and his trusted subordinates, who were the most steadfast frontline fighters against the sword-winged lions, were now in a sorry state. Yi Qi's hands, which were gripping the knife, were covered in blood from the force of the impact. This broken rock blade was his spirit weapon, originally indestructible, but it had no effect on the sword-winged lion.
On the contrary, the recoil transmitted from the blade was too much for him, and he was almost exhausted. Finally, after another jolt like striking a steel wall, the broken rock blade in his hand shattered into a shower of light, which then suddenly coalesced into a graceful human figure. The humanoid figure flew backward, with blood faintly visible gushing from its mouth. His armor was forcibly removed by external force, and his body was severely injured. His wounds started bleeding profusely, turning him into a broken faucet. With a casual flick of its body, the sword-winged lion shook off the Yi family guards who were surrounding it. Then he leaped over Yi Chi and rushed into the distance, preparing to intercept and kill several guys who wanted to escape.
Thump!
Under its deafening crash, several people were instantly reduced to piles of minced meat. It licked the meat paste contentedly for a while, when suddenly, it felt a sharp pain in its abdomen.
Chapter 19: The Eye of Destruction of Evil Forces.
It suddenly swung its body, and a thin, bony figure flew off its abdomen. It was Yi Chi. He crashed into a boulder, breaking several of his ribs. However, the thunder sword-winged lion was in a much worse state than him. At this moment, blood was gushing from its abdomen, and it lay limp on the ground as if its spine had been removed. After a short while, it lost its vitality. Upon seeing this, Yi Chi smiled with relief. Just as the sword-winged lion leaped over him, he grabbed its fork-like belly fur and pressed it against the lion's body. The thunder sword-winged lion's weak point is its abdomen, where there is a small, round, soft spot deep within the belly fur.
Attacking that spot can easily pierce the sword-winged lion's heart.
It sounds easy, but it's usually very difficult to get close to a sword-winged lion, let alone touch its belly. Moreover, the center of the circle is covered by abdominal hair that resembles a steel fork, so if you want to pierce the center, you have to be prepared to be stabbed through the heart. Yi Chi accomplished all of these. The short, dagger-like hairs that covered his body were the price he paid. One of the abdominal hairs pierced his stomach, and stomach acid was spreading out and eroding his internal organs. The Yi family servants who had escaped injury immediately surrounded Yi Chi to check on his injuries.
Seventh brother, are you alright?
Press the pressure on seventh brother's wound to stop the bleeding.
Where's Yi Bing?
Quickly, tell him to come over and help seventh brother treat his injuries.
Yi Bing has died in battle. He was the only healing-type spirit warrior we brought with us this time.
Some of these attendants may have had reservations about Yi Chi's strictness before, but now they all have a heartfelt respect for him. Just because he dared to risk his life to kill the sword-winged lion. Yi Chi raised his hand to signal the guards to stop. He knew very well that he was beyond saving, and the corrosive stomach acid was causing him great pain.
He would rather end his own life now and get it over with. But he couldn't do it, he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. From now on, you're the captain. Give me a quick death.
Yi Chi pointed to the highest-ranking man and asked him to temporarily appoint his brother as the captain of the hunting team to protect Yi Qingxian back to the city.
He himself asked his confidant to give him a sword so that he would be spared from pain. Seventh brother, we can take you back, there's still hope. That's right. Seventh brother.
The trusted confidants refused no matter what, and the several towering men suddenly had tears in their eyes. At this moment, which should have been a sad farewell, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Yi Chi, you truly deserve to be one of the Yi family's 10 death warriors. You were able to kill the thunder sword-winged lion even under these circumstances. But this is the end for you today. Everyone looked in the direction from which the voice came, and saw a group of people in black robes emerge from the dense forest. The one who spoke was the leader of the group in black robes. On their robes was engraved an eyeball blazing with flames.
The Eye of Destruction.
The Yi family servants gasped. The Eye of Destruction was a notorious criminal organization that committed murder, arson, and all sorts of evil deeds for the noble goal they always talked about.
At a time when the Yi family's servants have been almost completely slaughtered, encountering members of the Eye of Destruction is like adding insult to injury.
The Yi family servants immediately armed themselves and looked at the men in black robes with wary expressions. One of the servants, with a full beard, asked urgently.
Our Yi family has never had any enmity with the Eye of Destruction. What is your intention in surrounding us with your men?
He was appointed as the interim captain, which is why he stood up to speak. The leader of the black-robed men let out a sinister laugh. The Eye of Destruction's actions need no explanation to you. All you need to do is hand over Yi Qingxian. Faced with the Eye of Destruction's tough stance, the Yi family servants were indignant, but they also knew very well that with their current numbers, they were no match for the other side. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do, and finally looked at Yi Chi. Yi Chi said weakly, I am no longer the captain.
The Yi family took me in and raised me. I've dedicated my life to the Yi family, and now I've returned my life to them.
The Yi family's affairs are no longer my concern. His eyes revealed an extraordinary calm, a sense of relief amidst his exhaustion.
After a brief silence, the bearded man nodded. I understand. He turned to the leader in black robes and said, if you're kidnapping the young lady for ransom, can we discuss this?
You've all talked too much nonsense, the black-robed leader interrupted impatiently.
Go and face your doom.
Upon hearing his words, the black-robed figure behind him immediately echoed, welcome destruction. The black-robed leader raised his hands, and the black-robed people behind him chanted obscure lyrics together. At the same time, the spirits beside them transformed into weapons, and countless streams of light floated up from their bodies, gradually converging into a giant eyeball above the black-robed man's head. The bearded man's expression changed.
Oh no, it looks like a spirit control combination technique. Interrupt them quickly.
The servants rushed forward wielding various weapons, but their swords and blades were blocked by a transparent barrier.
Brother Beard.
It's a protective spirit, the servants exclaimed in despair. And judging by the thickness and area of this barrier, it's probably impossible to break through. The bearded man pondered for a moment. The spirit control combo skill requires time to prepare and cannot be easily interrupted.
Take the young lady with you, let's go.
The servants did as instructed, and everyone immediately fled for their lives. Yi Qingxian was hurriedly taken away by her subordinates.
No rush, let's take our time. The people of the Eye of Destruction watched them escape without intervening, simply watching them flee.
Soon, the Yi family members disappeared into the dense forest.
How could we have escaped so easily? What's the meaning of the Eye of Destruction's empty promises and lack of action?
Once they reached a safe area, the bearded man felt a mix of relief and worry.
Why think so much?
His henchman, however, was oblivious to the danger, remarking on his narrow escape, once we get back to the city and collect my reward, I'm definitely going to have some fun in the red light district. Brother Beard, you'd better apply for more bonuses for us this time, this trip was so dangerous.
We'll talk about it when we get back.
The bearded man was about to respond when he suddenly froze. Before my eyes, the ash shell was slowly peeling off the head and face of the younger brother, and when the wind blew it away, it turned into ashes and flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, most of his face turned to dust, his stunned expression frozen in place. Beard. He could no longer utter the word brother because his vocal cords had turned into ash. The bearded man stopped in surprise, watching as the Yi family servants around him were turning into ash on the ground one by one.
Suddenly one of his eyes went black. He reached out to grope for it, only to find that his hand had disappeared.
In just over 10 seconds, all of Yi's servants were wiped out.
What happened? At that moment, the bamboo sedan chair that Yi Qingxian was riding in crashed to the ground.
She cried out in surprise and subconsciously wanted to blame the servants, but found that there was no one left to obey her orders.
Chapter 20 Repaying a Debt of Gratitude? Make an eternal pact with me. Where are they? Where are you all?
Yi Qingxian got off the bamboo sedan chair and looked around, somewhat at a loss. At that moment, the person from the Eye of Destruction appeared behind her like a ghost. Now there's no one to bother you, little girl, come with us.
You bastard. Who are you calling little girl? You should call me miss.
Yi Qingxian was startled and suddenly jumped back, pretending to be fierce.
The leader in black robes grinned sinisterly. Young miss? You've got your facts straight. There are no more lackeys who listen to you these days.
The Eye of Destruction has recorded you.
You'd better cooperate with us, or you'll face destruction just like them. Who are you trying to scare? Let me tell you, I'm the eldest daughter of the Yi family. If you dare to do anything reckless, my father will kill you.
Seeing that Yi Qingxian was still acting spoiled, the black-robed leader immediately waved his hand to activate the huge eyeball hanging above his head.
Moment.
Most of Yi Qingxian's white outfit turned to ashes, revealing her soft curves and close-fitting clothes underneath.
Ah!
Yi Qingxian screamed and immediately covered her chest with both hands. You scoundrels!
How dare you? The Eye of Destruction chuckled lewdly. What wouldn't we dare to do? Despair was evident in Yi Qingxian's eyes.
The young lady finally realized that these people were a bunch of unscrupulous villains. Having been pampered and cared for since childhood, she felt fear as a result. If she falls into the hands of these villains, even if she manages to return home alive, she will likely be brutally violated and no longer a virgin.
Just then. Oh ho, abducting a woman in broad daylight? Excuse me, gentlemen, I've taken the wrong road.
A figure emerged from the foliage. It was a young man.
He surveyed the situation and then concluded. He immediately broke the tense atmosphere in the room. So what if I am? Kid, are you trying to meddle in other people's business?
A man in black robes shouted sternly.
No, that's not it.
The young man shrugged.
What does that have to do with me? I still have to hunt ferocious beasts. I really just took the wrong path. You guys continue.
As he spoke, he prepared to walk towards the thunder sword-winged lion.
The young man was naturally Shenlang. He had come after hearing the roar of the ferocious beast and didn't want to get involved in this mess. The man in black robes was taken aback. He hadn't expected the young man's reaction, and he was completely at a loss. Wait a minute, usually people who show up at times like this are supposed to be heroes rescuing damsels in distress, and also want to beat up these dark forces, right? Why did you just leave? Hey, you better help me beat these guys up, and when we get back to the city I'll make sure Daddy gives you lots of money.
However, upon seeing Shenlang, Yi Qingxian felt as if she had seen a savior, and she shouted desperately.
Shenlang scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? You're dressed in rags, and you're trying to act like a rich and beautiful woman? How can you talk so carelessly? People these days, the world is going to the dogs. Even if I, Shenlang, die poor, die here, or smash my head against this tree, I will never believe a single word you say. After he finished speaking, he planned to continue walking without even glancing at Yi Qingxian. A man in black robes blocked Shenlang's way, saying, You think you can just come and go as you please? Shenlang gave him a cold glance. Good dogs don't block the way. What? Do you have to show off your lawlessness in front of me? You little brat, you're asking for it. Upon hearing Shenlang's words, the man in black robes blushed instantly. He drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed at him. You're the one who's asking for it. Divine might. A kaleidoscope flashed in Shenlang's eyes, and instantly, the black-robed man's limbs were severed. The severed limbs seemed to burst open like a floodgate opening. For jets of blood spurted out. Oh, whoa! The man in black robes howled, his face rapidly turning pale. Everyone present was stunned. Shenlang's move of crippling a person's limbs with just a glance was simply too incredible. Can I leave now? Shenlang gave the man in black a cold look. Those with the Eye of Annihilation were immediately on high alert, while the black-robed leader's eyes shifted rapidly. Although the Eye of Annihilation was powerful, it required the target to be recorded in advance during the preparation phase. In other words, faced with Shenlang's sudden intrusion, they could only fight him with their own martial arts skills. Judging from the effectiveness of Shenlang's weaponry, even if they could kill him, they would probably have to pay a considerable price. Although it seemed like he had been slapped in the face by Shenlang, he still managed to say with difficulty, Okay. Shenlang sneered, You're quite sensible. He was about to leave when a notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. A top-tier spirit with immense potential has appeared beside the host. Please be aware. Shenlang immediately stopped in his tracks. Among all the people around here, there's only one girl. Thinking of this, Shenlang first turned his gaze to one side. Spirit Master, Yi Qingxian. Weapon, Tempered Blade. Rank, F. Innate skills, Severing Strike, Burning City Walls, Ashes of Heaven and Earth, 10 Trillion Deadly Burial Array, Remnant Sun Prison Garment, Blazing Hell, Pine Tree, Fire Repellent. All are currently sealed. Advancement Path 1. After forming an eternal contract, advance to Ryujin Jaka S rank, and can use Shurkai skills. 2. After the affinity with this spirit reaches a very high level, advance to Zanka no Tachi SSS rank, and can use Bankai skills. Damn! What amazing luck! I only wanted to hunt ferocious beasts, but I actually ran into Ryujin Jaka. Shenlang was overjoyed. However, he didn't show it on the surface. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said to the black-robed leader, Have you ever heard of a traditional art called face-changing? Then, Shenlang looked at Yi Qingxian and said, Hey, if I save you, how about you make an eternal contract with me? Yi Qingxian was stunned. She was overjoyed being rescued was naturally a good thing. So she readily agreed, Okay, I promise. Remember what you said. You people can die now. Seeing that Yi Qingxian had agreed, Shenlang turned to look at the men in black robes. At that moment, a kaleidoscope of images spun wildly in his eyes. Careful! A sudden suction sensation came from the surrounding space, and the people in black robes instantly gathered together warily, with a transparent barrier faintly floating in front of them. Shenlang glanced at it and said, This is a bit troublesome. Then let's try a different approach.
I didn't want you to suffer like this, but it was your own choice, so it's not my fault. After saying that, a kaleidoscope spun in Shunlang's eyes.
Tsukuyomi.
Accompanied by a burst of blood-red light, which swept over all the men in black robes, they were immediately plunged into a hallucination, their gazes shifting from blankness to pain, and then to fear and despair. Moments later, blood gushed from the 7 orifices of each of the black-robed men, clearly indicating that they were dead.
While Tsukuyomi cannot directly harm a person's body, it can ignore many physical defenses, which is quite good. Shenlang smiled gently and walked towards Yi Qingxian, who was standing to the side. Alright, come back with me. I.
Yi Qingxian was stunned. These arrogant thugs had been subdued by the young man in front of her in the blink of an eye.
How is that possible? Even though Ye's entire group of servants were no match for them before. What do you mean, you? You want to back out? Then I can let you experience what they're like. Shenlang frowned and said, I don't have the patience to coax any girls right now. Without.
Yi Qingxian had just shaken her head when Shenlang forcibly pulled her towards the direction of returning to the city.
To be honest, Shenlang doesn't care much about any ferocious beasts anymore.
Anyway, he has already gained the most rewarding harvest since leaving the city.
Chapter 21 I Just Want Your Body.
Shortly after the two left, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the dense forest, from which 2 figures emerged. They were also dressed in black robes, the only difference being that the 4 corners of the robes were branded with copper, and the overall tailoring of the black robes was also more refined. One of them was taller, and the other was shorter. The taller man in black robes looked at the ordinary men in black robes who were lying dead on the ground, their bodies still twitching, and said, they seem to be under some kind of illusion. He stretched out his hands, ready to do something, but the short, black-robed man beside him stopped him, saying, they failed to complete the mission assigned by the organization and should face destruction. The short man in the black robe stretched out his hands and muttered incantations. A moment later, an eyeball filled with an aura of destruction appeared in the sky, seemingly identical to the eyeball that the group of black-robed men had summoned together earlier.
It's just a little smaller in size. His eyes darted around in mid-air, scanning the black-robed figure on the ground. After it stopped spinning, the short, black-robed man waved his hand, and the black-robed men on the ground turned into gray shells. A gust of wind blew by, and they were all reduced to ashes. The 2 men in black robes with copper trim stepped into the beam of light again and left the area. After they left, the forest was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Shenlang brought Yi Qingxian back to the city. During the journey, the little girl tried to slip away, so he had to drag her into the Tsukuyomi world. Then he took a taxi straight to Shandong University. After taking the dazed Yi Qingxian back to her dormitory, he then dispelled Yi Qingxian's illusion. When Yi Qingxian regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, which terrified her. Where is this? What are you going to do to me? I'm warning you, my daddy is Yi Jinbei. She put on that spoiled young lady act again, trying to intimidate Shenlang. However, the latter was not buying her act at all. What am I supposed to do? Aren't you just asking the obvious? Shenlang took off his coat and hung it on the hanger without a second thought. Then, he casually took off the jeans that had gotten dirty while traversing the dense forest, saying, didn't we agree that if I saved you, you would enter into an eternal contract with me? Yi Qingxian was stunned, her mind filled with 1,000 thoughts. The reason she readily agreed to Shenlang's request was simply because she wanted to distract someone and fight the bandits, so she could seize the opportunity to escape. How could she have imagined that Shenlang could take care of those bandits so easily? She was speechless for a while before saying coldly, it is impossible for me to make a contract with a man I have just met and don't even know his name. And believe me, you wouldn't want to form a contract with me anyway. My spirit armor is just an F-rank tempered blade. Making a contract with me will not benefit your future. Shenlang said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. F grade has its advantages too. It just means you have potential. Yi Qingxian was stunned, finding Shenlang's words utterly absurd. As a young lady from a wealthy family, the reason she has not been able to find a suitable master to contract with is because her weapon rank is too low. Of course, after awakening, there were many people who wanted to form contracts with Yi for her money or her body. But Yi Qingxian found out about them all. Yi Jinbei was so worried about this that he lost countless gray hairs, but the guy shamelessly claimed that he didn't care at all. After a brief moment of thought, Yi Qingxian suddenly understood. This guy doesn't care at all about getting good weapons, he just wants to use the contract as an excuse to get intimate with me. How despicable. You are no different from those bandits. You just want my body.
Yi Qingxian thought she had figured things out, so she stopped trying to negotiate with Shenlang. She seized an opportunity and rushed straight to the door. As long as we get outside, we can ask someone for help. Then we'll definitely make Daddy teach that lecher a lesson. However, before Yi Qingxian could run 2 steps, her black robe fell off. This robe was something Shenlang casually tore off the black-robed figure on the ground after seeing her clothes turn into ash. It didn't fit at all, it was too big for her, so she took a couple of steps and it fell off. Yi Qingxian was stunned for a moment, struggling between the dilemma of covering herself and escaping. Why are you running away? I told you, since you agreed to the eternal contract, it's mine. Just as Yi Qingxian hesitated, Shenlang had already reached her side and placed his hand on her shoulder. The fabric on her shoulder was torn, so Shenlang's hand was directly on her skin without any obstruction. That smooth and delicate feel came instantly. However, before Shenlang could even savor the moment, Yi Qingxian started shouting. Ah! Don't touch me! In all her years, apart from her family, no man had ever taken the initiative to have this level of physical contact with Yi Qingxian. Annoyed by her shouting, Shenlang casually covered her mouth, picked her up, and threw her onto the sofa. Stop arguing, take a break, you'll have your moment to shine later. Shenlang casually deactivated his spirit-controlling armor, and the Moose sisters appeared in the room. You two help me hold her down. This girl has no sense of contractual responsibility at all and is trying to escape. I'm going to force a contract with her. Mu Qianyue immediately stepped forward to control Yi Qingxian. Mu Qianyue hesitated for a moment, then ran into the room and took out a pair of lace hot pants. Shenlang gave her a strange look. Isn't this preparation a bit too early? That's not what I meant. Mu Qianyue blushed. I was going to use this to gag her. Dishcloths and socks are too dirty, other fabrics are the wrong size, and tearing them apart would be too wasteful. After thinking it over, this is the most suitable one. Shenlang suddenly realized and gave a thumbs up. As expected of my wife, she's so thoughtful. Come on, 3 against 1, let's go. The 2 men stepped forward to restrain Yi Qingxian, but she suddenly jumped up from the sofa, disregarding her image, letting the clothes covering her body fall off, and broke free from Mu Qianyue's control. Mu Qianyue was holding the fabric in her hand, a little dazed, while Yi Qingxian stepped onto the sofa and was about to run to the window. Shenlang rushed over and grabbed Yi Qingxian's waist from behind. I've heard of people jumping off buildings and running naked, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you, a crazy woman, want to jump naked. Don't be silly, don't be afraid, it will only hurt for a moment. Yi Qingxian didn't believe him at all. She grabbed Shenlang's hands and pried them apart with all her might, twisting her waist wildly. Shenlang felt the swaying of her warm body against his arm. He finally truly understood what a snake-like waist meant. Indeed, the woman's waist swayed in his arms like a nimble water snake, and Shenlang could clearly feel something occasionally falling down from above his arm and bumping into him. But at this moment, he didn't want to think about gravity instead, he wanted to explore the origin of life. Ready! So, Shenlang threw Yi Qingxian onto the sofa again and pressed himself against her. However, as it turns out, if a woman really wants to rebel, a man can never succeed. He and Yi Qingxian fought for a long time, like they were in a fighting match where the rules required the contestants to be shirtless and completely naked. It was quite enjoyable, but Shenlang was getting anxious because he couldn't get the coveted reward. Chapter 22 is finished. I've been dealing with tyrants all day long. Finally, after being scratched by Yi Qingxian, Shenlang couldn't take it anymore and slapped her across the face. You should stop now. Yi Qingxian immediately stopped her aggressive movements. Shenlang continued, cooperate with me well. After the contract is formed, everyone will benefit. I can help your spirit control advance. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qingxian replied, okay. If you remain obstinate, then I will wait a minute, what did you say? Shenlang was taken aback. He couldn't understand why Yi Qingxian had suddenly agreed, and her expression at that moment seemed rather strange. The look in her beautiful eyes shifted from resentment to gentleness, almost as if she were conveying affection through her eyes. Shenlang was somewhat confused, but the absence of resistance was ultimately a good thing. He carried Yi Qingxian to the bedroom, gently closed the door, and soon the sound of the large bed shaking could be heard. The Moose sisters listened at the doorway, their faces flushed red. Could you yell at me? Yi Qingxian's shy voice came from outside the door. I didn't know you had this hobby. Okay, I'll also give you a double patting of your perky but as a bonus. The intimate conversation between the two made Mu Qianyue very shy, while Mu Qianyue wanted to join them. Both of them pressed their ears to the door, but one of them lost his balance and fell, pushing the door open. Inside the room, Shenlang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You two girls are so impatient. I was planning to feed you later. In that case, let's all do it together, and upgrade your equipment at the same time." The two women were overjoyed and immediately joined the battle. What followed was nothing short of chaotic and intense. The three women fought against Lubu, and Shenlang's halberd was practically adorned with dazzling patterns. The first light of dawn. Shenlang sat in the living room drinking water. He poured 4 or 5 large glass cups of water into them before reluctantly putting them down. He was attacked by 3 women in succession last night, and now it's time for him to replenish his fluids. However, his gains were also considerable. Congratulations, host, on completing the 3rd eternal bond with a top-tier female spirit companion, and gaining the talent, Heavenly Curse Binding 0 Curse Power Physical Enhancement Type. The Spirit Guardian has been unsealed. Holy crap! 0 Curse Power Physical Enhancement Type? Isn't that the kind Shen is? I've become a tyrant of heaven? The removal of the seal on the spirit was within his expectations, but the reward from heaven and the curse was completely unexpected. It's important to know that in the Jujutsu Kaisen world, heaven and curse binding is a special ability of the Zenin family. As an irresistible and irreversible bondage that is destined from birth, the price of being bound is losing a part of one's body curse power in exchange for strengthening the opponent's attributes. The original owner of the 0 Curse Power Physical Enhancement Type was Fuhua Shunner. His physical abilities were so overpowered that even a top-level curse master would have a hard time defeating him. Even when escorting the Star Magma, Gojo Satoru suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Fushiguro Jinji. During the Shibuya incident, he easily defeated the special-grade Curse Spirit Dagon based solely on instinct, precisely because of this terrifying strength. Only Fuish was called the Heavenly Tyrant. Now, I have the same aptitude as Fujin, haha, this is awesome. Shenlang was so excited that his whole body trembled. The instant he received the heavenly curse, a surge of heat spread from the depths of Shenlang's body, coursing through his limbs and bones. He felt extremely hot, so hot that he drank several more cups of water, but still couldn't extinguish the fire in his chest. So he rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the cold water pour down on him. This calmed the body's heat a little, but new pain soon followed. Ah! Stimulated by the waves of heat, his muscles began to ache all over his body, as if millions of worker ants were tearing his tendons apart and then twisting them back together. He was tormented by the pain mixed with itchiness, barely managing to hold onto the sink and grit his teeth to endure it. 4 or 5 minutes later, the pain and itching on his body finally subsided. Touching his sweaty body, he was surprised to find that he had become much stronger. Is this the curse of heaven? Shenlang's originally rather thin physique has now become muscular yet well-proportioned, with 8 neat abdominal muscles appearing on his abdomen, and every curve of his body exuding a sense of power. The changes didn't stop at his physique. He also noticed that his skin had become much smoother, and even his facial features had been slightly adjusted. Looking at himself in the mirror, he unconsciously reached out and grabbed the faucet switch. With his hand squeezing, he actually pulled the faucet knob off. Water gushed out instantly, and he quickly grabbed the knob and pieced it together at the switch to stop the water from flowing out. Then he went into the living room, and with a thought, he instantly did a handstand on the ground. He could move freely even without the support of a wall. They can even move their fingers off the ground one by one, and finally support themselves with only the little finger of their left hand. Then his arm suddenly bent, and he sprang up from the ground. So strong. Shenlang was pleasantly surprised to feel the changes in his body. His coordination, strength, agility, and even reaction speed had all improved significantly. Having worked all night, he now felt full of energy again. Clearly his stamina had been enhanced by the heavenly curse skill. Riding on this surge of excitement, he re-entered the bedroom and began making love. The host's affinity with the spirit has increased, granting a new talent, bottomless stomach. Note, this talent complements both heavenly power and curse binding. The level of heavenly power and curse binding can be enhanced by consuming ingredients such as the meat of ferocious beasts, thereby increasing the host's physical strength. The host's affinity with the spirit has increased, and the seal on Susanoo has been lifted. When Shenlang heard the notification sound again, Yi Qingxian was already slumped on the bed like a piece of rubber, her body drenched in sweat. Is it over? After Shenlang left the bedroom to take a shower, Yi Qingxian asked weakly. Mu Qianyue smiled and nodded. The first half is over. Yi Qingxian trembled upon hearing this. What did you mean by the first half being over? She had a vague sense of unease.
The next day,
When Yi Qingxian saw the rising sun, she felt it was absurd.
how could anyone exercise continuously for more than 10 hours?
Although she had never been a woman before, she still had basic common sense.
This person doesn't look like a normal person at all. Maybe it's a pile driver that's come to life.
Shen Lang had no idea that he had become a strange thing in Yi Qingxian's eyes. Today, he was taking the three women out to the mission hall to receive a new mission. I've already had a free day since yesterday's contract with Yi Qingxian, so I can't delay any longer today. Upon arriving at the mission hall, he handed over the collected medicinal herbs. After his account level increased, he was able to accept some higher level missions. He selected a C-level mission to hunt down a ferocious beast. This is the highest level task he has been able to take on so far, and the reward is quite substantial. Shen Lang led the three women out of the city, and people around them kept casting glances at them along the way.
Why are there 3 women with this kid? Could he have contracted with 3 spirit beasts? How could that be?
If he had 3 spirit beasts, he would have been drained dry and ruined long ago.
That's hard to say. This guy is called Shen Lang. He's a big name at school right now.
He crippled the Blood Sword Club members before. He already had 2 spirit masters before, so having 3 doesn't seem surprising.
Wow, this is beyond my imagination. This guy is amazing. Shen Lang ignored these comments.
The feeling of being admired and watched was nice at first, but it got boring after a while. On the contrary, Yi Qingxian's beautiful eyes lingered on him, and as she listened to everyone's words, she became curious about Shen Lang.
Yi Qingxian didn't realize that she had already given up on running away. Chapter 23 Platinum Level. Blood Savage Dragon.
The group entered the dense forest, searching for the ferocious beasts mentioned in the mission instructions. This ferocious beast is called the six-eyed flying squirrel, and its fur and meat are very valuable. However, the person issuing the task only needs the eyes of the six-eyed flying squirrel, the rest is up to them.
That's why Shen Lang accepted the task.
They ran through the dense forest. Thanks to the enhancement of the heavenly curse, his body was able to catch even the highly agile six-eyed flying squirrels with lightning speed. Before they attack, Shen Lang could then plunge a sharp knife into the back of the six-eyed flying squirrel's head and kill them. He dared not use any other weapon skills, fearing it would diminish the value of the six-eyed flying squirrel's corpse. Thus, although Shen Lang's efficiency was not very high, the number of six-eyed flying squirrels in the three women's backpacks did increase little by little. Meanwhile, not far from where Shen Lang and his group were hunting, another group of people were also hunting six-eyed flying squirrels. However, unlike Shen Lang, who relied on his physical abilities to chase the six-eyed flying squirrel, they placed bait in a clump of leaves to attract the six-eyed flying squirrel to eat. Beneath the bait, a net was laid out and covered with leaves. Their group of more than a dozen people formed a circle, leaving only one gap to let the six-eyed flying squirrel in. Once the six-eyed flying squirrels enter the hunting area, they swarm in and tighten the net, easily hunting a large number of six-eyed flying squirrels at once. By this time, about 20 six-eyed flying squirrels had accumulated in the hunting area, and a group of camouflaged people were lying in the leaves on one side, silently watching the flying squirrels. A boy with a straw rope ring on his head asked in a low voice, "Captain, can we close the net now?" The person being questioned was someone who looked more mature than the young people around him. He had a very square face and looked honest and reliable. He replied, "Don't worry, the net can hold even more six-eyed flying squirrels." "Can we hold more?" the boy with the grass rope asked, looking at the ever-growing number of six-eyed flying squirrels. He was worried that if there were too many, they wouldn't be able to catch the net in time and would let a lot of prey escape. The boy called the leader seemed to sense his concerns and comforted him. "Li Wen, don't worry. I used this net when I was hunting back home. You can tell at a glance how much prey it can catch. As long as everyone is careful to be gentle when closing the net later, and doesn't strangle or injure these six-eyed flying squirrels, everything will be fine." Hearing the commander's words, Li Wen felt much more relaxed and stopped talking, waiting for the commander's order. About 3 minutes later, a cursory glance at the six-eyed flying squirrels munching on the bait revealed a group of about 40. "Close the net," the regimental commander roared. From beneath the surrounding foliage, a dozen or so young men darted out, each holding a net knot, and they worked in perfect unison to reel in the net. Before the six-eyed flying squirrels could react, the net closed, leaving them only able to jump and tumble within it. Looking at their bountiful catch, the young people beamed with smiles. "2 more nets and we can turn in the mission. Once we get the commission, we can collect the corpses of these six-eyed flying squirrels and sell them. Then we'll have enough money to renovate the clubroom, right? Yes, there will definitely be a lot of new people joining us then." For that, we need to get everything ready before the start of next school season. Don't worry, there are still 5 or 6 months left, we'll definitely make it in time. The students chimed in with their own opinions. Looking at everyone's enthusiastic faces, Luan Liang felt genuinely happy. He was a senior at Shanghai University and also the leader of the Panyan Club. The Panyan Society was an old club at Shandong University, existing since the university's founding. It was once very successful, but gradually declined over time.
As the current leader of Panyan, Luan Liang couldn't bear to watch Panyan wither away like this.
After studying why students were unwilling to join Panyan, he found that the club's classrooms were too old, which was the main reason. So he decided to lead the group members to do tasks to earn money to renovate the club classroom, hoping to revitalize Panyan during this year before he graduated. A boy saw the six-eyed flying squirrels jumping around too much and was afraid they would escape, so he tightened the net.
Luan Liang saw this and scolded, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to strangle or injure the flying squirrel?" The boy shrank his neck. "Sorry, I thought they were struggling too much." Luan Liang snatched the net from his hand and glanced at it.
He saw that many flying squirrels had already been strangled to death, and blood was oozing from the corners of their mouths.
Li Wen tried to smooth things over, saying, "It's all right, Commander.
Even if they die now, it won't affect their quality.
Anyway, we'll be back in the city soon, so they won't rot." Luan Liang shook his head. "I'm not worried about that.
I'm worried that the smell of flying squirrels' blood might attract powerful ferocious beasts from the surrounding area."
Li Wen was taken aback, then quickly waved his hand. How could it be so unlucky?
"It's not that bad, Commander, you don't need to worry."
"It's hard to say.
I just surveyed the area and found that apart from the six-eyed flying squirrel, there are no other signs of ferocious beast settlements around here. Given the abundance of resources in this area, this shouldn't be the case. Therefore, I suspect that there is some kind of powerful ferocious beast nearby that considers the surrounding area its territory, and other ferocious beasts dare not come over." Upon hearing this, Li Wen's expression gradually became serious.
"Then what should we do?"
"There are only a dozen or so of us, and only 3 or 4 of them are well armed and of a high rank. Besides you, the leader, it's just me, Jing Tian, and Yao Chang. If we really encounter some powerful ferocious beast, we'll be completely helpless."
After a moment's thought, Luan Liang decisively said, let's go now."
"The mission can be discussed later, but if you lose your life, it's really over."
Luan Liang held considerable authority within this small team of a dozen or so people.
When he announced his departure, although the students didn't understand, they were still willing to follow his arrangements.
So the group packed up their loot and headed back to the city. And at that very moment,
a swift black shadow darted out from the woods and snatched the flying squirrel bag from a student's shoulder in the blink of an eye. The student was pulled and stumbled, falling over, and then saw a mouthful of drooling fangs.
"It's a ferocious beast."
He was instantly terrified and scrambled to his feet, trying to get away from the ferocious beast. This ferocious beast was over 10 meters tall and several tens of meters long. Its body resembled a giant lizard, with a blood-red line running along its side.
Luan Liang's expression changed. "This is bad. It's a blood-savage dragon. Judging from the thickness of the bloodlines on its body, it's at least at the mid-platinum level. Intermediate platinum level?"
Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding students immediately turned ashen, as if they had lost their parents.
Chapter 24. This is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Our levels are generally only around silver. How can we possibly deal with this ferocious beast? No, we have to run. Otherwise, we would have died here.
A myriad of thoughts flashed through the students' minds. Their actions varied. Some were on the verge of fleeing, while others gripped their offensive weapons tightly, their eyes filled with determination as they looked at the blood barbarian dragon.
But no matter how they reacted, the blood savage dragon didn't react to them at all, and continued to gnaw on the six-eyed flying squirrel. The originally tough net was like crisp seaweed in its mouth. It could easily tear it apart and then spit it out to eat the six-eyed flying squirrel inside. Upon seeing this scene, Luan Liang's heart sank. He knew that the blood savage dragon's reaction did not mean that it didn't care about them or was letting them go, but rather that it had them cornered and genuinely believed that they had no chance of escaping. That's why he's nibbling on the flying squirrel so slowly and deliberately. What should I do?
Luan Liang's mind raced, and just as he was about to make a decision, a sudden male voice rang out.
Wow! What a huge lizard!
Everyone looked in astonishment toward the source of the sound, and saw several figures emerge from the foliage. The leader was a tall, handsome young man who had just said those words, and behind him were three stunningly beautiful girls. They looked quite young, they were probably just college students.
Oh dear, what should we do? Luan Liang was both amused and exasperated.
He thought a savior had arrived, but it turned out to be just another group of passers-by coming to give the blood-savage dragon an extra meal.
This passerby was none other than Shenlang.
His gaze swept over the crowd for a moment, and he quickly spotted Luan Liang as the leader of the group.
So he asked, "So? Are you going to hunt down this ferocious beast? If you don't want it, then I'll go for it." Luan Liang was somewhat dazed upon hearing this. "Classmate, weren't you introduced to the Blood Savage Dragon in your Beast Expo class? Do you know that this Blood Savage Dragon might have the strength of a mid-platinum level?" Shenlang nodded. "Of course I know."
"Then why are you acting all leisurely, like you're just strolling through a market?
Shouldn't you be helping us figure out how to escape?"
As a seasoned senior in college, his composure vanished when facing Zhelong.
He became agitated, and several veins bulged on his forehead.
Shenlang was somewhat helpless upon hearing this.
"Why would I run away? You think it's troublesome, but it's not for me.
Just tell me directly whether you want to hunt down this ferocious beast. I understand the principle of first come, first served." Just as Luan Liang was about to continue his persuasion, Li Wan and other key members of the gang pulled him aside and whispered, "Leader, you can't persuade this hothead.
Since he insists on staying, let's leave first. We might escape while we have this opportunity to buy some time."
Luan Liang frowned upon hearing this.
"Sigh, fine." After a long while, he slowly nodded.
To be honest, Luan Liang did not want to abandon his fellow human beings here, but this fellow human being clearly not quite right in the head. The situation is urgent, and there's nothing that can be done about someone who can't communicate properly. After all, as the leader of a club, he has a responsibility to the young people he's mentored. Everything must be done with the primary goal of protecting the interests of the organization.
Am I a hothead? Damn it, I don't even know if this trashy beast can withstand one of my attacks. Shenlang overheard their whispered discussion.
The heavenly curse not only enhanced his physical strength but also his five senses. When they finished their discussion and looked at Shenlang, he knew their final agreement without even asking. He flashed and shot out.
The people of Pan Yan were all dumbfounded. Is he unarmed? Is he really going to go up and deliver some snacks to Zhelong? These ladies, which one of you is his spirit master? Go and arm him. This blood savage dragon is not to be underestimated.
This dimwit is too stupid to hold us off for long, Captain.
Let's get out of here.
Everyone in Panyan was pessimistic about Shenlang, as if they could already see him dying, and they had no hope for him whatsoever. Facing Shenlang's charging advance, the blood savage dragon casually flicked its cement pillar-like tail to strike him.
Clap clap clap. With a whooshing sound, its tail lashed out at Shenlang. Drink! Shenlang neither dodged nor evaded.
His hands moved like lightning to grab the tail, and a cloud of dust rose up.
His feet were driven deep into the ground by the enormous kinetic energy. But he clung tightly to the dragon's tail. Snap!
Then, using his waist strength, he slightly raised his toes and suddenly pulled, tearing off the tip of the blood savage dragon's tail.
Thick, foul-smelling blood gushed out instantly. Roar!
The blood savage dragon roared and flapped its enormous fleshy wings, lifting itself off the ground. It hovered in the sky, its blood-red giant eyes flashing with surprise and doubt the power of the human before it was somewhat beyond its experience. Not far after the Panyan Society members ran, they heard the roar of the Zhelong. Some of them couldn't help but look back out of curiosity, and they saw Shenlang tearing the Zhelong apart with his bare hands.
Wow! To fight a blood savage dragon with bare hands? That's outrageous. He doesn't even have any spirit-controlling equipment. Is he some kind of humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex? We used to say that they were crazy, that they were stupid. Now it seems that we were the ones who were stupid and crazy.
They were just incredibly skilled and daring. Hearing the commotion around them, Luan Liang, Li Wen, and the others stopped and surveyed the battle situation. Li Wen clicked his tongue in amazement, but after his initial surprise, he quickly calmed down and said,
"This is an unexpected bonus. With this guy holding off the blood savage dragon for us, we can run a little further away."
Looking at Shenlang's figure, Luan Liang pondered for a moment and then made a decision. "No, we're not leaving.
We'll stay and help this student." "Ha?" Li Wen was taken aback. "Commander, why?" "I'll explain later. For now, obey the commander's orders."
Luan Liang said in a deep voice. After hesitating for a while, Li Wen had no choice but to tell the students to stop and be ready to rush to Shen Lang's aid at any time. But Shen Lang seemed to have no need for their help at all. The blood savage dragon hovered in the sky, occasionally using its wings to create a gust of wind to harass and test Shen Lang, much to the latter's annoyance. He reached out his hand directly to Mu Qianyue behind him.
Owner.
Mu Qianyue understood and placed her delicate white hand in Shen Lang's palm. Her whole body transformed into a stream of light and merged into Shen Lang's eyes. The blood-red kaleidoscope reflected in his pupils and began to spin wildly.
The next second, a powerful force surged from his eyes, spreading around Shen Lang, with countless raging storms swirling in the air.
They caused the surrounding air to become viscous, gradually forming a huge half-skull skeleton. The enormous skeleton, tens of meters high, protected Shen Lang within it. It resembled a small hill rising from the ground, directly crushing down a whole cluster of the surrounding trees with their dense root systems.
Chapter 25. You can call yourselves clubs?
Upon seeing the extremely exaggerated skeletal skeleton, the members of the Rock Society were all horrified.
What is this? Could this be someone's spirit weapon? Its power is too incredible. It must be an S-rank spirit weapon.
If I were to summon such a massive spirit weapon and materialize it, it would probably drain me dry. Standing inside the skeleton, Shen Lang prepared to attack the blood savage dragon. Through the kaleidoscope, he maintained a connection with the skeleton, as if it were a nerve conduction. With a thought, the skeleton would move according to his will.
Roar!
Facing the skeleton, the blood savage dragon felt a strong sense of threat.
As a ferocious beast, it was naturally sensitive to threats.
The enormous skull before us exuded a chilling aura emanating from its crimson energy. Even from a distance, Zhilong felt a little breathless.
Phew!
So it decisively flapped its wings, turned its body, and fled.
Trying to escape? Too late. Susanu. Shen Lang had anticipated this move.
With a thought, his hand moved unconsciously, and a thick, white bone arm wrapped in fiery red flames slapped towards the blood savage dragon. Despite its enormous size, the skeleton was surprisingly fast, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye before striking the dragon with a single palm.
Bang! Thud!
Faced with the enormous hand, the blood savage dragon was like a slightly larger insect, unable to offer any resistance, and was slammed to the ground. After billowing into the air, it was slammed deep into the ground. Shen Lang pressed his advantage, manipulating the skeleton to unleash a barrage of punches at the newly created crater.
Bang 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 bang!
In less than a minute, he threw more than a dozen punches, expanding the diameter of the crater in the ground to more than 30 meters. At first, the blood savage dragon would occasionally let out a few shrill cries under the bombardment of several punches, but as the giant white bone fist continued to strike, it quickly fell silent.
He's dead?
Shen Lang controlled the skeletal fingers, extending his index finger and thumb to pry the blood savage dragon out of the bottom of the pit. The movement was so effortless, as if he were prying a piece of dried-up chewing gum off a table. The blood savage dragon, bleeding from all 7 orifices, was slammed to the ground. At this moment, almost all of its bones that could be broken were broken, and its huge fur and flesh no longer had any support, making it look like a dragon cake.
Shen Lang's mind stirred, and he released Susanu.
The crimson aura that had solidified on the massive half-skeletal skeleton gradually faded and dissipated into the air. The red light in Shen Lang's eyes faded, and a ray of light leaped out from his eyes, transforming into a human figure beside him, reverting to Mu Qianyue.
Shen Lang walked up to the dragon cake and pondered, "The talent of the bottomless stomach allows me to enhance the effects of heaven and curse by eating the flesh of ferocious beasts.
The flesh of this blood savage dragon will be my first experimental subject. It's a pity that they beat it too hard, bone fragments are stuck in the flesh.
It might be a bit prickly to eat. I need to find a chopping block to help me process this meat.
The Mu sisters are too small and weak to do this kind of heavy work. As for Yi Qingxian, who comes from a wealthy family, she probably thinks meat grows from the ground.
Giving it to her is not realistic."
Just as Shen Lang was pondering how to drag the enormous dragon cake back into the city, Luan Liang suddenly arrived.
Shen Lang glanced at him. "Oh, you're still here? Are you lost? I'm a kind-hearted person, how about I sell you a compass? It'll only cost you 998. Luan Liang ignored Shen Lang's banter and asked, "May I ask how this student is addressed, and which university he attends? Are you buying a compass?"
"If not, I won't answer your question," Shen Lang said with a smile.
"Buy it," Luan Liang said decisively. But since we're outside the city now, it's inconvenient to transfer money. Let us wait until we get back to the city to discuss it. All right.
Xin Lang casually tossed a tattered compass to Luan Liang.
My name is Xin Lang, and I'm a freshman at Shanghai University. Upon hearing this, Luan Liang's face lit up with joy. So you are also a student at Shandong University. That's wonderful. It must be fate. Then she exclaimed in surprise, you're only a freshman this year?
In his opinion, Xin Lang's strength was so outstanding that he must be a junior or senior in college. If it weren't for his youthful appearance, one might easily mistake him for a university professor. However, if Xin Lang is only a freshman, then it is highly likely that he has not yet joined a club.
Luan Liang was overjoyed. Such talent must be recruited into the organization. Yeah, are you done asking?
If you're done, go cool off somewhere else and don't keep me from getting to work. Xin Lang took out a knife and started cutting the dragon cake, preparing to first extract the crystal bead from the blood-savage dragon. However, since Shilong has now been reduced to a two-dimensional creature, it is quite difficult for him to search for it. The thought of having to dismember the entire dragon carcass and transport it back to the city filled him with a sense of unease. Xin Lang looked at Luan Liang, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and said with a glint in his eye, hey, there's strength in numbers, how about you help me deal with this ferocious beast? Just help me transport it to the city, and I won't charge you for the compass. Luan Liang was still thinking about how to recruit Xin Lang into the club when he heard this, and he felt that he had just walked into the line of fire. So he laughed and said, this is no problem at all. Brother Xin doesn't need to waive the cost of the compass. You just need to promise me one thing, and from now on, all the members of our Panyan society will serve you faithfully. Xin Lang was taken aback. You guys were originally a club? He looked at the people surrounding him. You mean the whole group consists of just these few people? When Xin Lang previously defeated the Blood Sword Society, there were dozens of people on the other side. The number of people in this society is less than 10, which is far too weak compared to the Blood Sword Society. Luan Liang looked embarrassed. Currently, this is all we have, but I believe that under Brother Shin's leadership, our Panyan society will definitely be able to attract more members, grow bigger and stronger, and create new glories. Wait a minute, what do you mean by under my leadership? Xin Lang realized something was wrong. Luan Liang ignored him completely and said with a sincere expression, Brother Xin, please join the Panyan society and serve as its leader. What the heck? Xin Lang was stunned for a moment. You're just inviting me to be the leader of your club like this? All you know is my name and school, nothing else. Aren't you afraid I'm a scumbag who ruins your club? Luan Liang said in a deep voice, I see that Brother Shin's fighting style is bold and unrestrained, so he must be an upright and honest person. I trust your character. Xin Lang scratched his head. So it's actually possible to tell from a fighting style? He thought for a moment and then asked, aren't you the commander? Aren't you going to be resentful about giving up your position to me like this? Chapter 26, The Dragon Blood Core is established. Brother Xin is younger than me, but his strength is far superior. The capable should come first. You are more qualified than me to become the leader of Panyan. Besides, I'm already a senior. It's really unreasonable for me to occupy the position of group leader but not be able to lead Panyan to greater glory. Luan Liang said sincerely. Xin Lang looked at the other members of the Rock Society, you guys have no objections? The members were already shocked by Xin Lang's overwhelming strength. They were willing to pay any price to bring this big shot into the club. I'd even be Xin Lang's dog. Moreover, since Luan Liang voluntarily stepped down to make way for a more capable person, and they didn't force him, they had even less objection. Xin Lang, meanwhile, fell into deep thought. This rock society didn't seem to have many members, so its reserves of assets and other resources probably weren't very large either. It's fair to say there's not much to be gained from this. But bad things can be good things in another way. It's precisely because they're not doing so well right now that I can help them take off after I join them. Then they will be even more devoted to him. This is the significance of providing timely help. Moreover, he does need a group of subordinates to hunt with him and help him with miscellaneous tasks such as selling animal carcasses. In addition, if the university club is managed well, an elite team can be formed from the club after graduation. That way, we won't have to start from scratch to train our teammates. These factors flashed through Xin Lang's mind, and he slowly nodded, I agree to become the leader of Panyan. Before Luan Liang and the others could be happy, he added, but I have a few requests to make up first. See if you can fulfill them. If not, then forget it. Luan Liang clapped his hands.
Captain, you say it. No matter how many requests you make, we will grant them. Well, this guy is already calling himself the regimental commander. Shen Lang was speechless. Despite having such a square face and looking like an honest person, he was very good at taking advantage of others. You really can't judge a book by its cover. With a sigh, Shen Lang made a request. First, I will not be responsible for the management of the club's trivial affairs on a daily basis. I will not be involved in recruitment, renting venues, or organizing activities. I'll only take care of two things. One is to lead you on the hunt, and the other is to help you get revenge if you get beaten up. That's all. Of course, just because you think I'll protect you doesn't mean you can act recklessly. If I find out that you're deliberately causing trouble for others, then I'll deal with you too. He looked at Luan Liang and said, So, I think you can serve as the vice president, since you should be quite familiar with the affairs of the club. You can take care of those trivial matters for now. Before you graduate, you also need to find me the next vice president who can help me continue to manage the club. Luan Liang nodded repeatedly. No problem, I will definitely live up to the commander's expectations. As for the second point, Shen Lang continued, the name Pan Yan is too awful. Although the meaning is good, it sounds like a delivery organization. This name needs to be changed. Everyone is welcome to offer their opinions. Upon hearing this, the members immediately began to discuss it. Since we want to grow bigger, stronger, and create new glories, why not call it the #1 Society of Shandong University? That's too narrow-minded. Why not just call it the #1 Society in the capital? Isn't the commander's weapon a giant skull? In my opinion, we should just call it the Giant Bone Society. What kind of wall thing is this? Why don't you call it the Skinny Society? For a moment, everyone started talking at once, and a noisy argument broke out. But the names I came up with were either too annoying or too funny, and I haven't been able to come up with a suitable name yet. Finally, Luan Liang said, Today is the day the leader joined the guild, and also the day the leader killed the blood savage dragon. It can be said that this is the first day that our club has been reborn after being bathed in dragon blood. In ancient times, dragon blood had the meaning of power, transcendence, and breakthrough, so why don't we name our club the Dragon Blood Club? These words were met with enthusiastic applause from the crowd. That's a great name, it's really powerful. And it even includes important dates from our club, which is very memorable. It will be a great anecdote when we write our club memoirs in the future. The symbolism of dragon blood is wonderful. Our club must surpass our past selves, break through barriers, and create a new legend. Shen Lang pondered, the Dragon Blood Clan, that's not bad. Then it is decided that the Rock Society will be officially renamed the Dragon Blood Society. I'll move on to the third point. Shen Lang calmly surveyed the crowd, calming them down from their excitement over the name change. Last and most importantly, from the day I became the leader, I have the final say on all matters concerning the organization. That's right. In other words, under my management, the Dragon Blood Society will be a one-man show. We'll leave aside some miscellaneous matters for now, and all important decisions will be based on my opinion. No club or organization may disobey, outwardly comply but inwardly defy, or resist otherwise, they will be immediately expelled from the club. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They looked at each other, pondering with worry, and finally, after glancing at the enormous dragon cake, they found the answer. Then they all shouted in unison, Understood, Commander. All right. Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction. Your first task now is to clean up this blood savage dragon and prepare to take it back to the city to sell. Remember to save the dragon's meat for me, and pick out all the bone fragments inside. Everyone agreed in unison and got to work. Shen Lang approached Luan Liang and said, I'll call you a Liang from now on. Luan Liang nodded, Of course, no problem, Commander. Yes, Liang. In the past, when I hunted by myself, I usually couldn't catch many prey before I had to return to the city to process the harvest. Shen Lang said, Now that you're here to support me, I can hunt more game. You guys just need to follow me and pick up the bodies. An excited glint flashed in Luan Liang's eyes. That would be perfect. Commander, I've gathered some mission information. Let's not just focus on hunting, let's complete these missions as well. That way, we can kill two birds with one stone and get more benefits from one effort. You really do have some talent, Shen Lang patted Luan Liang on the shoulder. Let's do it your way. A bloody storm erupted in the dense forest. Meanwhile, a hunting party was having a major headache dealing with the rabid baboons that had surrounded them. The vice captain said anxiously, Captain, there are at least 50 of these baboons. Our team can't fight them head on. We should run as soon as possible.
The captain's brow furrowed deeply.
Do you think I don't want to run?
They've surrounded us so tightly, how are we supposed to escape?
Chapter 27 Rescue is the way to make money. The deputy captain pondered, how about we fire a signal flare and get the city guards to help us?
Although the city guards' help comes at a price, they might take away most of our prey, it's still better than us losing everything here. The captain smiled wryly. I understand that, but given their response speed, it's hard to say whether we can even hold out until they arrive.
But everything depends on human effort, the rest is up to luck.
With that, the captain took out an orange signal flare from inside his pocket. With a pull of the tail line aimed at the sky, a flashbang flew into the sky, its tail swaying.
Bang!
The red signal exploded in the air, clearly visible even 10 kilometers away. The captain, holding the spirit-controlling longsword in his hand, said, "All right, let's see how long we can hold out against these monkeys." The baboons roared and surged forward.
5 minutes later,
the hunting party was overwhelmed by the baboons. Their sheer numbers and agile attacks left the small hunting party helpless. Just as the captain was desperately pleading with heaven to bring the city guards to his side, a tall figure suddenly stood in front of him.
Shenlang kicked away the attacking baboon and turned to say, "You're the ones calling for help, right? So you can't handle these ferocious beasts?" The captain was stunned. "That's right. You're here for rescue? Are you alone?"
"I don't mean anything by it, but these baboons are quite difficult to deal with."
"Don't worry about that.
If I dare to take on this delicate task, then I must have the skills." Another mad baboon pounced, but Shenlang slapped it away with a powerful blow, sending it crashing into a nearby tree. The mad baboon immediately spat out blood and could no longer rise. It has to be said that Shenlang's words, spoken while making such a fierce gesture, were quite convincing. "Then I'll have to trouble you," the captain said weakly.
Shenlang nodded. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Stop dawdling."
He stared directly at all the frenzied baboons present, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes began to spin wildly.
Divine might.
A suction sensation immediately came from all around the baboons, the air twisted and turned, and their limbs instantly turned into contorted pretzels.
Amaterasu.
Then a scorching wave of air erupted from Shenlang's body, and upon encountering the mad baboons, it burned into blazing black flames.
Bark, bark, bark.
Amidst the rabid baboons' mournful cries, their flesh and fur turned charred black in the black flames. The hunting party members were dumbfounded.
Isn't something wrong with this? We just had such a tough time dealing with that horde of mad baboons, how come he took care of them in no time? I can't understand this person's weaponry.
He seems to use his eyes to cast destructive spells.
Logically, the spirit control should be his eyes.
But his physical strength is also very strong. The weaponry in his eyes shouldn't give him this kind of power.
Could he have 2 spirit beasts? How could that be? Having multiple spirits too early would damage your essence.
Only experts at the diamond level or above dare to have multiple spirits.
Perhaps he is a diamond level expert? Wow.
That's way too young. Seeing that the swarm of baboons had been dealt with, Shenlang snapped his fingers. "Liang, take care of them." The members of the Dragon Blood clan, who had been hiding among the surrounding foliage, suddenly revealed themselves, drew their knives, and picked out the crystal beads from the mad baboon's body, putting them into a leather bag. Shenlang knew that the ferocious baboon was useless except for the crystal beads. Its fur, flesh, and blood were all worthless.
That's why Amaterasu was used on them.
The hunting team's captain and vice-captain exchanged a few words, and finally the captain came to Shenlang carrying a small bag full of crystal beads.
"Thank you for your help. We have no way to repay you. This is most of our earnings from this hunting trip. We'd like to give it to you as a token of our gratitude." "Oh?" Shenlang's eyebrows lifted. Not bad, you're pretty good at it." He took the bag of crystal beads and patted the captain on the shoulder, saying, "Don't be afraid if you encounter difficulties in the future. Just fire signal flares. As long as we are around, we will definitely come to your aid." Team leader. "You can hope I'll do well." After Luan Liang and his group finished collecting the crystal beads from the mad baboon, the Dragon Blood gang headed to the next location of the distress signal. In just one afternoon, by the time Shenlang and his group returned to the city, they had made a fortune. Each member of the Dragon Blood gang carried the hides and flesh of precious ferocious beasts, and the leather pouches around their waists were bulging. This attracted the attention of hunters coming and going near the city walls. "Wow, this team has really got a lot. With this level of prey,
our team would need 5 days to complete it.
These people are unfamiliar faces. They're not a well-established hunting team. Are they rising stars?
I need to ask them if they're still hiring. The Dragonblood clan members arrived at the trading center set up not far from the city wall, which facilitated the sale of prey by hunters.
After some haggling, they sold most of their prey. Shenlang kept some of the finest beast meat for himself, intending to take it back and cook it.
Of course, he also kept some of the 6-eyed flying squirrel's eyes to use in completing missions.
The Dragonblood gang boarded a bus back to Shandong University.
Along the way, Luan Liang patiently and repeatedly tallied up today's gains beside Shenlang. Like a gold panner panning for gold in a ditch, calculating his annual income. Captain, this time we have made a total of 4.32 million dragon coins and 309 crystal beads.
A farmer's smile spread across Luan Liang's face. Now we have money to renovate the clubroom. Club classroom? Why are you renovating that thing? Shenlang asked.
To recruit new members, we need a more impressive clubroom.
When the new students come to join us, won't they be more eager to stay?
Come on, only clueless kids would judge whether a club is worth joining based on the clubroom.
What's the point of recruiting kids like that? Shenlang said disdainfully. The best recruitment brochure is one where the members themselves are strong enough.
As long as our club is full of experts, people will naturally know how strong our club is. As Shenlang spoke, he took the bank card for today's settlement from Luan Liang's hand, and then pulled another one out of his wallet and gave it to him.
But I won't stop you if you insist on renovating the classroom. It'll be good to have a better environment for meetings. There are 100,000 dragon coins in this card. Take it and get this done. Luan Liang was taken aback.
He had originally intended to apply to Shenlang for 500,000 dragon coins to do this, but he didn't expect to only receive 1/5.
Seeing his expression, Shenlang asked, "What's wrong? Are you having trouble?" Luan Liang quickly replied, "No problem. I will definitely use this money to get things done. 10,000 it is."
Without Shenlang's involvement, they might have struggled to come up with 100,000.
It's important to be content. Chapter 28 The Great Beauty Shen Visits.
And the crystal beads we received this time, I think there are only about 10 of us. 50 crystal beads should be enough to divide among you, right? After all, once you've gathered the new mission information the day after tomorrow, we'll still need to leave the city.
We'll then distribute the new crystal beads to you.
Shenlang said, took the large leather bag containing the crystal beads, picked out 50 crystal beads and put them into a small bag for Luan Liang.
Luan Liang hesitated, realizing that Shenlang's actions would cause dissatisfaction among the members of the Dragon Blood clan.
Logically speaking, Shenlang, having just taken over as the regimental commander, should be showing generosity to win people's hearts. However, since Shenlang was already the commander, he, as the deputy, could only respect the commander's decision. Furthermore, they had made a prior agreement with Shenlang that his will was the absolute command, and he had the authority to make the final decision.
This also includes the distribution of spoils of war.
At worst, I'll do more ideological work with the members.
Luan Liang thought to himself.
The Dragon Blood gang members got off the bus at Shandong University. Luan Liang and Shenlang agreed that the latter would go to the club classroom to familiarize themselves with the place the next day.
After that, everyone dispersed.
Shenlang led the 3 women to the mission hall and handed in their previous missions there. His account level has been upgraded again, and he can now accept A-level missions. Back in his dormitory, Shenlang washed the top-quality beast meat, put it in a large pot to boil off the blood foam, and then added some spices to stew it. After cooking the meat, he prepared to take a bath and discuss close combat techniques with the 3 women. Unexpectedly, the doorbell rang right after he finished showering. When Shenlang opened the door, he saw that the person who came in was Shen Hongmei.
"Sister Hongmei, what brings you here?" Shen Hongmei smiled and said, "What, you're not welcoming me?"
"To be honest, you're not exactly welcome at this juncture," Shenlang joked. "If it were anyone else, I would have kicked them out and taught them to be mindful of the time before visiting next time."
Shen Hongmei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood Shenlang's underlying meaning.
A blush rose on her cheeks, and she spat lightly. She rolled her eyes at Shenlang, then walked into the room on her own, ignoring him. Shenlang laughed and said, "Sister Hongmei, don't be angry.
I was just joking. You're welcome to come anytime." He then invited Shen Hongmei to sit down on the sofa.
He didn't say the second half of his sentence. He would be even more welcoming if Shen Hongmei came and joined the family. The Mu sisters conscientiously brewed tea for Shen Hongmei and then carefully served her from the side. Yi Qingxian was slow to realize what was happening. After the Mu sisters had finished brewing the tea, she thought for a long time before finally bringing a plate of fruit from the kitchen and placing it on the table.
Shen Hongmei looked at Yi Qingxian with a puzzled expression. And who is this? She is my new spirit. What? Shen Hongmei's eyes widened. Shen Lang. Why are you taking my words less and less to heart? Didn't I tell you on the first day of school that it's best to only contract one spirit before reaching diamond level? You already broke the rules by having 2 contracts, but since you have an eternal contract, I have no choice but to let you go. But now you've contracted with a 3rd spirit beast, I can't let you continue like this. Shen Hongmei took a sip of tea with some excitement, then suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously, you wouldn't have also made an eternal contract with her, would you? Shen Lang nodded. I was just about to tell you that she can't really change things anymore. My god, 3 spirit masters with eternal contracts, and you're still only at the mid-bronze rank. Shen Lang interrupted, Sister Hongmei, there's no other way now that things have come to this. I will work hard to cultivate, so please stop nagging me. Upon hearing this, Shen Hongmei sighed deeply and finally nodded helplessly. Shen Lang seized the opportunity to change the subject. You didn't come here today just because the leaders are here to inspect the work, did you? There must be something else going on, right? Nothing can be hidden from you, you little rascal. I do have other things to do, Shen Hongmei said with a smile. I got news from the school's mission hall that you've already obtained the qualifications for an A-level account? Shen Lang nodded, a few thoughts flashing through his mind. He had only upgraded to an A-level account a little over an hour ago, and Shen Hongmei already knew about it. It seemed that she was quite concerned about him. I gave you the certificate to register an account in advance, and it's only been a few days, and you've already given me such outstanding results. Shen Hongmei said with pride, Shen Lang, your performance since you realized your mistake has truly surprised me every day. Your outstanding performance allows me to negotiate some benefits for you with the school. Firstly, with your A-level account qualifications, you are sure to be able to join a good guild. I recommend you join the Evergreen Guild. Shen Hongmei explained, you previously severely injured the entire Blood Sword Society, causing it to be expelled from the organization, which touched upon the interests of some societies that had fraternal ties with the Blood Sword Society. They will probably cause you trouble in the future. Although they won't be so foolish as to come to your door and challenge you to a fight, they will probably try to sabotage the gang you joined in the dark. The Evergreen Society is one of the 5 strongest societies at Shandong University, and it has no connection with the Blood Sword Society. It will not exclude you, nor will it be afraid of those underhanded methods. It can protect you and provide you with many benefits of a strong society. Seeing that Shen Hongmei spoke in great detail, it was clear that she had done a lot of research and cared a lot about Shen Lang's affairs. But the more Shen Lang listened, the more guilty he felt. Sister Hongmei, stop talking. Actually, I already have a club. Shen Hongmei froze. What club did you join? It's not joining, it's owning a club. I'm now the leader of the Dragon Blood Club. Oh, our club's previous name was Rocky Rock. You should be more familiar with that name. Pan Yen? Shen Hongmei searched her memory for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, isn't that the old gang that's almost gone? Although Pan Yen was once glorious, it has now withered away. I'm afraid they can't even gather 30 members, right? Shen Lang said helplessly, you're guessing too much. In reality, we can't even gather 20. Shen Hongmei said angrily, how dare you say that? What are we going to do now? Shen Lang remained calm and composed, saying, what's there to worry about? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If I can cripple a blood sword, I can cripple a blood blade and a blood shield too. Yes, you're the best. You don't seem to care at all. Shen Hongmei frowned and pondered. I was originally planning to have you represent Changqing in the Shandong University team battle so that you could get protection from the Changqing Society. But now there's no way to do that? Shandong University's team battle? Shen Lang keenly caught the key phrase. Is that the university-wide club battle? That's right, all clubs at Shandong University can participate. It's divided into team battles and individual battles, and the top 3 in both tracks can receive substantial rewards. Chapter 29 My Beautiful Best Friend. Snow White. A substantial reward? How substantial? Shen Lang's eyes lit up when he heard about the reward and the treasure. The team battle won't start for another 10 days or so, and the rewards haven't been announced yet.
Shen Hongmei said, but based on the previous Shandong University team battles, the third place reward is an unlimited supply of crystal beads every month until the winner graduates.
What? No limit? Shen Lang's eyes lit up. Our school is so generous. Look at you, all greedy.
Shen Hongmei rolled her eyes at Shen Lang. It says there's no limit, but of course it doesn't mean you can take as much as you want. Instead, it's based on the number of crystal beads you can absorb in a month. Take as many as you can. In team battles, it's based on the number of crystal beads the winning team can absorb each month.
Shen Lang suddenly realized.
Crystal beads, though the most refined energy crystals from the bodies of ferocious beasts, can be absorbed by the master to increase their level. However, the savagery and murderous intent of the ferocious beast contained within the crystal bead requires time to transform, so that the energy within the crystal bead can be converted into a purely absorbable part. In terms of efficiency, a master who absorbs diligently will consume no more than 100 crystal beads per month. The specific reward for the top 3 teams in the Shandong University team battle is simply a supply of no more than 100 crystal beads per month until the winner graduates. The rewards for team battles are simply a matter of multiplying the number of players in the team.
It wasn't as exaggerated as Shen Lang imagined. Simply relying on school rewards wouldn't be enough to turn him into Shen Wansan.
After figuring this out, Shen Lang had a rough idea of the rewards for the other rankings. He estimated that they wouldn't be much better and there would definitely be many restrictions.
However, since it's free, why not take advantage of it? I'll definitely join in the fun when the time comes. So he asked Shen Hongmei, what are the requirements for signing up for the Shandong University team battle?
As for the requirements, besides each participating club having to pay 100 spirit beads as a registration fee, the club must have more than 50 members. Shen Hongmei explained, after all, Shandong University has more than 300 clubs. If every small club wants to join in the fun, then the statistics and competition venues will become a big problem. So this most basic threshold was set up.
Shen Lang nodded.
In that case, he would have to find a way to increase the number of members in the Dragon Blood group to more than 50 before the registration deadline. After explaining some things about the Shandong University team battle, Shen Hongmei also gave some advice on Shen Lang's daily life, and then got up and left. At the door of Shen Lang's room, Shen Hongmei glanced at the 3 women inside and said with a blush, Shen Lang, although you are young and full of energy, you should still be careful to restrain yourself.
Shen Lang chuckled, this isn't something I can decide on my own. I also need to hear their opinions.
You, Sai, never mind, I hope you understand.
I'm leaving.
Shen Hongmei shook her head helplessly and walked towards the driveway in front of the dormitory building.
After watching her leave, Shen Lang returned to his room and continued his interrupted multi-person martial arts seminar.
Shen Hongmei stood on the roadway, her mature and intellectual demeanor attracting the attention of many passing students, who all stopped to look. Pretend you have endless trash to throw away or shoelaces to tie, and try to catch Shen Hongmei's eye a few more times. She didn't care at all, and continued typing on her phone. A moment later, a rugged SUV with sturdy lines and a rough frame stopped in front of her. The students immediately erupted in a small chorus of groans. It seemed this mature woman was already taken. And judging from the car he drives, this guy seems pretty capable. I doubt he can poach this guy.
Damn.
As expected, the best apartment layouts always get picked by the rich guys first. The driver's side window rolled down, revealing a face wearing sunglasses, who chuckled and said, "Beautiful lady, get in the car."
Shen Hongmei rolled her eyes. Get out and open the car door for me, or I won't get in. Looks like Hongmei, you've had a bad day.
The driver said helplessly as he opened the car door. His step out of the car first stunned the surrounding students, then shocked them, and then filled them with ecstasy. The person who got out of the driver's seat wasn't some rich guy who got there first. It was clearly another beautiful woman. She was wearing a neutral-colored fitted jacket, paired with jeans that accentuated her legs, and high-top boots. This smart outfit perfectly accentuated her beautiful curves. A slender waist, a shapely bottom, and 2 perfectly proportioned breasts that are neither exaggerated nor overly large. She walked around to the other side of the SUV, opened the car door for Shen Hongmei, took off her sunglasses, and said with a smile, "Counselor Shen, please get in the car." Her removal of her sunglasses astonished the wolves who were looking around with their heads held high. It turns out this beautiful girl not only has a great figure, but she's also incredibly beautiful. She had shoulder-length short hair with a few bangs hanging down her forehead, which softened her delicate and somewhat overly sculpted features, adding a touch of gentleness to her appearance. If you had to describe this stunning woman in one word, it would be heroic and spirited. Oh, just seeing her has already stirred up a whole new world in my mind, a magnificent adventure together.
A valiant female warrior, a taciturn male mage, nighttime, ambiguous chats around the campfire, TSK, my dying youth seems to be coming back to life. I decided to swallow my pride and go over to ask for their contact information. That's too narrow-minded. I've already decided to hitch a ride with them, no matter where they're going. The group of wolves were excited, but a bespectacled guy weakly raised his hand and said, I advise you to calm down. She is Bai Shui, the new head of the freshman class at our school. The men looked at each other, and someone questioned, who are you? Why should we believe you? I'm the moderator of the top 3 flowers section on the campus network. The bespectacled guy showed his phone screen. A couple of days ago, the administrator of our top 3 flowers thread included her, but because the angle of the candid photo wasn't good, it didn't go viral. It's the Tanhua moderator. My apologies for not recognizing you. The group of guys confirmed Four Eyes' identity through his personal homepage on the campus network, and they immediately looked up to him with great respect. The bespectacled guy then added, as for the person next to her, she's Shin Hongmei, the freshman counselor. I also suggest you think twice before harassing her, since she sent the dozen or so students who hit on her to the ideological and political education office. The male fans were dumbfounded. What kind of college student killer group was this? Who would dare to mess with them? If you're not careful, you might end up with a disciplinary record. They could only watch the SUV drive away with a Siam man capable of taming these two beauties could never have been born among the student population. Ultimately, it can only be admired from afar and not touched. Chapter 30. The twin sisters are pregnant? Inside the SUV, Bai Shui gripped the steering wheel and casually asked, Hongmei, why did you ask me to pick you up from the student dormitory? You went to check the students' rooms again? I guess so. Actually, it's mainly to check on a particular student's situation. Shin Hongmei scrolled through her phone. They had arranged to have dinner together, but they hadn't decided where to eat yet. So she looked up information about nearby restaurants on her phone. Is the student you mentioned Shinlang? Bai Shui asked. Hey, how did you know? Shin Hongmei asked, puzzled. Have I mentioned him to you recently? No, Shinlang has recently become famous on the campus network. Our ideological and political education department can't keep up with deleting his posts. And since he's a student in your class, I naturally assume you're here to look after him. I see. I did pay attention to him. Shin Hongmei nodded. I originally wanted to introduce him to the Evergreen Club, but I didn't expect that this little rascal had already joined another club. Bai Shui laughed and said, You're so nice to me, but there's no need to force him into the Evergreen Club just because I'm the advisor for it. I was just thinking of keeping the good stuff in the family, Shin Hongmei said, slightly indignant. And what upsets me is that Shinlang has been doing a lot of things without consulting me lately. He's completely different from that clueless kid who always consulted me when he first enrolled. He's like a different person, Shin Hongmei exclaimed. It's only been a few months, how could he have changed so much? Bai Shui stopped at the red light. Young people at this age are prone to great changes. Sometimes they are extremely depressed, and sometimes they are as proud as the sun, more ambitious than anyone else. Just be patient with them. But you're acting a bit strange, Bai Shui said teasingly, looking at Shin Hongmei. Aren't you a little too concerned about this Shinlang matter? Considering what you said before about keeping the good stuff within the family, where exactly do you want this good stuff to go? Oh dear, what nonsense are you talking about? Shin Hongmei's cheeks unconsciously flushed with a rosy glow. Bai Shui was taken aback when she saw this. She opened and closed her lips for a moment, and then stepped on the gas and drove forward when the green light came on. After turning 2 corners, she finally spoke, Hongmei, it seems you really do have some inappropriate feelings for Shinlang. Her tone was very serious. I have to remind you that it's best for F-rank spirit warriors like us not to form contracts with our masters. Firstly, no matter how eloquently our masters speak or how well they promise, they will eventually complain about us because our starting point is too low, leading to an unpleasant ending. Secondly, how can you bear to form a contract with a master you truly have feelings for? Aren't you afraid that your poor qualities will affect his future? Our best outcome is to live a life of integrity and self-cultivation, and it would be good enough if we could do some administrative work at the school. Shin Hongmei listened quietly to Bai Shui's words, and after a while said softly, I know what I'm doing. By the way, I've been busy ever since I got back from the last practical training class, and I haven't had a chance to thank your father for the immortal vine wooden plaque. Without its protection, I probably would have died outside the city. I'm buying some tea for him, could you please take it to him for me? Shin Hongmei said.
As expected of Hongmei, you are truly beautiful inside and out, and have a clever mind, Bai Shui said with a light laugh. You've already learned to be filial to your father-in-law so quickly.
As Bai Shui spoke, she reached out and pinched Shen Hongmei's cheek. Oh dear, you're going to die, Shen Hongmei said dramatically, patting Bai Shui.
The two women flirted and teased each other as they drove toward the restaurant. Shen Lang placed a large pot of stewed beast meat, cooked to perfection and now tender and falling off the bone, on the table and shared it with the three women. At first, they thought the beast meat was too greasy, but after taking a bite, they realized how delicious it was. This beast meat has a unique, complex flavor that farmed meat lacks, and its aroma becomes especially prominent when cooked with spices.
Even long after swallowing a bite of meat, a faint aroma lingers in the nasal cavity.
The four of them finished a large pot of ferocious beast meat in less than half an hour. Of course, Shen Lang was the main meat eater, as he possessed an innate talent for an insatiable stomach, and he could never get enough of any amount of delicacies. After finishing their meat meal, the three women, seeing that it was getting late, went to wash up.
Shen Lang sat on the sofa and waited.
After a while, a faint groan came from the bathroom.
Shen Lang smiled and walked towards the bathroom.
The bathroom was now filled with a spring-like atmosphere. The Mu sisters were embracing each other, their faces flushed, while Yi Qingxian, her eyes glazed, was holding a broom, drooling as she examined it from head to toe. All of this was within Shen Lang's expectations. After receiving the enhancement of his physique from the heavenly curse, he had transformed into a walking human pile driver. However, the desires of the three women were not much different from before, so they could not cooperate well with Shen Lang. Often, while he was still in the mood, the three women would start begging for mercy. So, Shen Lang deliberately chose a type of meat called the bird desire snake and put it into the soup pot from the stewed beast meat. So the pot of meat they just ate actually had a strong hallucinogenic effect. Shen Lang could resist the effect with his enhanced physique, while the three women surrendered to it. This was exactly what Shen Lang wanted to see. Now he could finally achieve his goal. He chuckled. He casually took off his clothes and went into the bathroom.
It was close to noon the next day. Shen Lang sat in front of the coffee table, holding a box of takeout food and chewing it heartily.
He had been working hard since last night until just now, and even with the added benefits of the heavenly curse, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed, mainly because he was hungry. He also ordered takeout for the three women, but given their current unconscious state, they would probably have to eat this meal for dinner.
Shen Lang checked the system panel while eating.
Congratulations, host, on successfully impregnating the spirit, Mu Qianyue. The system rewards you with the Naruto world ability, the power of Yang. Congratulations, host, for successfully impregnating the spirit, Mu Qianxue. The system rewards you with the Naruto world ability Yin power.
Holy crap! The power of Yin and Yang. I already meet the prerequisites for the Rinnegan. Shen Lang excitedly slammed the takeout box he was holding onto the coffee table. Didn't this mean he could use Chibaku Tensei, a technique from the Naruto world powerful enough to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki and the nine-tailed beasts? This way, even if I face a master whose strength far surpasses mine, I will have the power to at least fight back. If I can't win, I can at least seal the opponent. Moreover, with the power of Yin and Yang, how far are we from obtaining the Yin-Yang escape technique, which can bring the dead back to life, heal the wounded, and directly create life?
Shen Lang was so happy that he shouted and excitedly paced around the living room.
Chapter 31: Eating, Cultivating, Sleeping, and Controlling Spirits. This is like a heifer taking a plane. It's incredibly awesome.
Shen Lang now wanted to rush into the bedroom and have another round of lovemaking, get Yi Qingxian pregnant as soon as possible, and then squeeze out some more system rewards.
But he quickly calmed down.
The three women have already reached their limits. If I were to force myself to take up arms and go into battle, I'm afraid I would end up fighting a bloody battle.
It's not that bad, let's wait until they calm down before saying anything.
But Shen Lang was so excited that he couldn't sit still or rest, so he simply took out a large leather bag containing the crystal beads, took out a handful of crystal beads, placed them on the coffee table, and began to absorb them cross-legged.
Although the invincible many children, many blessings system allows Shen Lang to increase the rank of his spirit masters by raising their affinity with them.
However, he cannot neglect the cultivation of his own strength. As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Shen Lang gently crushed the crystal bead in his hand, guiding the essence of energy contained within it into his body through his arm. Only after neutralizing the killing and savage power within this energy can it be introduced into one's own energy body. This process is the most time-consuming and mentally taxing step in absorbing the crystal beads.
Basically, Shen Lang needs to spend 1 or 2 hours digesting each crystal bead.
Raising the rank of my spirit beast is so fast,
but improving my own strength is so slow. I'm not used to it. Shenlang opened his eyes in astonishment. He looked at the crystal bead in his hand, where the golden energy that had been radiating from it had completely disappeared. Why is the energy being used up so quickly this time? He looked around and found no signs of energy leakage, nor did it leak out. Could it be? Shenlang quickly closed his eyes to check the energy body within his body. After comparing the crystals multiple times, he confirmed that he had completely absorbed the energy within the crystal. Previously, it would have taken him 1 or 2 hours to achieve this. Now, it only takes him less than 10 minutes. After much thought, Shenlang vaguely understood why he was in this situation. This was probably brought to him by the curse of heaven and the power of yin and yang. After eating that pot of highly nutritious beast meat last night, his physique improved significantly, and he wouldn't feel much of the rampaging killing power within the crystal bead. Unlike before, if you absorb too quickly, you might be overwhelmed by the power of killing, causing your blood and chi to surge and putting a burden on your meridians. In severe cases, it may even lead to a regression in level or a slower efficiency in absorbing energy. Secondly, facing the remnants of the ferocious will of those beasts contained within the crystal bead, Shenlang's yin-yang power talent allowed him to easily dissolve that will. Therefore, absorbing too quickly will not cause his mind to be impacted by a fierce consciousness. With these two factors combined, this increased his efficiency in absorbing crystal beads by more than 10 times. To confirm further, Shenlang seized the opportunity and grabbed a handful of crystal beads, then sat cross-legged again to enter a meditative state. An hour later, all the crystal beads were used up. He breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out the system panel. Name, Shenlang. Age, 20. Rank, Beginner Silver. Current Spirit Armor, Mu Qianyu Manjikyu Sharingan, S rank, Mu Qianshu Manjikyu Sharingan, S rank, Yi Qingxian Ryujin Jaka, S rank. Talents, Eye of Insight, Mastery of All Things, Mastery of the Spirit Blade, Mastery of Spirit Space, Mastery of Spirit Repair, Heavenly Curse, Bottomless Stomach, Yin-Yang Power. Looking at this panel, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. In just a few days, he broke through a major level. This was even though he focused his main energy on fighting with the 3 women and increasing their favorability, without spending day and night absorbing crystal beads for cultivation. It's easy to imagine that at this rate of cultivation, his level will soon skyrocket. Even after he consumes more high-quality ferocious beast meat, his physique will improve even further, and his cultivation speed may even increase. After figuring out this aspect, Shenlang had a bold idea. Let's bankrupt Shandong University. With his ability to absorb crystal beads at such a high rate, even if he only gets 3rd place in the team battle, he can still make the school question their existence. Shenlang suppressed his excitement and went to the bedroom to wake the 3 women. He promised Luan Liang yesterday that he would go to the clubroom today, and it's about time now. For the next week, Shenlang maintained a highly regular lifestyle. They usually set off early in the morning to meet with the Dragon Blood gang members at the school gate before heading out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. And they would occasionally rescue teams that sent out distress signals. Although the distress signal was by default intended for the city guards, according to the established rules outside the city, whoever saw the signal smoke first could go to the rescue. You can also receive a reward from the rescue team. Therefore, although Shenlang caused the city guards to lose extra income on many occasions, no one could criticize him too much. On the contrary, his rapid and proactive rescue efforts made the city guards feel a sense of crisis, and now their response speed is much faster. This is undoubtedly a good thing. Besides going out of the city to collect crystal beads and dragon coins, he also continued to eat the meat of ferocious beasts to improve his physique. After returning in the afternoon and having dinner, he engaged in his usual battles with the 3 women until midnight. He then replaced sleep with meditation, absorbing the crystal beads until dawn. In such a fast-paced life, his level quickly reached a new high. Luan Liang has been a little worried these past 2 days because Shenlang has given him a task. Before the deadline for registration for the Shandong University team battle, increased the number of club members to 50 to qualify for registration. This wouldn't be difficult during the start of the school season. The newly renovated club classrooms in Shenlang, the club leader who has become a campus celebrity, would allow the Dragon Blood Club to attract many new members. The problem is, it's been several months since the start of the school year. The freshmen have already been divided up by various clubs. The remaining ones are either people who do not want to join a club for personal reasons, or a bunch of mediocre people that no club wants. Luan Liang had absolutely no room to maneuver. Well, the thought that he was going to mess up the first task that Shenlang had officially assigned him made Luan Liang feel a little worried.
So he's been spending the last few days on the campus network, constantly bumping the Dragon Blood Club's recruitment posts, and even treating several moderators to meals, hoping to increase his club's exposure. However, the results were still not very good. In the past few days, only a group of guys who couldn't find their spirit beasts and hoped that joining the Dragon Blood Clan would help them get assigned spirit beasts have come to visit.
Luan Liang chased away all these valuables who somehow got into Shandong University.
However, he regretted it after only 2 days. If he had known this would happen, he would have just taken these guys in to make up the numbers. As for now, with less than a week left before registration closes, the Dragon Blood Guild will probably miss this guild battle.
Chapter 32. Just after announcing the holiday, someone's already challenging us? Shen Lang said that everyone would have a day off today and should not go hunting in the city.
Instead, they should go to the club classroom to brainstorm and figure out how to recruit 50 people in a short period of time. So, shortly after noon, everyone in the Dragon Blood Gang had arrived, except for Shen Lang. The group gathered around a newly purchased solid wood table in the center of the classroom, exchanging ideas.
Their respective spirit companions served them, occasionally adding tea and water, or bringing a new box of tea and snacks. Li Wen glanced at his watch and said to Luan Liang beside him, "Deputy Commander, isn't the commander a little late?" Luan Liang glanced at the clock in the classroom.
"No, there are still a few minutes until the agreed time. You know the leader has 3 spirit beasts to deal with, so it's normal for him to be a little late." Li Wen nodded, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he recalled the 3 stunningly beautiful school beauties beside Shen Lang.
Indeed. The commander's physique is quite impressive.
Not only did he contract with 3 spirit beasts and bring us so many spoils of war, but we were just doing manual labor, helping him move and sort them. We've given something that doesn't justify what we received. On, you truly deserve to be called a veteran member. Your ideological awareness is indeed high. He then looked at the other members of the club and said, "From today onwards, everyone should learn from Li Wen, recognize their own position, and show sufficient respect to the club leader.
Anyone who slanders the leader will be considered a traitor to the society."
Luan Liang nodded and said, "Yes." Surprisingly, none of the other club members complained after hearing Luan Liang's harsh words.
Instead, they answered in unison. "Nothing more. These are the people who guarded the rock until the very end. What I saw in Shen Lang. It is an unprecedented hope." Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the clubroom. "Commander, you've arrived." A student sitting by the door went to open it and exclaimed happily. However, standing in front of the door was not Shen Lang, but a group of unfamiliar faces he had never seen before, roughly 15 or 16 people. "Who are you?" the student asked suspiciously. The leader, a stranger, asked, "Is this the clubroom anyway?"
Yes, but we've changed our name to Dragon Blood Group," the student explained.
"Then you've come to the right place." The unfamiliar face completely ignored his explanation, shoved the student aside, and strode into the clubroom. "My name is Lu Li. I am the leader of the Li Wang Club. I have heard that your club is a long-established club at Shandong University, so I have come here to learn from you." The Dragon Blood Clan members, who had initially seen their own member stumble from being pushed, stood up with displeasure on their faces. Upon hearing these words, their expressions grew increasingly grim.
"Asking for advice? But this attitude doesn't look like one at all." Luan Liang stepped in front of Lu Li. "From what you're saying, you're here to challenge us?" Lu Li, his face full of scars, grinned maliciously.
"You could say that.
So, do you dare accept our challenge?"
Luan Liang glanced at Lu Li's group. They clearly outnumbered their own, putting them at a slight disadvantage in a fight. What would happen if we refused?
Lu Li and his deputy commander exchanged a smile. "Then we'll send someone to write the words coward in big green paint on your door."
"How dare you?" Li Wen stepped forward angrily upon hearing this.
Luan Liang stopped him, looking calmly at Lu Li. "We should have no grudge against your organization, so why are you going to such extremes?" Lu Li clenched his thick knuckles and said, "There's no grudge. It's just that the mountain battle is about to begin, and our Li Wang team hasn't reached the required number of participants yet, so we've come to ask for your guidance. If we win, I'm sure your club members will know which club they should join." So that's what they were planning.
Luan Liang's eyes darted around. When a group is challenged by another organization, the losing side will suffer a severe blow to morale and their reputation will plummet.
The winner will almost certainly receive a significant number of members from the losers group. Because most people can't stand enduring the gossip and the losers' gaze from others. This method can indeed gather 50 participants in a short time, but it is a double-edged sword, because the challenge may also fail, and then it will be a loss. The fact that this group called Li Wang dared to provoke them probably means they did some investigation and discovered that the Dragon Blood Gang was very weak. That's why I dared to issue this challenge.
Luan Liang pondered, our leader isn't in the classroom, so I can't give you an answer right now. Please come back this afternoon.
Lu Li curled his lip. We've inquired. Your name is Luan Liang, you're the commander of Panyan.
Now you're telling me the commander isn't here? Luan Liang, are you so cowardly that you don't even dare to admit you're the commander? Luan Liang was taken aback.
It seemed that the other party's intelligence work had not been done well, and they had only found out the previous information.
No wonder, otherwise why would they dare to challenge Shenlang's authority?
Luan Liang patiently explained, we changed our commander a week ago, and I'm just the deputy commander now.
You really have to wait a while before coming back. Lu Li seemed quite dismissive of this explanation, saying, how could that be? They clearly told me.
As he spoke, he suddenly realized something and abruptly stopped talking.
In short, if you don't accept the challenge, we'll throw paint on you right now.
Lu Li pointed to his two underlings behind him, each carrying 2 large buckets of paint, eager to try it out. Li Wen stepped forward, his chin almost touching Lu Li's nose.
You fat pig, if you have the guts, try it. I'll beat the shit out of you.
Li Wen was a hot-tempered and righteous man, and he was quite respected in the gang. It could be said that before Shenlang came, his status was second only to Luan Liang. As he charged forward, the Dragon Blood clan members behind him followed suit and blocked his path. The members of the Li Wang gang were equally spirited, each one standing tall and charging forward.
Tensions were high between the two sides.
Seeing that the challenge was about to turn into a brawl, Luan Liang quickly stepped in the middle to separate Li Wen and Lu Li.
All right.
The Dragon Blood clan accepts your challenge.
How would you like to compete?
Chapter 33 Silver Spear with Candle-like Head, looks good but useless.
Let us have a rotation tournament. We'll go to the arena and all the club members will take turns fighting.
The losers will be eliminated, and the winners will move on to the next match, Lu Li said.
That is impossible.
Obviously, you have more members than us, which isn't fair to us.
Luan Liang pointed at the members of the Li Wang Club. So how do you want to compete? Luan Liang pondered, how about we each send 5 people to take turns fighting?
The Dragon Blood Gang's current top combat strength consists of only Shenlang, Luan Liang, Li Wen, Jing Tian, and Yao Chang. Therefore, sending out 5 people to take turns in the battle has a higher win rate, and there is still room for recovery if any unexpected events occur.
Fine, with so few people in your club, there's no way you can gather more.
A fleeting, triumphant smile played on Lu Li's lips. He only wanted to provoke the Dragon Blood clan to fight, he didn't care about anything else. Based on his understanding of this old, run-down gang, he knew that if he joined in, none of them would be his match. Let me make this clear first, if your club loses, all your members, club classrooms, and activity funds will belong to our club, Lu Li sneered.
Upon hearing this, Luan Liang's expression darkened.
It seemed that the Li Wang gang was determined to annex the Dragon Blood gang by making such a bet.
Luan Liang snorted coldly, then what will you say if you lose? Lose? How could we possibly lose? You're joking. Lu Li laughed exaggeratedly, clutching his stomach. What can we take away if we win? And what can we give you if we lose? So, Commander Luan, are you willing to take the bet?
Seeing Lu Li's frivolous demeanor, as if the Dragon Blood group was already his for the taking, Luan Liang felt his blood boil.
I wish I could break your nose right now and teach you what manners are. Luan Liang glared coldly at Lu Li.
But as I said, I am only the vice captain now, and I cannot make decisions on behalf of the captain of our Dragon Blood clan.
You can go to the arena and wait. We will give you an answer when the guild leader arrives.
You're trying to fob me off with that same old talk again.
Damn it, I think you deserve to be splashed with paint. Lu Li roared.
The vice leader of the Li Wang gang, upon hearing Luan Liang mention repeatedly that they had changed leaders.
A feeling that something was wrong began to creep into my mind.
He originally thought, like Lu Li, that changing the regimental commander was just an excuse by Luan Liang, but now he sees that Luan Liang still insists on this claim. In addition, Luan Liang suggested that the 5 of them take turns fighting, and during their previous investigation, they knew that the Dragon Blood Society only had 4 top-notch fighters. Now he was basically certain that Luan Liang wasn't just giving them the runaround, and that the newly appointed leader was likely quite powerful. So he reached out to Lu Li and whispered, "Commander, something seems wrong, there's been a change." Lu Li shook off his hand.
Variables? I think you've been fooled by this kid.
What variables could this lousy gang possibly have?
He waved his fat hand and shouted, "Splash it."
Upon hearing Luli's order, the two guys carrying paint cans immediately opened the paint cans and poured the paint onto the outer wall of the club classroom.
Whoosh!
In the blink of an eye, the pristine white exterior wall, which had just been painted, was instantly splashed with bright green paint. The two servants were quite perceptive. They took their brushes and went forward, dipping them in paint to write the word coward on the areas where the paint hadn't been spilled.
Li Wen flew into a rage. "You son of a bitch."
He pushed aside Luan Liang, who was blocking his way, and strode forward, throwing a punch at Lu Li.
Lu Li didn't even look at Li Wen before grabbing Li Wen's hand and squeezing it tightly.
Crack! A series of cracking sounds came from Li Wen's fist. With a twist of Lu Lifei's hand, Li Wen screamed in pain as his hand twisted into a bizarre angle. Then Lu Li kicked Li Wen directly in the chest, sending him flying backward.
Brother one.
The Dragon Blood gang members immediately stepped forward to help Li Wen up. Seeing this, Lu Li sneered, "What kind of trash dares to ambush me?
Don't you know Grandpa's weapon, the rubber boxer, specializing in close combat? Since you've made your move, I'll accept your club's challenge. Let's begin. Men, follow me."
Lu Li waved his hand, and his fist came crashing down like an iron hammer. Luan Liang grasped the hand of the girl beside him, and she transformed into a stream of light that armed him. Then, he resolutely stood in front of Lu Li's iron fist. His weaponry wasn't designed for close combat, but at this point, he couldn't worry about that. He'd do whatever it took to protect his gang members. Faced with the fist that was about to smash into his face, Luan Liang subconsciously turned his face away. However, 5 or 6 seconds passed, and Lu Li's fist still did not fall. Luan Liang glanced to the side and saw that Lu Li's fist had been intercepted in mid-air.
"Commander!" Luan Liang exclaimed in surprise.
The one who intercepted Lu Li's fist was none other than Shen Lang. He gripped Lu Li's wrist tightly, without turning his head, and said, "Yes, I'm here."
Then Shen Lang said coldly to Lu Li, "Don't you even know whose territory this is before you dare to come looking for trouble?"
With a casual twist, he sent Lu Li's hand flying. Lu Li cried out in pain as a flash of light appeared on his wrist, which instantly became as soft as rubber. In a way that no ordinary person could possibly do, he diffused Shen Lang's awkwardness.
Shen Lang frowned as he felt the texture in his hand and flung Lu Li's hand away. "What is this garbage? It feels like a toad."
A silver spear with a candle tip, all show and no substance. Lu Li clutched his wrist, his face grim as he scrutinized Shen Lang.
This guy is definitely a troublemaker.
He thought to himself that when his hand was grabbed just now, it felt as if it had been firmly restrained by a hydraulic clamp. Perhaps the opponent is also armed in close combat, or even has particularly enhanced hands.
This is truly a head-to-head confrontation. Who are you? Mind your own business.
Lu Li shouted sternly.
Shen Lang glanced at him. "Shut up, Luan Liang. Explain what happened." "I just did some post-lunch exercise after lunch back in the dorm. How did you guys manage to make such a mess of things?" Upon hearing this, Lu Li lost face.
His underlings were watching him closely, and he couldn't let Shen Lang order him around in such a tone.
"You bastard." He leaned forward, ready to fight again.
Shen Lang's slap came like a thunderbolt, before Lu Li could even utter the word account. The person was sent flying with a dull yet crisp sound, mixed with the tearing sound of flesh and skin splitting open. The scene was quite exaggerated. Lu Li was about 1.73 meters tall and weighed over 200 pounds.
He looked like a giant lead ball standing there.
But Shen Lang so easily slapped him away, sending him flying over half the corridor and smashing the wooden door of the storage room, leaving a human-shaped dent hanging there, trembling. "I told you to shut up, why didn't you listen?" Shen Lang clapped his hands lightly and said coldly, "You brought this on yourself, so don't blame me." Chapter 34 Wipe. Wipe the windows. "Commander," exclaimed Li Wang, a member of the comrades, as he rushed over to check on Lu Li's injuries.
Shen Lang flashed and blocked their way. "Why are you running?"
"His round is temporarily over, but yours hasn't even started yet."
"Let's settle things after we've settled things." The members of the Li Wang gang looked at Shen Lang's arm and swallowed nervously.
Although it didn't have exaggeratedly bulging muscles, it was still incredibly intimidating.
Li Wang, the deputy commander, asked in a trembling voice, You are Shen Lang?" Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. "Ha? You know me?" The deputy leader forced a smile and said, "I know him. Who in the entire Shandong University doesn't know Brother Lang's name? Damn it.
If they knew this god of death was a member of the Dragon Blood Gang, who would dare to come and challenge him to a duel? The Blood Sword Society was wiped out by him in the blink of an eye. How brutal! The Blood Sword Society is even larger than the Power King Society, and they still ended up like this.
How can they possibly fight Shenlang? Shenlang grinned. Knowing me makes things easier. You should also know my temper. Let's figure out what to do about this today. The deputy commander quickly replied, whatever Brother Lang says, we'll do. I'll clean this paint off for you first. The underlings of the Li Wang gang suddenly realized what was happening. Some of them had seen the video of Shenlang's battle in the cafeteria and knew that he was a ruthless character. The two boys who had splashed paint immediately bent down to the edge of the outer wall, intending to wipe the paint off with their sleeves. But when they splashed it, they didn't expect they would have to wipe it up themselves, so they bought quick-drying paint. After the sleeve got stained with paint, not much of it was wiped off. Instead, it hardened and became like a solid board. They were immediately at a loss, clutching their sleeves and staring blankly. Shenlang glanced at them. Keep wiping, what are you spacing out for? Do you need me to come and help you? The two of them immediately trembled and stammered, no need. No need. We'll clean it right away. With a heavy heart, they took off their coats and stuck them all over the wall to wipe it. Shenlang nodded as he looked at it, that's right, but just the coat isn't enough, take off the other clothes and wipe them too. Ha! The two were taken aback. Ha! Shenlang glared at them, and they had no choice but to obey. He stripped down to his underwear and, with a pained expression, used his clothes to wipe the paint off the wall. The deputy commander watched in horror. Shenlang was too good at playing tricks on people. He must have been incredibly unlucky to have fallen into Shenlang's hands. He rubbed his hands together and said with a forced smile, Brother Lang, look, the wall's all cleaned up. Is there anything else you need? Shenlang looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's clean? Who said it's clean? Shenlang pointed to the outer wall, isn't there still a large area of glass that hasn't been cleaned properly? Do you have eye problems? Do you need me to correct your eyesight? He kicked the deputy commander in the thigh, yelling, you take off your clothes and wipe yourself too. And your men, since we're in the same gang, we should share the good times and the bad. All of you, get clean. Rikio's men were dumbfounded, each one hesitant and undecided. This. What, you have a problem with that? Shenlang kicked up the dried-up paint bucket, grabbed it with one hand, and twisted it into a pretzel. No objections. The members of Liwan Commune immediately stood at attention, quickly took off their clothes as if they were undergoing a military training physical examination, and began wiping the walls. That's right, Shenlang said, taking out his phone and turning on the recording. Wipe it properly, make sure it's clean. When the members of the Li Wang Society saw that Shenlang was still recording, their faces immediately turned as if they had lost their parents, and they all turned their faces away, refusing to look at the camera. Shenlang said unhappily, why do you look so unwilling? Shouldn't you clean up the mess you created yourselves? Now you're acting like I'm forcing you, what do you mean by that? The deputy commander's smile looked more like a grimace than a cry. We are not unwilling, we are all willing. As he spoke, he patted the people around him, and the members of the Liwang Society had no choice but to force smiles and look at the camera. Yes, we'd love to. Shenlang asked suspiciously, really? I don't quite believe it. It doesn't look like they're willing. Oh, I see. He slapped his forehead. You guys are working too lifelessly, that's why you seem unwilling. We need to sing while we're working. Singing gives us momentum. Come on, I'll start, and you can sing along with me. Wipe, rub the windows. Rub the windows. Now, join me, raise your right hands to your chests. Let's rub the windows together. Rub the windows. Shenlang sang and taught at the same time. Seeing that Li Wang and the others hesitated, he casually made a fingerprint on the wall. Immediately, the members of the Liwan Society perked up and enthusiastically sang, wipe the glass. Wipe the glass. Let's clean the windows together, clean the windows. The Dragon Blood gang members watching from the sidelines were dumbfounded. Their leader was really good at creating drama. At the same time, their admiration for Shenlang reached a new level. Because when Shenlang easily swatted Luli away, Yi Qingxian and the Mu sisters were standing far away to watch Shenlang perform. In other words, Shenlang was unarmed and beat Luli to this state solely based on his physical abilities. This suggests that Shenlang's level is probably ridiculously high. This further strengthened everyone's resolve to follow Shenlang. Even Li Wan, after Xinlang helped him beat Lu Li to vent his anger, had a look of gratitude in his eyes that was several times greater than before. Paint is paint after all, you can't clean it by just wiping it with clothes. Even after the clothes of the Li Wan company members had all solidified and stuck to the wall, they still couldn't wipe the paint off. Xinlang curled his lip in disdain upon seeing this. A bunch of useless people, they can't even clean a wall properly. Alright, go back and get your tools to clean up the paint. Now let's talk about compensation. The deputy commander was initially pleased to hear the first half of Xinlang's sentence, thinking he was finally going to be free, but he was stunned when he heard the second half. Compensation? Yes. Xinlang said matter-of-factly. You guys came to our Dragon Blood Gang's clubroom today and caused a huge scene, and even injured one of my brothers. Shouldn't we pay compensation? Xinlang's eyes were very clear, as if he was genuinely seeking the deputy commander's opinion. But you also injured our commander. No, you didn't just injure him, you practically crippled him. Didn't you see him hanging on that doorframe, drool dripping from his mouth? The deputy commander felt extremely wronged, but when faced with Xinlang, who was standing so close to him that they were only a fist's distance apart, he still accepted the situation from the bottom of his heart. We should pay compensation. How much do you want us to pay? Compensation for emotional distress, medical expenses, lost wages, nutritional expenses, it should amount to at least 200,000 dragon coins, right? Xinlang counted on his fingers. 200,000 dragon coins. The deputy commander was dumbfounded. Their entire Li Wang's operating budget combined didn't even amount to this much. This is extortion. What, you want to give me more? Xinlang asked with a smile. We don't have that much money, the deputy commander stammered. Chapter 35, is this how skilled they are at extortion? What can we do? Who told you to come here looking for trouble, and you didn't even bring enough money? Xinlang said. The deputy commander had a droopy look in his eyes. We've been wronged. We were instigated to come and cause trouble for you. Xinlang was taken aback. How so? If I told you, could you reduce our fees? The deputy commander asked cautiously. Xinlang frowned. It seems you really enjoy negotiating, while I absolutely hate it when people try to negotiate with me. Okay. I understand. I'll tell you right away. The deputy commander was quick-witted and immediately spoke frankly and without reservation. It turns out that the reason why the Li Wang gang came to cause trouble for the Dragon Blood Gang was because they were secretly instructed by the Five Crown Kings Alliance. This so-called Five Crown King Alliance is an alliance formed by the champion teams of the 5 Shandong University team battles. They have a certain influence in student organizations at Shandong University and even in Beijing. Some organizations directly affiliated with them as subordinate organizations, and they also have to pay monthly tribute. Many other clubs, even those that were not affiliated with the Five Crowns Alliance, were openly or covertly controlled by it. For example, the Li Wang Club was approached by the Five Crown Kings and asked to find a way to join the Shandong University team battle, and then lose to the team designated by the Five Crown Kings in the plan match. If they agree to the plan, then the Five Crowns will help the Power King Club gather enough participants and will provide them with various resources for club development in the future. When Lu Li learned that the 5-time champion was willing to take him along, he almost cried tears of joy, feeling that this was the first step for him to enter the upper class. The deputy leader was more shrewd and had more shame. He knew that the Five Crown King's favor was not for nothing, and that the Li Wang society would inevitably be at the Five Crown King's beck and call in the future. However, these small groups had no choice but to pretend to be very grateful and accept the 5-time champion's offer. Now that they've run into Xinlang, the deputy commander realizes his vision was too limited. The 5-time champion's ambitions extend far beyond simply ordering them around. The reason they initially approached the Li Wang gang was to test the strength of the Dragon Blood Gang after Xinlang joined. It's understandable that these small groups wouldn't be aware of the changes in the Dragon Blood clan's personnel. However, as a behemoth in the Shandong University student organization circle, the Five Crown King could not possibly be unaware of Xinlang's joining the Dragon Blood group, who is currently riding high on his success. It's clear that from the very beginning, they were instructing the blind man to jump off the cliff, using the Li Wang gang as pawns. The deputy team leader denounced the 5-time champions for their various inhumane acts, his voice trembling and faintly punctuated by sobs. For a man who is over 1.8 meters tall to act like this, the Five Crown Alliance has really gone too far. So there was such a hidden story behind it all, Xinlang said thoughtfully. Alright, I'll reduce your compensation. Really? The deputy commander asked, tears welling in his eyes but a smile on his face.
He secretly cheered for himself, thankful that he had enrolled in an acting class in his spare time. The effect is now evident: a man doesn't need to be drunk to make you cry. Well, considering how miserable you are, I'll reduce the amount for you.
Xinlang held up a 50,000, the deputy commander asked tentatively. It's 500.
Xinlang said in a loud voice. Remember to gather the rest and hand them over quickly, or I'll take some men to splash Li Wang's paint. The deputy commander was dumbfounded.
500? Holy crap, my acting lessons cost more than 500.
He wanted to cry but had no tears left. We still can't afford to pay.
No money? No problem.
I can also offer crystal beads, the right to use the club's classroom, the right to use the club members' labor, and even the right to use spirit beasts to pay off debts, Xinlang said slowly. His tone was like that of a devil making a pact with humanity, tempting them to fall. The deputy commander looked at Xinlang with a surprised and suspicious gaze. What does this guy do for a living? How come he's so skilled at extortion? After a moment's thought, he chose the least outrageous option from the series of choices provided by Xinlang. Brother Lang, how much compensation do you think this right to use the labor of a commune member can offset? The deputy commander asked.
100,000. 100,000?
The deputy commander was shocked.
With just a few people like Li Wang, they actually had a reduction of 100,000 for doing manual labor.
They should definitely choose it.
Is there anything we can do? The deputy commander asked expectantly.
Oh, it's simple, just follow orders. Xinlang put his arm around the deputy commander's shoulder and smiled kindly. The deputy commander felt a chill run down his spine for no apparent reason.
Why did he have a feeling that Xinlang wanted him to choose this option?
Li Wang Club Activity Room. The members of the Li Wang Society carried large boxes into the classroom with happy expressions. The other clubs on the same floor as Li Wang couldn't help but wonder what they were doing, and why they all seemed to have found 5 million. Qin Laosan was a member of the gang next to Li Wang's. He was genuinely curious, so he pulled aside a familiar Li Wang member and asked, Xiao Zhang, tell me honestly, how has your brother treated you? The commune member, Li Wang, shrank back and gave a thumbs up. Third brother.
No doubt about it.
Qin Laosan put his arm around his shoulder and asked, then tell your brother the truth. What did your princely do today?
This. Are you treating your brother like an outsider? How could that be? But our commander really forbade me to say it.
It's alright, just let me hear it, no one else will know, Qin Laosan coaxed patiently.
After hesitating for a moment, the member of the Li Wang Guild finally relented and said, Sai, alright, what can I do when you're the third brother? Here's the thing, the Alliance sent us to challenge weaker guilds and gather enough members to sign up for the team battle. We just picked a weak-looking group from the list the Alliance gave us, and who knew? This gang might look weak, but their new leader is a landlord's dim-witted son. After we won, he actually gave us a bunch of treasures as hush money, telling us not to tell anyone about it. Upon hearing this, old King Qin's pupils dilated in surprise. Treasure? What treasure?
The specifics were all negotiated by the regimental commander and the others. I only received a small item. Li Wang carefully pulled out a piece of something from his purse, shook it, and then quickly stuffed it back in.
In that instant, the dazzling jewels captivated Qin Laosan. You're carrying so many boxes, and they're all filled with this stuff? Of course not.
Qin Laosan's throat bobbed a few times, his eyes darting around. Alright, Xiao Zhang, you treat your older brother like a brother. Come on, let me treat you to a meal at the #1 canteen, so you can share in my good fortune. Despite Li Wang's repeated refusals, Qin Laosan still managed to lure him to the #1 canteen, where he bought a bunch of hearty dishes and drank half a bottle of liquor. After that, Qin Laosan finally found out what he wanted to know. His eyes gleamed.
Dragon Blood Gang, a land of riches. Grandpa's here.
Qin Laosan hurriedly returned to the gang to inform the gang leader, gathered a group of brothers, and rushed to the Dragon Blood Gang's activity room.
Similar incidents continue to occur in the student activity building. Chapter 36 can't handle it. Let the 5-time champions intervene.
Qin Laosan stood at the door of the Dragon Blood Group's activity room and quickly suppressed the excited grin that was about to reach his ears.
He knocked on the door. We are from the Jade River Society.
We've long heard of the Dragon Blood Gang's reputation and have come here specifically to extort and learn from them. The door suddenly opened, and Luan Liang smiled broadly. You've arrived.
The 13 male guests from the Yuhua Club. Qin Laosan was taken aback. What the hell? We're here to challenge you to a fight. I know.
Luan Liang took out a contract and handed it to Qin Laosan.
Take a look. If there are no problems, let's start after you sign it. Qin Laosan looked at the contract with a puzzled expression.
The words on it were very simple, nothing more than how much the loser of the challenge had to compensate the winner.
But this confused Qin Laosan even more. Why are you all so willing to be slaughtered now? Shouldn't you all look unwilling?
Although something felt off, the contract was indeed in their favor, so we signed it anyway.
Luan Liang reacted quickly, snatching the contract and stepping aside from the doorway. A dazzling light shone from the activity room.
Qin Laosan and the others were momentarily blinded when they were pushed from behind and rushed into the classroom. Then the door behind them closed, and was locked.
A moment later, Qin Laosan finally snapped out of his daze from the dazzling light. The light was actually a huge spotlight pointing towards the door.
Shenlang was sitting on a folding chair with his back to the light. The Mu sisters standing behind him were massaging his legs and back, while Yi Qingxian was feeding him a glass of juice. The kind where you kiss mouth to mouth. Seeing that people had arrived, Shenlang pushed the three women aside and stood up to stretch his limbs.
Qin Laosan's tone was somewhat uncertain. You are Shenlang. Shenlang laughed, a bright and cheerful laugh. You got it right. The reward is a slap across the face.
The sound of slaps boomed like thunder in the activity room, and Qin Laosan let out the sharpest explosion of his life. Shenlang clapped his hands lightly, and Luan Liang handed him a towel.
Commander, wipe your hands and rest for a while. I'd like to give you a report. He pulled out a notebook.
Today, 12 clubs challenged the Dragon Blood Clan, leaving behind a total debt of 1.5 million dragon coins. Under your guidance, clan leader, this debt has been transformed into valuable resources such as crystal beads and classroom usage rights. Furthermore, some promising young fighters with excellent military skills have been recruited by our organization. Currently, our organization has reached 30 members.
Well, then I should be able to register in time. Shenlang took a sip of juice.
Those guys should keep their mouths shut, don't let the news leak out.
We should make a fortune in silence. Luan Liang nodded.
Under the influence of your strength and personal charisma, they are all very obedient. Under the training of Deputy Commander Li Wang, they have also prepared a set of rhetoric to persuade more people to challenge them to a duel.
Wow, that guy Li Wang is practically born for this, Shenlang exclaimed. Just then, there was a knock on the door, here to seek your guidance. Shenlang clapped his hands, we've got a job. 3 days later.
Atrium of the Student Club Activity Building.
This is the most advantageous location in the entire activity building, with outstanding lighting, tranquility, and activity room size.
The activity rooms for the 5 Crowns League are all here. In addition to their respective classrooms, they also jointly rented a large conference room for business meetings and gatherings.
Today is the weekly routine meeting. Fang Yujian, the leader of the Tianji Club, spoke. How are the tasks assigned last week progressing? I'm doing all right here. I've basically collected all the debts owed by those lower-level gangs, said Niu Jin, the leader of the Bull Gang. I'm doing fine on my end too.
I've handed over all the gifts I gave to the club's advisors, said Hu Lijin, the leader of the Daho Club, with a smile.
Fang Yujian nodded in satisfaction and looked at the person sitting next to the broad-leaved bonsai. Ah Kun, how's it going with those gangs I asked you to clean up? Ah Kun is a bald boy with a sinister gaze. Most of the time there were no problems. It was the other way around. They used those clubs that wanted to get ahead to deal with them. Even when the school received reports, they couldn't pin the blame on us. There's only one problem.
Ah Kun frowned as he said this, his gaze becoming even more sinister.
Brother Jian, do you remember the Dragon Blood Gang you asked me to deal with? Fang Yujian recalled for a moment. Oh, it's that Shenlang's club that's been making headlines these past few days, right? I remember it. That kid is too blind. He expelled the Blood Sword Society without even asking us. Shui Dao is a decent henchman, which is why I sent you to cause some trouble for Shenlang. Let him know that he has to keep a low profile at Shandong University. Fang Yujian's tone was calm yet decisive. Yes, it's that Dragon Blood Gang, Akun said. Every gang I encouraged to join has come back, and they all claim they taught the Dragon Blood Gang a lesson. Oh, isn't that great? Ah Kun, you even know how to complete tasks in a saturated way, Fang Yujin said with a smile. At first I thought it was great, but I soon realized something was wrong. Ah Kun's expression was strange. Despite being harassed by so many gangs, the Dragon Blood Gang still hasn't been disbanded. You can still find their information at the school administration office. Fang Yujian frowned. That's strange. Why is Shenlang still insisting on this despite the relentless bombardment?
I was puzzled too, so I personally sent people to check on the situation with the Dragon Blood Group, Akun said.
And then what happened?
In the end, they brought me back a debt bill for 400,000 dragon coins, Akun said bitterly.
That's when I realized what the Dragon Blood clan was up to.
Akun recounted Shenlang's fishing plan in its entirety, and Fang Yujian grew increasingly furious as he listened, finally slamming his fist on the table.
Great! The people we sent have become his tools for making money. This is unacceptable. That's all for today's meeting. Next stop, the arena. Have someone bring Shenlang here. I want to teach him a lesson myself. Yes. Representatives from various clubs stood up and shouted in unison. Shenlang arrived at the arena accompanied by the members of the Dragon Blood clan. The arena was already packed with people, and there weren't enough seats inside. Many people were crowding outside the arena just to catch a glimpse of Shenlang. Is that kid the famous Shenlang lately? He's nothing special. Don't underestimate him. He took down the entire Blood Sword Club with a single move, and he even saved his classmates outside of school before. I admit he has some skill, but the steel plate he kicked this time belonged to a 5-time champion. Their family background and ability are far superior to Shenlang's, right? He actually dared to come to the appointment. He's got a death wish. Everyone's brains are probably going to be smashed into pig brains today. Chapter 37 Arena. A challenge to the 5-crown king. Fang Yujian clearly wanted to ruin Shenlang's reputation once and for all, so he deliberately had people spread the news of this challenge widely on the campus network. Because Shenlang has recently generated a lot of buzz, the post was easily pushed to a very popular position. Almost half the campus came to the arena to watch the challenge, while the other half were either those who were only interested in studying or those who felt they couldn't squeeze into the arena. People who planned to watch the live stream in their dorm rooms. Faced with such a boisterous and exciting scene, many members of the Dragon Blood clan felt their legs tremble slightly. With their own guild leader being trampled on in front of everyone, their dignity as guild members must also be trampled on. Luan Liang looked at the members' state and sighed inwardly. If even his own family members reacted this way, what about the bystanders? It seems that no one believes Shenlang will win this challenge. They just want to see yet another rising genius trampled by the 5-time champion. Just as everyone was looking at Shenlang with mocking and playful eyes, Shenlang stopped at the entrance of the arena. He saw people in the crowd placing bets on the challenge. Shenlang asked Luan Liang, "What are the odds of me winning?" Luan Liang looked conflicted. "Commander, you'd better not ask. Speak quickly. It's 1 to 15. Ha! Shenlang chuckled, realizing he had really been underestimated. He said to Luan Liang, "How could you be so careless?" Luan Liang was taken aback. He thought Shenlang meant that he hadn't warned him that the 5-time champion was such a formidable opponent. Luan Liang thought about it and realized it made sense. The regimental commander was a freshman who was fearless, while he, a senior, was completely clueless. They were probably blinded by the club's profits in the past few days and had too much faith in Shenlang's strength, truly believing that Shenlang could be fearless against the 5-time champion. So they didn't apply the brakes, and could be said to have watched Shenlang fall into this predicament step by step. Just as he was about to apologize to Shenlang, he heard Shenlang say, "My odds are so high, why didn't you place a bet?" "This is an oversight on your part, Liang." "Ha!" Luan Liang was dumbfounded. Shenlang, however, was very excited. Damn! 1 to 15. If they threw all the club's operating funds into gambling, they could become millionaires overnight. These people who manipulate the market are all kind-hearted, angel investors. Seeing that Luan Liang was still in a daze, he quickly gave him a light kick to make Luan Liang place his bet. Shenlang's actions once again caused a huge uproar. Am I seeing things? He still dares to let people place bets on him winning at a time like this? Yes, he even had people place bets with the loan sharks at the school, as if he was afraid of missing out on millions. Shenlang is so confident he can win? The opponent is a 5-time champion. Putting everything else aside, I admire his courage. So, who are you betting on to win? Nonsense, of course it's the 5-time champion. Shenlang's bold actions once again brought the atmosphere to a climax, and everyone looked forward to his challenge against the 5-time champion. Fang Yujian sat on the high platform and learned about Shenlang's behavior off campus through the broadcast of Shandong University's campus television station.
He scoffed dismissively, this Shen Lang is quite the showman. Hu Lijin sat down next to Fan Yujian, her fingers gently tracing his chest.
It's just a stubborn act of not learning until he's faced with a real crisis. He'll know how tough it is once Brother Jian makes his move.
Fan Yujian saw the smooth white skin beneath Hu Lijing's strapless top and felt a surge of heat in his heart.
He grabbed Hu Lijin and said with a wicked smile, "Well said.
I'll take care of him quickly and then reward this eloquent little mouth of yours when we get back." Hu Lijin slumped into Fan Yujian's arms, her eyes filled with seductive allure. "Brother Jian, you'd better make it clear which mouth it is." Hu Lijin's master was standing by, watching the two flirt, but dared not say a word, not even farting.
Perhaps apart from the Dragon Blood Gang, there weren't many people who hoped Shen Lang would win, and he was one of them.
Shen Lang stood in the arena, calmly rubbing his wrists to warm up. He reached out to the three women beside him, and their figures transformed into streams of light and merged into his body. Upon seeing this, a commotion broke out in the audience.
Shen Lang has 3 spirit beasts? I thought that was just something the campus network was making up. Seeing is believing, how could it be fake? But this is too outrageous. Aren't only diamond-level powerhouses allowed to possess multiple spirit beasts? What's the point of having a large quantity? It all comes down to the grade. I don't know about the others, but Shen Lang's 3 spirit beasts are all incredibly beautiful. I envy Shen Lang.
From the high platform, Fan Yujian saw Shen Lang's 3 spirit companions, each more beautiful than the last, and was immediately filled with lust. For a moment, Hu Lijin in his arms lost her charm, her eyes fixed on him until Shen Lang finished his work, at which point she reluctantly looked away.
Hu Lijing poked Fan Yujian resentfully.
"You rascal, your eyes are practically glued to those 3 vixens."
Fan Yujian chuckled. Why not? If I hadn't taken the initiative, you'd still be sticking with your good-for-nothing master. Shen Lang's spirits are the same. Rather than watching them suffer with Shen Lang, they'd rather enjoy happiness with me.
Hearing these words, Hu Lijin's master wished he could disappear into the ground.
Niu Jin laughed heartily. Brother Jian is right, beauties belong to the strong.
Only a peerless hero like Brother Jian is worthy of those 3 beauties. He jumped up from his seat and shook his massive pectoral muscles.
Lao Niu, will go down and give Shen Lang a good beating right now for Brother Jian, and bring my 3 sisters-in-law back. Fan Yujian nodded. Thank you for your help, Brother Niu. I will reward you handsomely after the victory. Niu Jin patted his chest and said, no problem. Old Niu, am off.
Shen Lang stood in the arena, bored out of his mind. No one came to challenge him for a long time, and he even began to wonder if these people were planning to use dirty tricks again. He wasted his own time until the side effects of the spirit control manifested. Fortunately, the iron gate opposite finally opened, and a burly figure walked out from inside. He was about 1.9 meters tall and had a lot of body hair. Through his white vest, you could see a thick layer of chest hair. Upon seeing this man's appearance, Shen Lang recalled the information Luan Liang had given him.
Niu Jin, the leader of the Bull Gang. His weapon is the Bloodhoof Bull, which specializes in close combat and greatly enhances the master's strength and defense attributes.
According to Luan Liang, because of Niu Jin's strong physical strength, he mainly worked as a debt collector within the 5 Crowns organization. He has accumulated a wealth of fighting experience through years of violent activities, so when facing this person, try to win by attacking from a distance and don't let him get close. Niu Jin approached Shen Lang and grinned maliciously. Kid, you're unlucky to have run into me, old Niu, today. But you have one good thing about you, which is that your spirit companions are all quite beautiful. Chapter 38 The Bloodhoofed Ox. Ox Advance. My brother Jian is very interested in them. So if you offer them to Brother Jian, you might be able to suffer less physical pain. Otherwise. Niu Jin clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. I'll show you what cruelty really means. Shen Lang completely ignored what he said and looked Niu Jin up and down with curiosity. Hey, big guy, can you hurry up and show me your gear? Before facing a battle, experienced masters will first attach their guardian spirits as streams of light to their bodies. However, this does not mean that the master is already armed at this time. It is just a tactical preparation action to combine the guardian spirit with oneself and to guard against the enemy's direct attack on the guardian spirit. In most cases, a weapon is only considered a true weapon after the characteristics of the weapon manifested by the spirit are displayed on the master. The person standing in front of me is Niu Jin. Although he entered the arena alone, his spirit has actually attached itself to him. What, do you want to see your grandpa Niu in all his glory? Niu Jin laughed loudly. All right.
I'll show you my armor right now.
You absolutely must control yourself, don't get so scared you wet yourself. Nyojin roared, his eyes widening and becoming bloodshot, resembling a pair of bull's pupils.
Moo!
With a low growl that reverberated in his throat, his appearance changed drastically. His nose became round and dark, and his chin became square and thick. His body was also growing taller, instantly leaping from over 1.9 meters to over 2.5 meters, with huge latissimus dorsi muscles, looking like he was carrying 2 palm leaf fans on his back. What's most striking is that he has 2 curved horns growing on his forehead, just like the horns of a water buffalo.
How about that, kid? Aren't I awesome? Nyojin's voice also changed, and now his tone became very deep. Shenlang nodded slightly.
Before Nyojin could even feel smug, he continued, just as I expected, all that talk about the blood-hoofed ox is nonsense.
You're actually a minotaur. Nyojin was taken aback, and his eyes instantly filled with rage. A minotaur? How dare you call me that? Why are you angry? Shenlang pouted. You have a bull's head, but you can't even say that? I understand. You must be ostracized a lot on a daily basis. After all, with a minotaur like you around, your friends must be wary of you. Over time, you develop this sensitive and easily angered personality. Alas, it's truly pitiful, Shenlang lamented. Little Nyonyo, listen to my advice, go home and play Nyonyo, otherwise you will turn from a minotaur into a pig-headed man.
Shenlang's sarcastic remarks easily provoked Nyojin, who was usually busy with violent debt collection and had little experience in the art of language, into a furious rage.
He roared, You brat, I'll tear you apart.
Then they rushed up.
Shenlang nimbly dodged the impact. Tisk, I'm clearly concerned about you, why don't you appreciate it?
You need to be properly disciplined. Shenlang flashed to the side of the stands and snatched a club flag from someone's hand with lightning speed.
The flag happened to be red. Anti-club? What kind of weird name is that? Shenlang looked at the embroidered words on the flag and gave a look of disdain.
Then he unfurled the red flag and faced Nyojin.
Nyozi, come on.
Charge at it hard and release all your pent-up emotions.
You bastard. Nyojin pawed at the ground, hurtling towards Shenlang like a runaway train.
Shenlang nimbly dodged again. During this period, he had been eating ferocious beast meat, and the heavenly curse had enhanced his physical fitness to a terrifying level. With his current speed alone, Nyojin, the already armed master, couldn't even touch the hem of Shenlang's clothes.
So Shenlang felt reassured and started playing bullfighting.
Shenlang's playful demeanor during the battle had the audience in the stands in stitches.
Aha, Minotaur. Damn it, Shenlang was right. This is hilarious. I thought there would be another innocent soul under the feet of the Bloodhoof Bull today, but instead, there's just another stupid bull in front of the bullfighting flag. Damn, Shenlang is making it way too easy, isn't he?
Nyojin must be dizzy from all this, he can't even breathe in Shenlang's exhaust fumes.
Shenlang gave me the feeling that I could do it too.
My mother asked me why I came to the arena to watch bullfighting.
Say no to animal performances. Cherish cows.
Nyojin was panting heavily, his ox-like face turning even darker, as if it were about to drip water.
He shook his slightly dizzy head and pointed at Shenlang. Kid. You're playing me for a fool. Shenlang exclaimed in surprise, You were actually able to notice that? You're a genius. It's like you have a brain. Nyojin was taken aback, as if he had a brain.
It took him a while to realize that this was basically saying he was brainless.
Kid, you're dead. I said it. Nyojin gritted his teeth. You think you can dodge? Let's see if you can dodge this time. He roared, his blood surging, and his ankles throbbed.
His feet, which were originally human-shaped, arched back and turned into hooves like those of a bull. This is the true meaning of the bloodhoof ox. After the ox's ankles are transformed, he will possess greater speed and more ferocious power. He was truly like a raging bull, kicking up clouds of dust with his hooves before charging towards Shenlang. With each heavy step of Nyojin, the ground of the entire arena trembled. If his previous momentum was like a runaway locomotive, now it's more like a runaway high-speed train.
Oh? Shenlang raised an eyebrow as he looked at Nyojin's offensive. That's starting to look more like it. He stopped dodging, casually gathered the red flag into a ball, and tossed it high into the air. He then stood still, planted his feet in a horse stance, lowered his waist, and stretched out his hands, waiting for the bull to charge at him. Everyone who witnessed this was in an uproar. Oh no! Xin Lang is so intimidated by Niu Jin's transformed aura that he's not even trying to dodge anymore.
It's said that Niu Jin used this move before and smashed all the internal organs of a senior student who was good at close combat.
He was rushed to the school clinic but couldn't be saved. Alright, looks like that's enough fun for today. Let's head to the cafeteria for lunch.
Sigh, I thought Xin Lang could give me some surprises, but I didn't expect him to just jump around fiercely at the beginning. After witnessing Xin Lang's speed, the audience subconsciously assumed that Xin Lang was hiding because he didn't dare to fight Niu Jin head-on.
He cleverly used bullfighting to overcome his embarrassment at not daring to face his opponent head-on.
Now that Xin Lang was no longer hiding, they assumed that he had run out of options and had become stupid.
But in reality, Xin Lang used to bullfight simply because he thought it was fun. Now that he doesn't bullfight anymore, he just feels that bullfighting is no longer interesting. He now finds wrestling fun.
As Niu Jin charged forward, Xin Lang's hands shot out like lightning, bracing against the two horns on Niu Jin's forehead.
Chapter 39: The Three Hua Brothers. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Bang!
The sudden contact between the horns of the charging bull and Xin Lang's hands produced a sonic boom.
Amidst the billowing dust, their figures were indistinct, only vaguely discernible as blurry shapes. Oh ho, Xin Lang has been crushed into mincemeat.
Uncle Su, who cleans the arena today, is in trouble.
Hooray for the finale! Thank you for watching.
Just when everyone thought Xin Lang had been crushed by Niu Jin, the dust gradually dissipated. Amidst the flying sand, Niu Jin was grabbed by the horns and could not advance an inch. His bull-like face turned a dark red, and his hooves kept pawing the ground, pushing against Xin Lang's palm.
Xin Lang remained unmoved, standing firmly in place without even a wobble. Everyone was astonished at the sight.
Especially Fan Yujian and the others on the high platform. They all knew that Niu Jin's spirit-controlling weapon was so destructive that it had few rivals in the entire Shandong University.
But faced with this scene, it seemed as if he was being suppressed by Xin Lang. However, Xin Lang's shock to them didn't stop there. He grabbed the bull's horns with his hand and leaned back.
As his waist sank down little by little, Niu Jin was lifted up little by little, like a lever structure.
After Xin Lang lifted most of Niu Jin's body up, the latter suddenly stomped on the ground. The entire audience in the arena felt their seats jolt. Boom!
Niu Jin was instantly pulled up and slammed to the ground by Xin Lang in a back throw. Niu Jin's neck was suddenly subjected to heavy pressure, and blood spurted from the corner of his mouth.
But this is not the end.
After Xin Lang threw him on his back, his hand loosened briefly before tightening again. He clenched his latissimus dorsi muscles and threw Niu Jin's huge body again.
Aura, 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 aura.
In the arena, Niu Jin was like a dough ball being kneaded by a ramen chef, tossed and shoved around by Xin Lang at will.
Xin Lang's strength was unbelievable. When he threw Niu Jin, he didn't seem to exert any effort at all. To onlookers, it was as if he was moving at double speed.
During Xin Lang's swing, the misty light surrounding Niu Jin shattered, and a humanoid figure detached from his body and was flung away.
That was Niu Jin's spirit, and his armor was forcibly disarmed. Drop!
Above the arena, a huge loudspeaker emitted a sharp buzzing sound. That means there's a player on the field who's on the verge of death, and the sensor the player wore on their chest before entering the field is giving a warning. The referee immediately rushed into the arena, raising both hands in a gesture.
Stop! Stop! The game is over.
Xin Lang's slapping and throwing, resembling that of a dough master, only stopped after a long while, despite his shouts. Logically, if Xin Lang hadn't stopped immediately, the referee should have rushed in to intervene. But when it came to Xin Lang, the referee's body language was more honest than his actions.
He was honestly scared. Faced with Xin Lang, who resembled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, he was afraid that if he got close, Xin Lang would mistakenly identify him and fall in as well. Fortunately, Xin Lang eventually stopped. He glanced regretfully at the referee, then casually tossed Niu Jin aside like an eraser. Is this all there is to it?
That's boring, Xin Lang said dismissively, curling his lip.
His lingering gaze startled the referee. Hey! What are you doing? You don't mean to beat me up too, do you?
The referee teacher nervously approached Niu Jin and performed emergency CPR on him.
Then, he called for people to carry Niu Jin, who had turned into a pig-headed man, and his spirit to the school clinic. The referee came to Xin Lang's side, took several deep breaths, but didn't dare to grab Xin Lang's wrist to announce his arrival. He was instinctively terrified of having any contact with Xin Lang. In the end, he simply grabbed the microphone and shouted, "The winner of this round is Xin Lang, the leader of the Dragon Blood Squad."
After a brief silence, the entire arena erupted in a grand commotion.
Holy crap! What kind of Hercules reincarnation is this? He actually managed to throw Nyo Jin like a little chick. Xunlang is awesome. Where is the Dragon Blood Clan's activity room? I want to follow Xunlang, he's so cool. Doesn't this directly grant them 4 years of mate selection rights? Ha ha ha. That was great. Such a beautiful win in the first game. Fantastic. Finally, someone can put the 5-time champion to his own devices. Xunlang, I want to have your babies.
The students of Shandong University ultimately admired the strong, and after Xunlang's victory, they showed overwhelming support for him. They seemed to have completely forgotten that not long ago they had been booing Xunlang. Therefore, Xunlang paid no attention to these accolades, and his gaze remained calm. He took the microphone from the referee and said in a deep voice, "Quiet." Even though he was giving orders to the entire arena audience, he went against their emotions. But strangely enough, everyone listened to him and stopped clapping and cheering.
Xunlang looked up at the platform and said expressionlessly, "Next."
Although he was urging them, his tone was very calm, as if he were just urging the chef to hurry up and serve the next dish. Fan Yujian's chewing muscles bulged high, and his eyes almost spit fire as he looked at Xunlang, who seemed like a mountain emperor.
He couldn't stand that someone was even more popular than him. And even more popular. Hua Yi, go and take care of him. Fan Yujian said fiercely to the red-haired boy beside him. You 3 brothers go together.
Yes, the red-haired boy has 3 brothers, and they are triplets. They all looked almost identical, with red hair and skin as dark as people from tropical regions. Even the 3 of them were dressed the same, all wearing short-sleeved shirts.
Yes, they replied in unison, stepping down from the platform and into the entrance passage. Phew! What's going on here? 3 against 1, huh? You 5-time champions have no shame. Wait, how come these 3 brothers look exactly alike? Are they a clone army? Referee. Protest. Why is Xunlang fighting 3 people by himself? Let Xunlang bring 2 teammates too. As the 3 Hua brothers stood in the arena, the spectators who were on Xunlang's side protested, still feeling the heat of the previous match. The referee announced loudly, they are the 3 Hua brothers from the Vulcan Society. In all previous competitions, all 3 of them have competed. The 3 brothers share one spirit, so strictly speaking, it can also be considered a one-on-one battle. If Xunlang has any objections, he can raise them, and the arena can be adjusted accordingly. Xunlang shrugged, I don't care. Whether I'm fighting one turtle or a whole nest of turtles, it's all the same to me. The referee breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Xunlang would get angry and beat him up too. Then both players should return to their starting lines, and the match can begin. Clang! The battle bells have rung, and the war has begun anew. Although the battle has begun, neither side makes a move. The 3 Hua brothers stood in a triangle formation, with Hua Yi at the front and Hua Er and Hua San placing their hands on Hua Yi's shoulders. Chapter 40 Flowing blade like fire. Unsheathed. Their actions resembled some strange ritual, which Xunlang found quite amusing. What are you doing? Passing on your skills? Isn't it a bit late to start now, he complained. The 3 Hua brothers did not respond, as if they could not hear Xunlang's words. Well, here come 3 mutes. Xunlang was intrigued and not in a hurry to attack. There was no point in winning against enemies as hard as rocks. We should taunt them first and make them anxious before making any further moves. I heard that you 3 brothers share a single spirit beast? Xunlang said with a mocking expression. Your family is quite wealthy, with 1 teacup and 3 teapots. There are 3 teapots with the same color scheme, material, and even size. What's the point? Open the critical strike. The Hua brothers' gazes gradually became unsettled, and they looked at Xunlang with some anger. Xunlang continued, I was just asking casually, don't take it too seriously. It's just that, how do you guys go about forming a deep contract with your spirit masters? So, is it 1 person operating once, or 3 people operating at once? If it's 3 times, are those 3 times done separately, or are they combined into one? Also, I'm quite curious about how big your bed is. If 4 people are sleeping together, it must be at least 3.6 meters wide, right? Ha! It can't just be a 1.8 meter double bed, can it? Are we going to stack ourselves up? Or, sleep on a shared bed? Veins gradually bulged on the foreheads of the 3 Hua brothers. Very good, Xunlang thought to himself with satisfaction. Brother, I don't mean any harm,
but your triplets and your future wives might still be the same person.
Can you really tell which child is yours? Shenlang's eyes were sincere, as if he were truly exploring an unsolved mystery, or is it that the difference has been blurred since your father's generation? Enough! Hui finally snapped, pointing at Shenlang. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this nonsense?
The other two were also red-faced and had fierce eyes like knives.
Shenlang asked in confusion, how is that nonsense? Is it wrong for me to care about you? You really don't appreciate my kindness.
I don't believe you haven't thought about these issues, Shenlang said in a low voice.
How about it? Do you want me to take care of your two brothers for you, so you can become your son's only designated biological father? I'll fucking kill you. Hua-Yi went berserk, and the flowing light on his skin instantly dissipated. Arm yourself.
On his skin, reddish-brown polygonal lumps gradually formed, resembling parched, cracked earth. The fiery red mass spread across the entire body of the three Hua brothers in the blink of an eye, and a scorching heat swept over them.
Shenlang laughed and said, he's getting anxious. Shut up! Hua-Yi roared, spitting out sparks whenever he opened his mouth. If you get closer, you can see that his mouth is completely red, as if it leads to magma. He stretched out his arms, and as the surrounding air heated up instantly, violent flames shot out from his palms, sweeping across the sky. A raging fire spread like wildfire. The sand in the arena was scorched black the moment the flames swept across it. Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Faced with this fierce attack, Shenlang did not dodge, his eyes swirling with kaleidoscope-like patterns.
Kamui.
The air in front of Shenlang distorted, as if space had been cleaved open, and the surging flames were instantly extinguished.
Even the heat emanating from the flames couldn't penetrate the heat of the divine might space, it was all swallowed up.
From an outsider's perspective, Shenlang seemed to be protected by the god of fire, as flames would extinguish themselves upon encountering him. Hua-Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. His move, instant fire spreads across the plains, was so powerful that even some platinum-level ferocious beasts outside the city had to temporarily avoid its edge.
Shenlang resolved the issue effortlessly.
Hua-San whispered, "Big brother, there's something strange about this guy.
We can't hold back anymore. Let's use our trump card." Hua-Yi's expression was conflicted. Once we've used that move, we'll have no strength left to fight. But Shenlang definitely can't withstand this move either. If we get exhausted and leave the field, he'll have to leave too. This exchange game is worthwhile, Hua-Er said. As long as we can kill Shenlang here, we'll definitely be highly valued by Brother Jian.
Hearing this, Wu finally stopped hesitating and her gaze hardened.
All right. Let's go.
Shenlang stood aside, coldly observing the whispers of the three Hua brothers. I thought triplets could communicate without speaking, but it turns out they still need to say a few words. He shook his head as he spoke. You're all full of weaknesses. All you know is how to set people on fire. You don't even know how to defend yourself. If I weren't really curious about your family's succession, I would have kicked you to your knees in a few seconds. Hua-Yi said coldly, stop spouting nonsense. Let's see if you can withstand this move before we talk. As he spoke, red light emanated from the fiery red patches on his body, as if a blazing sun was expanding within him. The same applies to the other two brothers. Shenlang looked at them suspiciously. Are you trying to self-destruct? The kaleidoscope in his eyes began to spin, and the air around him was distorted at every angle, forming a completely blocking defense. Then I'd better be careful, lest you splatter blood all over me. Boom, boom, boom. The flames around the three Hua brothers surged to the heavens, and then contracted in an instant. With a sound like the vacuum contracting before a nuclear explosion, the flames vanished instantly. However, just a moment later, three towering pillars of fire suddenly erupted around Shenlang's feet. They resembled fire dragons rising from the ground, ready to devour the sky, swirling with roaring roars and waves of flame that could instantly incinerate a person. Even from outside the arena, you can see the raging pillar of fire through the open roof. Shenlang was in the center of the raging fire, and the divine might space was siphoning the flames, but this wave of flames was not on the same level as the instant fire wildfire. No matter how much it was siphoned, the flames still surged and were astonishing. Although Shenlang was not burned by the flames, he could not get out of the flame pillar formation for the time being. Hua-Yi's eyes reflected the blazing light of the flames, as well as his surging emotions. This time, Shenlang will finally be burned to death by the flames, won't he? Hua-San smiled confidently. How could there be any mistakes? This is the strongest attack of the three of us brothers, Fire Dragon devouring the heavens. The three brothers supported each other, sweat beading on their foreheads and their lips turning pale.
This move, fire dragon devouring the sky, has now exhausted their strength.
However, just when they thought everything had settled down, a figure gradually became clearer in the flames.
That's Shunlang.
He stood leaning on his sword, and towering waves of flame were being drawn into the sword in his hand. The hilt of the sword was a noble deep purple, and the guard still gleamed coldly even under the flames, making it appear extremely strange and powerful. This knife is the weapon Yi Qingxian gave to Shunlang, flowing blade like fire.
It is the Zanpakuto of Yamamoto Toriusei Shigakuni, the captain commander of the Gotiei 13 in Bleach.
As the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto in the entire Soul Society, the flames released by the three fire brothers were nothing more than three flickering candles in front of it.
Chapter 41. This is what you call the strongest fire element. Instant kill.
Shunlang stood in the center of the raging flames, the scorching waves of fire seeming like a warm summer breeze blowing past his clothes, causing him no harm. If Shunlang, who had previously used his divine power to cut off the raging inferno, was like being protected by the god of fire, then at this moment, he was truly like the god of fire himself.
Why can the knife in his hand absorb our flames?
Hua Yi's eyes revealed shock and confusion.
Hua San murmured, it's not absorption, it's submission. The knife in his hand has made even our flames submit to it.
The burning of flames requires certain conditions, and that knife seemed to be the king who commanded the flames. It took away all the conditions, causing our flames to gradually die down, which is why it looked like they were being sucked away.
Hua Yi and Hua Er were horrified upon hearing this.
They knew that Hua San was telling the truth, because he was the most talented of the three brothers. His understanding of fire has gone beyond the abilities granted by the spirit armor. It has become deeply ingrained in his life. Therefore, the judgment he reached based on his perception is credible.
But does this not dispel the confusion in Hua Yi and Hua Er's hearts, or make the flames submit? Is such a thing really possible? If Shunlang's weaponry can accomplish this, what rank is his spirit control? Rank A? Rank S? Or even rank SSS? What kind of people are they fighting? How could they possibly defeat such monsters?
In the end, all three pillars of fire were consumed by Ryujin Jaka, and Shunlang strolled leisurely to the three brothers with his sword in hand.
Your understanding of fire is still too shallow. You think that power is everything, and you wish you could make the flames raging to the heavens. You think that's an all-consuming, invincible fire, Shunlang said calmly, but it's not like that at all. True fire is a violent release under extreme suppression. It is as fierce as an explosion. It even has to be faster than light.
That kind of fire, even without its flashy, impractical flames, will make you realize its sanctity through its destructive power. The three Hua brothers listened to Shunlang's words with dazed expressions, as if they were three pilgrims listening to a powerful being preach. Shunlang's kaleidoscope spun in his eyes, and a small cluster of black sparks suddenly appeared on Hua Yi's collar.
Reflect on it carefully, Shunlang said calmly, then turned and walked away.
Behind him, black flames suddenly exploded, engulfing the three Hua brothers in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that it took 5 or 6 seconds for them to let out a terrible scream.
Shunlang wins.
The referee watched helplessly as the three Hua brothers, severely burned, were carried away on stretchers, his feelings a complex mix. Shunlang's battle was one of the most brutal since the school was founded. Yes, it was tragic, not intense. Because Shunlang's attitude of loafing around in the arena and just having fun makes it impossible for the competition to get intense. The tragedy was so severe because his opponents were also in such dire straits.
Niu Jin suffered comminuted fractures all over his body and internal bleeding shock.
If these three brothers can't find high-level healing equipment to heal them, they'll probably have to wear bandages for the rest of their lives, with yellow pus seeping from their bodies every 5 minutes. He died before he turned 30 from a systemic infection. The rate of serious injuries is even higher than that of the city guards on duty outside the city.
The referee was already hesitant about whether to forcibly end the challenge.
If it continued like this, the 5-time champion genius would be completely defeated by Shunlang in just 3 more games.
Shunlang seemed to sense the referee's hesitation and decided that the referee should hesitate less.
He snatched the microphone from the referee, faced the platform, and said in a calm tone, "To be honest, I didn't expect that the so-called 5-time champions would be this kind of trash. These days, even the most rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs dare to call themselves kings.
I'm getting bored now.
I need to get back to my dorm to test the newly developed ballistics.
I don't have time to waste with you guys."
So, Shunlang said coldly, "Come at me with the remaining 3 together." Upon hearing this, the referee gasped.
How could this child be so good at showing off in front of others? This guy is so awful. Even if he had met Shen Lang when he was young, he would probably have had to give him a wide berth. The audience was also in a frenzy. Shen Lang. You are my god. Well said. 5-time champions are nothing, 5 clowns are more like it. I suggest renaming it the Joker League. This is outrageous. Joker lovers strongly condemn this. Oh my god. I thought it was already outrageous enough that he took on 3 people at once, wiped out the 3 Hua brothers, and taught them how to play with fire, but I didn't expect there was something even bigger coming. Today will be a day that goes down in the school's history. Shen Lang. I want to be your monkey. Fang Yujian's eyes were bloodshot with rage at Shen Lang's provocation. Shen Lang, he gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Shen Lang to pieces through the air. Hu Lijin looked at Shen Lang's tall and straight figure, her gaze somewhat unfocused. This man is so domineering, only someone as arrogant and powerful as him deserves her favor. Ah Kun stared at Shen Lang without saying a word, his face, which seemed perpetually calm and expressionless, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Shen Lang spoke again. What, even if you all come at me together, you don't dare? If you don't even have this much courage, why don't you just disband your club? You can come to our Dragonblood clan, we're short a few toilet cleaners. Unable to bear it any longer, Fang Yujian crushed the wineglass in his hand, flipped over the railing, and jumped directly off the high platform. He jumped down from the platform, which was 15 or 16 meters high, without any sign of preparing any magical armor. The light was still just floating on the surface. Thump! Like a large truck crashing into the ground, Fang Yujian smashed a huge crater in the arena, filling the air with dust. He leaped out of the pit with a tiger-like stride, and after a few more bounds, he arrived in front of Shen Lang, roaring, Shen Lang. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Shen Lang glanced at him and said disdainfully, idiot. Fang Yujian's pupils bulged with rage. What did you say? Shen Lang said coldly, I can say it as many times as I want, you idiot. The battle hasn't even started yet, why aren't you on the front lines? What are you doing here showing off? Or are you just trying to buy time? As Shen Lang had said, the referee also came over and shouted for Fang Yujian to return to the starting line and wait for the starting bell. Fang Yujian's anger, which was about to materialize, froze for a moment, even though he wasn't afraid of the referee at all. However, in public, one should still show some respect for the rules and have no choice but to return to the starting line. Ah Kun, who was walking down the passage normally, had a glint in his eyes when he saw this. He said to Hu Lijin, who was standing beside him, just because he knows the exhaustion tactic, I can tell that this Shen Lang is not simple. This time we must cooperate closely and launch a fierce attack. We must not give him a chance to breathe, or we will be in danger. Chapter 42 Hu Lijin. He is a jade giant. Hu Lijin listened to Akun's words, but didn't seem to care much. Looking at Shen Lang's indifferent expression, she felt an irresistible urge to possess him. This impulse started when she was a child. She would feel this urge towards outstanding boys in a crowd. When she was 11, she began to tame boys like Shen Lang, the boy who was always seen as someone else's perfect child, who would even eat the soil next to a grave for her. Yes, Hu Lijin felt that she was taming them. In her view, a powerful character like Shen Lang, who is so popular, is like a powerful wild beast that needs to be trained by her, the tamer. Of course, no matter how unruly he is, he will eventually fall at her feet. So for Akun and Fang Yujian, it was a life or death battle, but for Hu Lijin, it was a process of taming. The two sides stood on the front line, and with a loud ringing of the bell, Akun transformed into a shadow and rushed towards Shen Lang. The shimmering light that clung to his body became quite dim after merging into him. At first glance, it seems very strange, because even the dimmest light should still emit light, but the light on Akun's body gives people a dark feeling. Even though he was in the open-air arena, his body, and even the area within 7 or 8 meters of him, was completely dark. It's not because there's anything obstructing the view that you can't see clearly, it's simply because it's too dark. It's like watching a video on a bright sunny day. At the lowest brightness setting, the video appears blurry and indistinct on the screen, making it difficult to see clearly. In Shen Lang's vision, all he could see was a dark, hazy ball of light rushing towards him. They were right in front of him when a gust of wind blew across his face. Shen Lang sneered. That's interesting. He dodged the gust of wind by leaping backward like a metal plank, and at the same time used his terrifying waist and abdominal strength to move to the side, crashing into the side of the gust of wind. Bang! A muffled sound came, and a figure flew out. It was Fang Yujian. Blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth, and a streak of blood shot out in mid-air. Shen Lang suddenly straightened up, his hand swiftly reaching into the hazy ball of light,
grabbing A Kun by the collar and pulling him out.
Ah Kun was lifted into the air by Shenlang.
Looking into Shenlang's cold eyes, he was so frightened that goosebumps appeared all over his body. His original tactic was to use his own spirit weapon, refractive dark domain, to attract Shenlang's attention. By using the dark domain to block Fan Yujian and Hu Lijin, Shenlang lost track of their location and temporarily ignored them. After approaching Shenlang in the dark domain, A Kun launched a feint attack, but the real killing move was Fan Yujian, who launched a thunderous strike next to A Kun. This tactic may seem simple, but it is executed with extremely high speed and precise tactics. In the experiments conducted by A Kun and Fan Yujian, he was undefeated, but he was powerless against Shenlang. Ah Kun swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "How did you find out that I had Brother Jian with me?"
Brother Jian? Oh, you mean that big oaf? Shenlang said dismissively. Nonsense, his heart is pounding like a war drum, who can't hear it? Ah Kun's pupils contracted. He was relying on listening to the heartbeat? Is this really something a human could do? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
A Kun's eyes were filled with disbelief.
If Shenlang possesses such abnormal hearing, wouldn't he be my natural nemesis? How could such a thing happen?
Believe it or not, Shenlang said coldly.
In short, you can leave the stage now.
As he spoke, Shenlang stretched out his other hand and slapped A Kun with a palm like a thunderbolt. With a loud bang, like an explosion, Ah Kun's body was thrown out. His entire body was enveloped by the immense force on his face, like a reed being torn apart by a gale.
Thump!
He crashed headfirst into the safety barrier outside the stands and became embedded in it. Half of his face was swollen, at least as high as a fist, but this was just an illusion. If you press down on it, you'll find that the bones under his skin have collapsed, and you can easily press a hole in it. A sharp beeping sound rang out in the arena, indicating that his life was in danger.
The referee and medical staff rushed towards A Kun. Shenlang ignored the commotion on their side.
He didn't need to confirm whether A Kun had lost his fighting ability, he knew his own strength. He turned his head to look in Fan Yujian's direction. While A Kun was being brutally beaten, he had already regrouped. He knew that Shenlang was not an opponent that could be defeated by trickery, and he could only confront him head-on.
Shenlang, I admit you're not bad.
If you surrender now, I might spare your life.
Fan Yujian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said sternly.
Shenlang said impatiently, "You talk too much nonsense, and you also have some unrealistic delusions."
Do you have a bit of a narcissistic tendency? Fan Yujian's face darkened upon hearing this. Fine. You're about to die and you still don't know it. I'll send you to hell right now. Spirit controlling weapon. Jade giant from another mountain.
As he spoke, a hard layer gleaming with the luster of jade rapidly expanded from Fan Yujian's chest, covering his body in an instant. At the same time, his body suddenly swelled up.
2 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters.
Finally, his body swelled to a full 15 meters. Keep in mind that the central canopy of the arena is only about 60 meters high.
In addition to the hard, jade-like luster on Fan Yujian's body, he now resembled a small jade mountain, and the overwhelming aura he exuded made people's breathing quicken.
Not to mention Shenlang, who was facing him directly, even the students in the audience felt immense pressure at this moment.
It's here. It's Fan Yujian's strongest form of spirit control armor, the Jade Giant of the Mountain. He used this move to subdue the entire Shandong University Club.
Although I've watched Shenlang play 2 matches and he's been invincible, I still don't dare say he'll definitely win because I know Fan Yujian has such a trump card.
Damn, just sitting here watching, I'm scared to death. How is Shenlang supposed to fight like this?
Even if he jumps up, he can't even hit Shenlang's knee.
It is said that Fan Yujian's move comes at a high cost and cannot be sustained for long.
If Shenlang can avoid a direct confrontation and stall for time, he might be able to hold out until Fan Yujian's mountain giant form is over.
Then he can turn the tide. You think you're so tough, huh? Go drag someone down and see what happens. One kick and Shenlang is gone. Alas, overthrowing the 5-time champion is ultimately just an unrealistic dream.
The overwhelming aura of the giant from the mountain caused the audience, who had initially been full of confidence in Shenlang, to shake their heads and sigh.
Fan Yujian said smugly, "Well, now that you've seen my heroic figure, you finally know how arrogant you are, right?" Chapter 43 Before Susanoo. You are the little Vajra of Shouyu.
Fan Yujian's voice had become deep and powerful, coming from a height of 15 meters, like a super powerful loudspeaker.
But I'm not giving you the chance to kneel down and admit defeat now. My jade giant will crush you like a cockroach. Fang Yujian's tone was full of threat. However, Xinlang laughed dismissively. Giants? You call this thing a giant? You dare call it a giant just because it's this small? Then would you call a small hill the highest peak in the world? Fang Yujian was taken aback by Xinlang's arrogant attitude. He didn't understand why, even at this point, Xinlang still didn't show any fear on his face. He could tell that Xinlang truly disdained the jade giant, and even seemed to want to laugh. However, Fang Yujian did not intend to think about this issue in depth, as his current state was extremely physically and mentally exhausting. We need to finish this quickly. You're still being stubborn. I'll send you on your way right now. Let's see if you dare to spout such nonsense again. Fang Yujian strode toward Xinlang with his 2 thick legs, which were as strong as pillars, amidst the tremors of the ground. Heh, half a bottle rattles. Xinlang shook his head. Let me show you what a true giant is. The kaleidoscope in his eyes spun wildly, and an immense amount of chakra, almost solidified, surged from his pupils. Susanoo. Instantly, a swirling vortex of wind swept around Xinlang, creating a vacuum-like environment that even pushed away the grains of sand on the ground. Then the raging storm began to spread from Xinlang's limbs and condensed into a dark purple skeleton. That wasn't all. Under the chakra channeling in Xinlang's eyes, the skeleton was expanding at a speed far faster than the jade giant. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. When a massive skeleton appeared, obscuring the view of most of the arena's audience, its shadow could hold hundreds of people. Fang Yujian was dumbfounded. The giant's steps stopped in front of the enormous skeleton. He previously said he would crush Xinlang, but now the situation seems to have reversed. The other party seems to be several times larger and more imposing than him. How could there be such a spirit-controlling weapon? This is impossible. Fang Yujian's eyes were filled with fear. However, Xinlang's Susanoo was not over yet. On the huge skeleton, purple veins and flesh sprouted, and it was even covered with a chakra-based outer garment. It was also carrying a huge, dark purple longbow in its hand, and now it looked like a warrior magnified countless times. Xinlang communicated with the giant warrior, who drew his bow to its fullest extent and unleashed a massive arrow composed of dark purple chakra. The arrow was less like an arrow and more like a rocket, given its length and thickness. The rocket, accompanied by a gale, roared in, its airwaves swirling and its pressure raging, piercing through Fang Yujian's body without breaking a sweat. In an instant, the jade stones on the giant's body were like fragments of Kunlun jade, their brilliant luster spreading across the ground. A river of crimson blood flowed between the jade stones, making the luster even more bloody and beautiful. The jade giant from another mountain, shattered into dust, transformed back into a normal human form in the wind and fell from a height of more than 10 meters with Fang Yujian. Bang! They crashed heavily onto the sandy ground of the arena. Putting aside the previous arrow attack, this one blow alone would have been enough to hurt them. Fang Yujian and his spirit's pale, paper-like faces also indicated this. Seeing this, Xinlang stopped the flow of chakra. The Manjikyu Sharingan gradually stopped spinning, and the giant samurai's figure gradually faded and finally disappeared, as if melting into the air. Only then did the crowd in the arena realize the shock Xinlang had caused them. Holy crap! What is that thing? How can something like that be used as human weaponry? I originally thought the jade giant from another mountain was already outrageous, but I never expected there to be another mountain higher and one giant harder than the last. Fango is going to make me laugh to death. He was spouting nonsense in front of Xinlang, but he got killed with a single arrow. Wait, is Xinlang really a student at the same school as us? I feel like we live in completely different worldviews. Coming today was definitely the right decision. This is so exciting. Isn't this scene even more thrilling than a movie? Brother Lang. Can you transform into a giant for us a little longer? Ahem. The shock brought by Susanoo completely drove the crowd into a frenzy, and Xinlang had become their overwhelming idol. With such momentum, even if Xinlang publicly announced that he wanted to start a harem, the girls at Shandong University would probably have no objections and would even throng to his doorstep. Even the Dragon Blood Gang and others were shocked, even though they had witnessed Xinlang using Susanoo outside the city. But its shape wasn't as complete back then, and it didn't seem as tall either. Luan Liang suddenly realized that in just over a week, the regimental commander was growing at an astonishing speed. Xinlang looked at Fang Yujian, who had fallen to the ground. This is a real giant. Don't brag about your little Shoyan Jade Vidra when you go out in the future. It's worthless, just like a 5 yuan ornament you'd buy at the flower and bird market.
As he spoke, he looked at Hu Lijin, who was staring blankly at Shenlang, her eyes practically drooling.
Shenlang said coldly, "You're the only one left. It's strange that you don't come up and attack.
You just stand there and watch, but that's also why I haven't made a move against you yet.
Just admit defeat yourself, I'm too lazy to hit women."
Upon hearing this, Hu Lijin suddenly smiled charmingly and walked over to Shenlang with a flirtatious gait. When she was still a meter or two away from Shenlang, he smelled a strong scent emanating from her. The smell was supposed to be pleasant, but it was so strong that it turned into a foul stench.
Shenlang's brows had unconsciously furrowed. "What do you want to do? Why are you being so fierce?"
Hu Lijin said coquettishly.
"Don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm. The only thing I want to do is make you do something to me."
As soon as these words were spoken, they were amplified by the microphones set up in the venue and reached the ears of the audience, causing a commotion.
"Damn, this woman is so sexy."
If you can't beat someone, find a way to deplete their essence and exhaust their strength before defeating them, an unthinkable path.
"Brother Lang, run.
She wants to have your child so she can beat your son in front of you." As expected of one of the 5 champions, he certainly has extraordinary abilities. Hu Lijin remained unperturbed by the teasing and mockery from male audience members and the disdain and insults from female audience members.
Her gaze remained fixed on Shenlang. "So, are you willing to accept me?" Chapter 44. I don't hit women. I like big breasts. Although I have some unpleasant past experiences, it's all because I hadn't met you.
Hu Lijin said in a coquettish voice, "After meeting you, I realized what it means to be a man among men." She bit her lip, her eyes captivating.
"Only a man like you deserves me."
Shenlang was not particularly concerned about Hu Lijin's bold confession. He didn't even look at her. Instead, he was staring at the boy standing next to Hu Lijin. The boy was Hu Lijin's master, but he seemed to be Hu Lijin's follower. He had little presence throughout the whole thing and always followed Hu Lijin closely. While Hu Lijin was being lewd and obscene to Shenlang, he stood silently to the side, his face ashen and his fists clenched tightly.
But in the end, nothing was done. "Have you ever thought about how he feels?" Shenlang suddenly asked, pointing at the boy.
Hu Lijin was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "Don't worry about him. He's just a servant who helps me carry my bag and order takeout.
You don't need to be jealous of him. I've never let him have me. We've always just had a basic contract. Because, like I said, only a man like you is worthy of me." Shenlang interrupted, "Worthy of you? Do you think you're so charming and valuable that every man should fawn over you?"
His cold gaze startled Hu Lijin, who then began to panic. She had never seen such a look in the eyes of any other man, as if he cared nothing for her beauty and allure, and was only looking at a scarecrow.
"Isn't that right? Brother Lang, don't you think Jingjing is pretty?"
Her tone was tinged with grievance, and her eyes were already misty with tears.
"She's a good actress, always has been."
But this time she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to win Shenlang over with just her performance, so she decided to give Shenlang a little something sweet.
So, while acting coquettishly, she thrust her 2 large breasts toward Shenlang's arm.
Upon seeing this, Shenlang's brows furrowed deeply. He kicked out with a high kick, striking Hu Lijin squarely between her cleavage.
Bang!
Hu Lijin flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The moment she flew out, blood gushed from her chest, and 2 round, pale white objects flew out from the blood.
Shenlang sneered upon seeing this. "It really is a fake."
Based on his experience handling countless genuine items these days, he could tell at a glance that Hu Lijin's cleavage was very fake.
She actually tried to fool him with this stuff? Shenlang was disgusted and simply kicked it to pieces, so she wouldn't try to fool anyone else.
Hu Lijin flew 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth, her chest swelling from a high point to a low point, and she was on the verge of death. With this, the era of the 5-time champions came to an end.
"I hereby declare the Dragon Blood team the winner of this round of battle," the referee announced loudly.
He said this, but he completely ignored Luan Liang and the others standing to the side, and instead grabbed Shenlang's wrist. Although it was nominally a battle between clubs, in reality, Shenlang single-handedly defeated the opposing team, so it's not surprising that he did it. After announcing Shenlang's victory, the referee pretended to be very busy and hurriedly ran away.
"Damn it, this kid is too brutal.
I'll try to stay away from him as much as possible."
Shenlang and the Dragon Blood group stood in the center of the arena, receiving cheers from the students of Shandong University. "Shenlang! Shenlang! Shenlang!" Brother Lang, you're so cool. Brother Lang, please let me be your dog.
Guild leader, please let me join the Dragon Blood Guild.
From today onwards, all matters, big or small, within the Shandong University student organizations will be decided by Brother Lang. Brother Lang, that kick you used to burst out with milk was so cool. You're practically my idol. I'll learn from Brother Lang and become a Sigma man. The members of the Dragon Blood Gang were extremely excited in front of the cheers of the entire arena. Not to mention the other young people, even the usually composed Luan Liang's face turned red. However, Xin Lang remained indifferent, turning and walking towards the exit with one hand in his pocket. Passing by Hu Lijin's master, this green-haired turtle was kneeling on the ground with a blank look in his eyes, looking very confused. Xin Lang looked at him, sighed, and patted him on the shoulder. Bro, simps and nice guys never get away with this. They'll even have to sit at the same table as dogs at banquets. Let's stick to our principles and stop thinking about those fakes. Wouldn't it be better to find some real ones? After saying this, Xin Lang left. That was all he had to say, the rest was up to this brother's fate. Seeing their leader about to leave, the members of the Dragon Blood Gang quickly followed. As they passed by the green-haired turtles, they imitated Xin Lang's actions, patting him on the shoulder one by one, as if clocking out of get-off work. Come on. Don't be discouraged. It's not about fighting for a steamed bun, it's about saving face. The green-haired turtle was on the verge of tears. Were you trying to comfort me or humiliate me? After leaving the arena, Xin Lang cunningly had a brother who was similar in build to him change into his clothes and leave through the main entrance. He himself left through a side door, thus avoiding the enthusiastic students. After all, Xin Lang's heroic performance in defeating the 5 major gangs had already spread throughout Shandong University via the campus network, and now almost half of the students on campus had flocked to the arena just to catch a glimpse of Xin Lang and get his autograph. Surrounded by members of the Dragon Blood Gang, Xin Lang walked back to his dormitory. Liang, take the contract you signed with the 5 Crown Kings before the round of battles to their gang to receive the assets. Then we're going to recruit a new batch of members in the next couple of days. I estimate that at least 200 people will join us after today. You'll have to find a new activity room, the old one is too small. Luan Liang nodded repeatedly, holding up the notebook. Don't worry, Commander, I will definitely handle these matters perfectly. By the way, Captain, when we're looking for a classroom for activities, should we find you a new premium dormitory too? Your original dormitory was quite comfortable, but now you're living with your 3 sisters-in-law, and things might change in the future, so it would be better to move to a bigger room. Luan Liang originally intended to say that there might be more sisters-in-law in the future, but when he saw the 3 women beside Xin Lang casting their gazes at him, he immediately changed his mind. Xin Lang glanced at Luan Liang in surprise and patted him on the shoulder. You've thought this through. Okay, we'll do it your way. If you can't find a good dormitory, you can just rent me a big house near the school, preferably with a yard. Luan Liang patted his chest. Okay. Standing in front of the dormitory, Xin Lang instructed the Dragon Blood Group members, keep busy these next 2 days, and make sure to integrate all the clubs I've won and complete the tasks I've assigned you. There will definitely be some frictions among the newly integrated members of the organization. You need to find a way to suppress and smooth things over. I, Xin, am not a stingy person. As long as you do this job well, you will be generously rewarded. Do you understand? Understood, Commander, the members said in unison. Chapter 45. Can we blame the students for being too strong? After watching Xin Lang return to his dormitory, the Dragon Blood Gang members left. Xin Lang took a few changes of clothes from the wardrobe and went to the bathroom to take a shower. A moment later, Yi Qingxian pushed open the door and came in, holding a bath towel in her hand. Xin Lang was rinsing himself when he turned around and laughed. You're lucky today, you drew the lot to shower with me. Yi Qingxian's pretty cheeks were flushed, and she nodded excitedly. Xin Lang sat down on the bench. Then give me a back rub first, and I'll feed you separately after that. Yi Qingxian obediently squatted down. She had changed into a bodycon skirt when she returned home, so it wouldn't get wet. If the angle was right, she could even see the dark valley. Yi Qingxian gently but firmly rubbed Xin Lang's back, her breath sweet as orchids, and said, Husband, can we try a new move later? Xin Lang was washing his hair, his head covered in foam, when he heard this and was stunned for a moment. What new move do you want to try? Excitement suddenly shone in Yi Qingxian's beautiful eyes. Is this the move you used on Hu Lijin today? Xin Lang was stunned. I didn't do anything to Hu Lijin? You clearly have them. And you're still enjoying it so much.
Yi Qingxian pouted and pressed her two large breasts against Shenlang's back.
Shenlang suddenly realized and said, "Are you talking about me kicking her ball? You want to be kicked too?"
Yes, yes.
Yi Qingxian nodded repeatedly.
No, why do you always like to do such perverted things?
Shenlang was a little speechless.
During this period of hard work, this young lady of the Yi family has truly broadened my horizons. She is a born masochist. Just say yes, please, Yi Qingxian said softly, her slender fingers gently scratching Shenlang's back.
All right, hurry up and rub it. Long live my husband.
Yi Qingxian quickly started rubbing her back. While Shenlang was playing football and engaging in indoor combat, on the other side of the conference room, the leaders of Shandong University were gathered together.
A middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table and roared, "This Shenlang is a black sheep. Look how ruthless he is."
He was waving several medical reports from the school hospital in his hand. Niujin suffered comminuted fractures all over his body plus internal bleeding. The three Hua brothers suffered severe burns and Lu Kun suffered a severe concussion plus facial bone collapse.
And Fang Yujian suffered a massive hemorrhage, and Hu Lijin, oh my. I've never seen anyone so vicious towards a woman. I strongly suggest that Shenlang be expelled. If we tolerate him, everyone will follow his example. The rules of Shandong University will cease to exist. If Shenlang were here, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man as the teacher surnamed Wang who had come to protect his son when he beat up Shuejian and his gang at the school gate that day. Sitting at the head of the conference table was Si Kongjin, the president of Shandong University. The old man is nearly 70 years old this year, but he is still very energetic. He even dyed his hair to look more youthful. His old-fashioned, black, center-parted hairstyle makes him look much younger. Si Kongjin held his thermos, took a sip of tea, spat out the tea leaves, and said calmly, Jinza, I understand your thoughts. What are the others' opinions? Shen Hongmei immediately spoke up, saying, I think Shenlang should not be expelled at all. He doesn't even have any reason to be punished. The arena was originally set up for students to practice fighting, and Shandong University's school rules allow students to injure their opponents during competitions. Besides, Shenlang was the one who was challenged this time, so how can you blame him? Wang Jinza sneered, Counselor Shen, you're still the same, protecting Shenlang from your class. I'm starting to wonder what your relationship with Shenlang really is. There are rumors going around that Shenlang is your relative, or even that he is your illegitimate son because his father doesn't acknowledge him, which is why he has your surname. Shen Hongmei's beautiful eyes widened upon hearing this. Wang Jinza. What do you mean by that? It's nothing, just a reminder not to be too biased towards your students. Also, as a counselor, you wouldn't be qualified to attend this meeting if it weren't for the fact that this involves your students. Wang Jinza's tone carried a hint of threat. You'd better know your place, don't get carried away by this little bit of preferential treatment. I know who I am. But you, stop lecturing me. Shen Hongmei angrily wanted to argue with Wang Jinza. However, Si Kongjin said softly, that's enough, stop arguing. His eyelids were slightly closed, and his hands were resting on the thermos, as if he were about to doze off. I called you here today to discuss and resolve issues, not to create conflict. The principal had spoken, so Shen Hongmei could only turn her head away angrily. Continue speaking, Si Kongjin said. The other teachers looked at each other, and those sitting close to Wang Jinza began to speak. Principal, I also think Shenlang's actions were too egregious, and I support his expulsion. Although Shenlang did not break the rules, he repeatedly injured his classmates and his attacks became increasingly violent, so it was necessary to stop him. School rules are rigid, but people are flexible. When the school rules were first established, who could have imagined that there would be a pest like Shenlang? I strongly suggest that supplementary clauses be introduced to expel him. There were about 7 or 8 teachers who spoke, which basically accounted for 1/3 of the total number of people at today's meeting. Clearly, they had all been instructed by Wang Jinza to seize upon Shenlang's excessive cruelty and attack him relentlessly, even if he was innocent, to make him guilty. Among them were teachers who had a close personal relationship with Wang Jinza and supported him unconditionally, as well as class teachers of Fang Yujian and others, who stood on the same side as Wang Jinza based on the interests of their own students. Seeing this situation, the remaining teachers also began to lean in favor of Wang Jinza's proposal. Nearly 2/3 of them were actually dragged into the meeting. They didn't really care about the matter at all and just wanted a quick result so the meeting could end. The current situation clearly presents two opposing viewpoints, one represented by junior counselor Shen Hongmei, and the other by a group of teachers led by Wang Jinza. We're all colleagues, we see each other all the time, so the less we offend, the better.
So of course we choose to bully those who are fewer in number and lower in status. However, just as these people were about to support Wang Jin's proposal, Bai Shui, who was standing next to Shen Hongmei, spoke up. She stood up, "Principal, I also believe that Shen Lang should not bear any responsibility for this rotation battle."
Wang Jin's mouth was slightly open.
He knew that Bai Shui and Shen Hongmei had a good relationship, but Bai Shui had always been the type to not take sides. He never expected that she would change her personality for the sake of a student. Si Kongjin glanced at her and said, "Tell me your opinion."
There's not much to discuss about this matter.
It's simply that Shen Lang's abilities far surpass those of the students at Shandong University, which is why this happened.
Bai Shui looked at everyone, but can we blame the students for being too strong? In this world, isn't strength the primary standard? Chapter 46I, Bai Shui. I love supporting Shen Lang. Teacher Wang, you said Shen Lang was too ruthless, but as far as I know, your former students Fan Jian and Xue Dao also frequently challenged students to fight. There were also cases where those students were seriously injured. Why didn't you step forward to discipline your students then? Wang Jin's expression froze. He wanted to refute, but Bai Shui didn't give him a chance to continue arguing. You also said that if we tolerate Shen Lang, it will have a bad influence and the students will follow his example. I won't discuss the accusations of negative impact with you. I just want to ask, who can emulate Shen Lang? He single-handedly challenged so many students with real strength, and even managed to force his opponents to disarm. Is this something that students can easily imitate? Bai Shui looked at Si Kongjin. If all students could emulate Shen Lang's abilities, then the future of our Shandong University would be incredibly bright. We could even award him a prize for promoting the university's development. What absurd and fallacious theories! Wang Jinzi was about to speak when Bai Shui interrupted him. And Teacher Wang, you just said you heard rumors about the relationship between Counselor Shen and Shen Lang. What do you mean by talking about such unfounded things in such a serious meeting? Wang Jinzi was taken aback. What I meant was just what I said. I wanted to ask Counselor Shen not to be too biased towards the students. Fine. So that's what you mean. Bai Shui spoke rapidly but clearly. In other words, you concluded that Counselor Shen is biased towards students based on rumors you heard? Wang Jinzi looked embarrassed. You can't say that, but there's always a reason why rumors spread. Flies don't land on eggs without cracks, so it must be that Counselor Shen has something to do with this. Stop, please stop. Your logic is absurd. Bai Shui braced herself on the table, looking directly at Wang Jinzi. If the rumors aren't entirely baseless, does that mean if I repeat a lie hundreds of times, it becomes reality? Then I must say, I have also heard rumors on campus that Teacher Wang protected the Xue brothers in every way because he accepted gifts from them, and even used your power to help them bully students. Bai Shui's sharp gaze shifted to the teachers who supported Wang Jinzi. I've also heard rumors that some teachers are receiving kickbacks from the so-called Five Crown King Alliance every month in order to get inside information on club affairs. According to Professor Wang's logic, these rumors must have some merit, right? Bai Shui's tone became increasingly forceful. Then, should Teacher Wang accept this punishment? What kind of punishment should those teachers who accepted bribes receive? Faced with her questioning, Wang Jinzi was sweating profusely, and the backs of many teachers beside him were also soaked with sweat. After Wang Jinzi stammered for a long time without saying a word, Bai Shui put her arm down on the table and sat back down. Her expression returned to its usual haughty and aloof manner, and she stopped questioning Wang Jinzi. Her tolerance was like seeing a cockroach outdoors feeling disgusted but not stomping on it. This leniency deeply hurt Wang Jinzi and other teachers. Si Kongjin coughed. It seems the answer is already clear. No one has provided solid evidence regarding whether Shen Lang should be punished. The charges are dropped. Meeting adjourned. With that, he got up and left, surrounded by his secretary. Bai Shui and Shen Hongmei followed closely behind. Seeing this, the centrist teachers felt liberated and left. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Jinzi and his supporters remained. Wang Jinzi slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Damn it, that Bai Shui is so arrogant, I'll teach her a lesson sooner or later. A teacher with a side parting patted him on the shoulder and sighed, forget it, Lao Wang, don't cause trouble. Wang Jinzi retorted angrily, what, are you afraid of that woman's family background too? So what if she has a star-level father? She's just a defensive type, she can't compare to a real powerhouse. The teacher with the partial hairline shook his head. I'm not saying this because I'm worried about her father. I just think you have absolutely no chance of dealing with Shen Lang. Didn't you realize? This time, the principal is protecting Shenlang.
Although he hasn't made a statement, he's indifferent to your accusations, but he made a final decision after Bai Shui's explanation. This explains his meaning. Bai Shui is probably just a spokesperson at his behest. After this analysis, a look of surprise and doubt flashed across Wang Jin's face.
Why is the principal protecting Shenlang?
That kid has no one to rely on.
Tianfen stood up and shook his head, saying, how would I know? Maybe it's just because he's strong.
Wang Jin's face turned pale and then red, his cheeks puffed out, clearly indicating that he was going through a turmoil.
With a helpless expression, Tianfen turned and walked towards the door. I'm leaving. Try to calm yourself down. With Tianfen gone, the teachers in the meeting room also left.
Wang Jin sat in his seat, holding his head, his expression quite ferocious.
Damn it, that's Shenlang. He's a thorn in my side. I'm going to make sure he's dead.
He just couldn't understand why this kid, who was unknown not long ago, had now become a prominent figure at Shandong University. He, Wang Jinze, a dignified professor at Shandong University, couldn't even handle a poor student.
He was unwilling to accept it.
As if heaven had heard his inner anger, someone gently patted his shoulder.
He turned away impatiently. I understand, I'll leave now and clear out the meeting room.
However, when he turned around and saw who it was, his eyes widened instantly.
What are you doing here?
The visitor had a warm smile.
It doesn't matter, what matters is that I can help you achieve your dream. Just do me a small favor. Wang Jinze quickly pulled out the seat next to him. You're right. I'll do anything you need help with, and I don't need anything in return. The person in front of me looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He had shoulder-length hair, which was unusual for a man, and a lip piercing. His facial features and bone structure are relatively small, and combined with this outfit, he looks neither male nor female, like a thug. However, Wang Jinze genuinely wanted to curry favor with this scoundrel.
Because this person's name is Hoin, and he is a senior-level practical course teacher. Hoin was quite capable, able to lead his students deep into the dense forest to hunt high-level ferocious beasts. Senior teachers like him received the highest level of salary and enjoyed special allowances. More importantly, it is said that Hoin is the illegitimate son of a powerful family. Although his identity is not public, he seems to be favored, which is why he was able to be parachuted into Shandong University as a senior teacher. Wang Jin's motto in life is to curry favor with every influential person he can and to seize every relationship he can. Hoin was a benefactor whom he absolutely could not let go.
Chapter 47: The Feast at Hongmen. Attending the feast.
Ho did not sit down. Instead, he went to the door and locked it.
Wang Jin's heart skipped a beat.
This teacher Ho had quite a few scandals, and it was said that he was bisexual. Is this some kind of attempt to seduce me? Fortunately, after Hoin closed the door, she did not do anything out of line to him. Instead, she whispered a few words to him.
Upon hearing this, Wang Jin's expression first showed shock, then some hesitation. Will it work? Hoin laughed and said, anyway, I'll take responsibility.
You can just ask someone to come out and leave without any problem.
Wang Jinze remained silent, still appearing somewhat hesitant.
Looks like Teacher Wang is planning to let that kid poop and pee on his head.
Oh well, never mind. Ho got up to leave.
Wait.
I agree.
Wang Jinze said through gritted teeth. If he can accomplish this, not only will his biggest threat be eliminated, but he will also gain Ho Yin's appreciation.
Good deal, let's do it.
A few days later, Shenlang was in the Dragon Blood Group's activity room. He casually flipped through a book called The Art of the Bedchamber, eating fruit while being served by 3 women, looking quite content. The students around, seeing this from afar, were all filled with envy for Shenlang. The reason Shenlang stayed in the activity room was because Luan Liang told him that it was inappropriate for him, as the group leader, to only come to the activity room once every few days. It would be best to come every day, just for a short while. This way, more students will see Shenlang's reputation, which will inevitably attract more students and allow you to profit from them. Shenlang was very interested in harvesting chives, so he took Luan Liang's advice and came to the activity room to sit for half an hour every day afternoon.
Moreover, this matter is not a big burden for Shenlang, and he does not need to deal with his admirers.
The activity room was moved to the central courtyard and was much larger. Shenlang had his own office, so he only needed to sit in a quiet corner of the activity room and let the students see it from afar.
As it turns out, Luan Liang was right. Shenlang's role as a human billboard was indeed very effective.
The students had seen Shenlang beat up the 5-time champion, but that was a few days ago, and they could only relive the experience by watching the battle video. So the impact is still not as great as seeing Shenlang being served by 3 beautiful women every day. Although no one told the students that joining the Dragonblood clan would guarantee them finding such a spirit, the underlying logic had already formed in their minds. Shenlang is the leader of the Dragonblood clan, and I have joined the Dragonblood clan. So I am Shenlang, and I am surrounded by 3 beautiful women. It can be said that joining the Dragonblood gang is the dream of many students at Shandong University, which Luan Liang calls the Shandong University dream.
Shenlang, so you're here. I've finally found you.
Shenlang, who was looking down at his book, looked up when he heard the familiar voice.
He laughed and said, Sister Hongmei, what do you want from me? You could have just told me on the phone, couldn't you?
Shenlang paused for a moment as he spoke, noticing that Shen Hongmei was accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman named Bai Shui. Shenlang had seen and interacted with too many slender, long-legged, gentle, and cute girls lately, so seeing Bai Shui, a heroic and dashing type, suddenly felt novel and exciting. I'm telling you on my phone, look how many messages I've sent you, how many calls I've made, and you haven't replied to a single one, Shen Hongmei said irritably.
That shouldn't be the case, I didn't turn it off silent.
Shenlang reached into his pocket, but it was empty.
I think I left my phone in the dorm.
Shenlang scratched his head.
Sister Hongmei, I'm so sorry. Please don't hold it against me.
If I were to hold a grudge over such a small matter, then I would have far too many things to hold a grudge against you, Shen Hongmei said with a smile.
Let's get down to business. I have to go on a business trip for a few days, so I won't be able to take care of you during that time. If you need anything, just go to Bai Shui, Director Bai. She will do her best to help you within her capabilities. Bai Shui generously extended her hand to shake Shenlang's, and said with a smile, Shenlang, seeing is believing. Please don't be shy about asking me for help. Hello, Director.
Shenlang shook hands with him, savoring the smoothness of his hand.
He then asked, puzzled, is there anything I can help you with? Shen Hongmei glanced around and saw students standing in the distance. Shenlang understood immediately. Let's talk in my office. The group walked into Shenlang's luxurious office, which occupied more than 50 square meters, and sat down on the leather sofa.
Yi Qingxian, the young lady, had been well trained and served tea and snacks. Seeing that the place was quiet and secluded, Shen Hongmei briefly recounted what Wang Jinza had said about Shenlang at the school leadership meeting that day. That's why I was worried he'd cause trouble for you this time I went out. That's why I asked Bai Shui to look after you while I was away from school.
Shenlang's expression remained calm, but he secretly remembered Wang Jinza.
When the opportunity arose, Shenlang would treat this guy to a meal, so that he would avoid Shenlang in the future.
He looked at Bai Shui. Thank you, Director Bai, for your willingness to help me and for speaking up for me in the conference room. Bai Shui smiled and said, you are Hongmei's student, and you are also my student.
Since you haven't done anything wrong, of course I will help you.
Then let's exchange contact information. I can ask Director Bai for help if I have any problems. Shenlang seized the opportunity.
For this beautiful girl, the first step is to get her contact information. Everything else will have to be done gradually. After exchanging contact information, Shenlang chatted with Bai Shui and Shen Hongmei for a while before the two got up and left.
Shenlang escorted them to the classroom door.
After thinking for a while, he realized that Wang Jinza harbored resentment towards him, and that the two of them would inevitably clash in the future. He needed to learn more about Wang Jinza in order to know himself and his enemy and win every battle. So Shenlang summoned Luan Liang and asked him to send someone to investigate information about Wang Jinza, the more detailed the better.
Just as Shenlang was waiting for news in his office, Luan Liang walked in. Shenlang looked up. So, how's the investigation going? I just found out a little bit of the details. Luan Liang's expression was strange.
But it seems there is no time to investigate further, because Wang Jinza sent someone to invite you to dinner outside the school. As he spoke, he took out an invitation from his hand.
Shenlang took it in surprise and examined it.
Eating at a farm so far from the school is clearly a trap.
Shen Hongmei had just left, and this guy came to invite me right away. Wasn't he being a bit too hasty?
Luan Liang said worriedly, then don't go. That old bastard is definitely up to no good.
Go, why not go? Shenlang put away the invitation.
This guy holds a grudge against me and has some power in the school.
It's good to go today and settle things. Otherwise, it's annoying to always be secretly watched by people.
There's no such thing as being able to thief for 1,000 days but not being able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. After saying this, Xinlang casually put on his coat, called the three women, and prepared to go to the address on the invitation.
Luan Liang wanted to stay but was forced to stay.
In Xinlang's words, if anything really happened today, Luan Liang wouldn't be able to help instead, he would be distracted by taking care of him.
Chapter 48 Attack. On the outskirts of the capital, there is the Dichuan restaurant.
As soon as Xinlang got out of the car, Wang Jinze rushed up to him.
Welcome, Shun. You must be tired from the ride. Come on in and rest. Xinlang raised an eyebrow. This old man was actually waiting for him at the door? As they walked, Xinlang asked, Teacher Wang, I heard you have some dissatisfaction with me.
Wang Jinze walked ahead and laughed heartily. Yes, but that's all in the past.
Now I only admire Shun. He pushed open a double door. Come in, please come in.
The cold dishes are all ready.
Let's start with the hot dishes.
After Xinlang sat down, he didn't rush to pick up his chopsticks, but instead looked at Wang Jinze with a cold expression.
Wang Jinze ignored Xinlang's hostility and kept putting food on Xinlang's plate. Student Xin, try this cold tripe salad, it's very crunchy.
And this sweet cucumber sauce is very refreshing.
Xinlang sneered, Teacher Wang, I don't dare eat any of these dishes, I'm afraid you've poisoned them. Wang Jinze smiled broadly, Student Xin is joking. Even if we have some past grievances, I, Wang, would never poison a student. He filled the decanter with wine. I know we had some misunderstandings before. The teacher was too anxious at the time and scolded you without figuring out the facts. But later I learned the whole story. You did a good job. You taught that troublemaker a lesson for the teacher. Xinlang sneered inwardly. The version he heard from Xin Hongmei was completely different. The old man had actually threatened to fire him at the meeting. However, Xinlang did not refute him. He could not expose the fact that Xin Hongmei had sent him a message and implicate her as well. I invited you here today specifically to clear up this misunderstanding. You are the pride of Shandong University. From now on, I will take good care of you and protect you.
Xinlang watched his performance without saying a word.
Drink this glass, and our little troubles will be over.
Wang Jinze took an empty glass, filled it with wine in front of Xinlang, and said, I'll drink it all, you can drink as you please.
As he spoke, Wang Jinze actually picked up the decanter and started drinking heavily.
He drank until his face was red and his neck was thick, with wine constantly spilling from the corners of his mouth, showing that he was working very hard.
If this is truly a performance, then Wang Jinze is definitely a good actor.
However, Xinlang scoffed and got up to straighten his clothes.
Excuse me, although you acted so realistically, I, Xinlang, am not a 3-year-old child.
You don't need to pretend. If you have any grievances or want revenge, just come at me. After saying that, Xinlang led the three women away like shooting stars. Behind him, Wang Jinze, reeking of alcohol, glared venomously at his retreating figure. After Xinlang had walked away, he gritted his teeth and said, Xinlang, just you wait, the people who will deal with you are coming soon. Hoin told him that he disapproved of Xinlang's arrogant behavior and planned to teach Xinlang a lesson. However, Xinlang is now a celebrity at Shandong University, and countless people are watching him. Making a rash move might cause trouble. So he had Wang Jinze call Xinlang out of the school. Hoin was certain that with Xinlang's arrogant personality, he would not cower in the face of Wang Jinze's invitation to this trap. So he'll definitely come. At that time, in this place far from the school, Hoin can act as he pleases, and Xinlang will be beaten up outside the school without any eyewitnesses. Wang Jinze could also stay overnight at the farm and use the owner's words as an alibi. In this way, Xinlang could only suffer in silence. Although Wang Jinze already knew in his heart that Xinlang would not have a good end, he was still angry at Xinlang's arrogance. Smash! He smashed the wine dispenser, scattering shards of glass everywhere. On his way back to school, it was already dusk, and Xinlang was sitting in the back seat of a taxi, resting with his eyes closed. Mu Qianxue sat beside him and asked with some concern, Honey, aren't you being too disrespectful to Wang Jinze? He is, after all, a teacher. Silly girl, do you think he'll let me go just because I had a good time with him today? Xinlang said coldly, a person like him is vengeful. If anyone offends him, he will retaliate no matter what. Mu Qianxue asked in confusion, then why did he host this banquet for you today? Xinlang shook his head. I can't say for sure, but it's definitely not a good thing. Maybe he'll take revenge on me somewhere else soon. Before Xinlang could finish speaking, a huge black shadow suddenly leaped out from the road in front of him. Boom! The taxi's hood was violently slammed by the dark figure, causing the entire vehicle to lose its balance instantly, and the back seats to tilt backward. Xin Lang smashed the car window with his elbow, quickly shook hands with the three women, and they transformed into streams of light and merged into his body. He then grabbed the taxi driver who was about to pounce out and jumped out of the window.
Bang! The taxi exploded as soon as it landed.
"My car," the driver cried out, kneeling on the ground and looking at the taxi engulfed in flames. Xin Lang, however, looked coldly at the dark figure that had attacked them.
It was a huge mech with brightly colored paint. Tang Xianer. Xin Lang said coldly, "Do you have a death wish? How dare you attack me?" In truth, he had some doubts. He had expected to receive Wang Jin's revenge, but he didn't know why it was Tang Xianer who came. At Xin Lang's command, the giant mecha gradually shrank and transformed, eventually becoming a humanoid armor. Although this armor is smaller than a mecha, it gleams with a cold light that is no less powerful than that of a mecha. Its streamlined and high-tech design showcases the extraordinary nature of this armor. Xin Lang felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed Tang Xianer had advanced another level. With the sound of an airtight compartment opening, the armor's faceplate slid open, revealing the face inside. Xin Lang looked at it and asked suspiciously, "Hoin?"
He knew this person. He was quite famous in Shandong University, but Xin Lang didn't remember ever offending him.
"Why did you attack me? And the armor you're wearing, isn't it Tang Xianer in disguise?" Xin Lang asked.
Ho Yin's eyes were sinister, and he let out two hoarse laughs. "I originally intended to kill you with one blow, but you are indeed a guy who subdued the 5-time champion. You do have some real skills.
To remain calm under such a sudden attack, and to escape unscathed while protecting the driver. Indeed, you are truly remarkable.
You could say you are the most outstanding genius Shandong University has produced in the last few decades."
But
Ho Yin's voice suddenly turned cold, and his expression became crazed.
"What I hate most are geniuses like you. I won't allow anyone at Shandong University to be more dazzling than me." Ho Yin's eyes revealed madness.
"I am the true hero whom all students of Shandong University should worship. I am the object of every female student's romantic dreams at Shandong University." Xin Lang was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then burst into laughter, clutching his stomach.
"Ha ha ha. You're jealous of me? That's hilarious. A teacher being jealous of a student? Are you kidding me? You're so old, what are you comparing yourself to?" Chapter 49. Hoing goes mad. He's utterly crazy. Dude, we're not even on the same track anymore. You're an old hunk, why are you still trying to compare yourself to young heartthrobs? Xin Lang laughed until tears almost streamed down his face.
"I've seen plenty of weirdos, but I've never seen anyone as weird as you." Ho Yin's face was gloomy, and the resentment in his eyes was almost tangible. "Go ahead and laugh, you won't have much time left to laugh.
I'm going to kill you right now."
Ho Yin conjured an ion gun in his hand, pulled the trigger, and a blazing white light blade shot out from the muzzle.
The intense heat instantly engulfed the driver who was still screaming in agony.
Ho smiled with satisfaction.
"Now no one will bother me as I enjoy killing you." Hoin attacked without warning, killing an innocent person. Xin Lang's smile gradually faded. He realized that even if Hoin was a madman, he was serious and not joking. "You want to kill me? Is it really necessary? What have I done to offend you?" Xin Lang asked. "I've wanted to kill you for about a week now."
"That day, Tang Xianer suddenly came to me and begged me to kill you. She offered herself as my slave for it," Ho Yin said. "At that time, I had no intention of killing someone for a female student. I just wanted to play with her, so I pretended to agree verbally. Besides, her weaponry was already S-level at that time, so I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But after I entered into a deep contract with her and test drove her, my thoughts changed." Ho Yin's lips parted in a grin, and a trickle of saliva unknowingly flowed out, as if he were savoring the moment.
"Tang Xianer is truly a beauty. I don't want to do anything but spend every day with her. Suddenly, I feel that killing for her isn't such an unacceptable thing. Just when I started having this idea, you became a 5-time champion in the arena and became a prominent figure at Shandong University." Ho's expression was distorted. "I don't think you're good enough. Xianer told me you're just a simp who was dumped by her. If you hadn't gotten lucky with the Mu sisters, you wouldn't have had a chance to turn things around. And what's so great about beating a few students? Why are you so popular? It's all because you're young. At your age, you'd be praised as long as you're even slightly outstanding." Ho patted his chest. "But once you leave school, people in society will only criticize you in every way. Sienna is right. I should kill you. Even if not for her, for myself. I want to vent my anger. I want to destroy a genius like you who got lucky by sheer luck. Hoin roared, and Xinlang, seeing his crazed appearance and hearing his words, had already understood. He guessed that after Tang Sienna was publicly humiliated by him in the cafeteria, she had many people test drive her car, thus raising her level to S-class. Based on the advancement path he observed in Tang Sienna, she would evolve into a lust-driven maniac. It is very likely that this weapon called the Desire Maniac will affect the master's mind and body, amplifying the master's negative emotions and arrogance. The current appearance of Hoin is probably due to this. Xinlang was speechless. This Tang Sienna was really persistent, she could even disgust him like this. He's determined to settle things once and for all today. However, he still had some questions before that, so Xinlang asked, if you came to kill me, then why was it Wang Jinza who invited me out? Are you in cahoots? Aren't you afraid that the school will hold you accountable after you kill me? Are you so confident that you can completely destroy the evidence? Do you want to know? Alright, I'll make sure you understand before you die, so you won't be a wronged ghost. Hoin Dian laughed and said, Wang Jinza also thought that I was in cahoots with him before he died. Actually, he was just an excuse I used to kill you. I'll tell the school that you suddenly attacked and tried to kill Wang Jinza while you were having dinner with him. I received his distress call, but by the time I arrived, you had already killed Wang Jinza. I was furious and executed you on the spot. I twisted his arms and legs, which is obviously one of your usual methods. Plus, I'm a senior teacher at the school, so they will never suspect me. After hearing his plan, Xinlang actually thought it wasn't too outrageous. This madman seems to be just insane, he hasn't completely lost his logical thinking, Xinlang said. Thank you for thinking so thoroughly. Hoin was embarrassed when Xinlang said that, and he even touched his nose. I did put some thought into it. Originally, it would have been simple to make a student disappear, but your recent performance has been too outstanding. The school will definitely not let this matter go easily, and may even set up a special task force to investigate. That's why I came up with this plan that leaves no evidence. Hoin spoke with great enthusiasm, clearly confident in his plan. This guy actually thought I was praising him? Xinlang chuckled, shook his head, and stopped trying to communicate with the madman. You've overlooked one thing, Xinlang said slowly. Your plan was to ensure no one could prove anything, but you've overlooked the fact that you don't have the ability to kill me. If one of us is going to die here today, it will only be you. Xinlang's tone was calm, but it was far more imposing than Ho Yin's manic words. Ho Yin's smug expression froze. He tilted his head and sized up Xinlang, saying each word clearly, Oh? Is that so? At this moment, the last ray of sunlight in the distance had already set, and darkness swept in, engulfing most of Ho Yin's face. Combined with his expression and movements, this made it even more unsettling. Without any warning, he raised the ion gun in his hand, and the blazing white ion cluster shot towards Xinlang. The air in front of Xinlang distorted, and the ion cluster suddenly disappeared in front of him, entering the divine might space. You're crazy, to be honest, I'm a little scared, Xinlang laughed. But what I'm afraid of is you suddenly having a fit and doing a handstand to poop in front of me. As for your attack, it seems to me like nothing more than playing house with toy guns. As he spoke, Xinlang flashed and rushed towards Hoin. His speed was as fast as the wind, and under the cover of night, he was almost invisible. Upon reaching Hoin, Xinlang's arm was enveloped by a surge of powerful chakra, forming a thick, fiery red arm that blasted directly towards Hoin. Ho was unable to dodge in time and was hit squarely in the chest by the punch, sending him flying backward. He crashed into the trees on both sides of the road, and the enormous kinetic energy propelled him into 5 or 6 thick trees. Xinlang casually waved his hand, and the fiery red arm dissipated into the air. He continued his attack on Hoin. His attack on Hoin was Susanoo. In recent days, he had learned to release Susanoo in parts, which was quite powerful but did not consume much chakra. Chapter 50 The Sea Stabilizing Bell. Combining the ultimate physique bestowed upon him by heaven and the curse, the effect was greater than the sum of its parts. Hoin had just gotten up from the ground and hadn't even had time to wipe the wood chips off his mask when Xinlang attacked again. Xinlang leaped into the air, this time with fiery red giant hands swirling around his hands. He clenched his fists together to form a giant hammer and slammed it down at Hoin. Ho was horrified. The power of Xinlang's punch had made him feel his internal organs churning. With just that one punch, he was jolted awake from the illusion of self-importance that the armed forces of the lustful maniac had instilled in him. No! I'm no match for Xinlang. If this continues, I'll die.
He suddenly waved his hand, and a miniature metal bell flew out of his palm. The metal bell's mouth faced Xinlang, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a height of 4 or 5 meters, enveloping Xinlang entirely.
Xinlang's hammer slammed into the clock face, producing a loud bang.
Buzzed the sound of the bell, like an all-pervasive ocean tide, penetrated Xinlang's ears. He immediately covered his ears to avoid damaging his eardrums from the sound of the bell.
As the bell tolled and lingered, the power of Xinlang's hammer was completely exhausted.
Xinlang stood inside the bell, stroking the ancient patterns on it. This is quite interesting.
Is this another spirit you control?
Although Hoin was quite famous at Shandong University, he had one particular characteristic: he didn't let anyone see his spirit control abilities. Even when he was out of town for practical lessons, he would ask the teaching assistants for help whenever possible. When the teaching assistants couldn't solve the problem, he would dismiss the students and do it himself. Therefore, Xinlang knew nothing about his spirit control. Hoin, who was almost scared to the point of weakness by Xinlang's fierce attack from mid-air, regained his confidence when he saw that Xinlang was trapped by him. He said smugly, "That's right, this is my spirit-controlling sea-stabilizing bell.
After many evolutions, it can easily neutralize the enemy's attacks.
Even when she reaches her highest evolutionary stage and transforms into the Chaos Bell, that will truly be a bell that shakes mountains and rivers."
The Chaos Bell? Xinlang was taken aback.
He had heard of this spirit control ability. It was a well-known entity on the current spirit control ability ranking. Its highest historical ranking was once third.
But how could such a spirit submit to Hoin?
It's important to understand that even if a maniac driven by desire can catalyze the darkness within a person, that person must first be mentally weak and possess the dark side in order for it to be catalyzed. It is clear that Hoin is a person of poor character. Looking at his battle with Hoin, this man's fighting skills were terrible. He easily lost his composure, even though he had clearly seen Xinlang fight in rotation. Knowing that Xinlang's close-range speed is very fast, yet not knowing to create distance beforehand, it's clear this guy has very low combat intelligence. How could someone with such a bad temper and low intelligence have such incredible luck to win the favor of Chaos Bell Spirit?
Xinlang clearly sensed something was amiss. Seeing Xinlang's reaction, Hoin assumed Xinlang was scared and chuckled, "Now you know how powerful I am, right? But it's too late. You think you're so tough? What good is being tough? No matter how much you strike my sea-stabilizing bell, it won't break. You can only stay locked up inside like this. Your spirit control ability is so strong, it must be very taxing, right? You also finish battles quickly during the rotation battles. So you definitely can't outlast me. Once you're forced to withdraw from the armed forces, then see how I torture you." Faced with Ho Yin's self-righteous analysis and threats, Xinlang smiled dismissively. Is his desire for a quick victory due to fear of exhaustion?
It's simply because none of the 5-time champions are a match for him. Ho actually managed to deduce such a theory from these 2 strokes, which is truly a case of a small mistake leading to a huge error. But Xinlang was too lazy to explain to him. He was now quite interested in the bell. His kaleidoscope spun, and a torrent of chakra shot out, enveloping Xinlang and solidifying into a massive, fiery red warrior. As the giant warrior took shape, the Dinghai bell gradually grew larger, always enveloping Xinlang. Xinlang stroked his chin and smiled.
I see. It changes with the enemy.
Before the giant warrior could fully form, Xinlang withdrew the chakra supply, and the warrior gradually disappeared. This sea-stabilizing bell is interesting. I need to get my hands on it and study it. Not bad, this trip wasn't entirely fruitless, Xinlang pondered. Hoin, seeing that Xinlang was about to release the giant warrior he had displayed in the battle that day, had been very frightened and hid to the side. However, after a moment, Xinlang returned to his original state. Completely unaware that Xinlang was conducting an experiment, he instantly assumed that Xinlang was no match for the Dinghai bell. So he swaggered up to Xinlang and said through the ancient, translucent body of the Dinghai bell, which was covered in inscriptions, don't waste your energy anymore. I suggest you just give in now." Hoin licked his lips. "I see you have delicate skin and tender flesh. If you're willing to serve me well, I'll make sure you die a quick and painless death in a moment." Upon hearing this, Xinlang felt a chill run down his spine. It turned out that the rumors at school about this guy being bisexual were true. That's disgusting. This bastard can't be allowed to live for even a second longer, lest he waste fresh air. The light on Xinlang's arm rippled, and the flowing blade Ruohua gradually materialized within the light. He placed Ryujin Jaka at his waist, gripped the scabbard with his left hand, and lightly placed his right hand on Litsuba, making a preparatory motion to draw his sword. According to his observation, although the Dinghai bell changes with the changes of the enemies inside the bell, this change takes time. If a powerful energy attack is released in an instant, the Dinghai bell will not have time to change. While unleashing a powerful offensive in an instant is difficult for many masters, it requires a deep understanding of spirit abilities and a high-quality spirit itself. But this was a piece of cake for Shenlang. He bent his knees slightly, took a deep breath, and suddenly vibrated all the important joints in his body, swinging his arm to draw Ryujin Jaka and slash forward.
Ryujin Jaka's first move, a sweeping slash.
A blade of light, extremely sharp, slashed out almost in a straight line and struck the surface of the Dinghai bell.
Bite.
After a barely audible, crisp sound, a straight line appeared on the face of the Dinghai bell. A moment later, the line spread out into countless fine spider silk patterns.
Whoosh!
The Dinghai bell shattered into countless streams of light, which scattered in the air and then reformed into the shape of a young girl, falling onto the grass beside it.
Shenlang glanced coldly at Hoyin and casually took a step forward.
Ho was terrified and immediately pulled the trigger of the ion gun in his hand, and the blazing white light continued to surge towards Shenlang. The air in front of Shenlang distorted, annihilating all the light clusters within the divine might space.
Chapter 51 Ex-Girlfriend Tang Xiener.
Kill. Shenlang rose from the ground and flashed in front of Hoyin, his arm already swirling with a fiery red, thick, illusory arm.
Bang!
With a muffled sonic boom, Hoyin coughed up blood and flew backward, his armor shattering into countless sparks.
The light returned to Tang Xiener in mid-air, and she was also swept away by the immense force.
Shenlang pressed his advantage and stepped in front of the two. Tang Xiener was clutching her chest, looking like she was about to suffocate. Many blood spots were faintly visible on her skin, and capillaries, and even some delicate veins had ruptured.
This was a side effect of being forcibly disarmed after being attacked.
When she saw Shenlang approaching, she was terrified, her hair soaked with sweat and clumped together.
"Don't come any closer." Shenlang sneered, "Huh? Didn't you come here to have someone kill me? Now you want me to stay away from you? No way. Shenlang, I beg you, please let me go."
"I was just out of my mind to go against you," Tang Xiener pleaded.
"Actually, I was just jealous of the Mu sisters. I still love you deeply."
"I just wanted to use someone else to make you value me again," Tang Xiener said, her voice trembling with tears.
"If you give me another chance, I will definitely repay you properly. I'll be your lover for life. I don't want any title. You can treat me however you want."
As she spoke, she prepared to come up and hug Shenlang's leg. Seeing this, Shenlang kicked her in the face. "Even now you're still trying to find excuses to get away with this.
I have to say you have a strong sense of conviction. It's a shame you're not an actor. Consider this possibility in your next life, if you can be reborn as a human."
The kaleidoscope spun in Shenlang's eyes, and a black flame bloomed on Tang Xiener's hem, instantly turning into scorching black flames. Tang Xiener rolled around on the ground frantically, trying to extinguish the flames on her body. But to no avail. She was eventually swallowed up by the flames, turning into a shrunken, charred black figure, and fell silent.
Hoyin, who was standing to the side, was so frightened that his face turned pale.
A hot flow gushed out from his crotch, and a foul smell wafted over.
Shenlang frowned. "How did you manage to make a contract with the sea-stabilizing bell with such a cowardly appearance? It's really puzzling." "Shenlang. Brother Lang. Please don't kill me.
I was bewitched by Tang Xiener, that's why I came to cause you trouble.
Her weaponry is suspicious.
Now that I think about it, that Desire Maniac's armor was clearly meant to disrupt my emotions and amplify my inner arrogance."
Hoyin looked mournful. "Otherwise, even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to provoke you." "All right, enough nonsense."
"A man should be responsible for his actions," Shenlang said in a deep voice.
"I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer them truthfully, I'll consider letting you off the hook."
Hoyin's face lit up with joy, and he nodded repeatedly.
"Ask me anything. I will answer to the best of my knowledge. The first question is, how exactly did you form a contract with her?"
Shenlang pointed to the girl lying on the grass beside him. She was the spirit of the sea-stabilizing bell. "It was my father who gave her to me to be contracted," Hoyin said.
"Your father? So the rumors at school are true, you're an illegitimate child from a powerful family?" Shenlang asked. "And just because he handed you over, you're willing to form a contract? Doesn't this girl have any objections?
Or did you force her?" When Ho heard the rumors about himself being an illegitimate child, a shadow crossed his eyes, but survival was his top priority, and he couldn't care less about such things now.
Yes, I am indeed an illegitimate child, Hoin explained.
I did not force her, nor could I force her. She has protective runes on her body, and any master who tries to force her will be repelled.
As for her opinion, I don't think she has any objections. Hoin pointed to his head. There's something wrong with her here. She easily established a basic contract with me. If it weren't for the protective inscription, I think establishing a deep contract with her wouldn't be a problem either.
Upon hearing this, Xinlang felt a ripple in his heart.
Hoin actually only had a beginner-level contract with this girl. You should know that a beginner-level contract is just the simplest contract between spirit masters.
As long as the two agree, they don't need to do anything to fight together, although their coordination won't be very good. Even under the initial contract, the girl was able to demonstrate that level of combat power, which shows how strong her spirit control ability is and how great her potential is.
What are protective runes? I've never heard of them before, Xinlang asked.
Ho replied, I don't know its specific origin.
It just appears on Zhongling's body surface when I intend to force Zhongling into a deep contract. Zhongling? Is that the girl's name? Xinlang smiled.
This weapon transforms into a bell after its transformation, so naming it Zhongling is quite fitting.
Tell me everything you know about Zhongling, Xinlang said.
As Hoin recalled, he stammered out all the information he knew about Zhongling to Xinlang.
Okay, then the second question is, what do you plan to do with Wang Jin's S-body? The attack characteristics of the spirit beasts are quite obvious. If I didn't kill him, can you blame me? Xinlang asked.
The wounds caused by the ion gun attack are also charred by high temperatures. If I set it on fire again to char it more, and then break its limbs, it will basically match the characteristics that your weaponry can cause. Hoin spoke cautiously, observing Xinlang's expression. However, Xinlang remained expressionless and continued, tell me from beginning to end how you came into contact with Wang Jinza.
Why are you saying this?
Hoin asked, puzzled, but under Xinlang's cold gaze, he could only obediently comply.
The third question is, where do you keep your valuables? Xinlang's third question finally made Hoin realize something was wrong. You don't mean to. Whoosh! A wisp of black flame suddenly shot up from Ho Yin's crotch. He was instantly terrified. No, I'll tell you. There's some cash, crystal beads, and the like in the safe in the teacher's dormitory at school. The rest are all stored in an anonymous account at the Imperial Bank. You can withdraw them by simply taking this key and giving the password. Xinlang took the key. What's the password? I'll tell you if you swear you won't kill me, Hoin said, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination as he looked at Xinlang. Under Xinlang's relentless questioning, he realized that Xinlang would never let him go, and if he told everything, he would be truly finished. Seeing his expression, Xinlang grinned and said, wow, your expression is quite resolute, almost as tough as those intelligence agents who refuse to confess. Chapter 52 Illusion. A torture of every kind. I didn't realize you, such a weakling, had this side to you. Xinlang said casually, as if he were joking with Hoin. Ho's smile looked more like a grimace than a cry. Brother Lang, please stop laughing at me. Please let me go. I just want to live. Yes, who doesn't want to live? Living requires determination. Xinlang's tone suddenly turned cold. Since you won't tell me, then let me see your determination. The blood-red light in his eyes swirled and instantly spread across Ho Yin's field of vision. The latter felt a blur before his eyes and found himself in a desolate wasteland. He was bound to a huge cross, his hands and feet tied, unable to move. Xinlang stood in front of him, holding a small knife in his hand. Where is this? What are you trying to do? Ho Yin was terrified. I'm going to test it on you and see how many cuts I can make with this size of knife, Xinlang said, holding the knife. But I'm too slow by myself, so... Xinlang snapped his fingers, and 9 more Xinlangs instantly appeared around him, each holding a small knife. This way we can be more efficient, Xinlang said, making a cut on Ho Yin's arm. The others, including Xinlang, also began to stab him. Although the pain is not very intense each time, it is continuous and seems endless. So Ho Yin finally broke down and told Xinlang everything he wanted to know. The eerie blood moon hanging above Ho Yin's head finally disappeared, and they returned to reality. However, before Ho Yin could catch his breath, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Put. Xinlang was holding a small knife in his hand, the very knife that had just slit Ho Yin's throat. Blood gushed out, and Ho Yin clutched his neck, his eyes wide with terror. Why? Shen Lang gave a cold laugh. I promise I'll consider it, but I didn't say I'd definitely let you go. I thought about it for 2 seconds, but I've decided to let you die. Ho suffocated to death in resentment and despair, and black flames devoured his body to prevent the possibility of him coming back to life. A flash of light appeared on his body, and he transformed into 3 human figures that reappeared beside him. Use your phones to make calls. One of you call Bai Shui and ask her to come over. The other 2, call a car from the city so we can go back later. Shen Lang instructed, send someone else to see if they can find the driver's identity information and contact his family. The 3 women obeyed Shen Lang's instructions and each did their own thing. While the 3 women were busy, Shen Lang came to the edge of the grass and helped Zhongling, who was still unconscious, to lean against a tree. During the battle, Shen Lang's main attention was on Hoyin and Tang Xianer, and now he has a chance to take a closer look at the girl in front of him. Her hair, flowing past her shoulders, was glossy and smooth like silk, like a hazy veil partially concealing her delicate face. Her nose was small yet well-defined, her lips were full and round, and her eyes were closed, with her curl eyelashes trembling slightly with her breath. At this moment, leaning against the tree with her shoulder and neck turned to the side, she resembled a white lily ready to be picked. Shen Lang stared at that face for a long time before he came to his senses. Then he held Zhongling's shoulders and gently shook her. After a moment, Zhongling slowly woke up. After waking up, she looked at Shen Lang in front of her, then at her surroundings, and asked, "Where are the breadcrumbs? Where is he?" Zhongling looked at Shen Lang with unwavering eyes, appearing completely calm. Shen Lang was taken aback. "Breadcrumbs?" He pondered for a moment, then asked hesitantly, "Are you referring to Hoyin?" Zhongling nodded. "He's dead." "I killed him," Shen Lang said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhongling lowered her eyes, her hazy hair obscuring most of her face. "Although you can develop feelings for a dog after raising it for a long time, to be honest, that guy is a scumbag and not worth your sadness at all," Shen Lang comforted him. Zhongling's voice was very low. "Now that he's dead, no one will buy me sandwich cookies anymore." "Huh?" Shen Lang was a little confused. He thought Zhongling was sad about Hoyin's death, but it turned out that Zhongling just felt that her zookeeper had died. Shen Lang tentatively suggested, "How about I buy you sandwich cookies from now on? You can come with me and become my spirit master." "Really?" Zhongling immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling, and asked, "Then will you buy me salmon rolls?" Yes, I'll buy you whatever you want." "So you can." Shen Lang wanted to finalize the contract first, even if it meant starting with a basic contract, but Zhongling interrupted him immediately. "Thank you, you're a good person, coffee candy." Zhongling smiled sweetly at Shen Lang. "Coffee candy?" Shen Lang was bewildered. "Are you talking about me? Is that the nickname you gave me? Do you have a particular way of choosing nicknames? Why is Hoyin breadcrumbs and I coffee candy? Is it because he's crumbly?" Shen Lang asked in bewilderment, "But I'm not dark-skinned." Zhongling ignored him and took out a roll of candy from her hoodie pocket and started eating it. "No, wait, we're still chatting, girl. How can you just ignore us like that?" Shen Lang looked at Zhongling, who was licking the candy coating, and remembered what Hoyin had said. Zhongling seemed to have something wrong with her head. He has now begun to grasp this point. Achieving a deep contract seems like a long and arduous journey, Shen Lang thought with a hint of worry. About half an hour later, a car headlight shone from afar. The car door opened, and Bai Shui jumped out of the SUV. "Shen Lang! Where are you?" Shen Lang went to greet him. "Here you are, Director Bai. You arrived quite quickly." Bai Shui grabbed his arm and looked him up and down. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that apart from some dust and dirt, he was basically unharmed. "I rushed over from my apartment as soon as I got your call. I don't know how many red lights I passed on the way, and I even felt like I was slow." Bai Shui said with lingering fear, "Luckily you're all right. If anything had happened to you, how could I explain it to Hongmei?" "You're exaggerating. Didn't I tell you on the phone that I'm fine?" Shen Lang laughed. "Where is that bastard Hoyin?" Bai Shui asked. This cool older sister had a unique charm when she got angry. Shen Lang led her to the 2 charred remains. "This is Hoyin, and the one next to him is Tang Xianer." As Shen Lang pointed, he explained the whole story and took out his phone to play a recording. The recording was made just now when he asked Hoyin to give his statement. The content basically explains the beginning and end of the incident and its specific details. After listening to the recording, Bai Shui was furious. She felt utterly disgusted with both Wang Jinzi and Hoin.
And then there's Tang Xianer. She never imagined that this girl would hold a grudge to this extent and would actually harm her former master.
Chapter 53 Another S-rank encounter. A senza bean tree? After giving them a good scolding, Bai Shui calmed down. Send me the recording on your phone. It's crucial evidence in this incident.
With it, you can be considered to have acted in self-defense. After Shenlang did as instructed, Bai Shui stood aside and used her phone to contact the university leaders and the Public Security Bureau. Shenlang stood to the side watching her, and he couldn't help but think how beautiful she was.
Bai Shui's heroic and spirited temperament was truly unique.
Moreover, she is also the great head, a position that undoubtedly highlights her refined demeanor. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl has such a low rank as a spirit master. Shenlang heard from rumors at school that because of her low-ranking spirit mastery, no respectable person was willing to sacrifice their future to form a contract with her. If her rank were higher, then she would be perfect. However, one cannot force things. Perhaps this is the curse of beauty. The original Mu sisters were the same.
Wait a minute.
Thinking of the Mu sisters' original situation, a thought flashed through Shenlang's mind.
Could it be that Bai Shui's spirit weapon has a low starting point but actually huge potential?
Thinking this, Shenlang looked at Bai Shui's back and summoned the system panel to identify her.
Spirit Master, White Snow. Armor, Ground Vine Sealed. Rank, F.
Innate skills, Immortal Bean for fasting, Immortal Bean for detoxification, Immortal Bean for healing, Immortal Bean seed acquisition, all currently sealed. Advanced Path 1. After completing the Eternal Contract, the ground vine evolves into an S-rank armored senza bean tree, which can cultivate 3 types of senza beans: abstinence, detoxification, and healing. As the affinity level increases, the effects of the senza beans will become better and better, and the number of beans produced will also increase. 2. When the affinity with the spirit reaches a very high level, the senza bean nurturing skill will be unlocked. At that time, the host can cultivate senza beans with unknown effects on their own.
Holy crap! Shenlang exclaimed in surprise.
As expected, Snow White's weapon was no ordinary item. It was the senza bean tree from Dragon Ball. It is known that after eating the fairy bean tree, one can be kept from hunger for a long time, and that many children, many blessings system can also make up for the lack of fairy bean production later. In this way, senzu beans can be considered a logistical asset for the military. And almost as long as there is still a breath left, it can instantly revive the person who takes it, no matter what kind of injury that person has suffered.
If this effect could be improved, Shenlang couldn't even imagine what kind of results it would bring.
I'm afraid eating this will turn you into a Super Saiyan. Of course, what Shenlang was most interested in was the skill of cultivating senzu beans, self-cultivation of senzu beans with unknown effects. Just reading this sentence was enough to make him have a lot of ideas.
What kind of unknown effect is it? Can you turn into a humanoid Gundam just by eating a bean? Shenlang was filled with anticipation, and even his gaze towards Bai Shui became fervent.
Bai Shui seemed to sense the gaze behind her and put down the phone call she had been making. She turned around and looked at Shenlang curiously.
What's wrong? Shenlang jolted awake, almost getting lost in his endless fantasies and forgetting that Bai Shui wasn't his summoned spirit yet. It's nothing, I was just thinking about when we should go back to school. Shenlang gave a perfunctory reply.
Oh, once the school and the police arrive and secure the scene, we can go back to school. Bai Shui pondered for a moment, then added, I need to make a statement, but it's so late today, the police said we can wait until tomorrow.
Shenlang nodded. Then let's wait a while.
During the subsequent waiting period, Shenlang subtly inquired about Bai Shui's thoughts on finding a master. Bai Shui said that her spirit's rank was too low, and any master with ambition who wanted to achieve something would not choose a spirit like her. Those who chose her were either attracted to her beauty or hoped to use her to gain access to her father's connections.
In short, I will never meet a good person. So she might as well just stay like this.
After learning of her thoughts, Shenlang felt that Bai Shui's worries were completely unnecessary. As long as she made a contract with him, all the previous problems would be easily solved. The only problem was that Shenlang didn't know how to convince her to believe him. He couldn't reveal the existence of the system. I still need to come up with an excuse, and one that Snow White can believe.
Shenlang sighed. Today had been fruitful. He had 2 more candidates for spirit mastery. However, whether it's Zhongling or Bai Shui, they both have a long way to go. After the special task force dispatched by Shandong University and the security guards from the Public Security Bureau arrived, Shenlang took them to the Dichuan restaurant. After finding Wang Jinzi's body, he took Bai Shui's car back to his dormitory.
After agreeing with Bai Shui to go to the police station to give a statement the next day, Shen Lang wanted to lead the 4 girls back to their dormitory.
Wait a minute, Shen Lang, is this girl Ho Yin's spirit companion? Will she be following you from now on? Bai Shui asked. Is she willing? Shen Lang shrugged. Then why don't you ask her yourself?
Seeing Bai Shui's gaze fall upon her, Zhongling immediately said, I'll follow Coffee Sugar. As she spoke, she hid behind Shen Lang.
Coffee Candy?
Bai Shui looked at Shen Lang in confusion.
That's the nickname she gave me, don't worry about it. Shen Lang pointed at Zhongling, who was clutching his sleeve.
Director Bai, look at her, she seems to agree with it. Bai Shui nodded helplessly upon hearing this. She walked towards the SUV, hesitated for a moment, then turned back and said, Shen Lang, at your current level, having too many spirit contracts isn't good for you.
Young people must pay attention to their roots and practice moderation. Shen Lang nodded.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
While saying this on the surface, Shen Lang didn't really believe it. With the system, it doesn't matter how many spirits he contracts, his only worry is not finding good spirits.
Seeing his expression, Bai Shui didn't say anything more. After all, she was only entrusted by Shen Hongmei to take care of Shen Lang for a few days.
She said goodbye and left, and Shen Lang returned to his dormitory.
He sat on the sofa and drank the sparkling water that Yi Qingxian poured for him.
You 3, see who can take Zhongling to take a bath.
If she tries to bathe herself, she probably won't finish in one night. Shen Lang looked helplessly at Zhongling, who was sitting in front of the TV watching a channel that taught how to make desserts. He wanted to study the protective inscriptions on Zhongling's body today, but given the girl's current state, he didn't know how to communicate with her.
This plan has to be put on hold for now. The most important thing right now is to make sure she is settled.
The 3 women looked at each other for a moment, and finally Mu Qianxue stepped forward. I'll help her wash, my sister is too lazy to help her.
As for Qingxian,
I'm worried that Zhongling will be bullied by her.
Okay, I'll listen to you,
Shen Lang said with a smile. Although Mu Qianxue was shy about that, she had the air of a virtuous wife and loving mother. He stepped forward and pinched Mu Qianxue's little nose.
Go ahead, I'll reward you later. Chapter 54 Unexpected Changes at the Public Security Bureau.
Even though Shen Lang had already taken her on several missions deep into the Delta, Mu Qianxue would still blush when faced with his teasing. She nodded slightly, then turned and pulled Zhongling to the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Lang chuckled. He could never get tired of this girl's shyness, which was far more captivating than any sweet words or dialogue. Mu Qianxue came over and hugged his arm. Husband, you can't be biased towards Qianxue, you have to give me a reward too. Seeing this, Yi Qingxian cursed the 2 sisters inwardly as little vixens, and not wanting to be outdone, she came up and hugged Shen Lang's other arm. I want one too.
Okay, everyone gets one, alright? But you all have to take good care of Zhongling from now on, understand? The 2 women nodded repeatedly, their breasts surging as they rushed towards Shen Lang's arm. Shen Lang embraced the 2 women with satisfaction, enjoying the milky scented massage.
The next day, Shen Lang woke up in his bedroom. When the sunlight shone on his face, he blinked for a moment before realizing that he had ended up sleeping in the bedroom again. He had originally planned to let the 4 girls sleep in the bedroom yesterday, and considering that everyone was tired after the battle, he only gave them a quick reward in the bathroom last night before sending the 3 girls to sleep with Zhongling.
Shen Lang himself lay down on the sofa, covered with an air-conditioning blanket, and fell asleep.
In the middle of the night, Shen Lang felt a rustling sound in his lower body. He was startled and grabbed a furry thing with his hand.
It's Yi Qingxian's hair.
Shen Lang felt helpless when he saw that she was holding his waistband, but since he was already there, he simply pressed his hand down.
So Yi Qingxian began to stammer. Just as Shen Lang was brushing Yi Qingxian's teeth, a dark figure sneaked out of the bedroom. It is Mu Qianxue.
Helpless, Shen Lang could only wave to her.
About 5 minutes later, Mu Qianxue also came out.
And so, the sofa where Shen Lang slept was forced to become a battlefield. The cushions on the sofa got wet several times, and all the spare ones had to be replaced. After dealing with the 3 little devils and seeing them sleeping soundly on the sofa, drenched in sweat, Shen Lang realized he had nowhere to stay. So he simply went back to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep, and has been asleep ever since. Shen Lang yawned, and then he keenly sensed a gaze. Shen Lang looked in the direction from which the gaze came and found a figure lurking suspiciously behind the curtains.
Zhongling, what are you doing hiding there?
Shen Lang asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Zhongling pulled back a corner of the curtain, revealing half of her face, and said angrily, "Too noisy." Licorice stick. She also had faint dark circles under her eyes. Shenlang scratched his head. It seemed that the noise they made in the living room last night had disturbed Zhongling's sleep.
I'm sorry, there's really no way around it. Before you came, we had artillery drills every night. Now that you're here, it's hard to bear even if we wanted to. Shenlang said, but you should be content. After all, you weren't on the battlefield, you only heard the sounds of gunfire, so your sleeping environment is already much better. Zhongling ignored his explanation and simply drew the curtains shut.
Bread crumbs.
Shenlang was taken aback. Bread crumbs?
Zhongling had previously called hoeing bread crumbs. Clearly, the phrase bread crumbs is now used to describe himself, as he has just offended Zhongling again.
So, is the meaning of Zhongling's verbal tic that she uses to express her emotions?
Shenlang pondered for a moment, then tentatively said to the strange man behind the curtain, "Don't be angry, I'll buy you sandwich cookies later." Zhongling peeked out from behind the curtains with one eye and said in a muffled voice, "I want more milk candy."
Okay, I'll buy you some chocolate too, Shenlang said with a smile.
With a whoosh, the curtains were pulled open, and Zhongling rushed to the bedside, pushing Shenlang out of bed.
Licorice root sticks. Go buy some.
Well, even buying her snacks only upgrades from bread crumbs to licorice sticks.
This spending efficiency is too low.
I suggest the development team make some changes. Shenlang was a little speechless, but fortunately he finally understood the meaning of Zhongling's verbal tic. She would use different snacks to refer to a person based on her likes and dislikes.
The value ranking is also based on her likes and dislikes for different snacks. Currently, it seems that the one she hates the most is breadcrumbs or crumbs, some stuff used to feed mice. Then there are licorice sticks, and if things get even better, there will be some kind of candy. As Shenlang pondered this, he pushed open the door and went out. Now that he understood Zhongling better, it meant he was one step closer to the contract.
Excellent, excellent. Shenlang kicked up the clothes scattered on the ground, put them on, washed up, and after having breakfast, he took the 4 women out. Zhongling walked along the road with half a caramel bread in her mouth, her little head swaying as she walked, bobbing up and down.
Shenlang watched in amazement.
Despite how much it was shaking, the bread in its mouth was being held very tightly and wouldn't fall out. We need to correct her behavior from now on.
Who can stand biting so tightly?
Shenlang said worriedly. And so they strolled leisurely to the school gate, where they went with Bai Shui to the police station to give their statements.
The process went smoothly, and the evidence Shenlang had preserved had already solidified Ho Yin's infamy.
Just as they were about to leave the police station, something unexpected happened. At that time, Shenlang and his group were walking towards the gate, while a middle-aged man standing by the gate smoking was looking around idly. He also turned his gaze to Shenlang and the others, and when his eyes fell on Yi Qingxian's face, he was clearly stunned. He hurriedly came over to stop Shenlang and his group.
Wait. He looked at Yi Qingxian. Are you Yi Qingxian, the eldest daughter of the Yi family?
Yi Qingxian was taken aback, a slight awkwardness flashing across her face, before she crossed her arms and said coldly, "No, you've mistaken me for someone else." The middle-aged man, who had been looking at Yi Qingxian with high expectations, frowned when he heard what she said.
Impossible. You are Yi Qingxian. I've seen your face in photos 1,000 times. Miss Yi, stop being so temperamental. Come back to the Yi family with me. Since you disappeared, your family has spent a fortune on a reward just to find you. As the middle-aged man was speaking, he actually reached out to pull Yi Qingxian. A cold glint flashed in Shenlang's eyes. He stepped forward to block Yi Qingxian and grabbed the middle-aged man's hand with lightning speed, twisting it. Ouch! The middle-aged man cried out in pain, his body tilting to the side as his hand was twisted. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Shenlang kicked him away, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground. A sharp pain shot through his chest where he had been kicked, causing his vision to go black for a moment. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding security personnel. Upon seeing this, a security guard at the information desk came over to inquire about the situation. Chapter 55 Missing Person Notice? Blackout. Shenlang pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "This old man tried to touch my spirit beast, so I'll teach him a lesson." The security guard frowned upon hearing this, glancing at the 5 women beside Shenlang with a questioning look in his eyes. Seeing this, all 5 girls nodded in agreement, except for Zhongling, who was munching on a bag of sandwich cookies. The middle-aged man had already been helped up by another, thinner security guard. He clutched his chest and said, "Your spirit possession? You're talking nonsense."
This is clearly the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Qingxian.
"Sirs, you know me, Lao Ran.
I'm a bounty hunter, and I come to the police station often. You're all familiar with me, so I certainly wouldn't make things up."
The slightly overweight security guard asked suspiciously, "What do you want with Miss Yi? Her family hasn't come to the security bureau to issue any orders. You're the kind of person who only gets things done for personal gain. Are you trying to do something good?"
Old Rant's expression stiffened upon hearing this, and he stammered. The Yi family did not issue the missing person task through the Public Security Bureau system, but through other channels. The fat security guard was taken aback, and a hint of anger flashed across his face.
"I see. Well, since the Yi family thinks our Public Security Bureau can't help them, we won't get involved."
He gestured with his chin toward the thin security guard. "Yangzi, make these people leave our police station immediately so they don't disrupt our work."
Yang Zi nodded, then turned around and invited Shen Lang and his group, along with the middle-aged man, out of the police station.
Shen Lang and his group headed to the parking lot to wait for Bai Shui to retrieve the car. The middle-aged man followed closely behind them. Once they reached a less crowded part of the parking lot, Shen Lang turned around, looked at the middle-aged man, and said coldly, "You still dare to follow us? Was my strength not enough just now? Do you want to break your hand, old man?" Faced with Shen Lang's threat, the middle-aged man shrank back, his fierce words revealing his inner weakness. "Kid, don't be arrogant. I'm telling you. I've already informed the Yi family, and they're coming soon. If you know the consequences, hand Yi Qingxian over to me right now, or you kidnapper will be skinned alive and have your bones dug out." Shen Lang grinned. "I, Shen, hate being threatened the most." With that, he flashed forward and stepped in front of the middle-aged man, slapping him across the face with a thunderous palm strike. Slap! Bang! The middle-aged man was slapped and fell to the ground like a log suddenly tipping over in a stream. Shen Lang gently blew on his palm. Not bad, it feels really good to whip someone." Ever since the heavenly curse enhanced his physical abilities, Shen Lang has become increasingly fond of large-scale duels and beating people up. He feels that only the clash of muscles, attacks without any fancy special effects, are the most exhilarating. In comparison, although his other spirit-controlling abilities are all very powerful, they are not as satisfying as a slap when it comes to beating someone up. While the middle-aged man on the ground was watching the meteor shower with his eyes wide open, Bai Shui on the other side was already getting a little worried. "Shen Lang, didn't you go too far? Even if this person is a fraud, you don't need to go this far, do you?" Shen Lang shrugged. "We've already started hitting him, there's nothing we can do. Director Bai, could you please bring the car over so we can take this guy somewhere else for interrogation? After all, a powerful enemy might actually come knocking on our door soon." Bai Shui was stunned. "What do you mean? Isn't this guy a conman? Did you really kidnap Xiao Yi?" In Bai Shui's view, Shen Lang was undoubtedly innocent. Because Yi Qingxian was always by Shen Lang's side, he had not made any deliberate attempt to monitor her. If Yi Qingxian was really kidnapped, even if she couldn't find a chance to escape, she should at least find a way to ask Bai Shui for help. But nothing came of it, so Shirley only took the middle-aged man's words as an excuse to take advantage of her. But Shen Lang's current attitude seems a bit off? Seeing Bai Shui's bewildered expression, Shen Lang briefly explained to her the whole story of his contract with Yi Qingxian. Of course, some of Yi Qingxian's strange quirks have been omitted. "So, Xiao Yi, you didn't go home to let them know you were safe?" Bai Shui was quite surprised after hearing this. "Then in your family's eyes, you're in a kidnapped and missing state." Yi Qingxian turned her face to the side. "My eldest and second uncles are now in charge of my family. I don't like them and don't want to go back. Anyway, I'm happy with my husband. Shen Lang is happy too, I don't need to go back to that home." Bai Shui was speechless for a moment upon hearing this, and she looked at Shen Lang. "Are you just going to tolerate her willfulness like this?" Shen Lang laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. Let her do whatever makes her happy. Anyway, I can afford to support her." Yi Qingxian was very happy to hear Shen Lang's words and hugged his arm tightly. "All right. Go back to your dorm if you want to be all lovey-dovey." Bai Shui frowned. "What do we do now? This guy has already told the Yi family, and their people are probably arriving soon. What else can we do but slip away first and let me interrogate this old man for a while before we make further plans?" Shen Lang grabbed the middle-aged man and threw him into the trunk of Bai Shui's SUV. Then he sat in the passenger seat, Zhongling sat in the back seat, and the other girls, because the seats were crowded, all turned into streams of light and attached themselves to Shenlang. Drive, director Bai, let's find a sparsely populated place. Bai Shui was completely oblivious. Wasn't she just there to give a statement? How did this get tangled up in a real or fake kidnapping case? However, if she doesn't help Shenlang, he might suffer at the hands of the Yi family. After some thought, she finally decided to listen to Shenlang first. So she got into the driver's seat and drove away from the parking lot. It is located in the suburbs, 15 kilometers from the police station parking lot. Shenlang threw the middle-aged man to the ground. Wake up, open your eyes, stop pretending to be unconscious. The middle-aged man did not react. Shenlang pinched his knuckles. Do you want me to slap you again to wake you up? No. I'm perfectly sober right now, the middle-aged man hurriedly replied. Shenlang was taken aback. Didn't I tell you to open your eyes? You're still turning a blind eye, how arrogant. The middle-aged man said with a mournful face, Boss, the left side of my face is swollen from your slap, and I can't open my left eye. Oh, never mind then, let's leave it at that. Shenlang squatted down next to the middle-aged man and lit a cigarette. What's your name? Where did you see Yi Qingxian's missing person ad? Ran Fugui, the middle-aged man answered honestly, Miss Yi didn't post any missing person notices, it was all the people from the black market who spread the word to find her. A black screen? Shenlang was taken aback. He had heard of this black market before. It was said to be the general term for the underground world of the capital, basically a place where all sorts of people mingled. However, if you need to buy illegal items or services, you can go to the black market. For example, buying addictive drugs, or hiring someone to commit murder. Chapter 56: The Yi Family. Such a large family fortune, just like that? It's quite intriguing that Yi Qingxian's missing person notice was posted in a place like this. Shenlang patted Ran Fugui on the shoulder. You old bones, you dare to make this kind of money? It's only because I'm kind that you're here. If you met someone else, they might have killed you. Upon hearing Shenlang's words, Ran Fugui felt 1,000 complaints running through his mind. Kind? Where the hell were you kind? However, he smiled obsequiously and said, Boss, you don't know this, but my weaponry is quite special. Although I'm not good at fighting, it's an invaluable asset for a bounty hunter. As Ran Fugui spoke, a fluorescent glow appeared on his nose, indicating that he was armed. My ability is called Bloodhound. As long as there is a token of the target, it can be used to track the target. The range is 50 kilometers around, and its arm time is very long, lasting up to a whole day. Upon hearing this, Shenlang was secretly surprised. If what Ran Fugui said was true, even if he wasn't good at combat, he could probably still reach a C rank. It's considered one of the better types of convenient weaponry. If you have this ability, shouldn't you have found Yi Qingxian by now? Shenlang asked, puzzled. Why do you seem to have just happened to run into us today? Ran Fugui was somewhat dejected upon hearing this. Because my ability requires me to smell the scent of the target in order to be effective. Generally, this involves using the personal belongings of the person being tracked to detect their scent. Shenlang sensed something was amiss upon hearing this. So you asked the Yi family for something Yi Qingxian smelled? Socks, those have the strongest smell, and I specifically told them it's best if they're unwashed, Ran Fugui said. They didn't give it to you? They not only didn't give it to me, but the Yi family steward also had his henchmen beat me up. 5 burly young men. They almost killed me. A few tears streamed down Ran Fugui's face. He didn't know if it was because he remembered the pain or because the wound that Shenlang had pulled out was still hurting. This is outrageous. I'm almost 50 years old, all I want is to make some money. Do you know how hard it is for me? You can't blame them for this. I felt like punching you when I heard what you said. Shenlang was speechless. This ability was just too lewd, wasn't it? Who knows if you're really capable or just trying to trick this young lady into giving you her original scent? This thing isn't something an old man like you could possibly want. You have to keep it for me. While I can still control my urge to beat you up, hurry up and tell me how much the reward is for finding Yi Qingxian? Shenlang asked. Ran Fugui was taken aback. Why are you asking me this? Aren't you a kidnapper? What does this have to do with you? Shenlang glared at him. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. I'll slap you if you dare. I'll tell you. Ran Fugue shrank his neck. The prize money is 10 million dragon coins, or equivalent crystal beads or other treasures.
Damn, the Yi family is really willing to spend money. Shen Lang's eyes lit up.
He flicked his hand and turned Yi Qingxian into a stream of light, returning her to his side. Then he stared at her.
I never get tired of looking at it.
How come he never noticed before that this woman possessed such a fatal allure?
She stood there like a mountain of money.
Yi Qingxian was a little bewildered when Shen Lang suddenly released her. Now, she was also a little scared as Shen Lang stared at her, but her fear was mixed with a hint of excitement.
Does he want to? Oh my, how daring! There are so many people here. Is he going to expose himself?
Just as Yi Qingxian was lost in her fantasies, Shen Lang had already arrived in front of Bai Shui.
Director Bai, I need to go to the Yi family's place next. Could I borrow your car? I'll call a taxi to pick you up. Bai Shui nodded. No problem. You're going to the Yi family to explain to Xiaoyi's family, right? That's the right thing to do. We should clear up the misunderstanding as soon as possible.
She took out her keys and handed them to Shen Lang.
I'll go with you.
As the director of Shandong University, I should be able to put in a good word for you. I'll say some good things about you then, tell them about your excellent performance at school, and let them know that you are a promising young man.
Even if you made a contract with Xiaoyi's family without their consent, they shouldn't be too angry. Shen Lang took the keys and asked in surprise, who said I was going to explain to them? Bai Shui was stunned. Weren't you going to explain? Then what were you doing at the Yi family's place? So we're going to collect Yi Qingxian's dowry?
Shen Lang tossed Ran Fugue into the passenger seat, and after confirming that Zhong Ling and Yi Qingxian were in the car, he prepared to start the engine.
Crack!
The back door was opened, and Bai Shui climbed in.
Shen Lang was taken aback. Director Bai, what are you doing?
Bai Shui said irritably, I originally thought you were going to explain, but now it seems you're going to cause trouble, so of course I have to keep an eye on you. She didn't try to steal Shen Lang's key, not to mention whether she could even compete with someone of Shen Lang's strength. For example, if Shen Lang really wanted to go to the Yi family, he would have countless ways to get there. He didn't necessarily need her car.
Bai Shui sighed, if anything were to happen to you, how could I face you? How am I going to explain this to Hongmei?
Shen Lang interrupted sarcastically.
Yes, I understand. You can come along then.
But don't blame me for not warning you, things might get chaotic in a bit, so think carefully before you come with me. Bai Shui didn't answer, but instead fastened her seatbelt and looked at Shen Lang with a serious expression. Seeing her like this, Shen Lang stopped trying to persuade her, started the engine, and drove towards the Yi family's residence. The Yi family's mansion is located in the eastern part of the capital. The overall style is that of an oriental garden, emphasizing the concept of a round heaven and a square earth, and symmetry. So upon arriving at the entrance, one can see the magnificent gate constructed from precious timber airlifted from the mountains of southern China.
Rosewood, ghost eye pine, buckwheat pine, golden nanmu.
The wood that other families used to make valuable furniture was used by the Yi family only as building material.
The Yi family's extravagance is evident.
Shen Lang and his group were waiting in the SUV. Shen Lang just told the guards on duty at the Yi family's residence that he had news about Yi Qingxian and had come specifically to tell the Yi family. The guards have now gone to inform the steward and told them to wait at the door for the time being. A short while later, the guard returned in the shuttle bus and said to Shen Lang, the head steward wishes to see you, sir. Please get on the shuttle bus and I will take you to the reception room. Shen Lang readily agreed and carried Ran Fugue onto the shuttle bus. Bai Shui and Zhong Ling followed behind him. The shuttle bus drove through the gate, across several acres of garden lawns and water-spraying flower beds, and arrived at a building. Looking at the carved beams and painted rafters, Shen Lang felt like he had struck gold.
Qingxian, what can I say to you?
You just gave up such a large family fortune like that. Even if you don't want it yourself, you should at least think about your husband.
Chapter 57 Creative Ways to Obtain a Dowry. Shen Lang was led by guards through a winding corridor and a high, deep hall.
After passing an indoor fountain, Shen Lang entered the reception room next to it. The hall is furnished entirely with solid wood furniture, and a tea table sits in the center, on which a pot of fragrant tea has already been brewed. A slightly hunched figure stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, hands behind his back, waiting. As soon as Shen Lang entered the hall, the figure turned around. It was an old man who looked to be about 60 or 70 years old. His skin was wrinkled, like a shriveled sponge, but his meticulous grooming concealed this aging process remarkably well. The three-piece suit of tailcoat, waistcoat, and white undershirt, along with a monocle and chain pocket watch, gave him the demeanor of a reliable old gentleman.
Shen Lang nodded to himself. As expected of the steward of a great family, even in his old age he was still an exceptional old man. While Shen Lang was sizing up the old butler was also sizing up Shen Lang and his group. His first notice was of Ran Fuguei. He remembered that this guy had made an extremely presumptuous request before, so he ordered the guards to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect this person to dare come knocking on my door again. It seems he still hasn't learned his lesson. The old butler was initially very excited when he heard the news that a young lady was coming, but now that excitement had cooled down somewhat. He even considered sending the guest away, believing that someone like Ran Fuguei, a member of the underworld, would bring him no good news. However, upon seeing Shen Lang, his eyes, which had been drooping with disappointment, suddenly lifted slightly. Although no one knew who this young man was, his upright posture and the quiet brilliance in his eyes showed that he was no ordinary person. In particular, the indescribable air of nobility between Shen Lang's brows caught the old butler's attention. He began to secretly speculate about the young man's origins, wondering if he might be from a powerful family. However, before he could think too much about it, Shen Lang and his group approached him. Due to his years of experience as a butler, he immediately greeted them with a warm smile. Greetings, everyone. Please take a seat. Today we have black tea from Daling Mountain, served with tarts. After Shen Lang and his entourage took their seats and waiters poured tea for them, the old steward spoke again. I am Yi Shou, the head steward of the Yi family. May I ask how you gentlemen are addressed? My name is Shen Lang, and I am a freshman at Shanghai University. The person next to me is Bai Shui, the head of the freshman class at Shanghai University. Shen Lang pointed to Zhong Ling on his left. This is my friend. He looked at Ran Fuguei. As for this person, I think you should already be quite familiar with him. Ran Fuguei gave an awkward smile. He had been beaten up by the old man's men earlier. How could I not be familiar with it? It's practically ripe. As the old butler listened to Shen Lang's introduction, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Bai Shui. You might be from the Bai family. Bai Shui nodded, her expression calm, and said, Bai Kaijun is my father. However, I am only here today representing Shandong University to take care of my students, and I have nothing to do with the Bai family. Yi Shou smiled upon hearing this. Even so, Miss Bai's presence still brings great honor to the Yi family. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Shou got down to business, looking at Shen Lang. I heard that you have news about our young lady, Shen. Shen Lang took a sip of tea. That's good, but I'd like to know how much the Yi family will pay for information about Miss Yi. Yi Shou was taken aback. Was he going to start by talking about money? This young man was quite interesting. If it can truly help us find the young lady, then I can pay Shen 500,000 dragon coins. Oh? That's fine. Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted. It would actually allow him to earn more money. Then please transfer the money to me first, butler. I'll let you know as soon as the money arrives, Shen Lang said. Otherwise, how can I be sure you won't insist that my information is worthless and then refuse to pay me? Alright, please give me your account number so I can transfer the money to you. Yi Shou instructed someone to prepare the transfer, then looked at Shen Lang with a serious expression. However, please note, Shen Lang, if I discover that you are deceiving me, the Yi family will make you pay a price you will never forget. Heh, Mr. Butler, you're overthinking it. I'm sitting right here, isn't that enough to explain things? Shen Lang laughed. Yi Shou nodded and instructed the waiter to operate the machine. In the blink of an eye, 500,000 yuan was transferred to Shen Lang's account. A smile appeared in Shen Lang's eyes as he looked at the notification on his phone. Okay, then let me first tell you what I know about the disappearance of Miss Yi. Shen Lang told him where he had rescued Yi Qingxian and also mentioned the Eye of Destruction. Yi Shou felt much more at ease upon hearing this. They hadn't released this information to the public, and the fact that Shen Lang knew about it meant that he was indeed an insider. After explaining the basic situation, Shen Lang changed the subject. However, Miss Yi was not kidnapped by the Eye of Destruction or any evil organization. Yi Shou was taken aback. Isn't that right? Then where did my young lady go? Shen Lang smiled. Your young lady has found her soulmate and become his spirit master. What? Yi Shou was stunned, almost standing up from his seat. How could that be? Miss has always been unwilling to obey the family's arrangements and to find a man to form a contract with. Shen Lang laughed and said, It's hard to say about things between young people.
Sometimes you can tell from just a glance that the other person is someone you can rely on, so you just get together. This is really hard to believe. Yi Shou adjusted his monocle, his eyes filled with complex emotions.
How did Shen know? This is the next message, you see. Shen Lang hinted.
Yi Shou immediately had someone transfer another million to Shen Lang.
Please speak. Shen Lang looked at the balance number with satisfaction and said seriously, because I was there. Huh? You were there? Did you witness the process of Miss being abducted by that person?
Yi Shou still found it hard to believe that Yi Qingxian would find someone to form a contract with, so he still believed that his young lady had been tricked.
You could say that, Shen Lang said, scratching his head.
Then you must remember the physical characteristics of the person who abducted the young lady. I'll transfer another 5 million to you, and I'll call a sketch artist over. Please describe him and help us recreate that person on paper, Yi Shou said.
Shen Lang almost burst out laughing.
As expected of a big family, their bids were doubling up.
That's fantastic. Sure, Shen Lang readily agreed.
Bai Shui and Ran Fugui, who were standing nearby, were completely bewildered by Shen Lang's actions.
Isn't Shen Lang the one who kidnapped Yi Qingxian? He's helping the Yi family find him.
Although every word Shen Lang said to Yi Shou was true, it still felt very strange. Bai Shui began to worry secretly. Now she understood what Shen Lang meant by asking for a dowry.
Chapter 58 Yi Ding. Yi Su's marriage is hopeless.
When Yi Shou learns the truth, he will probably be furious.
Although the Yi family is not strong in terms of absolute power as a master.
However, it is also one of the top families in the capital who do business.
If they turn against us, then we'll probably have a hard time getting away unscathed.
Bai Shui tried to dissuade Shen Lang from making a serious mistake. Ran Fugui, on the other hand, was filled with envy at Shen Lang's amazing skills. He was originally a bounty hunter, working himself to the bone all year round, but at most he could only earn a few 100,000. As a result, Shen Lang earned millions simply by speaking casually and using impeccable rhetoric.
Damn, this is so enviable.
Although the money wasn't for Ran Fugui, he had come to the Yi family with Shen Lang after all. So at this moment, he felt a sense of pride. As Shen Lang described the scene, the sketch artist was drawing on the table beside him.
Soon, the general outline of a person was sketched out.
The sketch artist was stunned, and Yi Shou, who was anxiously waiting on the side, was also stunned.
Why do the people in this picture look so familiar?
Yi Shou looked at Shen Lang with a surprised expression.
Isn't that you, Shen? Shen Lang shrugged. Yes, that's me. Yi Shou was stunned. Anger flared up in his heart.
His beard trembled slightly, and even the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched slightly.
Shen, what do you mean by this? Did you kidnap our young lady?
I already said it wasn't kidnapping, it was entirely consensual. Shen Lang said helplessly, fine, just ask her yourself.
As he spoke, a stream of light from Shen Lang's body transformed into a human form and landed beside him.
Yi Shou blinked in disbelief when he saw the person.
Miss. Yi Qingxian smiled brightly, Grandpa Shou, I'm back.
The expression on her face was nothing like the joy of being rescued after being kidnapped that Yi Shou had imagined. It was more like going on a trip with friends and then coming back. Yi Shou's anger towards Shen Lang vanished in an instant, replaced by excitement and joy at Yi Qingxian's return home.
Miss.
The respectable and well-trained butler's eyes welled up with tears. This old servant failed to take good care of you, causing Miss to encounter danger and misfortune. Yi Shou bowed deeply to Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian quickly stepped forward to help him up.
Grandpa Shou, please don't say that. I wanted to go hunting with the hunting team all by myself. Besides, if I hadn't encountered this accident, I wouldn't have met my old Shen Lang.
As Yi Qingxian spoke, a hint of shyness flashed across her face.
Seeing Yi Qingxian's expression, Yi Shou, a man of many experiences, understood everything.
Clearly, this Shen Lang was the young lady's true love. Because of her low-ranking weapon, the young lady has very few masters willing to form a contract with her. Those who are willing are just low-class people who covet the Yi family's wealth. However, Shen Lang was accompanied by the director of Shandong University today, which speaks volumes about the importance he receives at the university. He must be a top student. It's quite fortunate for a man like that to become the master of a young lady. Although Shen Lang seemed somewhat greedy, it was harmless. After all, the Yi family was extremely wealthy, and this amount of money was nothing to them. Yi Shou looked at Shen Lang. Mr. Shen, although you made a private agreement, since Miss is willing, there is no major problem.
Please stay here.
I will inform the head of the family that you have been formally recognized as a member of the Yi family.
Shen Lang didn't say anything upon hearing this.
He didn't intend to leave either, since he hadn't received the 10 million yet.
But what does it mean to become a member of the Yi family? Does Yi Shou want him to marry into the family? If that's the case, then he definitely won't do it.
Although being a kept man is good for his stomach, he's too stubborn to learn to bend over. But just as Shen Lang was about to start arguing with Yi Shou about this, the door to the reception room was suddenly kicked open. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a thick beard and hair like a lion's mane. He was very muscular and stood there like an iron tower. Yi Shou bowed slightly when he saw him.
Second master.
Bai Shui's body trembled slightly. She had heard about this second master of the Yi family from her father. His name is Yi Ding, a mid-level diamond master. His weapon is the Tyrant Flame Blade, which has extremely powerful attack capabilities. If Yi Shao, the eldest patriarch of the Bai family, is the face of the Bai family's business, then Yi Ding is the substance that supports the Bai family. After Yi Ding barged into the room, he ignored Yi Shou's greeting and didn't even notice the other people in the room. After a moment of searching, his gaze pierced directly at Yi Qingxian.
You little rascal, you actually know how to come back. Do you know that the young master of the Su family is furious because of your sudden disappearance, and the cooperation between our family and the Su family is on the verge of collapse? Yi Qingxian's face instantly turned ashen. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me.
Yi Ding glared angrily, his gaze sharp enough to inspire fear.
You bastard. You have no sense of responsibility whatsoever.
All the manpower and resources the family has wasted on you have been wasted. Yi Qingxian said coldly, the money I spent is what I should have inherited. It was left to me by my deceased parents.
Even if those assets are completely wasted, that's still my right. By bringing this up, aren't you implying that you want to seize my father's share of the property?
Yi Ding's expression changed several times upon hearing this.
Don't talk nonsense. Your second uncle is doing this for your own good, wanting to take good care of you in place of your parents.
Yi Qingxian was about to retort, but Yi Ding didn't give her a chance to speak.
Stop talking. Now is not the time for you to be willful. Hurry up and get dressed, and come with me to the Su residence to apologize.
As Yi Ding spoke, he reached out to pull Yi Qingxian away. Seeing this, Shen Lang stood directly between them. Yi Ding bumped into him, but this guy, who was as strong as an iron tower, was actually pushed back by Shen Lang. Yi Ding staggered a few steps, frowned, and said, "Kid, who are you?
Don't block my way."
Shen Lang said coldly, "I am Yi Qingxian's master.
I advise you to stay away from her."
Yi Ding's eyes widened, and only then did his gaze finally land on Yi Shou's face.
Did this little girl make a contract with someone? Yi Shou nodded. Yi Ding asked urgently, "Is it a deep contract?"
Yi Shou hesitated for a moment and looked at Shen Lang.
This.
Shen Lang immediately replied, "It is a deep contract, and an eternal contract that cannot be violated or dissolved."
An eternal pact.
That means Yi Qingxian's body has already been given to Shen Lang. Yi Ding's pupils bulged with rage, his gaze like a knife piercing Shen Lang. Young Master Su will never accept a woman who is not a virgin.
You brat, you've completely ruined any possibility of a marriage alliance between the Yi and Su families. Shen Lang sneered, "I don't think so."
A marriage alliance is still possible. Why don't you go sell your ass to the head of the Su family and become his servant?
Wouldn't that allow you to arrange a marriage alliance? Chapter 59, The Blazing Blade. Instant kill.
These words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Apart from Shen Lang's spirit beast and Bell Spirit, everyone else looked at Shen Lang with disbelief. They all thought Shen Lang had gone mad.
Didn't he know who he was talking to? That was a mid-level diamond expert.
Moreover, they are currently at the Yi family's residence, where numerous skilled guards and gold-level experts are gathered. Shen Lang, in this den of dragons and tigers, directly spoke rudely to the second master of the Yi family.
Wasn't this like an old man hanging himself, tired of living? Yi Ding was also instantly enraged, gritting his teeth.
"I'm going to beat you to a pulp today, you ill-mannered bastard," he said, opening his palm into a claw and grabbing at Shen Lang.
Die.
Although he was unarmed, his physical strength as a diamond-level expert, along with the added benefit of being possessed by a spirit, was enough to give this young man, who looked to be no more than 20 years old, a run for his money. Yi Ding was full of confidence, but the result was destined to leave him speechless. Faced with the fierce attack, Shen Lang neither dodged nor yielded, but stood still and endured it. Just as Yi Ding grabbed his shoulder, preparing to crush Shen Lang's shoulder blade, Shen Lang remained motionless. Yi Ding almost thought Shen Lang was scared out of his wits, and a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. However, the next moment, he felt a hard touch on his palm, as if he were squeezing a doll made of wood raw. He couldn't even squeeze it down, the mere reaction force made his knuckles ache slightly. There's something strange about this kid, Yi Ding thought to himself. But now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. Yi Ding transformed his claws into palm blades, slashing towards Shen Lang's neck. In that brief moment of movement, his palm blades unexpectedly produced a whooshing sound. However, when the palm strike landed on Shen Lang's neck, the palm strike, which created a whistling sound, couldn't penetrate even an inch. Instead, a piercing pain shot up from Yi Ding's palm, as if his bones were about to crack. Yi Ding almost wondered if he was splitting down a city wall. No, even a city wall doesn't have this kind of solidity. Just who is this kid? Shen Lang glanced at him disdainfully. That's it? I don't think you're any good either. It looks like the Golden Lion King, but it turned out to be all bark and no bite. Since that's all you're capable of, then it's my turn. As soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, his right foot lashed out like lightning, striking Yi Ding in the chest. Yi Ding was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the tea cabinet in the reception room. After smashing the cabinet to pieces, Yi Ding didn't stop. He then smashed down the wall behind the cabinet and disappeared into a cloud of dust. Silence. As still as a stagnant pool. Those who were just questioning Shen Lang were now stunned. Did he just kick a diamond-level expert away with one kick? And with the force of the impact, it even smashed down the wall. The waiters looked at each other, unsure whether they should go to save the second master, since Shen Lang was still standing on the only way. If they rashly went over and Shen Lang regarded them as enemies, wouldn't their sternums be broken by being kicked one by one? Secondly, they also doubted whether the second master was still alive. Given the situation, and the fact that the second master was unarmed, they were afraid that he could not be saved. Or should we just call a vehicle from the crematorium? Just as everyone was stunned into silence, a hand reached out from the smoke and dust, grabbing the broken wall that exposed the remaining structure. Then, with a forceful pull, he tore off a large piece of gray stone from the wall, and at the same time, Yi Ding's figure leaped out from the dust. He held a 9-ringed sword in his hand, its entire body a deep crimson red. The blade looked as if it had been heated to a bright red in a blacksmith's furnace, its temperature astonishing. This is Yi Ding's weapon ability, the Tyrant Flame Blade. After being armed, his aura soared, and the surrounding air became oppressive due to the pressure emanating from him. This is the overwhelming pressure of a diamond-level powerhouse. The waiters, who had initially been somewhat surprised, had now calmed down and were whispering among themselves. I was terrified. I thought the second master had really been kicked to death. How could that be? Second master is a diamond-level expert. It was just a momentary lapse in concentration. Looks like this kid named Shen Lang is going to die here. Sigh, I'll have to mop the floor later. That's a story for later. Let's hurry up and slip away, or we might get accidentally hurt by the second master. Bai Shui was extremely anxious. In her opinion, although Shen Lang could defeat the Five-Crown King in Hoenn, the former was ultimately just a student, and the latter was just a good-for-nothing who relied on a high-grade spirit. They are no match for Yi Ding at all. He is a genuine diamond-level expert. If Shen Lang were to fight him, he would definitely suffer a loss. She had to quickly come up with a way to help Shen Lang escape. Yi Ding, who was displaying an astonishing aura, was actually not as powerful as everyone imagined. In truth, he felt a slight fear of Shen Lang. Just now, without any armor, he almost couldn't catch his breath. If he hadn't urgently taken the expensive life-saving pills he had purchased, he would have been dead by now. At this moment, Yi Ding held the Tyrant Flame Blade in his hand, but still dared not make any rash moves, his thoughts flashing through his mind. He admitted that he had underestimated his enemy and failed to arm himself immediately when a conflict was about to break out. However, seeing how young Shen Lang was, he never expected him to have such strength. Yi Ding estimated that Shen Lang's physical attributes must be comparable to those of a Star Glory level expert to have been able to kick his diamond level body to this extent. However, at Shen Lang's age, it's impossible for him to actually improve his physical abilities to that level through leveling up. Shen Lang's physical prowess is likely enhanced by his military skills. So his weaponry must be physical enhancement type, making him more adept at close combat. As long as he avoids close combat with Shen Lang, he can completely suppress him. Having figured this out, Yi Dingjin said in a deep voice, "Boy, I've seen right through you. Now I'll send you to meet the King of Hell." As he spoke, he unleashed a furious slash with his blade of tyranny, sending a 3-meter-high wave of flames emanating from the blade. The not-so-small living room was instantly filled with the flames, and even the air was heated to a scorching level. Bai Shuao's face paled. She seemed to see Shen Lang about to be cut down by this blade. Yi Shou was also very anxious. This was Mrs. Master.
Nis had finally found such a talented man. Was she going to return to loneliness?
At this critical moment, Shen Lang chuckled contemptuously, his kaleidoscope eyes spinning, distorting the surrounding air. The wave of flames slashed down as if it had plunged into a deep sea, instantly losing all its heat energy and disappearing into the divine space. Yi Ding's pupils contracted. Shen Lang's method seemed to extend beyond just physical strength. But the battle was intense, and he didn't have time to think. After the flames were swallowed up, he flashed and unleashed dozens of slashes in a single breath. In an instant, the scorching flames seemed to melt everything. Chapter 60 Yi Ding dies. Shen Lang smiled dismissively at the raging flames. Not only because he possesses the Ryujin Jaka flowing blade as a skill that allows him to wield fire, but also because he is an expert in handling fire and would not even glance at such flames. There are other reasons as well. Such intense flames, exploding in such a confined space, would inevitably affect those nearby. Bai Shui and Zhong Ling need not be mentioned, but Yi Shou and Yi Qingxian are both members of the Yi family. It is clear that Yi Ding is a reckless man who doesn't care about anything once he gets carried away. Such a person has no capacity for thought other than violent destruction. This shows that his combat intelligence is not very high. Even though he understood what kind of person Yi Ding was, Shen Lang didn't intend to underestimate him and was still determined to do everything in his power to deal with this guy as soon as possible. As Shen Lang thought this, the kaleidoscope in his eyes began to spin wildly. A torrent of chakra erupted from his eyes, swirling around his body and materializing into a massive skeleton, meridians, skin, and even clearly patterned armor. Although it takes time for Susanoo to fully release, even this incomplete section of the body creates a sense of oppression in the enclosed space of the reception room. It was far more oppressive than the raging flames released by Yi Ding. The blazing net of dozens of fiery blades shattered upon impact with Susanoo, like an egg hitting a rock, scattering in all directions. In comparison, one might mistake the raging flames for nothing more than a lot of noise and little action. However, the raging flames that spread out melted the walls on both sides of the living room in an instant. This reveals that it wasn't Yi Ding's flames that were too weak, but rather that Shen Lang Susanoo's defensive power was too strong. The current battlefield presents a stark contrast. Beyond Susanoo, there was a raging inferno that burned everything. Behind Shen Lang, all was calm, with Bai Shui and the others well protected. The existence of Susanoo is like an insurmountable barrier, parting the waves of flame and enough to withstand any disaster. Yi Ding was shocked. His tyrant flame blade is famous for its extremely aggressive flames, and no one has ever dared to directly confront it. However, Shen Lang not only blocked the attack directly, but also seemed to have some strength left to spare. Yi Ding sensed something was amiss and began to consider retreating. However, Shen Lang had no intention of letting him go. The flames of the tyrant blade dissipated, but the aura of Susanoo remained strong, and the giant samurai continued to form. The ceiling of the reception room was easily torn apart by Susanoo, which was as thin as a biscuit. The giant samurai's feet also pierced through the floor of the reception room as if they were tearing through a tissue, sinking deep into the soil beneath the floor. In just a few breaths, this gigantic warrior, tens of meters tall, was completely sculpted. Shen Lang waved his hands, and the giant warrior responded to his movement, smashing its huge palms toward Yi Ding. Faced with a hand larger than a car, Yi Ding's pupils contracted, and his first reaction was to run away. There's no way around it. The fear stemming from the size difference is just too direct. However, Shen Lang had no intention of giving him that chance. With a casual flick of his hand, Yi Ding's escape route was cut off, as if a dragon-severing stone had fallen. Yi Ding turned around, intending to escape in another direction. Boom! Another palm slammed down in front of him. In an instant, he was like a tiny insect, manipulated by Shen Lang at will. Seeing that the giant warrior's hand was about to close, and that he would surely be smashed to dust by the immense force, Yi Ding swung his tyrant flame blade and slashed around his body, unleashing 40 slashes in the blink of an eye at his limit. The power of the flames increased explosively, and the rubble and broken furniture around Yi Ding turned into a cloud of black ash in an instant. Yi Ding was also enveloped in the scorching flames. This was his strategy, to use offense as defense, creating massive waves of flames to counter the power of the giant warrior. This strategy exhausted all his strength. The power of the 40 flames stacked together was so great that the brightness of the flames alone was so intense that it was blinding. However, the scorching flames had no effect whatsoever on the closing of the giant hand. The overflowing, scorching heat was gathered and isolated by the giant warrior's palm, forming a small ball of flame. Yi Ding gripped the tyrant flame blade with both hands, ensuring that the flame waves wouldn't harm him, the master. However, under the combined attack of the giant warrior, these waves of flame seemed to be compressed, and the heat energy of the heat waves continued to rise. Slowly, the blazing white flames changed from their original color to become deeper and deeper, and at the same time, the flames turned into a ball of flames, and the temperature rose rapidly. At this moment, Yi Ding was surprised to find that the tyrant flame blade in his hand began to tremble. The flames, which were firmly controlled by the tyrant flame blade, actually broke through the previously insurmountable lightning barrier and instead attacked Yi Ding. Yi Ding gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling more of his energy into the tyrant flame blade to help his spirit maintain its form. However, the outermost giant hand, under Xin Lang's control, contracted further. The flame cluster was naturally further contracted.
Finally,
the spider web-like patterns on the blade of tyrant flame exploded, scattering into points of light and shattering, before reforming into a human figure. Yi Ding's armor was forcibly disarmed by external forces. The long-suppressed flames finally surged in from all directions, followed closely by palms as solid as copper walls and iron ramparts.
No! Yi Ding let out a shrill scream as he was completely engulfed by the flames.
Xin Lang waved his hand and withdrew Susanoo, and the giant samurai's figure gradually faded and dissipated into the air. The moment the samurai's hand disappeared, a burst of flames exploded.
The fierce winds brought by the flames swept around like a Category 18 typhoon.
Finally, even the last remaining walls that stubbornly resisted were blown away by the fierce wind. A gust of wind swept through the entire Yi family manor, so strong that even the lawn far from the gate was weighed down and could not be lifted. Nearly 2/5 of the Yi family mansion, centered on the reception room, collapsed in the fierce wind. Bai Shui and the others were safe and sound under Xin Lang's protection. There was always a layer of distorted air in front of Xin Lang. This was the opening of the divine might space, which absorbed all the surging gales.
The storm caused by the explosion subsided completely after 3 or 4 minutes. Xin Lang then stepped forward to check on Yi Ding's condition. He kicked the unidentified object on the ground and grimaced. It's burnt.
At this point, Yi Ding was no longer recognizable. It was nothing more than a lump of burnt brown garbage. You can vaguely make out the outline of the trash that there are 2 people, one of whom is being carried by the other. Clearly, in the face of the raging flames, Yi Ding frantically used his summoned spirit to block them.
It just didn't have any effect.
Yi Shou rushed over with his frail, aged steps. Seeing this scene, his lips trembled, and his expression was one of panic.
The second master, is he dead? Chapter 61 Frost Demon.
Yi Shou's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. No, it should be said that a meteorite crashed directly into the center of the lake. The waiters who had been lying on the ground to avoid the fierce wind all stood up, looking astonished. The second master, who usually acted arrogantly and always liked to call himself the guardian of the Yi family, was actually killed by an unknown young man.
Wasn't the second master a diamond-level expert? How could he be killed so easily? Is this kid named Xin Lang? Whose young master is he?
How can he have such strength at such a young age? I think he might be a young master from one of the 10 great families.
Just look at the air of nobility he exudes. No way? Has our Yi family offended one of the 10 great families? Should we run away now? If they slaughter the entire Yi family, we won't be able to escape either. It would be easy for the second master to lose his life after offending someone, but it's a real tragedy for us. The waiters were whispering amongst themselves, hesitating about whether to run away. They were just doing their jobs serving tea and water, and they were paid accordingly. It would be too much of a loss to risk their lives. Although the guards of the Yi family were treated better and were generally more loyal, their knees trembled when faced with the formidable Xin Lang. Yi Qingxian could hardly believe that her second uncle, who had been so harsh to her, had been wiped out by Xin Lang. She pursed her lips, and a few tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Once upon a time, having lost her parents at a young age, she felt her life was very bleak due to her uncle's cold treatment. Her uncle always said she was a money loser since she was little, and told her to enjoy herself while she could, and that he would marry her off as soon as she grew up, which would be the only contribution she could make to the Yi family. It was because of this that Yi Qingxian developed the strange habit of teasing men, as if she could find some comfort and dilute the gloom brought to her by her uncle through such behavior. Now, she no longer needs such a hobby to comfort herself. The dark clouds that had shrouded her had been proven by Xin Lang's power to be nothing more than that. Now, she has the strength to embrace the bright future and the man who brought her to this state of liberation, Xin Lang.
Yi Qingxian threw herself into Shenlang's arms, her tears falling as she nestled joyfully against his shoulder. Shenlang gently stroked her hair, his eyes tender. Seeing this, Bai Shui, who originally wanted to question Shenlang about why he had attacked so severely, found herself speechless for a moment. However, not everyone was perceptive enough to know not to disturb the couple's heartfelt conversation when a shrill voice suddenly rang out.
Second brother. What happened to you?
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pale-faced, beardless middle-aged man rushing towards them, kneeling down in front of Yi Ding with a sorrowful expression.
This person was none other than Yi Xiao, the head of the Yi family. He looked at the charred Yi Ding and wondered whether he should reach out his hand, as he might just turn it to ashes if he did. Finally, he could only shriek and say to the guards beside him, "Collect the second master's body." Then he suddenly stood up and stared straight at Shenlang. "You bastard! You killed my brother. I'll make you pay with your life." Yi Xiao waved his hand, and a large group of guards following behind him rushed towards Shenlang. They were all armed, some brandishing various weapons, others with their bodies glowing. With nearly 30 people, they looked quite imposing. Shenlang smiled dismissively. A human wave tactic had never worked on him. The kaleidoscope spun in his eyes, the surrounding air distorted, and the guards' hands and feet twisted and broke in the distortion. Under Shenlang's control, the spatial manipulation of the divine power was like a sharp blade. They were thrown to the ground like warhorses whose legs had been cut off by a cleaver. Ah, my legs! My hand! My hand is gone! Ah, help me! My bleeding won't stop!
Amidst the constant wails of agony, Yi Xiao's vicious expression froze, replaced by tension. Even Yi Ding was no match for Shenlang, and Yi Xiao didn't expect these guards to be able to defeat him either. He only wanted to use these guards to hold off Shenlang so that his reinforcements could arrive. However, to his surprise, these guards were no match for Shenlang at all. Facing Shenlang's sneer, he had no doubt that Shenlang could slam his fist into his face in the next second. Yi Xiao was in charge of the Yi family's business operations, and he had no doubt that Yi Xiao was not good at fighting and would be instantly killed. Thinking this, Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, took out a scroll from his pocket, and tore it open. Buzz! With a deep, muffled sound, a huge magic seal appeared in mid-air. Its patterns were filled with icy blue light, and then suddenly opened up. A massive figure slowly emerged from the magic circle. Its appearance is very robust, with exaggerated large muscles all over its body, just like a strong human man. However, its towering 5-meter height, the hooves on its feet, and the sheep's head on its shoulder tell you that it is definitely not human. Instead, it is a brutal and savage species, a demon. Based on the layer of frost covering its body and the icy blue light in its sheep-like eyes, it's not hard to guess that its race is the Frost Demon, known as the Frost of Doomsday. The appearance of the Frost Demon instantly plunged the surrounding crowd into panic. As is widely known, ever since humans began to form contracts with summoning spirits, they have started to summon all sorts of strange creatures from other worlds. Many of these creatures are helpful to human development, such as the incredibly strong mountain monsters or the undead creatures that can fight without sleep. However, demons are not among them. They are not easily controlled and possess high intelligence. Even if summoned, it will not obey the summoner's orders. At most, it will not harm the summoner. However, it is absolutely impossible for the summoner to prevent them from doing evil. These creatures survive by killing. Many years ago, a master was surrounded and killed by his enemies. In his despair and impending death, he sacrificed his soul and summoned a saint-level demon. Originally, its saint-level strength was quite formidable, but humans were not entirely powerless against it. After all, there are nearly 100 saint-level experts within the Dragon Kingdom alone. But this demon possesses extremely high intelligence. After being summoned, it immediately fled, hiding its whereabouts and secretly devouring humans to increase its strength. In just a few years, it grew into a god-level demon. Finally, it grew into a catastrophic existence. The demon, which already possessed the attributes of Earth, became even more astonishing after gaining power. It is said that at that time, it could turn a small mountain into rubble with a wave of its hand. It turned an entire city, its 7 million inhabitants, into the dead. Ultimately, the turmoil was quelled only with the intervention of 3 powerful deities from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 62: Demolishing You. Since then, summoning demons has become a taboo subject in the human world. Although human greed has not completely eliminated the possibility of summoning demons, those who summon demons will still be attacked and punished by the masses. It can be said that staying away from the call of demons is a form of political correctness in the human world, and also a bottom line for humanity. If anyone dares to do something so outrageous, they will be attacked by the masses. However, Yi Xiao has just done just that.
Run! The Lord has summoned a demon. We'll be eaten by it. My wife just gave birth. I can't just die here like this. My leg is broken and I can't run, someone please help me. I beg you. I'm willing to do anything for you.
In an instant, everyone in the Yi family, from servants to guards, was in a panic and fled towards the manor's exit.
A smile appeared on Shun Lang's lips. Oh. That's actually quite interesting.
Yi Xiao stood still, not intending to run away, because although the demon would not obey his control, it would not harm him either.
These are the underlying commands of the magic circle used to summon demons.
Sure enough, after the frost demon walked up to it and exhaled a breath of cold air, it turned its attention to a Yi family guard who was unable to escape due to his crippled leg. It stretched out its clawed hand and reached for the guard, preparing to grab the small piece of meat and eat it. These small pieces of meat are the most delicious, and for this reason, its brethren are willing to answer the call to another world, even at the risk of danger. It had always heard about how delicious this kind of meat was, but had never tasted it itself, which it greatly regretted. Fortunately, it finally has the chance to taste this rare delicacy, and it must enjoy it to its heart's content this time. The crippled guard was completely terrified by the imposing figure of the frost demon, whose mouth was dripping with foul-smelling saliva. He couldn't even scream, he could only stare at the demon with his mouth agape in astonishment. He felt as if every muscle in his body had lost control, leaving him with no motivation to move. A release came from between his legs, followed by a warm sensation, and a warm current flowed out. A dignified guard of the Yi family was so scared he wet himself. The frost demon immediately smelled the foul odor, but it did not feel disgusted, nor did it feel that its food had been contaminated. Instead, treat it as a small snack that bursts with juice, which only enhances the flavor. However, just as its expectant hand was about to touch the crippled guard, a figure flashed in front of it.
It's Shun Lang.
He looked displeased.
A demon, huh? You're not much to look at, and you're not much stronger either, yet you dare to ignore me?
Shun Lang was very interested in the infamous race of demons and wanted to challenge them, but this guy completely ignored him, who had the strongest aura among the crowd. He then turned his attention directly to the group of trash he had rendered useless in a single glance. This made Shun Lang feel that he was not being given the attention he deserved. So he went straight up to this guy, and this time the guy couldn't ignore him no matter what.
The frost demon looked at the skinny monkey in front of it with a puzzled expression.
It was confused because even the chunks of flesh would run away when they saw it.
Why isn't this guy afraid of me? He even wants to come up to me. However, it accepts anything that comes its way, as long as it's edible.
So it stretched out its giant claws and grabbed at Shun Lang.
However, Shun Lang grinned. It's too late to shake my hand now.
Shun Lang gripped the frost demon's fingers with both hands and exerted force suddenly. The frost demon was somewhat taken aback, its square pupils on the ram's head filled with questions. The frost on its body shattered into pieces under the grasp of the dwarf monkey. You should know that this protective layer of frost is strong enough to withstand the slashes of swords and blades, yet it was crushed by this monkey in front of us? However, this was not the end. After Shun Lang gripped its fingers tightly, he suddenly exerted force and turned to the side to pull it. As he moved, the frost demon felt a tremendous force coming from his little finger, before he could even resist.
With a snapping sound, its finger was torn off by Shun Lang.
In an instant, dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. The frost demon felt a sharp pain from its severed finger and was filled with boundless rage. It never expected that such a dwarf monkey could harm it. Shun Lang casually tossed aside the severed finger, which was half the size of his body. Damn, I was going to give you an over-the-shoulder throw, but you're too big, so I just broke your finger instead.
No, let's try again.
Shun Lang leaped up and struck at the frost demon's face. Yi Xiao, standing to the side, was completely stunned.
Wait a minute, am I seeing things? That's the infamous frost demon, feared by all humans, isn't it? It's a demon that has caused countless casualties to humanity, and when you encounter one, you can only pay with the lives of 3 or 4 masters of the same level, right? My scroll can summon a low-level diamond demon, right? If everything goes smoothly, then why is it being beaten down by Shun Lang?
The scene unfolding before their eyes was unbelievable not only to Yi Xiao and everyone else present.
Even a star-level expert would be dumbfounded.
Shun Lang sprang up from the ground like a cannonball and slammed his fist into the frost demon's face, followed by a sound like shattering glass. The frost covering the frost demon's face suddenly shattered into tiny ice shards, glittering in the sunlight. Its face, beneath the frost, was dislocated by the punch, its chin crooked.
Before it could retaliate, Shun Lang continued his attack.
He grabbed the frost demon's shoulder, swung behind it, and using the momentum of the swing, suddenly stomped on the frost demon's waist. Grab the frost demon's shoulders with both hands and pull him away. Click. The frost demon's shoulder was suddenly pulled out like a retracted umbrella, the solid ice shattered, and its arm drooped at an unnatural angle. The frost demon roared to the sky, its eyes gleaming with an icy blue light, and ancient patterns and runes appeared on its body covered in frost. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and ice crystals began to condense in the air. These crystals coalesced into hundreds of dagger-like ice spikes, gleaming coldly as they stabbed towards Shenlang.
Shenlang was busy demolishing the frost demon and didn't bother with anything else.
His kaleidoscope spun in his eyes, and the air around him distorted, shattering the ice spikes into ice crystals. Shenlang had already descended to the frost demon's waist. He kicked the frost demon hard in the waist and hips, his entire body piercing the frost demon's hoof like a sharp sword.
Boom! Crack!
With Shenlang's bombardment, the frost demon's hoof was broken off, its thick bones shattered, and sharp bone spurs pierced through its flesh.
Howl!
The intense pain caused the frost demon to throw its head back and howl wildly.
Chapter 63 The Wronged Young Master Su.
It knelt on the ground, the icy blue light in its eyes growing brighter, the blue light flowing and filling the runes and patterns on its body. Shenlang felt the temperature of the frost demon's body, which he was clinging to, drop sharply, and he immediately jumped back alertly. The instant Shenlang leaped away, a layer of ice condensed on the frost demon's body. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his hand might have been frozen to its body long ago. The ice spread outwards, covering the entire body of the frost demon, and continued to thicken. After a few breaths, the frost demon's body was completely hidden in the ice, which was now piled up like a giant egg. Shenlang was pondering how to crack open this egg and continue his demolition project. A convoy of cars drove up from the direction of the manor gate, all painted in black with a powerful, streamlined look, exuding an imposing presence. The first car stopped, and the driver jumped out, walked to the back seat, and opened the door. He shielded the top of the car door with his hand and said to the person inside, "Young master, we've arrived." With a casual reply, a round figure emerged from the carriage. Upon seeing this person, Yi Zhao's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stepped forward to grasp his hand.
Young Master Su, you finally arrived.
If you hadn't come, our Yi family would have been wiped out by this bastard.
Young Master Su gave Yi Zhao an arrogant look. It can't be that bad. I think I arrived quickly enough.
Besides, Uncle Yi Zhao, you're not missing any limbs, and you look better than me. Yi Zhao quickly flattered, "Not at all, I'm too old to compare with young Master Su's handsome appearance and dashing demeanor." As if a switch had been flipped, he began to shower young Master Su with praise.
Even Shenlang, listening from the side, couldn't help but feel his nerves pounding.
It was truly remarkable that Yi Zhao could praise young Master Su so lavishly, considering his chubby and short stature. Young Master Su was overjoyed by Yi Zhao's praise, and a sheepish smile appeared on his face.
Uncle Yi Zhao, don't worry, I'll teach this kid a lesson. Yi Zhao couldn't be happier. He had already witnessed Shenlang's ferocity and didn't want to face him again. It was certainly good that a vengeful spirit was willing to do it for him. That would be perfect, but young Master Su, you must be careful. This kid named Shenlang is not easy to deal with.
I don't think he's all that great.
Uncle Yi Zhao, you've just been fooled by him.
I'll show him his true colors right now.
Young Master Su walked toward Shenlang under the protection of his bodyguards.
Standing not far from Shenlang, young Master Su prepared to adopt an arrogant and condescending attitude towards him. However, he was not as tall as Shenlang, so his attempt failed, and he could only try to make his eyes look more contemptuous.
Hey kid, you stole my fiancée? Do you know who I am? Do you know who your father is? Let me give you a piece of advice, lick my shoes and apologize right now, or I'll show you why flowers are so red.
Shenlang sneered. I don't know who you are, but I know who your father is.
Young Master Su was taken aback. Oh? You've heard of my father Su Dinglia's formidable reputation?
He said with a hint of smugness.
That makes things easier.
Now you should know how dangerous things are.
Shenlang feigned confusion and asked, Su Dinglai? Who's that? Isn't your father named Shenlang?
Upon hearing this, young Master Su's expression suddenly changed, turning red instantly, and his voice became as shrill as a pig being slaughtered.
Get him. Knock all of this kid's teeth out. Don't kill him, let me do it myself. Just as the battle was about to erupt, the ice egg containing the frost demon suddenly began to shake. With a crisp sound, the ice egg was covered with fine, spiderweb-like lines.
Young Master Su glanced at him with a puzzled look.
What is this?
Yi Xiao looked nervous.
How could he have forgotten this?
He was just about to explain and ask the Su family to temporarily avoid the devil's wrath, but it was already too late. A deafening roar shook the air so violently that it made those near the ice egg feel pain in their internal organs. The ice shattered, and the frost demon burst forth from the ice egg. The frost demon was clearly enraged.
As soon as it emerged from the ice egg, it exhaled a chilling breath that instantly froze the two bodyguards into ice sculptures.
The bodyguards' terrified expressions were frozen in place, and then the frost demon punched them, shattering them into pieces, with ice crystals mixed with blood splashing down.
Guards! Guards! Quickly cut down this goat-headed monster! Young Master Su lost his previous arrogant demeanor and trembled like a leaf.
Clearly, facing such a behemoth up close still put him under a lot of psychological pressure. Although the bodyguards weren't exactly trembling like young Master Su, they were still somewhat nervous in the face of this notorious devil. No one was willing to go up and fight the demon head-on. They were all thinking about whether they should pick up young Master Su and run away. Only one slender bodyguard, after observing the frost demon's path, spoke up, "Young Master, this frost demon isn't coming for us, we just happen to be blocking its path.
Its real target is that kid named Shenlang.
Moreover, the brothers are crowding together too much to protect you, which may make the demon think we are hostile. I suggest that the brothers disperse first and make way for the demon.
That way, the demons will attack Shenlang, and we can just wait to reap the benefits."
The slender bodyguard's analysis was very logical, but young Master Su didn't take in a single useful word. He only heard the skinny bodyguard telling him to withdraw the encirclement, and immediately thought the guy had gone mad.
"Shut the fuck up. If it were up to you, I'd become this devil's little snack. All bodyguards, listen to my command. Kill this demon. Anyone who dares to back down will be dealt with severely by my old man." Young Master Su threatened.
The bodyguards looked at each other, at a loss for what to do, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight the frost demon. However, they were already psychologically afraid of demons, and the frost demon's aura was significantly amplified after it burst out of the ice egg. As a result, these bodyguards did not play any role in stopping the demons at all. Instead, they were just providing food for the demons. In a short time, the frost demons slaughtered the bodyguards, leaving a bloodbath. The lanky bodyguard had no choice but to confront the frost demon head-on, since young Master Su insisted on giving this order. The flowing light emanating from his body, driven by his will, instantly grew and transformed into a part of his body, and his body tissues underwent visible changes. First, his body suddenly swelled up and was no longer thin and long. Secondly, his face, the curves of his features began to harden, and his skin had a faint metallic sheen.
Most noticeably, his hands, under the influence of flowing light, transformed into two Vulcan cannons. With a click of the trigger engaging, the 6 thick barrels in his hand began to spin wildly, and deadly muzzle flashes shot out from the barrels. The bullets rained down on the frost demon. Chapter 64 Young Master Su dies. After emerging from the ice egg, the frost demon's defenses clearly improved, and the joints that Shenlang had removed from its body recovered under the nourishment of the ice egg. Now, facing a barrage of heavy firepower, it is well prepared. The ice covering his entire body was reinforced. Bullets hitting it were like hitting plate armor, causing no effective damage whatsoever. The frost demon, aside from shielding its eyes with one hand, completely ignored the onslaught of flames, at most scratching its chest with its claws. It seemed the bullets were tickling it. It rammed its thick arms into the bodyguards, blocking its way, with icy blue magic circles flowing across its arms, making the ice layer grow thicker and thicker. The bodyguards were powerless to resist. After being hit, they were sent flying backward, blood spilling from their mouths and noses. Their weapons were forcibly disarmed, and after the light shattered, they reverted to spirits, and then fell away with their masters. Clearly, if this trend continues, young Master Su will surely perish at the hands of the devil. Just then, the Vulcan cannon in the hand of the slender bodyguard stopped, and the rotating barrel slowly came to a halt. He focused his mind, gazing at the frost demon, as the two Vulcan cannons shone brightly. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions suddenly began to occur on the frost demon's body. It wasn't a single, massive explosion, but rather a series of smaller explosions. The explosion occurred from the bullets embedded in the frost demon's body. Under the slender bodyguard's control, those bullets were able to unleash their power a second time. Furthermore, because the bullets embedded themselves deeply into the frost demon's defensive ice layer, their explosion caused it considerable trouble. Its eyes shone with an icy blue light, causing the magic array on its body to activate and repair the ice layer on its body. At that moment, the two Vulcan cannons in the hands of the slender bodyguard transformed once again.
Amidst the shimmering light, they merged together and became a thick cannon barrel. The lean bodyguard channeled his inner energy, causing the cannon barrel to vibrate violently. With a deafening roar, a cannonball shot out and exploded on the surface of the frost demon.
Boom!
The violent explosion sent the frost demon sprawling to the ground, the ice on its chest unable to heal in time, leaving a large gash.
The lean bodyguard seized the opportunity and fired 2 more cannonballs.
Then, with a series of changes, the cannon barrel in his hand transformed into 2 long swords that gleamed with black light. He flashed and charged towards the frost demon. As the frost demon struggled to get up, the lean bodyguard arrived, leaping high before crashing down, his 2 longswords falling and piercing the frost demon's chest.
Put!
The longsword pierced the frost demon's flesh, and dark green blood gushed out.
The frost demon growled, mentally conjuring a magic circle that formed behind the lean bodyguard. Whoosh!
A sharp, thick ice spike emerged from the magic circle and pierced the back of the bodyguard in his hand. His back was enveloped in a hazy glow, resisting the ice spikes, but after the frost demon activated the magic circle again, the ice spike still pierced into his flesh. Blood immediately gushed from the corner of the skinny bodyguard's mouth, and the force in his hand dissipated, preventing him from piercing the demon's heart even an inch further. The frost demon reached out and grabbed the lanky bodyguard, trying to pull him away from his chest. But the lanky bodyguard gritted his teeth and wielded his twin blades, causing barbs to sprout from their blades and pinning them to the frost demon's flesh. Furthermore, the light on his body began to flash intensely, like a bomb going on a countdown. A bodyguard whose ribs were broken by the frost demon's bombardment and who had been forcibly disarmed witnessed this scene and knew that the slender bodyguard had used his last resort.
Self-destruct. This is his spirit armor, the ultimate skill of his deadly weapon.
5 seconds after the light flashed, a violent explosion occurred near the center of the slender bodyguard's hands. The frost demon was blasted into a shower of ice shards, and its dark green blood splattered everywhere. The ground looked like a pot of cold drink drizzled with olive juice had been overturned. The slender bodyguard's figure vanished from sight. The demon's body remained motionless, its heart seemed to have been destroyed by the slender bodyguard's self-destruction. After watching with bated breath for a long time, young Master Su burst into laughter. I thought the demons were something special, but it turns out they're nothing special.
One of my family's high-ranking diamond-level assassins could take care of it. Ha ha ha.
Young Master Su swaggered toward the corpse of the frost demon, and suddenly a ring on his finger flashed, revealing a longsword in his hand. He raised his longsword and thrust it fiercely at the frost demon, saying to Yi Shao as he did so, "Quickly take 2 pictures of me to record this young master's heroic figure." Yi Shao was taken aback upon hearing this, inwardly cursing young Master Su for being a bit dim-witted, but outwardly he subtly reminded him, "Young Master Su, it seems that it's not time to record your great achievements yet. Shen Lang is still perfectly fine. I invited you here to deal with him." Young Master Su was taken aback. "Oh right, I almost forgot." He looked around for Shen Lang's figure and suddenly found Shen Lang sitting on an armchair, holding Yi Qingxian in his arms, with Bai Shui and Zhongling sitting around him. While the Su family's bodyguards were being massacred, they watched leisurely as if they were watching a movie. Upon seeing this, young Master Su shouted sternly, "Shen Lang! You just saw how fearless our bodyguards are. Let me tell you, when the frost demon went berserk, I already called home to call for reinforcements. Reinforcements are on their way. I advise you not to oppose me. Otherwise, the fate of this frost demon will be a lesson for you." Young Master Su's imposing manner was quite intimidating, but his heart was pounding. He had almost been terrified by the frost demon and hadn't even remembered to make a phone call. His current words were merely a lie to Shen Lang. However, Shen Lang looked at him with disdain, showing no intention of being fooled. "What happened to the frost demon? Did it kill you?" Shen Lang sneered. Young Master Su was taken aback upon hearing this. "What do you mean by talking like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened instantly, and he looked down at his chest in disbelief. A sharp icicle had pierced his back and was now exposed in his chest. Fresh blood gushed out from the icicle like a broken faucet. Young Master Su's body twitched a few times and swayed, but he didn't fall because of the support of the ice spikes. Until his eyes dimmed, his gaze was still filled with disbelief and resentment. He clearly never expected to die here like this. Behind him, in front of a small, fleshy mass, a magic circle opened, and the ice spike pierced out from this magic circle. According to Shen Lang's observation, this lump of flesh was the true form of the frost demon's golden cicada shedding its shell. Chapter 65. Who's in favor and who's opposed? Young Master Su risked his life to tell Shenlang why the flowers were so red, but Shenlang didn't care at all.
He was more interested in the life forms of demons. If he wasn't mistaken, this floating mass of flesh, emanating a chilling aura, was the true form of the frost demon.
The goat-headed body on the outside is merely a shell that the demon has tamed to move around and protect itself.
After the body suffers irreparable damage, the demon will discard the body and return to its original form.
Demons are a species that can give themselves strong bodies and use magic, whether offensive or defensive, and even powerful healing magic like ice eggs. As long as it can escape and has time to recuperate, it can revive an unlimited number of times.
Shenlang pondered.
As expected of a species that everyone fears, it is indeed difficult to deal with. However, as long as we kill it in one go and don't give it a chance to repair itself, we should be able to kill it. With that thought in mind, Shenlang prepared to take action. The ball of flesh seemed to sense Shenlang's thoughts. It was surrounded by a hazy light, and gusts of wind mixed with ice crystals flashed by, as if it intended to fly away. However, Shenlang would not give it the chance. He held Yi Qingxian's hand in his arms. Yi Qingxian transformed into a stream of light, shifting and changing in Shenlang's palm, eventually forming a Zanpakuto in the blink of an eye.
Ryujin Jaka.
Shenlang placed it at his waist, bent his knees slightly, leaned his body forward, and suddenly exerted force. His figure became a blur as he rushed to the fleeing mass of flesh and slashed out with his sword.
Slay him.
A sharp blade of light, so sharp it seemed one could be wounded with a single glance, flashed past, almost slicing through a straight line within a small space.
Swish. The lump of meat was chopped into pieces in an instant.
Dark green blood splattered everywhere. To ensure the demon would not self-repair, the kaleidoscope in Shenlang's eyes spun. A wisp of black flame quietly appeared between the pieces of meat, instantly bursting and spreading into a ball of black flame, engulfing all the scattered pieces of meat. The chunks of meat, like a swarm of bees that had lost their nest, flew haphazardly through the air, with magic circles of varying sizes unfolding around them, from which frost spewed forth. However, these frosts were no match for Amaterasu. They melted into water in the blink of an eye, and then evaporated into mist under the black flames. And so, the chunk of meat was completely devoured by the black flames.
Under Shenlang's deliberate burning, not even a trace of black ash was left. Don't demons leave behind even a single crystal bead? Or did I burn them all away?
Shenlang rubbed his chin, feeling a little regretful. However, this minor disappointment will not affect his overall good mood, as he still has a large dowry waiting for him to claim. Thinking this, he casually disarmed himself, and the Ryujin Jaka in his hand transformed into a stream of light and reverted to a human figure. Shenlang looked at Yi Xiao and grinned. Yi Xiao also looked at him, forcing a bitter smile.
The son-in-law is truly a first-rate hero.
He slew the demon with his blade in the blink of an eye. Well, he's even calling him son-in-law now. It seems this old fox has a very clear understanding of his situation. Shenlang looked at him coldly, completely ignoring Yi Xiao's flattery. Yi Xiao felt a little anxious and his eyes darted around. If it weren't for the son-in-law's righteous intervention, all 200 members of the Yi family would probably have become food for the devil. Your son-in-law has truly done the Yi family a great favor. There is an auspicious number in this card, please accept it as a small token of the Yi family's appreciation. As Yi Xiao spoke, he pulled out a black bank card from his pocket and handed it to Shenlang with a fawning smile. Shenlang naturally accepted all offers, but his face remained expressionless, and he continued to coldly stare at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao scratched his head, feeling very anxious, wondering how he could satisfy Shenlang. He desperately tried to wink at Yi Qingxian, who was standing next to Shenlang, hoping she would put in a good word for him and improve his relationship with Shenlang. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingxian completely ignored him, rolled her eyes, and turned her back on him, ignoring him entirely. Yi Xiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and he felt very regretful for how he had treated Yi Qingxian badly.
After a moment, he had a sudden inspiration and said, I wonder when the young master plans to marry Qingxian? Why don't I take care of the wedding ceremony? I'll make sure it's a grand and spectacular affair for the young master.
Upon hearing this, Shenlang finally reacted, but it wasn't a good one.
He gave a cold laugh. Isn't your son-in-law the young master of the Su family?
Now that the young Master Su's body is barely cold, Master Yi has already changed the choice.
Aren't you afraid that the young Master Su will come looking for you tonight?
Yi Xiao gave an awkward smile.
Young master, you jest.
This silly boy from the Su family only ever wanted to be the son-in-law of the Yi family.
I never agreed to it.
It's just that his family has quite a bit of influence in the capital, so I have no choice but to flatter him. In fact, regarding Qingxian's choice of a partner, my thought is to respect her personal opinion, and I believe that her judgment is not bad.
Look, we've found you, son-in-law, for our family. What great taste you have.
Yi Xiao showered him with praise and promised all sorts of benefits. If it were anyone else, they might have been fooled by this businessman.
However, Xinlang dismissed such petty tricks with disdain.
Alright, save your auspicious words for when you're begging on the streets, then tell them to your benefactors.
Don't even think about representing the Yi family to hold my wedding. You don't represent the Yi family at all. From today onwards, you are a sinner who summoned demons.
The Yi family is severing all ties with scum like you. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's expression changed. Before he could speak up to defend himself, Xinlang continued. Yi Qingxian will become the new head of the Yi family. Considering that she will be fighting alongside me on a daily basis, Yi Xiao will be in charge of all family affairs on her behalf.
Xinlang's gaze sharpened as he looked around at the Yi family members, whose expressions ranged from blank to complex. He declared loudly, "Who agrees with and who opposes my decision?" As soon as Xinlang finished speaking, a figure suddenly stepped forward.
"I object." He was a young man about the same age as Xinlang, with a strong build, unruly hair like a lion's mane, and features that looked exactly like Yi Ding's.
Clearly, he must be Yi Ding's son.
Seeing this, Xinlang said nothing more, his eyes swirling with kaleidoscope-like patterns. After a blood-red moon flashed in Yi Ding's son's eyes, his gaze went blank, and then he started shouting and screaming before finally collapsing to the ground, convulsing. In an instant, he died thousands of times within the illusion of the Manjikyu Sharingan.
Xinlang laughed and said, "It seems that our friend who holds the opposing opinion has some mental problems, so his opposition obviously doesn't count. So, among the remaining people, are there any who hold opposing views?"
Xinlang's tone was calm and contained no threat, but to the Yi family, it was no different than having a knife held to their throats.
Chapter 66 Explanation. When Xinlang's threatening gaze swept over them, even a fool would know what to choose. "I have no objections.
I support Yi Qingxian becoming the head of the Yi family. No doubt about it, Uncle Shou has always been our family's head housekeeper, and we trust him to handle our affairs."
Young master is right.
Yi Xiao summoning demons makes him an enemy of humanity and a disgrace to the Yi family.
We can't let him remain the head of the family.
Suddenly, the Yi family members became righteous and collectively condemned Yi Xiao for summoning demons, as if they deeply hated Yi Xiao and discarded him like trash. Seeing this, Xinlang smiled coldly. He didn't expect that the huge Yi family only had Yi Ding and his son as the two tough guys, while the others were all weaklings. If this were his own family, he would genuinely feel a sense of disappointment and frustration. However, he initially embarked on this journey solely to amass wealth, and now he is merely going with the flow, using the Yi family as a tool for making money.
The weaker these people are, the better it is for him.
Xinlang turned his head and looked at Yi Xiao, who was still somewhat dazed about the current situation. "Qingxian calls you Grandpa Shou, so I'll follow her lead and call you Grandpa Shou too. From now on, it's up to you to manage the Yi family. I don't understand business matters, and I don't intend to waste time learning them, so I'm leaving everything to you.
The most important thing I can do for you is to support you.
You can run the Yi family business according to your knowledge and experience. If anyone is dissatisfied or has any objections to your management of the Yi family, let them come to me." As Xinlang spoke the last sentence, his gaze swept across everyone's faces.
"Did you all understand?"
"Understood," the Yi family members said in unison. Yi Xiao originally intended to decline, but seeing Xinlang's determination, and knowing that he himself also hoped Yi Qingxian could become the head of the Yi family, he decided to change his mind.
So he simply went with the flow and accepted Xinlang's arrangement.
"I will certainly devote myself wholeheartedly, working day and night, to live up to your expectations, son-in-law." Xinlang gently patted his shoulder.
"It's not that bad. You're getting on in years. You should rest as much as you can.
The Yi family has been through a major upheaval these past few days. You'll be busy rebuilding things, so I'll send 2 people from my school clubs to help you out." Yi Xiao bowed and said, "Thank you for your understanding, son-in-law." "Hey, we're all family, there's no need to be so formal in the future," Xinlang laughed, taking out a notepad from his pocket and writing down a card number. "Here, at the beginning of each month, transfer 500,000 to this card. If I need anything else in the future, just transfer the money to this card."
Yi Xiao took the note, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated.
This son-in-law is great in every way, except he's a bit too greedy. After settling matters with the Yi family, Xinlang prepared to leave with the women.
The group arrived at the Yi family's garage, ready to choose a car.
Although Bai Shui has a car, it's still someone else's car. You can only truly enjoy driving your own. This sports car is pretty cool, but the chassis is too low, making it inconvenient to drive it to the countryside for outdoor combat training. This limousine is quite large. It could fit a dozen more wives, but it's too long and requires skill to drive.
I'm worried I might not trust a driver.
This one, although it's of moderate length and the chassis isn't too low, is just too plain in appearance. Shen Lang made his choice among the dazzling array of car models, and finally concluded that adults don't make choices, they want them all.
From now on, I'll come to the garage every week and change to a different car.
This week begins with this Jeep, whose off-road styling is even more imposing than Snow White snow. Just as Shen Lang was calling the women to get into the car, Bai Shui suddenly came to his side.
Shen Lang, I have something I'd like to discuss with you.
Seeing her serious expression, Shen Lang released Yi Qingxian from his arms and walked to the side with her.
You say. What are your plans for handling this matter? Bai Shui asked. Shen Lang lit a cigarette. Handle? Didn't I already handle it?
Just let Master Shou take care of the Yi family.
That's not what I meant. I was talking about the Su family.
The young master of the Su family died here, and Su Dinglai won't let you off the hook, Bai Shui said urgently.
It's not like I killed his son, how could he possibly come after me? Shen Lang said dismissively.
Besides, even if he wants to cause me trouble, I'm not afraid. If he dares to mess with me, I'll just send them father and son together.
Bai Shui found Shen Lang's attitude utterly baffling. Why aren't you worried at all?
Su Dinglai is a star-level expert. Because the star glory level is nothing special to me, Shen Lang shrugged.
To be honest, I'd like a couple more strong people to help me test my limits. You're too confident.
Bai Shui said helplessly. Even if you're not afraid, you should at least consider the Yi family's situation. If Su Dinglai takes his anger out on the Yi family, not to mention whether he will directly come to their door to cause trouble, as long as he spreads the word in the capital that all major powers should not do business with the Yi family, then the Yi family will not have an easy time.
At that time, no one will be able to send you your monthly 500,000. Shen Lang was taken aback.
This was indeed a bit troublesome, as he was currently relying on the Yi family to make some extra money.
That's 500,000 a whole month, enough for countless massages. Then what do you suggest we do?
Bai Shui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Shen Lang had finally relented.
Just do as I say. She waved her hand, and Ran Fugui, who was in the distance, saw it and quickly walked over.
Yi Xiao was still being held captive by his men. Bai Shui instructed Ran Fugui to lock Yi Xiao in the car, then turned to Shen Lang and said, "We'll take Yi Xiao to the police station to turn himself in later. Just say that Yi Xiao summoned a demon, and young Master Su was killed by the demon, but you stepped in and killed the demon."
Shen Lang blinked. What do you mean, just say it? Isn't that the truth?
But after a second or two of thought, he instantly understood Bai Shui's intention.
You mean I should conceal the whole story and not say that Yi Xiao summoned the demon to deal with me?
Yes, you are indeed very clever. In this way, we haven't lied, but the nature of this matter has completely changed, and you have become the one who did the right thing, Bai Shui said with a smile.
Shen Lang frowned and thought for a moment.
Will this work?
Although every single person from the Su family was torn apart by the demon, won't Yi Xiao still confess everything in the end? Isn't your spirit control ability supposed to drive people insane?
You can do that to Yi Xiao in the car later, and then we can call a few of the Yi family's guards to testify for you.
They'll testify for me?
I broke their arms and legs, Shen Lang asked doubtfully.
You don't need to worry about that.
They will definitely be on your side now, Bai Shui said with a smile, explaining to Shen Lang. It turned out that when the guards had their arms and legs severed and were about to be eaten by the frost demon, Shen Lang provoked it because he wanted to fight the demon. In this way, he unintentionally saved the guards, and many of them now feel grateful to Shen Lang.
Chapter 67 Principal's Office.
Apart from the assassins kept by Yi Xiao, the other guards were nothing more than salaried employees. Even if they were loyal to the Yi family, they were only loyal to whoever paid them. Those assassins, along with the Su family's guards, were torn to pieces by the demons while protecting Yi Xiao and young Master Su, so it won't affect their testimonies. Therefore, after Shen Lang forcibly reorganized the Yi family, they will realize that they should cooperate with Shen Lang and testify. In this way, Snow White's argument can stand up to scrutiny. Although there are many people and many eyes, it is impossible for the news not to leak out with so many people present, but at least this official statement will not have any flaws. If the Su family wants to pursue the matter further and demand that the Yi family take responsibility for Su's young master's death, they can simply use the same rhetoric to evade the issue. After the Public Security Bureau verified this story, even if the Su family continued to make statements targeting the Yi family, it wouldn't receive a widespread response. After all, in the business world, there are still some rules to follow. The Yi family has no criminal record on the surface. Even if the Su family has some influence and power in the capital, businessmen will not make enemies with the Yi family because of this. After clarifying the key points, Shen Lang agreed to proceed with the plan. At the same time, he was impressed by Bai Shui. He never expected that this beautiful girl, who usually kept a low profile, was actually quite adept at scheming and plotting in private. It seems that her ability to become the head of the grade at Shandong University is not entirely due to her family background. She must have some real skills. Looking at Bai Shui's cunning and calculating demeanor, Shen Lang's desire to bring her home became even more urgent. If Director Bai were to join his harem, not to mention how exciting it would be to train in combat skills with the teacher. Now, if he wants to cheat someone again, he'll have a capable wife to consult with, right? However, this matter cannot be rushed. We must proceed slowly. Shen Lang parked his car in the faculty parking lot at Shandong University. His current student dormitory doesn't have a parking lot, so he can only park here for now. Fortunately, it's not difficult because of Bai Shui. Once Luan Liang found him a place to live off campus, he could park his car in the off-campus parking lot. Shen Lang had just returned from the Public Security Bureau, and he and Bai Shui had handled the matter properly as planned. Shen Lang had Yi Shou bribe him, so the investigation went smoothly, and an announcement has now been made regarding Yi Shao summoning a demon and accidentally killing the young master of the Su family. Yi Shao himself has likely gone insane due to the aftereffects of summoning the demon, and is currently imprisoned in a prison with psychiatric treatment facilities. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he may stay in this prison until he dies of old age. Shen Lang felt much more at ease and prepared to invite Bai Shui to dinner to thank her for accompanying him on his travels these past few days. However, Bai Shui declined, saying she would leave another day, and left alone. Seeing this, Shen Lang didn't insist and led the girls back to their dormitory. In the principal's office, Si Kongjin was emptying the tea leaves from his teacup. It was almost time to leave work, and he was getting ready to go home. But just then, there was a knock on the door. When they opened it, it was Bai Shui. As soon as she saw Si Kongjin, she said, "Principal, I have something I'd like to talk to you about." Si Kongjin smiled wryly and said, "You certainly know how to pick your time. It's almost time to get off work, and you come to talk to me. Can't you do it tomorrow?" Bai Shui pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "No." All right, then come in and make yourself a cup of tea, and while you're at it, make me another pot." Si Kongjin walked back to his office chair and sat down. Bai Shui went to the table, picked up Si Kongjin's teacup, skillfully found the tea leaves in the cabinet, and started boiling water to rinse the tea. Si Kongjin watched her movements and said with some emotion, "When you were little, you would make tea for me and your dad, and you couldn't even hold the teacup properly. Lao Bai would watch from the side, worried that you would get burned by the hot water. I never imagined that you would grow into such a beautiful young woman in the blink of an eye, and now your tea-making skills are top-notch." Bai Shui smiled faintly. "I'm still far from being as good as you." As she spoke, she placed the teacup in front of Si Kongjin. Steam rose from the rim of the cup, filling the air with the aroma of tea. Si Kongjin chuckled. "Now I drink tea to experience a certain state of mind. I'm not so particular about it anymore." He picked up the teacup, blew on it gently, and took a sip. "Speak up, what do you want to see me about? Hurry up and finish so I can go home for dinner." Bai Shui then gave a brief account of what she had seen and heard with Shen Lang over the past few days. Si Kongjin's expression grew more and more serious as he listened. "Are you sure Shen Lang can easily deal with a diamond-level expert?" "Absolutely no exaggeration, it was very easy, even effortless," Bai Shui said. Si Kongjin pondered, "Based on your description, Shen Lang's strength has probably reached the peak of the diamond level, or even rivals that of a star-level expert. According to the registration information from the recent round of battles, his level is only at the early silver rank, and even after some time has passed, it will not be much higher. In other words, his own level does not account for a large proportion of his strength that mainly depends on his spirit control." Bai Shui nodded. "That's what I think too. The armed abilities of the spirits that follow him are all incredibly powerful, and when they work together, they allow Shen Lang to unleash a combined combat force that far surpasses that of diamonds." Si Kongjin held the teacup, watching the steam rise. "He was able to contract multiple spirits at the Silver Realm, and from your observation, he did not suffer any damage to his origin. Moreover, before Shen Lang contracted with the spirits, those spirits were originally of very low rank. Bai Shui said, Xinlang's explanation for this is that his mindset is similar to those despised spirit masters, which is why he underwent such a radical transformation after the contract was formed.
Si Kongjin gave a half smile. Do you believe his story?
The master and the spirit need to be in sync. The closer and more understanding they are, the more combat power they can unleash. This is a consensus among everyone, so Xinlang's statement is quite reasonable. As Bai Shui spoke, a hint of hesitation flashed across her face. But if every spirit is like this, it's a bit too exaggerated, so I think there must be other reasons that prompt him to make the spirit transform.
Si Kongjin nodded.
Yes, that's what I think too. I've been looking through some materials recently, looking for cases similar to Xinlang's, and I've made some progress.
Bai Shui's eyes lit up.
Principal, please let me know once you've investigated and found out the truth.
Si Kongjin laughed and said, What, you want to use this to solve your own problems?
Bai Shui nodded gently. Since the day she awoke, she had been living in the shadow of low-level armed abilities, so she naturally hoped to gain some inspiration from Xinlang's situation in order to save herself.
Si Kongjin nodded. Even if I can find some information by then, it will probably be difficult to change your situation. After all, there is still a long way to go from theory to practice. Chapter 68 The War of National Destiny.
Si Kongjin then changed the subject.
If you ask me, the best way to solve your problem is for you to form a contract with Xinlang. Everything will be clear then, and your weaponry might even change.
This old man won't have to go through all that trouble to find so much information. Bai Shui rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Uncle Sikong, I've noticed you're becoming increasingly disrespectful to your elders lately.
Xinlang is my student, how can this be allowed?
Si Kongjin feigned innocence.
Does the renowned director Bai really care about gossiping about your teacher-student relationship? If anyone dares to do that, you must introduce them to me. I'd like to see for myself.
It's not that I'm afraid of what others will say, but personally, I wouldn't choose to be with my students either, Bai Shui said, somewhat speechless.
Why? Si Kongjin asked.
Bai Shui was taken aback, then lowered her head and said,
Is there even a question? A low-ranking spirit like me would only hinder his future. Any master with ambition should not choose me. But doesn't Xinlang have the ability to turn the rotten into the miraculous? Well, it's still not certain.
If we go by what he said, I've accepted my rank over the years, and my mindset probably doesn't align with his. So, such a miraculous thing probably won't happen to me. Si Kongjin's gaze was deep, as if he could see through the deepest part of Bai Shui's heart.
Xiao Xue, have you really let go of this?
Yes, what else can I do? Bai Shui smiled, but there was a hint of reluctance in her smile.
Perhaps it is my fate to never find a suitable master in my entire life? But she quickly recovered.
Oh dear, Uncle Sikong, look where you've steered the conversation.
I originally wanted to ask you for some help. Seeing that Bai Shui was unwilling to talk about the previous topic, Si Kongjin simply followed her lead and asked, Oh? What kind of help is it about? Bai Shui then said seriously, Didn't Su Dinglia's son die at the hands of the Frost Demon during today's conflict?
Although I dealt with the matter urgently, logically the Su family cannot hold the Yi family accountable.
But Su Dinglai will definitely sabotage the Yi family in secret, and may even target Xinlang. So I was thinking, could the school endorse Xinlang on this matter, making Su Dinglai hesitant to act? Impossible.
No sooner had Bai Shui finished speaking than Si Kongjin said decisively, Shandong University is a place for learning, not a force that supports any particular student. As an institution of higher learning, maintaining its independence as a third party is a necessary condition for the long-term development of the university.
Bai Shui lowered her head upon hearing this. So it really won't work. But, Si Kongjin suddenly added, if we can confirm that Xinlang has sufficient qualifications, Shandong University can rightfully protect him. Sufficient qualifications?
Bai Shui asked, somewhat puzzled.
You mean?
Let Xinlang participate in the selection for the Battle of National Destiny, Si Kongjin said.
If he can be selected, then he will have sufficient qualifications. Bai Shui's expression changed upon hearing this. The War of National Destiny? Xinlang is only a freshman.
According to your calculations, his level wouldn't exceed silver rank.
How could he participate in the War of National Destiny?
It's no wonder Bai Shui reacted so strongly. Si Kongjin's idea was truly astonishing. The Battle of National Destiny is a grand event held every 4 years by the 4 most powerful empires on Earth. The event was originally created because the 4 great empires had been engaged in a protracted war for many years. The war was consuming everything in the empire, and soon the people of the four empires were in a state of decline and depression, with constant uprisings being suppressed. Under these circumstances, the royal families of the four empires decided to shake hands and make peace, ending the war that had plunged them all into a predicament. However, those contradictions and problems that require war to resolve still exist even after peace is reached.
Examples include territorial disputes, trade disputes, and competition for talent.
Based on these irreconcilable contradictions, the four empires decided to join forces to wage a war for their national destiny. Let the young talents from all countries compete and test their skills on the field, and let their victory or defeat determine the final compromise of irreconcilable conflicts. In other words, the winner has the power to make the final decision on conflicting issues between countries. Although the battles for national destiny are also brutal, with many athletes losing their skills or even their lives during the process, the competition is ultimately better than a bloody war, so the event continues to be held in full swing. The next National Destiny battle will be held in 3 months, and the selection of the Dragon Kingdom's lineup has already begun.
Si Kongjin took a sip of tea. Although his level isn't high enough, based on your observation, he's someone who could easily defeat a mid-level Diamond Master. Let's not treat him like we would any other student.
Bai Shui seemed to want to refute, but Si Kongjin interrupted her, saying, if he doesn't participate in the selection, the school absolutely cannot stand up for him.
We can't control how Su Dinglai wants to retaliate against Xinlang then. When the time comes, Xiao Xue, can you protect Xinlang? Can Old Man Bai, that star-level defensive spirit master, protect him? Are you suggesting he just hide in your house and never come out again?
Si Kongjin's voice wasn't loud, and his emotions weren't agitated, but to Bai Shui, it was incredibly persuasive.
Her face darkened. Yes, if Xinlang hadn't participated in the battle for the nation's destiny, he might have been in real danger.
Judging from previous national fortune battles, there are indeed some star-level experts, but they are generally rare.
Xinlang just needs to avoid them.
But if he doesn't go, Su Dinglai will almost certainly come looking for trouble, and he will inevitably have to face this star-level expert.
The choice is obvious at a glance. Bai Shui sighed. I understand.
I will talk to Xinlang and persuade him to participate in the selection for the Battle of National Destiny.
Si Kongjin nodded. That's great. As long as he is willing to go, the school will provide him with all the resources he needs, including protection. Well then, Uncle Si Kong, I'll be going now, Bai Shui said.
Okay, I'll wait for good news. After Bai Shui left, Si Kongjin put down his teacup and walked to the bedside.
Looking at the sunset, he sighed, Shanda hasn't produced a national team player in so many years.
Xinlang, I hope you can bring some surprises to this old man.
After leaving the principal's office, Bai Shui went straight to Xinlang's dormitory.
In her view, the sooner Xinlang joined the selection, the sooner he would be safe. But even after she stood at the dormitory door and practically knocked it down, no one answered. She had no choice but to take out her phone and send messages to Xinlang. After a while, Xinlang did not respond, so she simply started making a barrage of calls. However, there was still no response.
Bai Shui frowned. Where has this kid been? He's been fighting all day long, why can't he stay still? Chapter 69 Sun Breathing Technique.
Bai Shui was quite helpless and had no choice but to return to the classroom and dormitory. Meanwhile, Xinlang was leading the women to the outskirts of the city.
Mu Qianyue sat in the front row, holding a carton of yogurt and eating it, and asked curiously, Honey, why did we come here so late at night?
Xinlang, who was holding the steering wheel, smiled wickedly upon hearing this. Changing the map can add some fun.
Let's have an outdoor combat competition tonight.
Upon hearing Xinlang's words, all the women except Xiongling, who was busy munching on potato chips and ignoring him, blushed.
Mu Qianyue asked timidly from the back row, Won't someone see us? Hey! Keep your questioning going.
One of the fun aspects of outdoor combat is precisely this kind of worry, Xinlang said seriously. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianyue's cheeks burned even hotter, almost dripping blood. Her mind wandered into wild thoughts, and her legs unconsciously began to rub together.
It's clearly a heated gun emplacement. After hearing that she didn't move, Xinlang started interacting with Mu Qianyue next to him. Feed me some yogurt. Mu Qianyue pouted and twisted her body playfully. No. I just asked you and you said no. You can take it from the trunk yourself when we get there.
Xinlang chuckled and said, Don't be so stingy.
I didn't want to drink it just now, but I do now. Feed me now, and I'll give you a big cup back in a bit. Mu Qianyue's eyes lit up. Really? After receiving Xinlang's affirmative answer, Mu Qianyue excitedly fed Xinlang a big mouthful of yogurt. This yogurt tastes pretty good. It's a mixed type, isn't it?
I can taste both peach and yellow peach. My lipstick is peach flavored, Mu Qianyue said with a smile.
Oh, then remember to change it to strawberry flavor next time. I'm a tough guy like this and I love the pink and tender taste.
I also applied the strawberry flavored one, Mu Qianyue giggled.
Ha? You don't mean you put peach on your upper lip and strawberry on your lower lip, do you? Shen Lang asked suspiciously. Almost there, think about it again.
Shen Lang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly understood.
He then raised his head. I have no choice but to try it now.
He stepped on the gas, and the jeep's speed instantly increased. As the first rays of dawn broke over the distant mountains, Shen Lang stretched in front of his camping tent. His back was slightly sore, but that wasn't his fault. Yesterday, they had only planned a simple outdoor combat competition, but it turned into a rally race, and then into an elimination tournament. Yi Qingxian was the ultimate winner last night, but as a price, she's now limp in her sleeping bag, like a puddle of water.
Shen Lang also benefited greatly from this. Congratulations, host, for successfully impregnating the spirit, Yi Qingxian. You have received the Demon Slayer Dimension Reward, Sun Breathing Technique with accompanying sword moves. Shen Lang's eyes lit up. Wonderful! This Sun Breathing Technique is the top-tier breathing technique in the Demon Slayer world, created by Yorichi Tsujikuni.
It is said that all other breathing techniques evolved from sun breathing. Besides the physical improvement that practicing the breathing technique itself can bring, the burning effect of the sun breathing technique can be combined with Ryujin Jaka to achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. You should know that sun breathing terrified Muzan Kibutsuji for hundreds of years. When Shen Lang uses this breathing technique to deal with armed abilities imbued with yin energy and ghostly energy, it must be twice as effective with half the effort. Shen Lang, who was comprehending and experiencing the profound mystery of the breath of the sun, was suddenly turned around and had a small pebble pinched in his hand. Zhong Ling, who had thrown the stones, was sticking out an arm and a head from a nearby tent.
Shen Lang chuckled at her appearance. Panda.
Zhong Ling had large dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating that she had been kept awake by sensual music again yesterday. Already seething with anger, she became even angrier at Shen Lang's teasing, baring her teeth at him, licorice root scraps.
Shen Lang was taken aback.
Well, breadcrumbs weren't enough, and now they've turned into licorice stick crumbs.
In order to prevent him from turning into something even stranger, Shen Lang said seriously to Zhong Ling, Little Ling, have you ever set off firecrackers?
Zhong Ling was stunned by what Shen Lang said, not understanding why he suddenly brought this up.
She nodded suspiciously. Have you ever heard anyone else set off firecrackers? Shen Lang coaxed. Zhong Ling nodded again.
Since you've experienced it, you must know that setting off firecrackers yourself is more fun than listening to others do it.
Because when others set off firecrackers, they don't consult you. The firecrackers explode as soon as they go off, and you don't even have time to cover your ears. But you won't have this problem when you put it yourself.
Listening to Shen Lang's words, Zhong Ling became even more puzzled. Although what he said made a lot of sense, she didn't know what he meant by it.
Shen Lang clapped his hands. Don't you understand?
This tells us that we should be the ones who set off the cannons, not the ones who listen to them. Shen Lang laughed and said, in other words, if you find our neighbor's artillery position too noisy at night, then you'll have to join this war.
You definitely won't find it noisy then, and you'll even enjoy it. And your sleep quality will definitely improve. If you don't believe me, go to our tent and see Yi Qingxian. She's sleeping soundly right now.
Zhong Ling understood Shen Lang's words, and her face instantly flushed with embarrassment and anger.
She yelled, coffee grounds.
Then he plunged into the tent, zipped it up, and ignored Shen Lang. Shen Lang shrugged awkwardly. It seemed that it would take some time before Zhong Ling would join this great battle. But good things come to those who wait, so he wasn't in a hurry and calmly continued to study the sun breathing technique.
Shen Lang didn't return to school until the afternoon. After the women woke up and ate breakfast, they had some complaints about yesterday's competition results.
So Shen Lang generously donated money to hold another rally for them.
This delay meant that I didn't get back to school until now. He parked his car outside the school and led the girls towards the dormitory area.
Before he even reached the dormitory door, he saw Bai Shui sitting on the steps by the door, looking around. Upon seeing Shen Lang, Shuagua rushed over, trembling with excitement. Shen Lang,
where have you been? I can't find you anywhere. Shen Lang's expression was serious. He's gone to cultivate in the wilderness.
Bai Shui was taken aback. She hadn't expected this answer at all. Well, you're quite strict with yourself. You were exhausted yesterday, but you still went to practice last night.
Was it effective? Shenlang smiled and said, very good. If Director Bai is interested, I sincerely invite you to join our next outdoor training trip.
Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian, who was standing next to him, lightly patted his arm and softly spat.
A blush of coquettishness also appeared on Mu's face. Bai Shui suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, what exactly is this cultivation you're talking about?
We can discuss this in detail with the director another time. Shenlang quickly changed the subject.
The director must have something important to discuss with me, right? He stepped forward and opened the dormitory door. Let's go inside and talk. Chapter 70 Mid-Tier Gold. Reminded by Shenlang, Bai Shui suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit.
She then went into the dormitory, sat down on the sofa, and told Shenlang in detail about the battle for the nation's destiny. Shenlang frowned more and more as he listened.
This is not a good problem.
By Shui side, I know it's dangerous to participate in the national destiny battle, but it will be good for your development, and the school will also be your support.
So even though there are some risks involved, I still recommend that you participate.
I'm not worried about the risks, Shenlang shook his head and said, I'm saying you haven't told me what the rewards for the battle for the nation's destiny are, so I'm in a difficult position.
Bai Shui was stunned. Is this the key point? Shenlang replied matter-of-factly, if that's not the point, what is?
It would be too unreasonable if a war for the fate of the nation were not rewarded accordingly. Bai Shui was momentarily speechless. She hadn't even considered the issue of a reward. In her view, being able to represent her country in a battle should be an honor. Furthermore, the reason she invited Shenlang to represent Shandong University was only for the selection process of the national games, not for him to directly participate in the competition.
If you're selected, you'll essentially become a representative. While there are many hidden benefits, I haven't heard of any overt rewards. Besides, it was just a selection process. The reward that Shenlang wants can probably only be provided by the school.
Thinking of this, Bai Shui got up and went to the restroom, where she took out her phone to consult Sikongjian. Then, he returned and tentatively said to Shenlang, if you are willing to participate in the selection for the National Destiny Battle, the school is willing to cover your future crystal bead needs until graduation.
How about this promise as a reward?
Shenlang remained expressionless upon hearing this.
Please wait a moment. He took out his phone and typed a few lines.
Bai Shui was puzzled until 5 minutes later when there was a knock on the door.
The visitor was Li Wan from the Dragon Blood Gang. He was covered in sweat and carrying a large leather bag.
Brother Lang, your crystal beads for this month have arrived. Shenlang took the leather bag, patted him on the shoulder, and said, you must be tired from running.
Go to the kitchen and get yourself a drink. Li Wan chuckled, okay.
Ever since Shenlang single-handedly subdued the 5-time champion and led the Dragon Blood Group to the pinnacle of Shandong University's student organizations, Li Wan was completely impressed by him and could no longer harbor any resentment. Instead, he became a devoted fan of Shenlang, always calling him Brother Lang this and Brother Lang that. Luan Liang was too busy with club affairs to be in 2 places at once, so the task of taking care of Shenlang's daily life was handed over to Li Wan, including running errands.
Li Wan was quite happy about this.
Shenlang sat down in front of Bai Shui, carrying a leather bag. He opened the bag and said with a smile, Director Bai, our Dragon Blood team has already received a crystal bead subsidy as a reward for participating in the Shandong University team battle.
Bai Shui was somewhat taken aback.
I remember the crystal bead reward was for 3rd place.
With your strength, how could you?
As she spoke, she looked at the large bag of crystal beads and suddenly froze.
There were at least 1,000 crystal beads in the bag. Wait a minute, that student just said these crystal beads are your share for this month? Shenlang grinned. Not bad. Bai Shui asked doubtfully, how could that be? Aren't the number of crystal beads and the 3rd reward allocated according to need? Can you really absorb that many in a month? Shenlang nodded, of course.
As he spoke, he picked up a crystal bead, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb it, wanting to verify his words. Sure enough, he absorbed the crystal bead in less than 2 minutes. Bai Shui held the dull, lifeless bead in shock.
How could it be so fast? Hey! Director Bai, how can you say I'm fast? A man can only be described as swift. Shenlang laughed.
Bai Shui blinked, and it took her a while to accept the fact that Shenlang was absorbing the nutrients so quickly. She asked, her voice trembling slightly, when did you start having this absorption speed?
Not long ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, Shenlang said casually. I thought so too, otherwise you wouldn't only be at the early silver rank. Bai Shui paused suddenly, then looked sharply at Shenlang. Wait, your level should have improved by now, right? Of course. Shenlang smiled and released his own energy, letting Bai Shui feel it. While the precise level can only be sensed by the master himself, others would need instruments to know it. However, those with extensive knowledge can get a general idea by sensing the energy aura. And Bai Shui is undoubtedly such a knowledgeable and worldly person. Shenlang released his power, and she closed her eyes to carefully sense it. After a few breaths, she suddenly opened her eyes. This is gold level? Yes, Shenlang said with a smile. To be precise, it's mid-gold rank. Bai Shui was stunned upon hearing this. Generally speaking, it would take a silver rank master 1 to 2 years to advance to gold rank, even with a sufficient supply of crystals and diligent daily absorption. To absorb it faster, one must spend a lot of money to buy rare and precious herbs to improve the meridians in the body and dispel the ferocious beast's will and killing intent within the crystal bead. According to Bai Shui's observations, there was a talented young man from a large family who, after completing his master awakening, received ample resources from his family and was promoted from bronze to gold in one fell swoop. Even though he was quite talented, it took him almost 2 years to complete this process. It took almost a year to advance from the silver rank to the gold rank. As for Shenlang, it's only been a few weeks. If Bai Shui hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have thought it was all a fantasy. Shenlang observed Bai Shui's amused expression from the side and found it somewhat amusing. Speaking of which, when Shenlang went to the teacher who was distributing the rewards to test the quantity of crystal beads to be given out, the teacher's expression at that moment, faced with Shenlang's siphon-like absorption speed, was similar to Bai Shui's. They all looked like they'd seen a ghost. He suspected Shenlang was carrying something to cheat with, and after searching for a long time, he found nothing. He had no choice but to give Shenlang a large reward. Logically, this matter should be reported, and Bai Shui, as the head of the first-year department, will find out about it soon. Bang! Bai Shui suddenly snapped out of her daze and slammed her hand on the table. You absolutely must participate in the battle for national destiny. With your talent, you're sure to be selected. Yes, Shenlang said helplessly, but the reward has to be delivered first, right? Wait here. I'll apply for it for you right now. Bai Shui immediately took out her phone and called Sikongjin. A moment later, she covered the phone and said, if you participate in the selection, the school will set up a special team to help you improve your spirit's rank. How about that? There are many different methods to upgrade the rank of a spirit master, and even the methods for each spirit master are different. Sometimes, even the spirit masters themselves don't know how to improve their rank. Chapter 71 Moving in next door to Snow White. Therefore, if you want to improve the rank, you often need an experienced master to make inferences about the type of spirit and consider some comprehensive information. To design a plan to upgrade the rank of a spirit beast. It can be said that there is a great deal of knowledge involved, which has even given rise to a profession, rank-up specialists. Their job is to design plans for advancement in rank. Reaching the top of this profession not only brings them a substantial income but also a very high social status, earning them the respect of even royalty from various countries. Therefore, the conditions offered by Shandong University are undoubtedly generous. However, this was of no use to Shenlang, since the system could directly show him the upgrade path for spirit masters. Furthermore, he doesn't need to go through those troublesome advancement rituals for him, simply increasing intimacy is enough to raise his rank. Therefore, he doesn't need the help of a rank-up master at all. Shenlang scratched his head and called out towards the kitchen. Li Wen came out and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Lang?" Shenlang asked, "The reward for first place in the team battle is to have a rank-up master design a rank-up plan for you, right? How are things going, brothers?" Li Wen nodded. Everything went smoothly. 2 of my brothers have already upgraded their spirit master rank from D to B. Bai Shui, listening from the side, became increasingly confused. Wasn't your team third? How could you get the first place reward? Shenlang and Li Wen exchanged a smile, and with Shenlang's permission, the latter began to explain the cause and effect. It turns out that after Shenlang subdued the 5 Crown King, the original 5 Crown King alliance fell apart. Taking advantage of this time, Luan Liang established a new alliance with the Dragon Blood Group as its core. Most of the student clubs at Shandong University have become satellite clubs of the Dragon Blood Group. Under Shenlang's arrangement, many core members of the Dragon Blood Gang ostensibly withdrew from the gang, reorganized into other gangs, and then participated in the Shandong University gang battle. In this way, Shenlang secured all 3 of the top prizes for the Dragon Blood Group.
Anyway, the Dragon Blood Gang, led by Shenlang, slaughtered any gang they encountered, and he himself secured third place. Then he would deliberately lose to the guild he chose, so that the Dragon Blood Gang members he observed who had potential could all receive rewards that suited them.
After hearing about Shenlang's actions, Bai Shui's expression turned strange. No matter what, I am the head of the freshman year. Is it really okay for you to tell me about this kind of underhanded behavior?
Shenlang chuckled, Director Bai, the rules of Shandong University's team battle don't prohibit me from doing this. You are free to question the Dragon Blood Clan, and Wan Liang will explain the rationale behind our actions to you one by one. What he said was true in fact, they had been doing this for a long time back when they were part of the Five Crown Alliance. It's truly despicable when you don't benefit from behind-the-scenes manipulation, but when you are a beneficiary, you'll marvel at the beauty of the rules. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui's face twisted slightly, and she glared at Shenlang with her beautiful eyes. So, the condition of setting up a special team to help you get promoted is not worth mentioning at all?
Shenlang shrugged and laughed. Obviously, there's nothing I can do. Director Bai, you guys are late.
I, Shen, have already taken matters into my own hands in this regard. Bai Shui bit her lip, looking at the smug Shenlang with a sense of speechlessness. She looked around and hesitated for a moment before saying, the school can help you get a bigger dorm room. Li Wen secretly observed from the side for a long time and roughly understood what was going on. He heard Bai Shui finish her sentence and immediately said, by the way, Brother Lang, we found the dormitory you asked us to find.
It's a dormitory in Area A. Oh? Shenlang's eyes lit up. Great. You guys are here?
The dormitories in Area A are built independently in a separate area. They are all three-story detached houses with small courtyards.
In addition to the high rent, they are also hard to find. These high-end dormitories built by Shandong University to generate revenue have been rented by wealthy young men for years.
Some even go so far as to continue renting them under the names of their juniors after graduation. It's so that I can occasionally return to the university campus to hunt for women.
Luan Liang's ability to procure a set for him was a pleasant surprise. Is the rent very expensive? Shenlang asked. Li Wen laughed and said, it's not expensive, it's free. It's a gift from a rich young man to you, Brother Lang. He's paid 4 years' rent in full. His only wish is to join the Dragon Blood Gang so that he can get a close look at your glory, Brother Lang.
Shenlang nodded, okay. If Luan Liang satisfies him, then he can be the one to refill my teacup in the activity room from now on.
All right.
Upon hearing this, Bai Shui had to swallow the words she was about to say, and she glared at Li Wen resentfully to express her dissatisfaction. He's using all my words. However, due to her outstanding appearance, her eyes only conveyed a sense of affection. Li Wen touched his nose sheepishly, pretending to be very thirsty, and ran to the kitchen to get a bottle of water. Shenlang sat on the sofa with a smile. Look, Director Bai, it's really unfortunate, it seems I don't lack anything. Bai Shui's pretty face hardened.
Yes, if you can even get a dormitory in Area A, what else can our school give you? Even if I tried to get you a place in the teacher's dormitory, it would only be enough for you, since there's an empty room next door. But you probably wouldn't want it now. Wait a minute. Shenlang exclaimed in surprise. You mean the dorm you're going to help me find is right next to yours? Bai Shui was taken aback, not understanding why Shenlang reacted so strongly. Yes. The teacher's dormitory is much larger than yours, but it's definitely not comparable to the area in Zone A, so... Hey, a person's living space shouldn't be too big. Didn't a great man once say that living in a small room helps one concentrate? Shenlang said seriously. If my dorm room wasn't so big for all these girls, I wouldn't have thought about moving. But even if we have to move, we can't move to something too big. I think this teacher's dormitory is just right. Shenlang spoke righteously on the surface, but what he really wanted was to live next to Bai Shui. He understood the principle of being close to the water tower and getting the moon first. As far as he knew, Bai Shui had never made a contract with anyone all these years. As a mature woman who was almost fully grown up, she must be very empty, lonely, and cold. When he moves in, the loud artillery drills at night will surely entice Bai Shui and Hong Luan to fall in love, making it easy for him to win her over. Then they will be able to possess the weapon abilities of the Senzu Bean tree. In this respect, Shenlang felt that the reward for participating in the battle for national destiny was enough. However, Bai Shui was puzzled when Shenlang suddenly changed his mind. Really? Which great person said that? I don't remember. It doesn't matter.
In short, as long as I can live next door to you, in the teacher's dormitory, I'll go to participate in the battle for the nation's destiny," Shen Lang said in a powerful voice.
Seeing Shen Lang's determination, Bai Shui hesitated. "It's just a dormitory room. How can it compare to the conditions I offered you before? I only brought it up as a bonus. I didn't expect to just give you that away." Chapter 72 Selection Camp. "How about this? I'll apply to the principal to continue covering your monthly crystal bead expenses for the 3 years after your graduation," Bai Shui said. Shen Lang was stunned. Was there really such a good thing?
It's important to know that the higher his level, the more crystal beads he needs to consume, and the faster he can absorb crystal beads.
He's only a freshman now. If he waits a few years and reaches the star glory level or even higher, the number of crystal beads he needs to consume each month will be astronomical. Will Shandong University still be willing to bear the burden then?
That condition was exceptionally generous. It was as if they had laid their heart bare for Shen Lang. It would be unreasonable for him not to agree to such conditions.
He immediately said, "Then it's settled. When do I go to participate in the selection, and what are the procedures? The school will take care of the registration materials and other things for you. All you have to do is show up."
Bai Shui breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Shen Lang's permission and said with a smile, "Then I'll be going now. I'll send a car to pick you up early tomorrow morning."
"Get ready tonight, you may have to stay overnight at the selection camp." Shen Lang nodded. "No." Bai Shui then got up and left, and Li Wen left shortly after her.
Shen Lang sighed. He really hadn't had a moment's rest. Then, thinking that the accommodations at the camp might be rather basic, he carried the women into the bedroom and began to make love to them.
"I'm planning to clear out the bullets I'll be using for the next few days." The next morning, Shen Lang sat in a nanny van. He casually grabbed a bottle of soda from the small refrigerator at his feet and drank it, then looked around the car's interior with satisfaction. This kind of car is usually only ridden by celebrities, business tycoons, or wealthy and powerful people. I never expected that Shen Lang would experience it today.
The driver's seat is isolated in front. The driver can only hear the sounds from the back seat by opening the double-layered soundproof glass or pressing a button on the side of the car. Shen Lang slumped in the leather seat, his arms around Bai Shui on both sides, looking at her as she faced him.
"Director Bai, what brings you here to keep me company?"
Bai Shui was flipping through a document when she heard this and looked up. "Because you are one of the few players that Shandong University has sent to the national team in recent years. And both the principal and I think you have a very good chance of being selected, so we've given you our utmost attention. Therefore, I will accompany you throughout your selection process, and Hongmei will also come to accompany you after she returns from her business trip."
Shen Lang grinned. "It seems our principal has a good eye for talent."
"All right, stop being so cocky," Bai Shui said helplessly.
"And shouldn't you tone down your hands a bit and be more mindful of your behavior? You're practically reaching into Xiao Ye's underwear."
"I'm going to explain some important points about the selection process to you, so pay attention." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang calmly withdrew his left hand from the southern hemisphere, and his right hand, which had been reaching for the delta, instead landed on the soda bottle. "You speak, and I'll listen carefully." Bai Shui then began to slowly recount her story to Shen Lang. The selection camp is located in a small town more than 100 kilometers east of the capital. The site was set up in advance last year to ensure that students from the capital could be given better selection conditions, so as to select students who are more suitable to participate in the battle for the nation's destiny. However, this is only the preliminary selection venue, and it is only for students from the area around the capital. Students from other regions will be selected at venues in their respective regions.
After the top 16 students are selected from each region, these students will be brought together for the final selection.
While Shen Lang was still in the car, he saw a large crowd of people at the entrance of the camp. Once the van stopped, the well-insulated door was opened, and the almost boiling sound rushed out. These people are students and their accompanying teams from various universities. Each school has put up banners to make sure their students don't get lost. Shen Lang glanced around casually and spotted several universities that were household names in China. For example, Kitahara University and Kyunghwa University are considered top universities by Chinese students. In fact, their strength lives up to this recognition. Basically, in every national team competition, half of the team members come from these two universities. Students from other schools then divide up the remaining team spots, and even the reserve team spots. Other universities like Hanyun University and Mujiang University are also considered to be among the stronger universities in the Beijing area. It's likely that their students will cause Shen Lang some trouble.
While Shen Lang was observing students from other universities, those students were also observing Shen Lang. Oh my, whose young master is this? He even arrived in a private nanny van. Why are there so many girls around him? How can a master possibly contract so many spirits? Are you stupid? Does bringing girls along necessarily mean they're for contracts? They can be used for other purposes too.
He's obviously just coasting through university, relying entirely on his teammates from top universities to carry him.
I have to remember his face. I'll teach him a lesson once the selection starts. He's too much of a target of hatred.
Shen Lang was surrounded by a large group of girls, all of whom were quite beautiful, which greatly attracted the attention of the students and their hatred.
Shen Lang didn't care about their gazes.
After his series of comebacks at Shandong University, he had become indifferent to worldly affairs. It's just a glance, it doesn't hurt or itch. He calmly followed Bai Shui's lead to the waiting area arranged for Shandong University students, then sat down on a small stool and closed his eyes to rest. It was at this moment that the students finally learned about the university Shen Lang came from through the banner at Shandong University.
Shanghai University? Which school is that? Brother, you're quite ignorant.
This school is a new school that was jointly established by many university teachers in the capital and surrounding areas a few years ago.
They say their goal is to make it easier for students in the capital and surrounding areas to get into university,
without having to face the pressure of intense competition based on scores and the higher admission ratio for students from the capital.
Wow, that's amazing.
We'd better be careful and not offend these ambitious people.
I didn't realize you had this kind of awareness. What do you know?
People with such ambitions are often not very bright.
Be careful not to push them too far and they might bite you. So that's how it is, ha ha ha.
Most of the schools that came to participate in the selection for the National Destiny Battle came from the center of the capital city, because the students in this area came from good families and could get good upgrade resources without the schools having to worry about them. With Beijing residency, they can easily gain admission to the prestigious schools in the capital that students from other regions dream of attending. And although they don't say it, they harbor a certain degree of arrogance as people from the capital. Sure enough, upon seeing that Shen Lang came from Shanghai University, their arrogance was ignited, and they all lowered their voices to mock and ridicule Shen Lang.
Chapter 73: A Show of Force.
Bai Shui also heard these mocking whispers, and she glanced at Shen Lang with concern.
Don't pay attention to what they're saying. These are just rumors from the school. It's not your problem. Don't let them affect you. Shen Lang said calmly, how could I not care? Shandong University is my backyard. Director, would you be able to stand people talking about your backyard like this? However, their level of mockery is too low.
I will never be affected by them. Besides, my goal from the moment I decided to come here was to flatten the entire arena. Bai Shui felt something was off after hearing Shen Lang's words.
Although the second half was quite impressive, what was with the first half? When did Shandong University become Shen Lang's backyard?
Well, after he defeated the 5-time champion and became famous, male students did indeed idolize him, and female students did whatever they wanted with him.
But isn't this statement too strange? It's as if even the teachers at Shandong University have become his supporters. And the phrase back garden. Bai Shui always felt it could have other meanings. It's good that you're confident, but you need to know how to hide your weaknesses.
There aren't many people from our school, so you mustn't make us look bad from the start. Bai Shui looked around nervously. Fortunately, Shen Lang's voice wasn't loud, and the Shandong University camp was on the edge of the area, so no one heard him. I actually hope they hate me more, so I won't feel guilty when I beat them up later, Shen Lang said.
Wait a minute, why did you say that there were few people from our school? Does that mean I'm not the only one?
Shen Lang suddenly sensed something was wrong and asked with some suspicion.
You could tell that?
Bai Shui was a little surprised and laughed.
That's right.
Besides you, the school also sent a third-year student.
He is the student we consider to be the most outstanding besides you. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to get curious. Shen Lang hadn't expected someone else to join the race. Where is he? He should have gone to the campus dormitory earlier.
Bai Shui said somewhat awkwardly, not everyone has the courage to face gossip like you do.
Courage?
I don't think it takes courage, just patience. Shen Lang stood up.
Alright, let us go to the dorm and meet this shy classmate. Just as Shen Lang was about to walk towards the dormitory area, the bamboo pole with the Shandong University banner suddenly fell down.
Shen Lang walked ahead, completely unaware of the bamboo pole that was about to hit him. The students around noticed this scene, and their lips curled into gloating expressions, wanting to see Xinlang make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, Xinlang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and he caught the bamboo pole with his other hand. He then casually stuck the loose bamboo pole straight into the stone platform.
Accompanying his movement was a muffled explosion.
The bamboo pole stood straight up, and Xinlang turned and left, leaving behind a group of students looking bewildered. Two of them stepped forward and tentatively pushed the stone platform up. After looking down, their expressions immediately turned as if they had seen a ghost.
Damn, this bamboo pole pierced through the bottom of the stone platform and went straight into the soil below.
Upon hearing their words, everyone rushed forward to investigate.
Really? How is that even possible?
Logically speaking, as long as the speed is fast enough and the power is great enough, it is indeed possible. Think about it, when you are on an airplane, you are afraid of encountering flocks of birds hitting the cockpit window.
Tempered glass is so hard, even birds can break it. Isn't it all due to a sufficiently high relative speed? That makes sense, but how much strength does it take to do that? And I noticed that guy wasn't armed at all. Could it be that his physical abilities are just boosted by his level? This speculation caused an uproar in the audience. To be elevated to this level, could he be a king-level expert? Are you crazy? A king-level expert in his early 20s? Do you think this is a novel? I think he probably has some kind of secret treasure that can amplify his strength, right?
The crowd was abuzz with discussion, finding it hard to believe that Xinlang could have accomplished such a feat. However, the blackened bottom of the bamboo pole, as if it had been burned, and the rubble that spilled out when the stone platform was shaken, all told them that this was indeed the truth. Although there were many different opinions about how Xinlang accomplished this feat, they all tacitly refrained from saying anything that could subtly slander him. After all, this bamboo pole, firmly embedded in the soil and impossible for several people to pull out even with their combined efforts, was undoubtedly a silent warning, telling them to watch their mouths. This warning pierced their hearts like a bamboo pole. Along with it plunged in, for large characters fluttered on the bamboo pole. Shanghai University. Bai Shui followed behind Xinlang, looking at his tall and straight figure, recalling what he had just done, and the mocking comments she had heard before he had gone far.
A sudden surge of emotion welled up within me.
The decision to let Xinlang participate in the selection was indeed the right one. Even if he doesn't win a spot in the end, at least it will give Shandong University a good reputation. At the same time, another thought quietly arose in her mind.
And he looked pretty handsome just now.
Women tend to pay more attention to men who are masculine. Not to mention that Xinlang stood up for his school in front of so many people. This stirred the heart of Bai Shui, a mature woman who spent her days in the registrar's office looking at bald middle-aged men. Just as she was still recalling Xinlang's heroic figure in her mind, Xinlang, who was walking in front of her, had already stopped.
She couldn't dodge in time and crashed directly into his broad, powerful back. Ah!
Bai Shui exclaimed, the reaction force causing her to stumble and fall backward. Seeing this, Xinlang quickly grabbed Bai Shui and pulled her into his arms.
Director Bai, are you alright?
Bai Shui stared blankly at Xinlang's face, which was so close to hers, for a long time before she came to her senses and quickly jumped out of his arms.
Fine. She tidied her clothes somewhat awkwardly and smoothed her hair. Why did you suddenly stop?
Faced with this sudden physical contact, she felt somewhat embarrassed and indignant, so she took the initiative to speak first, trying to erase the awkwardness.
However, Xinlang pointed innocently to the side. We've arrived, of course we should stop. Ah? Bai Shui was taken aback. She glanced around and realized that while she was lost in thought about Xinlang, they had unknowingly arrived at the Shandong University dormitory. Oh. Bai Shui quickly took out her keys from her bag. I'll open the door now. Whatever happens, just change the environment quickly so she can get out of this awkward atmosphere.
Thinking this, Bai Shui turned the key and pushed open the door. Inside the door was a living room of about 30 square meters, with a conventional and simple layout that looked fairly clean. A simple partition was made in front of the living room, turning the area in front of the door into an entryway.
There's a pair of shoes sitting here right now. Chapter 74 Amazing Teammates.
Upon seeing the shoes, Bai Shui felt as if she had seen a savior and hurriedly called out, Sword Crown.
Sword Crown. You've arrived, haven't you?
She changed into slippers and crossed the living room, seemingly preparing to go upstairs to look for him.
Xinlang led the women to change their shoes and sit down on the sofa. Unaware of being shameless? That's a strange name. Could it be that this person is used to being shameless? With this thought in mind, he became even more curious about the other students sent by Shandong University. Coming. Who is it? Is it you, Auntie?
A male voice came from the second floor, and then a young man came down the stairs. He was followed by a girl, who appeared to be his spirit companion. Upon seeing this, Bai Shui went to greet her.
Sword Crown, you've already arrived.
Honestly, you went straight upstairs as soon as you got here, instead of waiting for us in the living room.
Sword Crown smiled. I just arrived, so Xiaowei and I went upstairs to put our luggage away and tidied up the room. He noticed something was off about Bai Shui. Auntie, why is your face so red? It's not that hot outside, is it? Oh, that's not important. Let me introduce it to you.
Bai Shui was extremely anxious upon hearing his words and quickly changed the subject.
I don't think an introduction is necessary.
I've heard plenty of stories about the legendary figures on campus from my classmates while I've been off campus.
Jian Guan smiled and looked at Shenlang sitting on the sofa. This must be the famous Shenlang, right? Bai Shui nodded and looked at Shenlang. Let me introduce you. This is your teammate in this selection. His name is Sikong Jianguan.
He had been taking intensive practical classes outside the city, so he rarely returned to school.
This should be the first time he has seen you. Shenlang was taken aback upon hearing this. Commonplace? Goodness, you've chosen a rather clever name. It's obvious you have a dictionary of idioms at home. What?
The two characters Jian Guan are Jian sword for a precious sword and Guan crown for being the bravest in the army, Bai Shui explained. Shenlang scratched his head. At first glance, this seems like a common occurrence to everyone.
You can't say it out loud, it's very rude to tease someone's name, Bai Shui said.
It's alright, Sikong Jianguan said with a wry smile.
My family does have a dictionary of idioms.
He explained that his name had been the subject of much teasing from classmates and friends since he was a child, who all said that his father had just randomly picked it from the dictionary, and he was already used to it.
Shenlang grinned.
Now that you mention it, you're probably used to your name being teased.
Sikong Jianguan paused for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter.
You're right, I, Sikong Jianguan, am used to it all, huh? Upon first meeting Shenlang, Jianguan had a good impression of him. He wasn't as cruel as the rumors suggested, and instead, he had a great sense of humor. Taking advantage of his good mood, Jianguan introduced the girl next to Shenlang. This is my spirit companion, and also my childhood sweetheart, Wen Weiwen. Shenlang almost lost control of his expression upon hearing this.
Unheard of, yet commonplace.
No, your names are so cool. Putting them together is like playing a hedging game, truly embodying the doctrine of the mean. Although 1,000 complaints welled up in his mind, Shenlang managed to suppress them. A joke or two can be considered humorous, but dwelling on a name from the very first meeting shows a lack of emotional intelligence.
Moreover, girls may not be as carefree as boys and wouldn't mind if their names were teased.
So Shenlang asked the women around him to introduce themselves. Although Jianguan already knew that Shenlang had multiple spirit beasts, he still couldn't help but give Shenlang a thumbs up when he actually saw these girls who looked like celestial beings. Shenlang returned his smile with the air of a master.
Hey, your surname is Sikong, could it be that our principal is your Shenlang suddenly discovered the key point? Jianguan nodded and said, that's right, Sikong Jin is my father. Ha! Jianguan's words surprised Shenlang again. According to Shenlang's impression of Sikong Jin, that old man should be Jianguan's grandfather. Seemingly sensing Shenlang's confusion, Jianguan said somewhat awkwardly, I am my father's youngest son.
He was born when he was 47 years old.
Wow, the president is still going strong. He'll definitely lead Shandong University to become the #1 university in China. Shenlang felt a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Then why do you call director by little auntie? Are you related?
We're not related by blood, but Director Bai's father and my father have a long-standing friendship. Speaking of this, Jianguan looked at Bai Shui and said somewhat irritably, she's older than me.
When I was little, she always teased me and made me call her auntie. When I was little, I really thought she was my aunt, so I called her little aunt. I've gotten used to it and will just keep calling her that. Shenlang felt something was strange. Since she was just teasing you, why are you still calling her little auntie? Doesn't that mean she's constantly taking advantage of you? Upon hearing Shenlang's question, Bai Shui immediately sighed and rubbed her forehead.
Upon seeing this, Jianguan chuckled. You wouldn't believe it, but when this girl was a little girl, she might have called herself old lady or liked to be someone's auntie. she felt it made her look good. But as they get older, they start to fear aging and call themselves older lowly or young lady all the time.
Anyway, nobody wants to be an aunt anymore, so I call her little aunt now, just to get back at her for being taken advantage of when I was a kid.
Hearing Jianguan's smug laughter, Bai Shui could no longer contain herself and said, "Who are you calling old?"
Ha! You little brat, are you asking for a beating?
As she spoke, she grabbed a pillow from the sofa and smashed it against the sword crown. Sword Crown, on the other hand, laughed and ran away with his head in his hands.
Shen Lang watched with great interest as he observed another side of Bai Shui.
He never expected that beneath this heroic and sassy exterior lay such a lively and adorable side.
The contrast is so cute, I love it.
After some playful banter, Shen Lang, Jianguan, and Bai Shui sat down to discuss the selection process.
Shen Lang and the spirits under the sword crown were sent upstairs to tidy up their rooms.
So this living room of about 30 square meters is quite spacious. Seeing Zhongling sitting next to Shen Lang, idly eating a lollipop, Jianguan was a little curious.
Shen Lang, this young lady doesn't seem to be your summoned spirit?
Upon hearing this, Shen Lang turned to the side and whispered, "Not yet."
Not yet, does that mean it will be in the future?
Jianguan understood this sentence, and his admiration for Shen Lang immediately rose to a new level. Shen Lang already has 3 spirit beasts, yet he still has the strength to deal with a 4th.
In comparison, I'm already exhausted just dealing with one person. How can there be such a huge difference between people?
Jianguan was somewhat frustrated, and secretly resolved to learn from Shen Lang when he had the chance.
The first selection will begin in about 2 hours.
This selection is relatively simple, just a basic test of ability.
Chapter 75 The striking test begins. Is it a crystal test or a strike test? Sword Crown asked.
It should be a strike test. There are too many people for the crystal test to handle, Bai Shui replied. The so-called crystal test involves the test subject placing their palm on an energy crystal to release the energy within their body. This type of energy crystal is very sensitive to changes in energy, and can detect even the most subtle changes. Furthermore, the crystals also change with the energy intensity, and people use the color change of the crystals to determine the level of the test subject. This method has a drawback. After each test, the energy flowing inside the crystal needs to be completely removed and restored to its initial state before the second test can be conducted. Therefore, the efficiency cannot keep up when there are too many test subjects. The second type of strike test involves testing the strike force of the test subject after confirming that the subject has not been affected by factors such as weaponry. Since power is generally closely related to the master's level, the feedback from striking power can roughly indicate the master's level. This method is slightly less accurate, but it is efficient and suitable for the initial selection. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's lips curled into a wicked smile.
Then I'll have to give everyone a good look when the time comes.
When Bai Shui saw Shen Lang's mischievous grin, she knew he was about to make headlines again, and she became very nervous.
The reason for the sword and crown is unclear. How exactly do you mean by having eyes?
You'll find out when the time comes, Shen Lang said mysteriously.
Selection Camp, Central Square.
The students had already settled their luggage and gathered here to prepare for the test. In the middle of the square, there are nearly 100 machines for testing strength. The machine is about the same size and looks as the karaoke booths placed in large shopping malls. The karaoke booth has several glass walls, while the force measuring machine has 4 walls made of dotted steel mesh. The selected instructors stood among them, ready to demonstrate how to use the machine. His every move inside the machine was broadcast by a camera to the large screen in the center of the square. After entering the machine, he consciously stood in the middle, pulled over a few cable ties hanging from the ceiling, and put them on. Then he was hoisted up by these cable ties, and while suspended in the air, he punched the red ball striking point not far in front of him. The screen outside the machine quickly displayed his score. Then he struck twice more as usual.
After 3 rounds, the scores were averaged to directly show his rank. Silver level 1.
The commentator standing outside explained, "The reason we suspend the test subjects is to measure their absolute strength as much as possible. We know that some fighters, after undergoing combat training, will have more research on power generation techniques and may be able to score higher. When they are suspended, the most important principle of generating power, which is to start from the ground, is broken. At this point, what they can do is rely on absolute muscle strength."
Jianguan's eyes lit up. Brilliant! The guy who designed this machine is a genius.
Shen Lang stood next to him and said with disdain, "I don't think so. People who know fighting techniques, even when they are in this state, will have a more reasonable way of exerting force than untrained people." However, if we let people who know how to fight hit us before they get used to this state, it should achieve the desired effect. As luck would have it, right after Shenlang finished his analysis, the instructor said, "To ensure the reliability of the data, please complete the hit within 5 minutes of the straps being put on, otherwise the score will not be valid."
The strike needs to be completed after the cable tie is readjusted to its suspended position.
Upon hearing these words, Jianguan immediately gave Shenlang a thumbs up.
Wow, you were right. Awesome.
Not only him, but some students standing next to Shenlang also cast approving or hostile glances at Shenlang. Intelligent people attract the admiration of others, but when people are in a competitive relationship, this admiration can easily turn into hostility. After the demonstration, the students lined up and chose the nearest machine to test their skills. The Shandong University team was positioned in the middle, with many people taking tests ahead of Shenlang and his group.
Wow, you're pretty good, peak silver rank.
You're not bad either, mid-level silver. Our students from Guanhui University are really awesome, they even reached the gold rank 1.
What's the big deal?
Just wait, during the test for students from the top schools in the capital, I'm sure you'll get a platinum level score.
What does that have to do with you? Are you from a top school?
You're just a bunch of trash who's using others' authority to bully others. The square, which had been completely silent during the demonstration, suddenly became lively. Fortunately, the guides who were recording the scores were all wearing earpieces, so it didn't affect their ability to communicate with each other.
Shenlang and Jianguan were in the queue, with nothing to do, so the latter started chatting with Shenlang.
Among all the students who participated in the test, the most attention was paid to the so-called strong schools in the capital, led by Kitahara and Kikaku. The students in these schools often come from prominent families, and their academic strength is top-notch.
Hey, look over there, that boy with half-long hair, he's a student at Tsinghua.
Let's wait and see his grades. Shenlang looked in the direction the sword crown was pointing and saw a boy with long, flowing hair walking into the testing machine. After being suspended by the cable ties, he remained very stable with almost no swing, and quickly and decisively threw 3 punches.
After a brief calculation, the screen outside the machine displayed his score. Platinum beginner level. This caused quite a stir. Holy crap! Platinum. I'm not seeing things, am I? This level of skill is enough to get a teaching position at some second-rate university, right? Damn it, those from Tsinghua are really ruthless.
As expected of an extraordinary person, he has extraordinary features.
He looks quite flamboyant with his long hair, and he's even more flamboyant when he makes a move. Amazing. I know this guy, his name is Long Qisi, he's the school heartthrob at Tsinghua. I didn't expect him to be so talented too. This must be the ceiling for our selection this year, right? Don't talk nonsense, we'll have to wait and see. Who knows what surprises Kitahara will bring us?
Long Qisi stepped out of the testing machine, tossed his hair, and walked to the side. His expression was aloof and arrogant, with a hint of impatience, as if he found the surrounding chatter too noisy. Shenlang thought this guy was pretentious, but there were some people who liked it. He had already heard many masters around him complaining that their guardian spirits were staring intently at Ryuki. However, everyone's attention soon turned to another person. He was a muscular man with a short buzz cut and wearing a gym vest.
Chapter 76 Test in progress.
The 3 punches he threw into the machine made the red sphere sway as if it were about to fall at any moment. His score was immediately displayed on the screen.
Platinum Premium. This caused an even louder uproar from the crowd than before. They're here. Kitahara's come to slap Kika in the face. These are all outrageous. This guy is 2 minor ranks above Tsinghua. Don't call me bro, show some respect. This is Lu Xinyuan, a top student in his senior year at Beiyuan University. Call him Brother Yuan. Look at your face. I despise sycophants like you. I'm going to call him Master Yuan. What can you do about it? Alright, stop joking around. Look at Lu Xinyuan and Long Qisi, they're talking. Are they about to fight? Lu Xinyuan's behavior after receiving the test results was completely different from Long Qisi's. He appeared very confident, occasionally smiling at the cheering crowd behind him, and intentionally or unintentionally flexing his muscular physique. He clearly enjoys the feeling of being adored by everyone. He walked up to Long Qisi and said casually, "ACI, you're not good enough. We even fought each other at the Strong School Exchange Conference last time. Your level was at the peak of gold back then. How come you've only reached the beginner platinum level after half a year? That shouldn't be the case. Long Qisi coldly replied, "No need to worry, I have my own rhythm." "What's going on?" "No matter how eloquently you describe it, isn't the progress in rank still incredibly slow?" Lu Xinyuan laughed. Long Qisi sneered, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." "How do you know I don't understand if you don't tell me? You're so annoying. You'd get a beating back in my hometown, you know?" Lu Xinyuan said. "Then I'll just tell you something simple, don't just look at the rank of a few individuals." Long Qisi pointed to the teammates following behind Lu Xinyuan. "Your Beiyuan sent 5 students this time. Apart from you, 2 of the 4 are mid-gold rank. The other 2 are only at the initial stage of the gold realm. On the other hand, our Tsinghua also has 5 people, and apart from me, they are all high-level gold rank." Long Qisi said with a forced smile, "In other words, the average strength of your team is not as strong as the average strength of our team. I really don't know what you're happy about." Lu Xinyuan was stunned by what Long Qisi said. He turned to his follower and asked, "Is that what he said?" The follower stammered, "It seems, he's not wrong." "Damn it." Lu Xinyuan rubbed his head. "Don't be so smug, you surnamed Long. Stop spouting nonsense about average strength. Anyway, your brother Yuan is definitely stronger than you. When we meet on the field, you'll see if I don't give you a good beating." Lu Xinyuan made a harsh statement, then turned and led his team to the side. Although his final posture was quite intimidating, it was clear to everyone that Kitahara had lost to Kikaku in this match. Long Qisi knew this too, so he stopped chasing after Lu Xinyuan to curse him. He just smiled coldly and led his team away. "Oh dear, what a pity, they didn't fight. I'd also like to see what it's like to see top students from 2 top universities clash. Come on, you just want them to kill each other here so you'll have less competition in the future, right?" Speaking of which, although Lu Xinyuan is strong, he doesn't seem to be very bright, while Long Qisi seems to be quite shrewd. This time, Tsinghua is even more powerful. Don't be fooled by Long Qisi's few words. Do you understand absolute strength? The gap brought about by the high-level platinum rank is something that a bunch of gold rank people can't make up for with small rank differences. Why not? Would 4 cups of water at 25 degrees Celsius add up to 100 degrees Celsius? What kind of twisted logic is that? I'm on Xinghua's side. Heh, then I'll stand with Kitahara. Although everyone was debating whether Tsinghua or Beiyuan was stronger, no one thought that someone stronger than Long Qisi and Lu Xinyuan could emerge. The winner of this selection will undoubtedly come from one of these 2 schools. While they were arguing, it was Shandong University's turn to take the test. Shenlang and Jianguan walked up to the testing machine, and the testers gave them a strange look. "Only the 2 of you came from your school? Didn't we say that a maximum of 5 people could come? Didn't you know that rule?" Shenlang said calmly, "We know, but it's not important. Our school only plans to send the 2 of us. And to be honest, the 2 of us are enough." Although Shenlang's voice wasn't loud when he said this, his strong breath made it clear to everyone around him. What did this guy say? The 2 of them are enough? I'm so awesome. You can find all kinds of birds in any forest. Judging by his appearance, he must be a freshman in college, right? Maybe it's a difference in customs. Freshmen from our area who haven't seen much of the world wouldn't dare to act so pretentious. Young man, this isn't your school. Be more humble, or you'll get targeted on the field. Unbelievable. Just now, the big shots from Kitahara and Kikaku achieved such outstanding results. And now they're still talking so arrogantly. They really have no self-awareness at all. Shenlang thought he was just telling the truth, but it sparked a wave of ridicule and sarcasm among the students around him. Everyone thought Shenlang was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world and didn't know that there were always people more capable than him. He was used to being the king of his own school and didn't know how to behave outside. Shenlang paid no attention to these comments. Enough talk, let's begin the test. Sikong, you go first. Jianguan nodded upon hearing this and stepped into the testing machine. Everything was normal, and he threw 3 punches with all his might. The screen displays, high-level gold. Oh ho, you've got some skill. You must be a senior in college. This level of ability is the limit for an average person. If it weren't for his previous boasting, this guy's skills are actually quite decent. Now, I'm afraid I'll be attacked by the crowd as soon as I enter the arena. That's what makes a bad teammate so terrible. That kid deliberately showed fear, so he let his teammates go first, and he probably didn't even dare to go into the machine himself. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. The tester, recording the information, sighed, your score is not bad, but your teammate, sigh, why can't he be a little more humble? Jianguan remained silent, feeling pressured by the surrounding chatter. But since they were on the same team, he had no choice but to trust Shenlang, who would bring him some surprises. Shenlang then looked at the tester and asked, if this machine is broken, will you make me pay for it? The tester was taken aback, and a hint of sarcasm crept onto his face. This equipment needs to be at least Star Glory level to be broken by the human body alone. Don't worry about it, it's impossible. Chapter 77 One punch destroys the machine. Shenlang said seriously, what if? What if I break this machine? The tester waved his hand impatiently. Don't worry, you won't be held responsible if you break it. On the contrary, the fact that you managed to break the machine means there's a design flaw in it, that it's malfunctioning. You helped us find the fault, so we should give you a bonus. Upon hearing this, Shenlang turned and entered the testing machine. Remember what you said. The tester scoffed to himself, you expect me to remember this? It's not like you can actually smash this machine. Inside the testing machine, Shenlang put on the cable ties as usual, then stared directly at the red sphere while suspended in the air, as if this was the only thing in his field of vision. Then he bent his arm to relax his muscles, took a deep breath, and suddenly threw a punch. A powerful gust of wind swept across the fist, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, as it smashed irresistibly towards the sphere. Bang! With a muffled, loud bang that made everyone around shudder, the red sphere shattered, and its contents were scattered everywhere. The enormous impact traveled along the support rod behind the sphere and spread throughout the entire testing machine, causing it to tremble. Then the perforated iron grating on the four walls collapsed instantly. Shenlang landed lightly on the ground, kicked aside a fallen iron plate, and leaped out of the machine. By the time he stood next to the dumbfounded testers, the entire testing machine had collapsed and turned into a pile of junk. Shenlang smiled and said to the testers, looks like you're going to give me a bonus. The tester was stunned, as if he couldn't hear what he was saying. He was completely immersed in the enormous impact before him. Not only him, but the students around him who were waiting to see Shenlang make a fool of himself were also speechless with shock and astonishment. Amidst the chaos, the leaking screen hissed and announced the results, Starshine. Starshine. Before the specific minor rank could be announced, the screen suddenly exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. The explosion on the screen was like a fuse that ignited the crowd, jolting them out of their daze and driving them into a frenzy. Holy crap! It's blown up. The machine's been blown up. Damn it, do you even need to tell me? Everyone can see that. What the hell? Isn't it only star-level experts who can break this machine? Could this guy? No, this guy is already a star-level expert. Don't call me big brother, call me boss. I think it's more than that. A star-level expert could only break this machine, but this big shot smashed it to pieces. One punch. The skill involved is even more terrifying than that of a star-level expert. That's way off the mark. What's the point of even competing? They might already be at the king level, and we're just stomping on newbies. Smashing newbies is an understatement. If a pro were armed, wouldn't they be able to wipe you out with a single breath? It was my fault for being rude. I raised my voice at you a bit. I hope you won't beat me up and will let me off the hook. Sword Crown was also greatly shocked by the power of Shenlang's punch. He came up and excitedly patted Shenlang on the shoulder. Brother Lang. No, Lao Lang. You've really opened my eyes. With you in this selection process, Shandong University is more than just one step away from qualifying. Shenlang laughed and said, we need to broaden our perspective. We should say that the top spot in the selection process already confirms that it belongs to Shandong University. The selection committee, which was inspecting the testing in the square, rushed over after hearing the loud noise. A man with a middle-part hairstyle, who looked like a secretary, came over and asked the testers, what happened? Why did you make such a commotion? The tester looked terrified and pointed at Shenlang. It was him. He blew up the machine. The secretary's eyes widened upon hearing this. How is this possible? I also thought it was impossible, but it happened right before my eyes. Dozens of people around here can testify for me, and there's also CCTV footage, the tester said urgently. He was afraid that the committee would mistakenly think that they had damaged the machine due to improper operation. Just as the secretary was about to ask another question, the leaders behind him arrived. The leader, a balding man in an executive jacket, asked, Xiaoli, what's going on?
The secretary respectfully replied, Team Leader Wang, it said that a student broke the testing machine. Team Leader Wang glanced at the pile of wreckage beside him and immediately frowned. This doesn't just look like it was damaged, it looks like it was blown up.
Who is this talented young person who did it? Tell me about it quickly. Upon hearing this, Secretary Li immediately summoned Shen Lang. Team Leader Wang, with a kind expression, asked, Young man, what's your name? Which university are you from? My name is Shen Lang, and I come from Shanghai University. Shen Lang answered them both calmly and confidently.
Team Leader Wang chuckled and said, So you're a student of Principal Sikong.
That's great.
I've always admired the educational philosophy of your Shanghai University. The fact that someone as talented as you has emerged proves that Principal Sikong did the right thing. However, the testing machine was damaged, and the test results were not saved online in time. In order to obtain valid results, we will have to trouble you to come with us to test it with Crystal.
Does this mean Shen has no objections?
Upon hearing this, Shen Lang immediately understood what Team Leader Wang was planning. He was initially puzzled as to why this Mediterranean man would praise him so much and chat with him like old friends.
It turns out that he didn't believe his own test results and planned to personally supervise a retest.
These leaders are too calculating, they never speak their minds directly, always going around in circles.
However, since Shen Lang wasn't guilty, he didn't care about taking the test again. But before retesting, he asked, if I break the crystal during the crystal test, will I still get a bonus? Bonus? Who said there would be a bonus?
Team Leader Wang asked, looking puzzled. Shen Lang then repeated what the tester had said. Upon seeing this, the testers turned ashen-faced. The so-called bonus was fabricated by him. It was nothing more than a few words of mockery to Shen Lang, saying that he was being delusional. But to everyone's surprise, this guy actually took it seriously and even said it in front of the committee members. Upon hearing this, Team Leader Wang's face immediately darkened. He looked at the testers.
Great. I didn't expect you to set your own rules for the selection process. You're so proactive.
The number of people has been too high these past 2 days, and cleaning the toilets has been a problem.
Since you are so proactive, could you please help us solve this problem?
Upon hearing this, the tester's face instantly turned ashen. They were being told he was to clean the toilets.
Team leader, I was just joking, I didn't mean any harm.
He tried to defend himself.
However, Team Leader Wang ignored him and led Shen Lang aside with a smile.
Secretary Li, with a cold face, said, Oh, it seems you have a good sense of humor. Then you can joke around with the cleaning man and cheer him up.
Go ahead. Chapter 78 The crystal exploded too.
Upon hearing Secretary Li's words, the testers were utterly devastated and wished they could slap themselves 100 times.
Why did I have to be so rude? He thought regretfully.
Shen Lang followed the members of the committee into a shaded area. The crystal for his test has been prepared, and there are 5 core technical team members to ensure that the test is absolutely accurate. Just as Shen Lang finished the preliminary checks and was about to begin the test, a commotion arose behind him. Team Leader Wang turned around and frowned as he looked at the scene.
What are you doing over there? Why is it so noisy? Secretary Li rushed over to find out what was going on.
When he returned, he looked troubled.
Team Leader, Kitahara and Kika's students want to observe this test.
Team Leader Wang was taken aback, and then his face darkened.
Do they think they're somewhere special? Do they think they're celebrities at their respective universities, that everyone has to fawn over them? Whoosh!
The security guards blocking the students outside the pavilion were pushed aside, and someone forced their way in. The first one was Lu Xingyuan, who chuckled. Team Leader Wang, we don't think we need anyone to flatter us, but we really want to see just how strong the person who can smash a machine with one punch really is.
This is our right what again? Long Qixi followed up coldly, adding, this is our legitimate right to supervise as participants in the selection process. Lu Xingyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Team Leader Wang's brow furrowed into a deep frown. What they said wasn't wrong, but as the team leader, why couldn't he stand their attitude? Why are these privileged kids always so annoying? He asked in a low voice, Shen Lang, do you mind if they watch your testing process?
It doesn't matter, I'm fine with anything, as long as I don't have to pay compensation for the crystal exploding.
Shen Lang shrugged.
His words drew laughter from Lu Xingyuan.
Bro, I've seen plenty of people who love to show off. To be honest, your technique isn't very good, it's too stiff. Long Qixi sneered, what an arrogant fool. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow upon hearing their words. How come you two are suddenly such good friends? Haven't Qinghua and Beiyuan always been rivals? Or is it that my appearance has made you feel threatened, and now you want to put aside your conflicts among the top schools in the capital and deal with me? Upon hearing Shen Lang's words, both of their faces darkened. Shen Lang was right, he stole the spotlight from them, who were students from two top universities. The two of them naturally prepared to work together to move outwards. But it's one thing for them to think about it, and it's another thing for Shen Lang to say it out loud. It is necessary for us top universities to unite against a third-rate university that can't even gather enough students for its selection process. This made them very embarrassed. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Secretary Li quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, since Shen Lang has no objection, then these two students can just watch from the side, but please don't cause any trouble and keep quiet. Long Qixi snorted coldly. Alright, let's see how this madman slips up. As he spoke, he and Lu Xinyuan stood aside, watching Shen Lang with silent but sharp eyes. Shen Lang calmly walked to the table and placed his palm on the transparent crystal. At the same time, the yin and yang energies within his body began to surge and flow into the crystal. The crystal visibly changes from transparent to yellow, then to red, and finally the color gradually deepens to an extremely rich blood red. The technician standing nearby narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. This color indicates that the energy intensity within the master has reached the diamond level. His words caused an uproar among those around him. Team leader Wang looked somewhat excited. It looks like this selection process will yield a promising talent. Lu Xinyuan looked utterly astonished. How is that possible? Long Qixi had a gloomy face. Shen Lang chuckled inwardly. Although the technicians had previously checked his body to see if he was carrying any other energy sources that might interfere with the test results. However, they could not detect the yin-yang power because it was not external, but rather his inherent talent. Furthermore, the power of yin and yang is a power used for sealing, and the most important thing for this sealing is control and balance. It would be very easy for Shen Lang to hide this power in his body. That's why these people genuinely believe they have reached the diamond level. Alright, then I'll give you another surprise. Shen Lang focused his mind and increased the intensity of the transmission of yin and yang power. The already blood-red crystal, under the impact of energy, had spiderweb-like patterns appear on its crystal-clear surface. Even without Shen Lang making any movement, the crystal began to vibrate, as if it contained a small toy. Those around stared wide-eyed at the sight. No way? Secretary Li exclaimed in panic, oh no! The crystal is going to explode. Everyone, get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal shattered, sending fragments flying everywhere. Although, thanks to Secretary Li's warning, most people were not affected by the crystal fragments. However, two people were still hit in the face by crystal shards. These two people were naturally Long Qixi and Lu Xinyuan. This was the result of Shen Lang controlling the power of yin and yang. It seemed accidental, but it was actually intentional. Although the crystal fragments were not very lethal, Long Qixi and Lu Xinyuan immediately armed themselves when they sensed something was wrong. However, having their faces covered in crystal shards still annoyed them both. Shen Lang then pretended to be concerned and came up to them. I told you the crystal would explode. Oh my god, look what you've done to you too. How are you? Does your face hurt? Should we get some mercurochrome to put on it? Shen Lang asked. Before they could speak, he answered his own question, it's supposed to hurt, remember that, this is the consequence of not believing in evil. You little brat. Lu Xinyuan, a simple-minded guy, couldn't stand being provoked and instantly turned red. You want to fight? Shen Lang grinned. What, haven't you had enough of a small lesson? Do you want a bigger one? Shen Lang's attitude of completely disregarding Lu Xinyuan made the latter extremely unhappy. Stop talking nonsense, do you dare to fight? Just come on. Lu Xinyuan roared. As he spoke, he charged towards Shen Lang. The surrounding security guards quickly grabbed Lu Xinyuan. Are you kidding me? It's one thing if you couldn't stop people just now, but if you still can't stop people in front of the committee members, then you might as well give up. Lu Xinyuan was pinned down by 7 or 8 people, his face flushed red, and the veins on his neck bulged. Shen Lang. Don't be a coward, come and fight me. Shen Lang smiled dismissively. Am I a coward? You're acting like a manic depressive. Who can you blame for being suppressed? And to be honest, the way you look when you're being pinned down is more like a turtle. Shen Lang pointed to the people piled on top of Lu Xinyuan. This is a tortoise shell. Pointing to Lu Xinyuan, who was buried at the bottom with only his head showing, I don't need to explain what this is, right? Chapter 79, The War Begins. Lu Xinyuan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and it took him a while to react. He became even angrier and braced his muscles to get up from the ground. Xinlang, I'm going to kill you. Xinlang smiled faintly, completely unconcerned about Lu Xinyuan's threat. At this moment, team leader Wang, surrounded by the crowd, re-entered the shaded pavilion. Then they heard Lu Xinyuan threatening Xinlang. Team leader Wang's face immediately fell. Who do you want to kill? Are these the top students from Kitahara University? They're nothing but thugs and hooligans. Secretarially, make a good note of this. I need to report the outstanding performance of my students to the president of Kitahara University. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyuan immediately fell silent, only staring at Xinlang with extremely vicious eyes. At this moment, Long Qixi brushed off the crystal shards covering his body, walked up to Team Leader Wang, and said coldly, Team Leader Wang, I don't think now is the time to dwell on Lu Xinyuan's problem. Xinlang blew up the crystal again, so his test score probably still won't count, right? In that case, I suggest that Xinlang spar with me to test his strength. If he can defeat me, it will prove that Xinlang's strength is above mine. Long Qixi's words left the committee members looking at each other in bewilderment. They all had to admit that it was a good method. However, this is against the rules, and if a decision needs to be made, it still depends on Team Leader Wang's opinion. So they turned their attention to Team Leader Wang, waiting for his opinion. Team Leader Wang looked at the mess in the shed and felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Indeed, they could no longer conduct routine tests on Xinlang. There seemed to be something unusual about him. So he looked at Xinlang. Are you willing to fight Long Qixi? If you defeat him, we can record your rank as Platinum Beginner. Xinlang slowly shook his head upon hearing this. Team leader Wang sighed. You don't want to? That's understandable. You have no reason to test yourself through real combat while others are doing routine testing. Then your level test will be put on hold until we upgrade our technology. Xinlang interrupted, saying, Team leader Wang, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm unwilling. I just feel it's not worthy. A mere Platinum Beginner level doesn't match my true strength. How about letting this turtle, this classmate, come at me too? That way, I can be pushed up to Platinum Advanced level. How about that? Xinlang pointed at Lu Xinyuan and laughed. Upon hearing this, Long Qixi's anger flared up. What did this mean? Did they think he wasn't qualified? Team leader Wang hesitated for a moment. Really? You're that confident in your abilities? Xinlang's lips curled into a smile. It's not that I have the ability, it's just that my peers make me look good. Team leader Wang nodded with a wry smile, then turned to discuss the matter with the members of the committee for a while. Alright, the committee will prepare the arena for you now, Team leader Wang said in a deep voice. You can rest for a while on your own, whether you stay here or go back to your dorm. I'll let you know when it's ready. Xinlang readily agreed and sat down on a stool nearby. Long Qixi walked up to him and coldly threatened, enjoy your last moments in the selection camp. Soon I will expose your true colors. Then you'll have no choice but to tuck your tail between your legs and crawl back to your lousy school. Xinlang completely disregarded his threat and laughed, I must remind you, people don't have tails. But the hairy monster probably doesn't know about this, right? The anger in Long Qixi's eyes immediately flared up. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted. I hope you'll still be like this when your false glory is shattered. He turned and left after saying that. Long Qixi was still filled with anger when he sat in Xinghua's area. This is quite incredible for his personality. He rarely gets angry at anyone. But Xinlang is different. He can easily make Long Qixi feel furious. While Xinlang's constant provocations were a factor, it was Xinlang's attitude that angered him the most. He could sense a condescending indifference from Xinlang's attitude towards him and even towards everyone in the selection camp. Yes, from a high vantage point. It was as if Xinlang had never taken them seriously. He was just there to go through the motions, confident that he could win first place in the selection. This attitude infuriated Long Qixi. When had he, a genius of Tsinghua, ever been looked down upon like this? He should be the one who looks down on everyone and acts superior. Even Lu Xinyuan, who is of a higher rank than him, is not someone Long Qixi takes seriously. Because Lu Xinyuan is already a senior, while he is only a junior. Long Qixi believed that if he were given another year, he would definitely be able to advance to the diamond rank. That's why he and Lu Xinyuan went to cause trouble for Xinlang.
He now firmly believes that Xin Lang caused those scenes in the test by cheating in some way.
He wants to expose his trickery through real combat.
As for whether Xin Lang was truly capable, he forced himself not to think in that direction.
He absolutely refused to believe that anyone could be more talented than him.
The selection camp's arena is located about 100 meters to the side of the central square. The place was now packed with people, all of whom had come after the test and heard that Xin Lang, who had shone brightly, was going to fight the students from the two top schools. They were thrilled to hear about it, afraid of missing out on the excitement. Xin Lang stood on the sand in the center of the arena, looking calmly at the two people opposite him.
Lu Xinyuan had already ripped off his gym vest, revealing his muscular physique.
His eyes blazed with fury, and he was just waiting for the referee's signal so he could tear Xin Lang apart.
Although Long Qixi did not appear as angry as Lu Xinyuan on the surface, the resentment hidden in his eyes was far deeper than that of Lu Xinyuan. Your competition is to help Xin Lang determine his rank. The results of this competition will not affect the final selection outcome.
So don't go too far, conserve your energy for the later selections, understand? The referee said in a deep voice. But none of the three uttered a sound, as if they hadn't heard him at all. The referee was somewhat embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only curse inwardly.
Fine, you won't listen, huh?
Then I hope you beat your brains until they're like dog brains.
He said with a hint of anger. Begin. After he finished speaking, he stepped aside.
Lu Xinyuan, upon hearing the battle bell, immediately perked up, shouted, and charged forward. At the same time, the flowing light around his body swirled and changed his physical structure. First, his hands and feet became noticeably thicker, and then his face shape changed, his lips became somewhat protruding, and his forehead became flat and wide. The light flowed across his body in an instant, and by the time it was fully integrated into his body, his size had swelled several times over.
It looks like a small mountain now. Chapter 80 Battle.
Lu Xinyuan pounded his chest with his large hands and roared.
Xin Lang, I'll tear you to pieces. Xin Lang looked at him with a puzzled expression. Oh ho! You've undergone a super transformation? You look more like a gorilla than a turtle? Lu Xinyuan's voice was like thunder. This is my weapon, the divine power giant ape, not some kind of gorilla. As he spoke, he leaped high into the air and threw a punch at Xin Lang. Xin Lang easily jumped away, and the sand where he had been standing was smashed into a large crater. He moved nimbly around Lu Xinyuan. Wait a minute, you look more like a gorilla than anything else. And if you really are an ape, you should be called Lu Zhouyuan instead of Lu Xinyuan, right? Isn't your name just a bait and switch? Oh, it's like selling ape meat under the guise of an ape. Xin Lang's trash talk on the field infuriated Lu Xinyuan, who kept turning around to hit Xin Lang. However, Xin Lang's movements were so agile and graceful that he couldn't even touch the hem of Xin Lang's clothes. All those blows landed in vain, creating huge craters in the sand. Hey Big Oaf, take it easy. Xin Lang strolled past Lu Xinyuan. Are you digging all these holes to play whack-a-mole? Damn it! If you're so tough, don't try to dodge. Lu Xinyuan roared, throwing another punch, sending dust and sand flying everywhere. Wow, you're so angry? Just because I won't play whack-a-mole with you? Xin Lang laughed. Fine, if you care about intellectually disabled children, I'll play around with you. Xin Lang nimbly moved behind Lu Xinyuan, then suddenly leaped high into the air and slapped Lu Xinyuan on the back of the head. However, you will be the local rat. The slap was so powerful that it sent Lu Xinyuan, who was as big as a mountain, tumbling headfirst into the sandpit. Then Xin Lang jumped onto Lu Xinyuan's back, stepped on his waist, and kicked his buttocks hard. Xin Lang's playful counterattack contrasted sharply with Lu Xinyuan's clumsy, submissive behavior, making everyone in the stands laugh. Ha ha ha, what is this? I thought it was some kind of showdown at the Forbidden City, but it's so funny. Yeah, isn't this just pure monkey making? Don't call this playing with monkeys. To be precise, didn't you hear Xin Lang call Lu Xinyuan an ape? So, to be accurate, this should be called playing with apes. Rational. That's enough, can't you give Lu Xinyuan some face? He's a top student from Beiyuan, what if people start talking about him and he's crying his eyes out? TCH. Who cares? I've completely demystified Beiyuan University now. When my brother goes to university, I'm going to make sure he goes to Shanghai University. Yeah. Kitahara University, even a dog wouldn't go there. Shandong University is awesome. Hearing the chorus of mockery coming from the stands, Lu Xinyuan's anger almost solidified. He roared, enough.
He straightened his posture, leaped high into the air, and crashed straight down from a height of about 10 meters.
Giant ape charge. Boom, boom, boom.
He kicked up the sand on the ground, creating so much dust that it made it hard to breathe, and the rocky ground beneath the sand was also shattered, sending up chunks of rubble. The ground surface shattered and collapsed, creating a large crater 7 or 8 meters in diameter in the blink of an eye. Xinlang lightly stepped on the ground, avoiding the ground from collapsing.
Oh ho, you'd be great at demolition work if you had that skill.
He leaped between the pebbles with such lightness that not a single pebble grazed him. Since you love demolition so much, then you can play by yourself for a while.
I'll give you some space first. Xinlang smiled and stepped toward Lu Xingyuan, who was sinking into the deep pit.
Let me stomp on your turtle's head. He suddenly stomped on Lu Xingyuan's head, and with one stomp, he leaped straight up more than 10 meters.
He doesn't seem to be jumping at all, he seems to be flying. Let me see which direction it should land in. I need to stay away from this gorilla. This guy loves playing in the mud so much, it'll be bad if he gets my clothes dirty.
As Xinlang was adjusting his body to land in the distance, he suddenly felt a dark shadow flash past behind him.
A sense of unease arose in his heart, and as light swirled around him, the flowing blade like fire materialized in his hand in the blink of an eye.
He suddenly slashed his sword behind him, and a sharp whistling sound rang out.
Slay him! The extremely sharp blade light split open the overwhelming curtain of flames that was rushing towards Xinlang, revealing the enormous body behind it. It was a huge green lizard with wings on its back. Its body was about 20 meters tall and as strong as a castle. Lizards this large are usually called dragons. On the back of the dragon's neck, a human was sitting, looking down at Xinlang. That person was none other than Long Qisi. His eyes widened slightly, clearly somewhat surprised. Since the start of the war, he had been quietly waiting for an opportunity in the rear, wanting to make his armed capabilities, the Wyvern Riders, give full play to their air-to-ground advantages. At the same time, observe Xinlang's abilities to formulate countermeasures. Although it seemed a bit unfair to let Lu Xingyuan get beaten up, the guilt in my heart instantly disappeared when I thought that he was the rival next door. As soon as Xinlang leaped into the air, he felt that he had finally gotten his chance, so he instantly armed himself and attacked Xinlang. Based on the abilities he has just demonstrated, he must possess physical enhancement capabilities. Now, suspended in mid-air with nowhere to lean on or rely on, this guy's abilities are bound to be useless. As long as he controls the dragon and keeps his distance from him, and doesn't let the dragon pull his body, Xinlang will be a lamb to the slaughter until he hits the ground. But just as Long Qisi felt he had seized a good opportunity, he controlled the flying dragon to spew dragon fire. The flame barrier was cleaved open by Xinlang's blade, putting Long Qisi on the defensive. He didn't know where Xinlang's uniquely shaped knife came from. Was it part of his weaponry? But this shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't Xinlang's ability be physical enhancement? Could he possibly have 2 spirit summons? Or perhaps Xinlang's rank is so high that his physical attributes alone make him appear as if he has been enhanced by the spirit control armor. Long Qisi's mind was a jumbled mess. Meanwhile, Xinlang remained completely unmoved. I was wondering where you'd been all this time since the fight started. Turns out you were here waiting to ambush me. I admire your despicable and courageous nature, but I also feel sorry for your overestimation of your abilities. Xinlang laughed and said loudly. You need to be strong enough to launch a sneak attack. After Xinlang finished speaking, his breathing suddenly became as rapid and deep as a great river, and his aura suddenly soared. Suddenly, the color of Ryujin Jaka in his hand changed, and the blade was covered with a layer of blazing red, as if the entire Zanpakuto had been heated red. Xinlang gripped his Zanpakuto with both hands, suddenly twisted his body, and spun around in mid-air, unleashing a blazing circular flame from the Zanpakuto. Sun Breathing, 5th Form, Train. Chapter 81 Xinlang Wins. The circular flame swirled around Xinlang's figure, slashing towards the dragon's head and neck. Clang clang clang. The blade cut and sharpened on the dragon's scales like an angle grinder, with sparks flying amidst the clanging of the blade. Roar! The dragon roared in terror, flapping its wings in an attempt to escape before Long Qisi could control it. Xinlang followed the momentum, his flowing blade flying dragon sideways, slashing straight at one of the dragon's wings. Whoosh! With a tearing sound like cloth being ripped, one of the dragon's wings was severed. It appears that the scales on its wings are not as tough as those on its head and neck. The dragon, having lost one wing, plummeted downwards, and a rare hint of panic appeared on Long Qisi's usually indifferent expression. He placed his hands on the dragon's back, channeling his energy into its body, hoping to repair the dragon's damaged wings as quickly as possible.
But he also knew that this was just a drop in the ocean, and at the current rate of decline, he simply wouldn't have enough time. Fortunately, Lu Xinyuan noticed the battle in the sky. He leaped out of the pit and spread out his hands to catch Long Qixi. As Xin Lang was falling through the air, a slight smile appeared on his lips upon seeing this scene. As expected, even the most incompatible people will unite in the face of a powerful enemy. Since you two love each other so much, I'll play the villain. Shen Lang gripped the flowing blade like fire with both hands, adjusted his breathing, making it rapid and deep, and moved with the falling wind and mist.
Gradually accumulating kinetic energy, it began to spin rapidly. Sun breathing, 10th form, radiant grace.
The blade, swift as fire, blazed with dazzling flames as Shen Lang spun around, like a blazing sun.
Ultimately, Shen Lang's figure was completely enveloped by the flames, making him temporarily invisible.
The audience in the stands could only see a spiraling beam of flame descending from the sky, heading straight for Lu Xinyuan's position. Just as Lu Xinyuan caught Long Qixi and Feilong, his mountain-like body suddenly sank, raising a cloud of dust around him. Before he could even catch his breath, the spiraling flames flew towards him. Amidst the scorching flames, Lu Xinyuan abruptly closed his eyes. He was completely unable to look directly at the dazzling light, as if he were staring directly at the sun. In this heat and light, he felt as if he were being pierced through, and then, through the opening, his whole being was about to melt into the intense heat. Long Qixi couldn't see anything in the light. The dazzling light caused him to be temporarily blinded. He only felt the dragon protecting him being pierced by an extremely penetrating force, and then his body felt hot. Then his strength gradually slipped away, like a water bag with a gaping hole. Whoosh! The spiraling flames disappeared, and Shen Lang was now standing about 10 meters away from Lu Xinyuan and the others. He was half bent over, his Ryujin Jaka half raised towards the sky. Shen Lang remained motionless for more than 10 seconds, as if he were a statue. However, the aura emanating from him, as intense as the blazing sun, made it impossible to regard him as a statue. The audience in the stands, who had just been stunned by the massive slash that descended from the sky, were now awestruck by the aura emanating from Shen Lang. They remained silent along with Shen Lang, not daring to utter a sound, staring blankly at his tall and upright figure. After a moment, Shen Lang calmed his breathing, slowly sheathed the Ryujin Jaka at his waist, and walked nonchalantly toward the arena exit. Only then did the audience in the stands realize what was happening.
Is it over? What is Shen Lang trying to do? It looks like he's going to leave right away. Did you all see clearly just now? Did Shen Lang hit his target?
No, it's too fast. It's as fast as a flash of light.
Moreover, the flames on his body were so dazzling that my eyes feel dry now after watching for just a while. So what should we say now? The referee, standing in the arena, snapped out of his daze and realized he was completely soaked. This was caused by Shen Lang's strike. He was standing so far away that the flames on the blade made him sweat profusely. He simply couldn't imagine what would happen to Lu Xinyuan and Long Qixi, who were struck head-on by this attack. With the thought of saving 2 lives from the clutches of death, he ran quickly toward the crater blasted open by the radiant light. At this moment, he saw Shen Lang not far away, already sheathing his sword and heading towards the arena exit. He immediately shouted, "Hey! Shen Lang! I haven't assessed the injury yet, the match isn't over."
Shen Lang remained unmoved, continuing his walk towards the exit, and loudly proclaimed, "No, it's over."
The referee was completely bewildered. This student was far too confident. But he didn't have time to stop. Shen Lang. Now saving people was the priority. So he turned around and strode into the deep pit. With each step he took, a cracking sound came from beneath his feet. Under high temperatures, the sand and gravel in the arena crystallized, becoming brittle and thin. The referee approached Lu Xinyuan and Long Qixi. Their weapons had been forcibly removed, and the 2 spirit beasts lay unconscious beside them. Lu Xinyuan and Long Qixi had a deep, round hole in their torso. The referee could see the white bones and writhing internal organs inside. The referee had a bad feeling. It looked like their bodies had been pierced and they would probably have to undergo a major rescue. But then he was puzzled. Logically, such damage should have triggered the alarm in the arena, indicating that the player was on the verge of death. But not right now. So he squatted down to examine the wounds more closely, and suddenly he noticed that both Lu Xinyuan's and Long Qixi's wounds had a layer of black crust around them. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a carbon layer. The referee was immediately alarmed. This meant that Shen Lang had used high temperature to burn a layer of carbon on the 2 men's wounds, preventing them from bleeding heavily and endangering their lives.
The fact that the alarm bells for the two individuals have not yet been rung indicates that their internal organs have not been affected by the high temperature, resulting in protein denaturation. Otherwise, even if the bleeding is stopped, the person will still die. What incredible control over the flames, the referee exclaimed inwardly, all his doubts about Shenlang vanishing in an instant. No wonder he was so confident he actually possessed comparable strength. Compared to them, Lu Xinyuan and Long Qixi, who are hailed as geniuses from top schools, seem completely inadequate. This fight was like an adult beating up two 3-year-old children. The referee smiled wryly to himself, held the microphone, and announced in a booming voice, the winner of this match is Shenlang. After a moment of silence, the entire arena erupted in a tremendous uproar, as if it were about to tear the arena apart.
Shenlang won. Ah, Shenlang won. That's awesome. He finally slapped Kitahara and Qinghua in the face. Chapter 82 Recommendation without examination. So Shenlang walked away directly because he knew he had already won and didn't even want to look at his opponent. That's such a cool demeanor. I hereby declare that from today onwards, this arena will be called the Shenlang Arena. Shenlang. You are my god. Is it too late for me to transfer to Shanghai University? Shenlang, from this day forward, you will be my idol, Su Shang's idol. For life. The students were completely captivated by Shenlang's impressive performance and shouted his name wildly. On the high platform, the leaders of the committee were also impressed by Shenlang's performance. Great! Great! This Shenlang is indeed extraordinary. With such a formidable general, how can our Dragon Kingdom not lift the championship trophy in this battle for national destiny? Team leader Wang exclaimed excitedly. He not only won, but he won very easily, one leader exclaimed. This shows that his abilities are far more than that. That's what I think too. Maybe classifying Shenlang as a high-level platinum is too low. What should we do then? Judging from his performance, even if our technical team strengthens the testing methods, we'll probably have to blow up again. The leaders chattered amongst themselves. After much deliberation, team leader Wang made the final decision, stop arguing. I decided to set Shenlang's rank at the high-level platinum, since it was agreed upon beforehand. However, based on this, I recommend that Shenlang be exempted from the exam and directly join the Dragon Kingdom team. Upon hearing this, all the leaders gasped in shock. Each regional selection committee has one vote, which can directly allow a student to join the national team without taking an exam. With thousands of students participating in a region, this spot is naturally extremely valuable. Moreover, this spot is often left vacant because recommending students carries a responsibility. If a student fails to demonstrate the necessary abilities in a crucial national competition, the person who recommended them will be held accountable. After all, it concerns national affairs. Now, team leader Wang is actually taking this risk to recommend Shenlang for exemption from the exam, which shows how much he admires Shenlang. Old Wang, have you thought it through? The leader beside him asked with some concern. Yes, if something goes wrong, you, Old Wang, might lose your job. Why don't we be more cautious? Since Shenlang has the ability, let him fight his way up. Why take this risk? Despite everyone's persuasion, team leader Wang insisted on his own opinion. The reason I recommended Shenlang is because of his strength, which I believe is absolutely sufficient for him to join the national team. Another reason is that if we don't let him skip the exam, with his overwhelming strength and arrogant personality, he might ruin other promising students. This will cause our team's overall strength to decline. Team leader Wang's words stunned all the leaders, and then they deeply agreed with his profound consideration. Indeed, Shenlang is good in every way, but he's too ruthless. To avoid internal losses in combat effectiveness, taking this risk seems worthwhile. Old Wang, you're so righteous. They were persuaded by team leader Wang and stopped trying to dissuade him. Instead, they praised Shenlang's performance. Secretary Li stood to the side, listening to the leader's effusive praise of Shenlang, and secretly marveled at it. It seems that from today onwards, Shenlang has become a household name among the upper echelons of power in the capital region. His future is limitless. After leaving the arena, Shenlang went into the restroom assigned to him. Upon opening the door to the lounge, one sees Jianguan and Wen Weiwen, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Shenlang, Jianguan excitedly rushed up and grabbed his hand, exclaiming, "Holy crap, brother, you're amazing! Absolutely outrageously amazing! Faced with the combined talents of two top schools, you still managed to win this match with overwhelming force. It's truly astonishing. Shandong University has become famous because of you this time." Jianguan grinned so hard his face almost fell apart.
When the new students are admitted, the threshold of Shandong University will be worn out by the crowds.
My old man will probably have a heart attack from being so happy. Don't talk nonsense. Who talks about their own father having a heart attack? You're being a bit too filial. Shenlang smiled and sat down in a chair. But I didn't expect things to turn out this way today. Sword Crown eagerly handed over a bottle of iced cola. What's wrong? Is there some tactical oversight?
No, I just didn't expect those two gorillas and lizards to be so weak.
I dealt with them like it was nothing.
Shenlang said, puzzled.
Logically speaking, they're students from top universities, so they should be able to hold out under me for a while longer, right? Shenlang's words made Jianguan smile wryly. Boss, I really can't respond to what you're saying.
I reckon there are only a handful of people in the entire capital who would dare to act like this, besides you. If someone else said that, they would either be seen as bragging or get beaten up.
Shenlang took a swig of cola. Really?
But to be honest, they don't even feel as good to me as our school's so-called 5-time champions. Although they also serve mediocre food, at least the portions are large and filling. Sword Crown was somewhat speechless.
So, in your eyes, these formidable opponents are just easy prey?
However, he had already witnessed Shenlang's strength firsthand, so there was absolutely no problem with Shenlang saying that. After thinking it over and over, he could only blame himself. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Just as the two were talking, Bai Shui pushed the door open and came in.
Upon seeing Shenlang, he exclaimed happily, Shenlang! You've been recommended. Shenlang was taken aback, he didn't know what recommendation meant. So Bai Shui gave Shenlang a brief explanation. So, in other words, I don't have to waste my time in this lousy place, and I can go back and wait for the National Destiny battle to start? Shenlang asked.
After receiving Bai Shui's affirmative reply, he grinned and said, that's not bad.
I also want to go back to outdoor combat. What kind of outdoor combat? Bai Shui asked curiously.
Nothing much, just some combat skills training in the wild, Shenlang said casually.
By the way, where's team leader Wang? Didn't he give me my spot?
I should thank him in person, Shenlang said. Bai Shui explained, because you are going to be recommended, team leader Wang will try to keep his distance from you from now on.
Otherwise, getting too close will easily lead to gossip.
After all, the nomination quota is too deeply connected with various interests, and it is easy to be suspected of power money transactions.
I understand. Shenlang nodded. It's about avoiding suspicion, I guess.
It's alright, I'll just thank him after I win the championship, Shenlang said with a smile. Bai Shui was taken aback by his words, then smiled and shook her head.
Shenlang, you are truly the most confident person I have ever met. Shenlang shrugged. There's no other way my strength allows it. Chapter 83 Bai Shui's abnormality.
Seeing his matter-of-fact expression, Bai Shui smiled helplessly and said, yes, you are the most capable. Then she changed the subject, but I also have to say something to you.
You were a bit too harsh just now. Two promising talents who could have participated in the national battle. Because of you, they are currently unconscious in the hospital.
By the time they wake up and recover from their injuries, they will probably miss the selection.
It can be said that their promising future has been ruined.
Shenlang said nonchalantly, they should have been prepared for this when they came to provoke me.
Seeing his expression, Bai Shui said urgently, why don't you understand? This isn't just a matter between the three of you, it also involves Qinghua and Beiyuan. Shenlang pondered for a moment. Oh, you mean Qinghua Beiyuan will hold a grudge against Shangshan University because of this?
Yes, this is a troublesome matter, but what's done is done and there's nothing we can do but go back and ask Principal Sikong for forgiveness. Shenlang looked at the Sword Crown and laughed. You'll have to put in a good word for me with your father later, so he won't fire me.
Come on, even if that old man fires me now, he wouldn't fire you, Jianguan said.
Bai Shui shook her head repeatedly when she heard Shenlang's words. That's not what I meant.
How can there be no competition between schools?
Shandong University is not afraid of offending Qinghua Beiyuan at all.
Even if we offend them, we are all teaching under the national plan and have no subordinate relationship, so they can't do anything to our school. What I'm worried about is you.
You've likely offended the leadership of Qinghua and Beiyuan today, and even the alumni of these two prestigious schools may hold a grudge against you. She said in a somewhat anxious tone, after you graduate, some of them might try to trip you up. Upon hearing this, Shenlang scoffed, if that's the case, then Director Bai, you're overthinking it. I, Shenlang, am not someone that can be easily bullied. If anyone tries to mess with me because of this, then I'll teach them a lesson like today.
Anyway, there are plenty of hospital beds.
If they dare to go, I dare to send them. Besides, by the time I graduate, I might be a god-level guy. Those Xiao will be lucky if they don't try to curry favor with me, let alone dare to mess with me. Shenlang said with a chuckle, clearly not taking Bai Shue's words seriously. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Bai Shue suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable emotions welling up in her chest.
Fine, that's all I have to say. If you don't care, then don't care.
I won't nag you anymore, Bai Shue said coldly, turning and walking away.
Shenlang was completely stunned when he saw this scene. He looked at Jianguan. Sikong, is director Bai angry? Sword Crown nodded helplessly, obviously.
Shenlang scratched his head.
No, why? Did I say something wrong?
What I said is the truth, there's nothing to worry about at all.
Jianguan hesitated for a moment. I don't really understand either. Although I've been with my aunt since I was little, I know very well that she's angry. But I don't really understand why she's angry.
Perhaps, because you dismissed her words, she, as the great head, felt that your authority as a teacher had been offended?
Do you think what you're saying is reliable? Director Bai isn't that kind of rigid person, is he? Shenlang said. That seems to be true, but I don't know why. Jianguan scratched his head.
As the two looked at each other in bewilderment, Wen Weiwen whispered, I think I understand why Sister Bai Shue is angry.
Shenlang's eyes lit up. Then tell me.
I think it's probably because Sister Bai Shue feels that her concern for you is not being valued by you, Wen Weiwen said.
Shenlang was taken aback.
He pondered the somewhat convoluted logic of the statement.
Well, what you said seems to make some sense. Shenlang was a little confused.
But like I said, she doesn't need to have this kind of worry at all. In the end, the things she's worried about are unlikely to happen, and even if they do, it's uncertain how long in the future they might occur. Wen Weiwen sighed softly, looking at Shenlang with the eyes of someone who couldn't understand a student. The key is not whether the worst-case scenario will happen. Even if it doesn't, she'll still worry about you. It's like this, there's a kind of coldness in the world that your mother feels you're cold. Maybe you don't actually need any help, but people who care about you will still try to help you with your life. In other words, concern leads to confusion. As Wen Weiwen spoke, her words became clearer and clearer. This is actually a very happy thing. You just need to find the right attitude to accept it. As for the reason for this feeling, I dare not make a definitive conclusion, but I think it is hard to believe that a woman would care so much about a man who was not related to her by any other reason. Looking at Shenlang's solemn expression, Wen Weiwen tentatively asked, Did you understand?
Shenlang nodded vigorously, I understand.
It's just that Director Bai's maternal instincts are overflowing, and she wants to be my mother.
Wen Weiwen's expectant expression suddenly froze.
Jianguan, standing to the side, exclaimed, So that's how it is.
No wonder.
Your aunt must be taking care of you all day long. Plus, she's still unmarried and childless at her age, so she subconsciously treats you like her own child. That's why she cares about you to the point of worry.
Isn't this kind of unreasonable concern unique to mothers? Shenlang nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, I understand completely now. I understand now. Jianguan looked at Wen Weiwen with surprise and delight.
Xiao Wei, I never expected you to be such a perceptive lecturer about human nature.
You're amazing. Wen Weiwen finally couldn't hold back anymore. She pounded Jianguan's arm with her small hands. What have you all come to understand? That's not what I meant at all. I just used maternal love as an example, okay?
I didn't say that Sister Bai Shue is.
Ugh. I can't reason with you guys at all.
Wen Weiwen stared straight at Shenlang. In short, you should go after Sister Bai Shue now and try your best to coax her. You should agree with whatever she says and not contradict her like you did before. Once she calms down, this matter may not be important anymore.
Shenlang hesitated, then I'll drink this bottle of cola and then go. Go now. Wen Weiwen roared, a sound that seemed completely out of place with her appearance. Okay. Shenlang took a big gulp of cola and ran away from the lounge.
Whether or not he pursued her was secondary. The key point was that he had a feeling Wen Weiwen was also on the verge of a breakdown. He couldn't be bothered to argue with a little girl, so he simply ran away, leaving the bomb to Jianguan to deal with. Anyway, it's his spirit, so it's reasonable for him to coax it. At the same time, he was also wondering what had caused Bai Shue and Wen Weiwen to become so abnormal.
Chapter 84 Bai Shue's Thoughts. After Shenlang left, Jian Guan was still immersed in doubt. He looked at Wen Weiwen. Why do we still need to pursue your aunt? Wouldn't it be better to let her have some peace and quiet now? Wen Weiwen was speechless at the question.
She stared at him for a long time before sighing and saying, "It's not important.
This question is beyond your level. Anyway, you just need to know that you have to do it."
Sword Crown frowned and whispered, "Strange girl."
He then left the lounge and prepared to return to his dormitory.
When Weiwen caught up with him and gently patted his arm.
"Stupid boy." Before Jian Guan could react, she ran away.
After storming out of the lounge, Bai Shui felt agitated and wandered aimlessly around the camp. Before she knew it, she had reached the edge of the camp. There was a small pavilion in front of her, so she went inside. Sitting on the stone platform, her gaze fell on the wisteria hanging down beside the pavilion. Under the cool breeze, she gradually calmed her mind. It was precisely because she had already detached herself from that state that she was surprised by her own emotional state just now.
What's wrong with me? Why am I angry? Bai Shui asked herself. Logically speaking, isn't my responsibility to give students advice, and whether or not to take it is entirely up to them?
In the past, some students didn't pay much attention to my advice, but I never got this angry.
Why do I become so easily angered when I'm around Shenlang?
Bai Shui touched her chest, carefully recalling the feelings she had just experienced.
Also, my emotions aren't just anger, it seems like there's something else too. That feeling, could it be? She thought, biting her lip slightly, somewhat embarrassed, feeling wronged? I felt wronged when Shenlang didn't take my advice seriously?
When the thought popped into her head, Bai Shui herself was startled. Then she hesitated for a long time. She was almost 30 years old. If she faced her own feelings, she would know very well what she was thinking.
Her attention to Shenlang was clearly no longer the ordinary relationship between teacher and student. When did this begin?
Perhaps it was the first time I had heard Shin Hongmei mention that her student had formed a contract with two F-rank spirit beasts, and that the rank of these two spirit beasts had undergone a complete transformation. Having been in the same predicament, she began to feel curious about Shenlang. Then, when Shenlang faced the 5-time champion alone, she began to pay some attention to that towering figure.
However, these concerns and curiosity can still be considered the teacher's feelings for outstanding students.
What caused a slight shift in her feelings was at the Yi family manor, where she watched Shenlang teach Yi Qingxian a lesson for her mean-spirited uncle and then gently embrace Yi Qingxian. Bai Shui watched from the side, a faint sense of envy creeping into her heart. However, Shenlang's ruthless actions quickly pulled her out of her envious mood, and she didn't examine the situation closely. Looking back now, the reason she envied Yi Qingxian was probably because she also came from a prestigious family and had suffered a lot of criticism because of the rank of her own combat abilities. Although she pulled through, her heart was indeed riddled with holes as a result. If possible, wouldn't she also wish for someone who could protect her and be her support? Just as Bai Shui was caught up in her own emotional turmoil, Shenlang finally arrived. His enhanced vision, amplified by the heavenly curse, allowed him to see Bai Shui sitting alone in the pavilion from afar. He hesitated for a long time, and although he still didn't know how to coax Bai Shui, he still went forward in a desperate attempt.
"Director Bai, aren't you cold sitting here all by yourself?" Shenlang asked, trying to make conversation.
Bai Shui snapped out of her own thoughts and said expressionlessly, "Shenlang, the temperature is 19 degrees today, how can it be cold?"
"Well, temperature is always relative, you know. If you're not dressed warmly enough, you'll feel cold," Shenlang said, scratching his head. "Or do you feel a little hot?" Bai Shui found Shenlang's nonsensical words somewhat amusing. "What exactly are you trying to say?"
Seeing that the roundabout approach wasn't working, Shenlang simply spoke his mind directly.
"I just wanted to say that we should go back to the dorm.
Once we're back in the dorm, whether you're cold or hot, there's a way to solve the problem. Or if there's anything else that's making you angry, let's go back to the dorm first, and I'll apologize to you until you feel better."
Bai Shui chuckled and said, "I'm not angry." Shenlang was struck dumb upon hearing this. Oh no, these words mean that this woman is like a volcano about to erupt.
Seeing his gloomy face, Bai Shui shook her head helplessly and said earnestly, "I'm really not angry. Okay, maybe I was a little angry before, but I'm fine now."
"You're right.
You've already been exempted from the exam, so we should pack our bags and head back to school." However, Bai Shui looked at the cascading wisteria, her gaze somewhat unfocused. "I'd like to sit here for a while longer, you should go back first."
Shenlang hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. "Okay, then you can be alone for a while. We'll wait for you to come back."
After he finished speaking, he prepared to leave, but after hesitating for a moment, he took off his coat and draped it over Bai Shui. Seeing that Bai Shui was clearly taken aback, Shenlang explained, "The sun will set soon, and it will get cold quickly. You should put on a coat." Bai Shui stared blankly at Shenlang, her eyes, gleaming with a dreamy, soft light, scrutinizing his face for a long time. It wasn't until Shenlang started to find it a bit strange that she asked softly, "Shenlang, when you made a contract with the Mu sisters, weren't you worried that their low rank might ruin your future?" Shenlang paused for a moment upon hearing this. Why would he have such worries? He has a system. It's just that he can't tell Bai Shui this reason. After a moment's thought, he said, "After Tang Xiener betrayed me, I became a laughingstock. At that time, I doubt any girl would be willing to form a contract with me. So I'm already very happy that the Mu sisters are willing to form a contract with me. As for your concerns, I think they might exist, but even if we have concerns, we still have to keep moving forward. If we stop moving forward because we are worried about a possible bad outcome, aren't we also throwing away the possible good outcome?" Shenlang said calmly, "Rather than that, I think it's better to give it a try without hesitation, so that at least we won't regret it in the end." Bai Shui listened to Shenlang's words and pondered for a long time. Shouldn't we abandon the possibility of a good outcome just because of a possible bad one? Bai Shui murmured softly, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She jumped up from the stone platform, a sweet smile already on her lips. "Shenlang, let's go back to the dormitory. Didn't you say you wanted to sit for a while?" Shenlang asked, puzzled. Chapter 85 Hidden Dangers. "I'm not sitting anymore. I wanted to sit just now because I was unhappy, but now that I'm happy, I won't sit," Bai Shui said with a smile. Shenlang was naturally eager for Bai Shui to go back with him. To be honest, she was a beautiful girl, and it was almost evening when she was sitting alone on the edge of the campsite near the wilderness. He was still somewhat worried. So when he said he was going back first, he was just saying it casually. What he really wanted was to stay in a secluded spot nearby and secretly protect Bai Shui. For example, the large fir tree about 50 meters to the left of the pavilion is quite suitable for Tibetans. However, now that Bai Shui is willing to go back, Shenlang no longer needs that hiding place. Shenlang and Bai Shui walked back, talking as they went. "Shenlang, I've submitted a report to the school regarding your dormitory, and they've already approved it. Once you return to school, you can prepare to move into the classroom dormitory," Bai Shui said. Shenlang was delighted upon hearing this. "That's great. I'll get the Dragonblood gang to help me move my luggage and check in at lightning speed. You seem to be in such a hurry. It looks like your dorm room is really cramped and making you uncomfortable," Bai Shui said. "Well, not really. It's alright to stay, but I want to move in as soon as possible, mainly because it's convenient to be close to the water source." Shenlang thought to himself. But he said, "Yes, you don't know, I get pushed out of bed every night. If I don't change dorms soon, I'm planning to sleep in a tent on the road." The two chatted idly as they walked further and further away, and Bai Shui never returned the coat to Shenlang. After Shenlang and the others had gone far away, behind the large fir tree 50 meters away from the pavilion, the air distorted under the reflection of the setting sun, and a figure slowly emerged. It was a thin figure wearing tactical clothing, with a mask covering his face, revealing only his eyes. He moved with ghostly speed to a hidden spot in the dense bushes. Then, with a flash of his fingers, a black, iron-colored satellite encrypted phone appeared in his hand. His little finger was missing a section, as if it had been severed by a blade. He pressed a number and dialed it. A notification sounded, reminding him that the call had been connected. He said in a low voice, "Shenlang has been granted exemption from the test and is preparing to leave the selection camp. The Chaos Bell is in good condition and has not yet been contracted by Shenlang. Should we proceed with the original plan to assassinate Shenlang and retrieve the Chaos Bell?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before a response finally came: "Cancel the plan, continue to monitor and track, and await further instructions." Upon hearing this, the man with the severed finger hesitated and said, "Are you sure? If Shenlang returns to Shanghai University, he will definitely be under close scrutiny by the school, making assassination much more difficult. Tonight is likely the best opportunity for an assassination in the near future. Furthermore, Shenlang's strength is improving very quickly. I'm worried that if we delay any longer, we may lose the chance to retrieve the Chaos Bell." The man with the severed finger spoke worriedly about his thoughts, but the person on the other end of the phone sternly questioned him, "You're just the executor of the assassination. When did it become your place to evaluate the feasibility of the plan?" The man with the severed finger trembled upon hearing this. "I'm sorry. I overstepped my bounds.
I will definitely learn from this and never do it again. The tone on the other end of the phone finally relaxed.
I understand your strong desire to contribute to the organization, but please be aware of your place. Shen Lang is a tough opponent, and this becomes even more apparent after witnessing his near-crushing battle against the students of Tsinghua Beiyuan. Therefore, the organization decided to find another opportunity to eliminate him. The man with the severed finger immediately replied, "Please make sure I am the one to carry out this task when the time comes." "No, you've lost your composure regarding Shen Lang's mission, which is affecting your judgment," the voice on the other end of the phone said.
"I have a new mission for you."
Upon hearing this, the man with the severed finger felt somewhat unwilling, but he remembered that he had already sworn to obey the organization's instructions. So he could only reply, "I understand, please speak." Originally, the organization entrusted the Chaos Bell to the Ho family for nurturing. But unexpectedly, that despicable Ho Fan was unwilling to let his own son become nourishment for the Chaos Bell. Instead, he chose to use his illegitimate son Ho Yin as a substitute, which caused a blunder in our plan, allowing Shen Lang to take away the Chaos Bell.
Now, go and make Ho Fan pay the price. As for Shen Lang's mission, someone will come to hand it over to you soon.
The man with the severed finger said, "Understood."
May I ask if Ho Fan still has any use to the organization? It's gone, just erase it.
"Understood, I will do my best," the man with the severed finger said resolutely. The call was disconnected on the other end. The man with the severed finger put away the phone, his body shimmering with light, and his figure disappeared into the distortion of light and shadow.
The next morning, Shen Lang and Bai Shui embarked on their journey back to school. Si Kongjin remained at the camp for selection.
Shen Lang exchanged contact information with him and told him to contact him after returning to school. Back at school, Shen Lang made a phone call and summoned the Dragon Blood Group members, who enthusiastically helped him move. Judging from their united efforts, it looks more like they're moving sacred objects than moving house. While they were busy, Shen Lang went to Bai Shui's office. Bai Shui took a ring from her desk drawer and handed it to Shen Lang. Shen Lang was startled. "Director Bai, isn't it a bit early to give this now? Besides, isn't it usually a man who gives this to a woman?" Bai Shui rolled her eyes and said irritably, "This is a spatial ring, one of the rewards the school gave you." As the name suggests, a space ring is a ring that can open up a dimensional space to store items.
This kind of ring is quite rare in the Dragon Kingdom.
There are 4 main reasons why it is rare. Firstly, the materials used to make the spatial ring are very rare. The most important material, the broken void stone, is now basically no longer produced in mines and is entirely dependent on existing stock. It can be said that the total number of spatial rings is fixed. Every one made reduces the available supply. Secondly, the craftsmanship of making spatial rings is extremely complex, requiring specialized ring makers. The training period for these ring makers is very long, ranging from 5 or 6 years to more than 10 years. Furthermore, it is very likely that after studying for many years, one will find that they do not have the talent and will have to change careers, wasting years of hard work. Therefore, there are probably only about 300 ring makers in the entire Dragon Kingdom who can make spatial rings. Thirdly, the production cycle of a spatial ring is long. It takes at least a year from the initial material carving to the complete finished product. Therefore, most people buy spatial rings by pre-order. If you want a ready-made ring, you'll face a significant premium. Fourthly, possessing a spatial ring requires a qualification certificate issued by the relevant department, and not just anyone can possess one.
Chapter 86 Underground Labyrinth. Because spatial rings can carry dangerous items into public places, they could potentially harm the public. In order to control the potential threat posed by spatial rings as much as possible, the government conducts a thorough review of the information of anyone who wants to possess a spatial ring, a process that is extremely troublesome and cumbersome. Therefore, even if someone can fully afford a spatial ring, they may still be unable to obtain a spatial ring holding license. Of course, this has also led to the emergence of many illegal users of spatial rings. Based on the above reasons, it's easy to understand why Shen Lang was so happy when he received the spatial ring. He asked excitedly, "How much storage space does this ring have?" 20 cubic meters. Shen Lang was slightly disappointed upon hearing this. It wasn't as big as he had imagined. But since it was free, he should be content. Seeing Shen Lang's expression, Bai Shui laughed and said, "What, do you think it's too small? With your qualifications and background, you can only own a maximum of 20 cubic meters now. You won't be able to get a certificate for any larger space. It's only because you're already a member of the national team that we were able to get this ring for you so quickly." Shen Lang smiled upon hearing this. "So, if I win the championship trophy in the national destiny battle, can I apply for a larger space license?" How big do you want? Bai Shui asked.
A D cup, it must be at least 100 cubic meters, Shenlang said casually.
You really dare to dream.
A space-breaking stone capable of opening up 100 cubic meters of dimensional space is extremely rare even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, Bai Shui said speechlessly.
Shenlang chuckled.
With enough courage, one can conquer the world through abstinence.
Alright, stop joking.
Release energy onto the ring face and let it recognize you as its owner, Bai Shui said. Shenlang complied, placing his index finger on the ring to release energy. The spatial ring absorbed all the overflowing energy.
Then, the sky blue ring began to glow.
Shenlang put the ring on his index finger and immediately felt a connection between the ring and him. He picked up a pen from his desk, and with a sudden thought, a flash of light appeared in his palm, and the pen vanished from his hand. Within the ring space he sensed, a pen suddenly appeared. Shenlang's mind stirred again, and the pen disappeared from the space and reappeared in his palm. He was very excited after receiving the spatial ring, so he kept repeating the process.
Alright, stop playing for now. You have other rewards to offer, Bai Shui said.
Besides, if you keep playing like this, you'll soon need to inject energy into the ring face again. The principle behind the spatial ring is said to be that energy is injected into the ring, thereby breaking open a space in the dimension, and then using that space for one's own purposes. In other words, the ring itself has no space inside the ring, only serves as a door. Opening and closing this door requires the energy of the person observing the precepts.
Shenlang grinned. It's okay, I can afford to wait.
However, I do want to see the other rewards, so I'll stop playing for now. Bai Shui nodded in satisfaction, stood up from her office chair, and walked towards the bookshelf.
She tiptoed to open a cabinet and took out some items. These are all rewards the school gave you, or rather, preparations made for you.
Bai Shui arranged these items one by one on her desk. She first picked up a pale gold key.
This is the key to the number 3 underground labyrinth in the capital.
With it, you can freely enter the labyrinth to hunt monsters or obtain secret treasures. Upon hearing this, Shenlang immediately perked up.
The so-called underground labyrinth refers to those huge labyrinths that suddenly appear underground.
They appeared almost at the same time as the power of the spirit control armor, and no one knows their origin.
The labyrinth is said to be bottomless. The deepest known level is 9072.
That labyrinth is located in the northern Netherworld Empire, and this record was naturally achieved by a team from the Netherworld Empire.
The underground labyrinth is different from the dense forest outside the city.
Hunting ferocious beasts outside the city only yields some fur, flesh, and crystal beads, but if you're lucky, you can find secret treasures in the maze. The so-called secret treasures are hidden treasures with various strange functions. Some treasures can enhance a person's physical abilities when worn, while others can improve the coordination between the master and the spirit. Some treasures can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded, while others can wipe out an entire city with ease. In conclusion, treasures are one of the master's major aids. If used wisely, they can unleash even greater combat power. So even though the underground labyrinth is extremely dangerous, people still flock to it. The underground labyrinth can be described as a paradise for outlaws and a stage for adventurers. Shenlang had long yearned for the underground labyrinth, but he was troubled because entering it required a key issued by the Labyrinth Association. Furthermore, the teacher always warned the students that with their current strength, entering the maze would only be suicide, and hunting ferocious beasts outside the city would be enough. So he never got to see the wonders of the underground labyrinth firsthand. Unexpectedly, he now has this opportunity. Happiness has come too suddenly.
This key is mine now? Shenlang asked in surprise. Bai Shui shook her head. You can only borrow it for 1 year. You will need to return it to the school after 1 year. The school hopes that you can go into the maze to experience it and get used to the atmosphere and combat rhythm. Because it is said that this year's National Destiny Battle will include a maze-like section, so training in advance will be very beneficial. Is this what you call the preparation you made for me? Shenlang asked thoughtfully. That's not bad. In any case, I can at least get myself a few secret treasures. Bai Shui smiled and said, treasures are easy to find in the maze, but only a few are truly valuable. Whether you can find a valuable treasure depends on your luck. I've always been lucky, Shenlang said. Well, it's best if you're that confident. So, for your exploration of the maze, the school has also prepared 2 secret treasures for you. As Bai Shui spoke, she picked up a palm-sized round bead from the table. This is a levitation bead. After it is infused with energy, it will float in the air and automatically follow the person who infused it with energy.
At the same time, it will emit light that can illuminate the darkness within a radius of 30 meters. In the maze, there are many places that are pitch black, but the floating beads can help you see the way ahead.
So it's just a lamp, Shenlang retorted. This thing can actually be called a treasure?
Yes, it is a genuine treasure, and it has been included in the treasure compendium by the Labyrinth Association, Bai Shui said with a smile.
Chapter 87 Snow White's Advice. Shenlang chuckled to himself.
It seems that valuable treasures are indeed very rare.
Don't underestimate the floating beads. They're very useful in the maze.
You'll see when you go to that awful place, Bai Shui said.
Alright, I'll wait and see. Shenlang put the levitation bead and its instruction manual into his spatial ring. What's next?
Upon hearing this, Bai Shui picked up a box from the table, opened it, and took out two earpiece-like objects from inside.
It's an automatic translation headset.
Although it's named that, it's also a treasure, Bai Shui explained. However, it's a replica of the treasure, created by humans based on the working principle of the treasure, the mind-enlightening crystal. The maze is not only inhabited by monsters, but also by demi-humans.
This headset allows you to understand their language.
Yes, I've heard of them, like dwarves and elves, Shenlang nodded.
That's right.
In fact, if you want to explore the labyrinth more deeply, you need to befriend these demi-humans in the labyrinth and use their gathering places as supply points.
Otherwise, it will be difficult to sustain you for a long enough period of exploration with just the food you bring, Bai Shui said.
This kind of trouble shouldn't be a burden for me in the short term. After all, I'm just going there to adapt to the environment, Shenlang said with a smile.
You're right.
Bai Shui picked up the last item, which looked like a long-handled umbrella.
This is a parachute.
After being powered up, it can lift the user into the air and move through the air according to the user's wishes,
Bai Shui said.
In the maze, you will encounter terrain with extreme elevation changes, and the paraglider can help you. However, you need to be careful about energy loss when using it, because the energy consumption of using the paraglider is nothing compared to that of the levitation bead or the spatial ring.
Understood. Shenlang stored the paraglider in his spatial ring.
These are all the secret treasures the school has prepared for you.
They are a permanent gift to you and, like the spatial ring, do not need to be returned, Bai Shui said.
Remember to go back and carefully read their instruction manuals. I've only picked out the most important things to tell you. There are some details you'll need to learn on your own. Upon hearing this, Shenlang assumed that Bai Shui had finished the task she had asked him to do and was preparing to get up and take his leave. But to her surprise, Bai Shui changed the subject.
Here are some suggestions I'd like to give you.
Bai Shui casually poured herself a glass of water.
Shenlang, do you know the effect of a master's rank increasing? Shenlang was taken aback. He hadn't really thought about this question. But he tried answering, improve my physical fitness.
Upon hearing this, before Bai Shui could react, he himself was stunned and fell into deep thought.
Seeing his expression, Bai Shui smiled meaningfully and said, "It seems you've already realized it." That's right. If advancing in rank only leads to an increase in physical attributes, then it's rather pointless. If we encounter masters with physical enhancement abilities, wouldn't we be completely outmatched? Bai Shui said, "It's perfectly normal for you to have such questions. Because the benefits that come from the advancement in rank are far more than that. First of all, although all the spirits are independent individuals, they will absorb energy particles floating in the air on their own to support the use of their armed abilities. However, in the face of high-intensity combat, this method of self-recharge is not enough. Therefore, we must rely on our master to provide energy to our spirits." Shenlang raised an eyebrow. In other words, the master is like a power bank. A power bank, you could say that. Bai Shui nodded. But this power bank doesn't need to be plugged in. The energy transfer between the master and the spirit relies entirely on the contract between you. So as long as the spirit stays by the master's side, the energy in the body can be replenished. Of course, the closer the contact, the faster the energy is replenished. This is why many masters like to have their spirits transform into energy bodies and attach to their bodies before battle. That is indeed the most efficient way to charge energy. Shenlang frowned. This isn't right. The closer you are, the faster you charge. Shouldn't charging be fastest at negative distance? Bai Shui was taken aback. What is negative distance charging? Oh, it's all right, Director, please continue. In addition to increasing the master's energy capacity, upgrading the master's rank can also enhance the master's perception.
This perception refers to the ability to perceive everything, including hostility, the flow of energy, and so on. Bai Shui said, but most importantly, it can make the master more sensitive to the spirit. I have become more and more familiar with the various armed abilities of the spirits, and thus developed more ways to use the spirit's abilities.
This will allow the spirit master's weapon abilities to have more moves. Xin Lang pondered, in other words, if we compare spirit master to a weapon, then the advancement of the master's rank allows them to master more ways to use this weapon?
Yes, once the master develops this method, he can use his weapon abilities more effortlessly and with less energy consumption, while also creating greater destructive power.
This sounds a lot like martial arts moves.
Logically speaking, once the predecessors developed it, they should have recorded it and passed it on to the next generation.
Director Bai, do you have any martial arts manuals that I can practice with? Xin Lang asked.
Bai Shui shook her head and said with a wry smile, they may sound similar at first glance, but in reality they are quite different. Although the same type of armed capability may appear many times in human history, even frequently, the development and mastery of armed capability can only be achieved through personal experience and cannot be taught by words or deeds. To date, at least in the known circumstances, no one has successfully taught another person their own moves, even if they are using the same weapon.
Xin Lang stroked his chin and said, so, in other words, a master's rank can increase their own comprehension? That's right, but don't underestimate this kind of comprehension.
Bai Shui explained, if a master's comprehension is good enough, he can rely on the techniques he develops to defeat powerful enemies, even if the opponent's spirit master rank is far above his own. From what I've observed, the spirits you contract with are all of high rank. So you may not care much about comprehending techniques. But believe me, as your level increases and you encounter more powerful beings, you will realize the importance of this kind of comprehension. So my advice to you is to improve your rank as soon as possible, and experience the improvement in comprehension that comes with the rank improvement, and try to develop your own combat moves. Seeing Bai Shui's earnest and sincere words, Xin Lang could only pretend to be attentive and receptive to her teachings.
Chapter 88 Inviting Snow White.
In reality, Xin Lang didn't care much about Bai Shui's suggestion. For masters who only have one guardian spirit, this suggestion may indeed be very pertinent, as developing moves can give them more variety in their methods of fighting. Furthermore, it is generally accepted in human society to try to have only one spirit companion, as trying to have too many will lead to problems. Therefore, the importance of this suggestion becomes even more apparent. However, this suggestion was of no value to Xin Lang. Because he possesses the talent to control all things, he doesn't need to comprehend new techniques on his own. Simply increasing the number of women in his harem is enough. For example, some people specialize in using knives, so they devote their lives to honing and developing their knife skills. When they finally master their skills, they feel that they can defeat all enemies with their knives. But when he went out, he encountered Xin Lang, fought with him, and then discovered that this guy was extremely strange. He swung his sword, ready to defeat Xin Lang with his ever-changing sword skills, but Xin Lang pulled out swords, spears, clubs, axes, hooks, forks, and even a Gatling gun that spewed blue flames. Even if the swordsman's skills were unparalleled and varied, he would still find it difficult to withstand Xin Lang's attacks. Because Xin Lang could definitely pull out a weapon he'd never seen before and then go on a killing spree. Based on the above reasons, Xin Lang was very clear about the path he wanted to take. However, he appeared to accept the offer humbly, so it wasn't exactly forcing himself. In his view, this was also a way to hone his skills. To please Shirayuki and get her to form a contract with him sooner, he could obtain the weaponry of the Senza tree, which would increase his strength. Seeing Xin Lang like this, Bai Shui was indeed quite happy, feeling that her suggestion had been taken seriously. Seeing the fleeting smile that appeared at the corner of her lips, Xin Lang immediately said slyly, Director Bai, thank you for your suggestion.
It's truly enlightening. After talking for so long, you must be hungry. I happen to know a new restaurant that opened near the school, and the food is pretty good. How about I invite you to dinner? Xin Lang said.
Upon hearing Xin Lang's words, Bai Shui was briefly stunned before getting up and walking to the side, pretending to look for a book, while suppressing the smile on her lips with her back to Xin Lang. No, I have another class to teach in a bit, Bai Shui said. I've already told you what I needed to say, so I won't take up any more of your time.
Go back and digest what I've said.
Xin Lang felt slightly frustrated upon hearing this, realizing that older sisters like Bai Shui were indeed not so easy to seduce. However, he quickly regained his composure, stood up and said with a smile, all right, then I'll be going now. I might be throwing a housewarming party tomorrow, and I hope Director Bai will grace us with his presence. Bai Shui bit her lip inwardly upon hearing Xin Lang's words.
Is this how young people pursue each other? They're really relentless, but she doesn't dislike it.
After having a conversation with Xin Lang in the pavilion yesterday, she has come to terms with it.
Xin Lang is right, she should be brave enough to take a new step.
So she turned around and said with a smile, "Okay, send me the specific time to my phone.
If I'm free at that time, I'll definitely be there."
Xin Lang chuckled, which basically meant he agreed, though he was still a little reserved.
"Okay, I'll send it to you when I get back. See you tomorrow then."
Xin Lang said with a smile and was about to leave. Suddenly, Bai Shui seemed to remember something.
"Wait, I almost forgot."
She scurried back to her desk in her high heels, took a document from the drawer, and handed it to Xin Lang. "This is what Principal Sikong asked me to give to you," Bai Shui explained.
"We were quite surprised that you were able to contract with multiple spirits without any apparent difficulty."
So the principal did some research, and he put the results in this folder.
You can take a look when you get back.
Take a look at the possibilities described in the document and see if they are similar to your own situation.
Xin Lang was somewhat surprised as he held the folder.
He wanted to see how Principal Sikong viewed the strangeness about him.
"Okay, no problem."
With a flick of his fingers, he put the folder away.
"I'll look at it when I get back."
After saying this, Xin Lang took his leave.
After leaving Bai Shui's office, Xin Lang went to the classroom for 2 classes.
These were classes he couldn't refuse. They were about the habits of ferocious beasts and were closely related to hunting. After class, he strolled toward the teacher's dormitory. Yi Qingxian opened the door for him, still wearing a maid outfit. Shen Lang was somewhat puzzled.
"Weren't you guys supposed to stay in the dorms to clean? Why are you wearing combat gear?" Yi Qingxian blushed.
"I couldn't find any suitable clothes for cleaning, so I thought this was a maid outfit and I could wear it while cleaning, so I put it on."
Shen Lang looked at the tightly tailored maid outfit that perfectly accentuated Yi Qingxian's curves inside.
"Silly girl, this dress is so tight, how could it possibly be suitable for cleaning?"
"Do you think people who buy maid outfits from sex shops actually intend to wear them while cleaning?"
Yi Qingxian said with a bitter face. "I've also noticed that these clothes are not suitable for cleaning at all."
Shen Lang patted Yi Qingxian's head reassuringly and walked into the house.
Looking at the house, which had been cleaned up and looked brand new, he nodded in satisfaction. "But when I turned around, I saw that my 3 little idiots had dusty faces and spider webs in their hair." He slapped his forehead.
"Never mind, I'll just hire a cleaning lady next time. You 3 go take a shower, I'll reward you later."
Upon hearing this, the 3 women rushed into the bathroom one after another. This house is much bigger, and it even has a large bathtub, which can comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 people taking a bath at the same time. Shen Lang went to the kitchen, opened a bottle of sparkling water for himself, sat down on the sofa, and casually snatched Zhong Ling's potato chips. "Look at your 3 older sisters, they're so busy, and you don't even try to help.
You just sit on the sofa eating potato chips."
Shen Lang said, "If you keep going like this, you'll become a ghost bound to the sofa.
To wake you up, I'm confiscating your potato chips."
Zhong Ling lunged at Shen Lang and tried to grab him for a long time, but she couldn't reach him because of his height. Then, like a cat with its fur standing on end, she bared her teeth and said, "Plastic scraps." Then he rushed into his bedroom and slammed the door shut.
"Well, now I'm inedible," Shen Lang mused. "This girl's been a bit too arrogant lately.
I need to figure out a way to get rid of her and let her know who's in charge of this family." As Shen Lang made up his mind, he finished the last sip of sparkling water, ran to the bathroom, and knocked on the door.
"Would you like a back scrub?"
His response was naturally a chorus of warbling birds. At night, after a long day's work, Mr. Shen, wearing a bathrobe, opened his folder under the lamp.
Chapter 89 at the party. Let me see. So Principal Sikon thinks I have a divine destiny. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. This old man has quite the imagination.
The so-called divine contract destiny refers to a master's ability to contract with spirits almost without limit. The reasons for the emergence of the divine covenant destiny have been the subject of much debate.
Some believe it's because their innate mental strength is far greater than that of ordinary people.
Some believe that people with the divine contract destiny never actually form a contract with any spirit, and their true ability is to use armed abilities without a contract.
However, Shen Lang had no interest in exploring the mystery behind it.
He knew very well that his talent came from the system, and this divine destiny had nothing to do with him. But it's not bad that Principal Sikong is willing to pin this title on him. At least he'll have an excuse to explain himself later. However, according to Principal Sikong's reminder in the document, Shen Lang must hide his divine destiny.
Because some criminal organizations specifically hunt down or control people with divine destiny.
in order to study the specific mechanism of the divine contract destiny, and thus to freely control the divine contract destiny. If Xinlang is targeted by those people, there is no doubt that he will suffer a bloody disaster. Principal Seacombe suggested that he should try to keep the spirit attached to his body when he goes out in the future, and not swagger around leading a group of girls. Xinlang readily accepted this, as he didn't want other men to casually look at his woman. Besides that, the document contained many other small instructions for Xinlang, which he patiently read until he was already drowsy. He turned off the lamp and went to bed. The next day, Xinlang got up early and asked Luan Liang to go to a convenience store near the school to buy a bunch of things. After paying, they had flash delivery deliver it to their school. Then Xinlang and Luan Liang headed straight for dormitory area A. Upon entering the gate of the detached house, the Dragon Blood gang members had already decorated the courtyard, which covered more than 100 square meters, and prepared a heated swimming pool.
Today, in addition to the core members of the Dragon Blood gang, Luan Liang also invited some promising peripheral members or people from satellite groups.
The moment these people saw Xinlang, their eyes lit up, and they all came up to greet him. After dealing with these people, he went to his bedroom on the top floor and made some arrangements by himself. Then they went down into the courtyard to drink, chat, and play games with everyone, waiting for the snow to arrive. The clock struck 7 in the evening before Bai Shui finally arrived. Xinlang immediately got up from the sofa in front of the pool, took a drink, and went to greet her.
"I'm sorry, Xinlang, I'm late."
Bai Shui apologized as soon as she saw Xinlang.
Xinlang smiled and said, "It's all right, it's only half an hour. You must have spent a lot of time getting ready, that's why it took so long." Xinlang looked Bai Shui up and down.
She was wearing a burgundy dress, her makeup was exquisite, and even her nails looked freshly painted. It was clear she had put thought into it. "I'm honored that you value my invitation so much," Xinlang said with a smile. "But you'll get tired if you keep doing this, so please be more casual next time." Xinlang gazed tenderly into Bai Shui's eyes. "This also satisfies my selfish desire to see another side of you."
Xinlang's words filled Bai Shui with joy.
Whether it was Xinlang's ability to see through her intentions or his comforting and gentle attitude, she felt that this man was very classy.
Without realizing it, her face felt a little hot. "Okay, I'll remember next time." Xinlang smiled and nodded, handing the drink in his hand to Bai Shui, lychee sparkling water, with a little alcohol. "Is that all right?"
"Of course," Bai Shui said, taking the fruit with a hint of surprise.
"How did you know I like lychees?" Xinlang smiled slightly.
"A person has only one mouth. If you ask around, you'll always find out. But not everyone knows my preferences. I know, it's Hongmei."
Bai Shui pretended to be angry.
"I'm going to teach this little brat a lesson for daring to betray me."
"Please don't do that.
If you go and confront me, I won't be able to ask Sister Hongmei about you anymore."
Xinlang said, "Of course, if you're willing to tell me yourself so I can understand you better, then I have no objection."
Bai Shui was taken aback by his words, and then felt her cheeks burning even hotter.
Xinlang's offensive was so intense every word he said was flirting with her. Is this how young people play? It's like a fastball, like the Cavaliers charging forward.
However, this method, used by Xinlang, who also has the appearance and temperament of a knight, is not annoying. Bai Shui drank several sips of her beverage, hoping to calm the burning sensation in her cheeks, but to her surprise, it had no effect whatsoever.
Instead, I felt a burning sensation in my chest. It was then that she suddenly realized that the drink contained alcohol.
"Oh no, my face is going to turn as red as an apple," Bai Shui thought, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt.
Xinlang noticed this and said, "Director Bai, you're drinking too fast. Are you thirsty? Shall I get you a bottle of water? Please sit here for a moment."
Xinlang led Bai Shui to a small round table and pulled out a rattan chair for her. Then she went to get some water herself. Xinlang could have easily sent someone to fetch water, but he noticed Bai Shui's nervousness, so he went himself. This would give Bai Shui some time to sort herself out. He walked over to the drinks counter and asked the bartender for a drink so that he could have more time for Bai Shui. At the same time, he also has some time to think.
Bai Shui is so innocent? With her heroic aura and the mature woman's temperament she exudes, I thought she must have been a veteran of many battles. But now it seems that it was probably because of her own lack of military skills that she had never been able to overcome that hurdle before. She's probably never dated a man before. Xinlang thought to himself. Sister Hongmei didn't even remind me. It seems I was too aggressive in my pursuit of Bai Shui. Only women who have been through many battles can do this, because they have become disdainful of other sweet talk and flattery. Sigh, this was a bit too hasty.
We need to control the pace of the conversation later on. Just as Shenlang was pondering, his martini was ready, and the bartender pushed the glass toward Shenlang. With a sly look in his eyes, he asked, "Brother Lang, who's that pretty girl?" The bartenders serving everyone tonight are all members of the Satellite Society, so they all habitually call Shenlang Brother Lang.
Shenlang glanced at him. Why are you asking so many questions?
Hee, I just want to know if that girl is the one Brother Lang wants to get his hands on.
If she is. The bartender suddenly leaned closer. Do you want me to make her a special drink? Shenlang's expression turned cold upon hearing this. You mean you're planning to drug the drink?